I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. We are two people and you are alone. Why do you get to keep all those things to yourself? Chen Nangxing shouted. If you have a way to kill the sacred blood creature, I would have no problem having our stuff reversed, said Yi Yufeng. Chen Nangxing had nothing to say. If he had a method, he would not have been as embarrassed as he was in Lost Four Men. Please explain your method, Chen Zichen said. I believe that you will be faithful, so I will not hide anything from you. Yi Yufeng paused and said, it is actually pretty simple. Since the sacred blood creature was fast, all we needed to do was to lower its speed. What are you talking about? How can we possibly lower its speed? Exclaimed Chen Nangxing, annoyed. You sure cannot, but I can. Yi Yufeng then summoned a ball of black smoke. The smoke was moving constantly like a sand clock that repeated itself. This is my sacred blood add-on beast soul, time curse. It could be used on any creature and slow it down. Of course, although it was a sacred blood beast soul, it is not very effective on a sacred blood creature. However, it can still slow the sacred blood creature down a little bit. What do you think of my idea? Yi Yufeng asked, pointing at his beast soul, time curse. It depends on how much slower the creature would get, Chen Zichen said, staring at time curse. You can try it yourself, Yi Yufeng said and put the time curse on Chen Zichen. Black smoke suddenly covered Chen Zichen's body. Chen Zichen walked a few steps and was obviously slower than he was. Chen Zichen nodded and said, the effect is quite good. Although it did not surprise me, it should allow us to hit the sacred blood creature. Let's give it a shot. Great. Yi Yufeng took time curse back and determined the exact action plan with the two brothers. Then, the three of them entered the nest together. Han Sen followed them down, and they did not pay him any mind. Maybe Han Sen could distract the sacred blood creature for a while, so they did not stop him. It was not the first time that Han Sen had been to the nest. The glow from the green gold did not make him nervous. Even if the creature was actually a super creature, Han Sen believed he could struggle to defeat it. Shortly, Han Sen saw the broken green gold wall and vast space filled with different cells. The cells crisscrossed like the nest of spiders, making people cringe, as if a million spiders would come out of them anytime. Outside the green gold wall, blood was spilled everywhere. However, they never saw the bodies of the four evolvers with mutant geno points maxed out. Maybe they were eaten. Chen Zichen, among us, you are the only one who could dodge a fatal attack from the creature, so I'm afraid you must go first and lure the creature out so that I could use the time curse. Yi Yufeng stopped walking and said. Chen Zichen nodded slightly and shape-shifted into a monkey-like creature. Walking to the broken green gold wall, he crawled into the underground space of the nest nimbly. Yi Yufeng and Chen Nangxing watched Chen Zichen closely, and so did Han Sen. He was curious to know what the creature looked like. Yi Yufeng had agreed to be the bait before they came down. If Yi Yufeng did not need a person acting as the bait, he would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Obviously, Yi Yufeng did not have the ability to dodge the creature's attacks while using time curse. When Chen Zichen just walked into the space, he suddenly saw a black shadow rushing toward him from the back of a cell nearby. The shadow became so sudden and fast. Han Sen had been paying full attention, but all he could see was a blur. He felt like it was something between a wolf and a fox. Chen Zichen was indeed very strong. Under such critical conditions, he quickly turned around in an impossible angle and protected all the vital parts of his body. The shadow only scraped his arm, but even so, it still managed to make him bleed. After landing, the shadow did not even pause before it jumped at Chen Zichen. Here goes, exclaimed Yi Yufeng. The time curse took the creature in a whirl. The time curse covered a large scope, so unless the creature retreated, it was impossible for it to avoid the beast soul's impact. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt slowed down. The group then saw what the creature looked like. It was a black wolf larger than an ordinary one, with the size of an adult tiger. Its fur was gleaming with a metal sheen. If it was not moving, it would look like a statue. Kill it. Both Yi Yufeng and Chen Nangxing rushed to the creature immediately, trying to kill it together with Chen Zichen. Han Sen shape-shifted into the bloody slayer and came forward as well. The creature had become much slower, and they could see how it moved. It was indeed a great opportunity. Because its speed had been lowered, the creature failed to hurt Chen Zichen. When it landed, it watched the group of people coldly and did not seem to panic at all. All 4 of them showed their weapons and started to attack. However, the black metal wolf suddenly howled and quickly jumped again, its speed as fast as before. "Damn it, this creature is so weird that the time curse did not even work on it," exclaimed Yi Yufeng, looking frightened. Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing were also pale. They could also tell that the speed of the wolf was not affected by the beast soul. However, Han Sen did not think the wolf was immune to time curse. In fact, the time curse was already working on it. Since it did not slow down, it was very likely that in the beginning the wolf never used all it had got. It was trying to lure the whole group to come closer before it killed them all. The black metal wolf quickly flashed in front of Chen Nangxing, who was fast enough to summon a large copper shield more than 3 feet tall to block its claws. Crack! The 5-inch thick shield, which seemed extremely sturdy, was suddenly ripped open by the wolf claw like a piece of paper. It almost broke in half. "My sacred blood shield!" Chen Nangxing cried in anger. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng each cut at the wolf that just landed with a sword. As the sword flashed, the metal wolf had already thrown itself at Han Sen. Although Han Sen was holding the spinning spear, seeing what had happened with the sacred blood shield, he did not dare to block the wolf with the spear. His heart started to race, and incredible power filled his body. Han Sen stepped forward using Sparticle and dodged the metal wolf's attack. After it landed, the wolf did not immediately attack again. It turned around and gazed at Han Sen, obviously surprised that Han Sen could dodge the attack. In addition to the metal wolf, Chen Nangxing, Chen Zichen, and Yi Yufeng did not expect Han Sen to be able to avoid the wolf's attack either. Even they felt it was quite challenging to achieve that. As evolvers with their mutant geno points maxed out, the 4 men working for the Chens were all killed under the wolf's claws. The fact that Han Sen was able to run away as an unevolved person amazed them. "Go back!" Yi Yufeng quickly shouted and started to run toward the entrance. Although the wolf was under the influence of time curse, they could still see no hope to kill it. Yi Yufeng and Chen Nangxing were quick, but just as they moved, the wolf appeared in front of them like a phantom, blocking the way to go out. "Damn it, I will fight it out with it." Chen Nangxing raised the copper shield, which was already falling apart, to the metal wolf. None of the guys dared to slack. Wielding their weapons, they knew very well that if they could not bypass the wolf, none of them could live. However, the behavior of the wolf showed them some hope. The reason they could not kill the wolf before was that they could not even hit it. However, if the wolf chose to block their way, it had to bear their attacks. This way, maybe they would have a chance to kill it. Shortly, they found that things were not as smooth as they thought it would be. The wolf not only dodged all their attacks, but also clawed at Chen Nangxing's shield in the blink of an eye. Crack! The shield could no longer hold its shape and fell apart. Chen Nangxing was knocked over by the incredible force and tumbled over before he could stand up. Ding! Yi Yufeng suddenly had a dagger in his hand and quickly stabbed it at the wolf's neck. "Give me a beast soul!" Yi Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Obviously, he had great faith in his strike. Bang! The dagger hit the wolf's neck and exploded. Thousands of smaller blades flew in all directions at the wolf with great speed. Han Sen was a bit shocked. No wonder Yi Yufeng was so confident. The dagger turned out to be a one-use beast soul like the ghost butterfly boomerang. It seemed it was also a sacred blood weapon. Otherwise, Yi Yufeng would not be so sure of himself. What happened next made Yi Yufeng turn pale. Thousands of small blades hit the wolf's body and clanked. With the weapon's sharpness and speed, it did not even cut the hair of the wolf, but fell on the floor like broken glass. How is that possible? Yi Yufeng almost stared his eyes out. Chen Nangxing and Chen Zichen were also dumbstruck. Obviously, they could also tell how good the dagger was. However, the wolf's performance made them feel desperate. Only Han Sen, who had determined the wolf to be a super creature, had guessed the result, and did not look surprised at all. After being attacked, the metal wolf was agitated. It howled again and came at Yi Yufeng. Blood suddenly spilled. Yi Yufeng used all his force to run. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his leg was clawed and blood started to well. Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing had taken the opportunity to go out of the opening in the green gold wall and quickly ran out. Because he was injured in the leg, Yi Yufeng could not run fast. Being the last one, Yi could no longer dodge the second attack from the wolf. Feeling desperate, Yi Yufeng raised his sword and wanted to cut the wolf before he died. Although it was pointless, he did not want to go down doing nothing. The sacred blood sword was useless against the wolf and immediately bounced back, almost cutting Yi Yufeng himself. Seeing the claws almost at his chest, although Yi Yufeng was wearing sacred blood armor, he did not think it could protect himself. This is the end of me, he thought. All of a sudden, Yi Yufeng felt someone pulled him in the back away from the claws. Bang! Yi Yufeng was thrown out toward the exit. Getting up, he saw Han Sen standing opposite the wolf. Dollar. Yi Yufeng was dazed. He did not believe Dollar would have saved him. Go. Why are you standing there? Han Sen exclaimed with his eyes fixed on the wolf. The reason he saved Yi Yufeng was not because he liked the man, but because he had thought of a method to kill the super creature, and Yi Yufeng and his time curse would be a great help in Han Sen's plan. Yi Yufeng looked at Han Sen with complicated feelings and limped outside. As he ran, he kept looking back and saw the black metal wolf had thrown itself at Han Sen at the same high speed. Yi Yufeng did not have the heart to watch. Although he felt terrible, Han Sen was already doomed. If he did not leave fast enough, his life saved by Han Sen would also end there. Yi Yufeng gritted his teeth and ran as fast as his injured leg could carry him. The wolf kept howling. In the nest, Han Sen's gaze was fixed on the metal wolf. Before the wolf jumped, Han Sen had already stepped ahead. With his heart thumping and blood pumping, Han Sen's veins stood out all over his body like green snakes, looking scary. The power of heresy mantra was used to its extreme, and overload had motivated Han Sen's body cells. Han Sen could almost hear his bones moan. Fast, incredibly fast. When Han Sen put his foot forward, it almost became a blur. Even so, Han Sen was still slower than the metal wolf. This wolf was a super creature featuring speed, so it was even faster than the turtle. Even when the time curse was still working, Han Sen was still slower than the wolf. However, the wolf was unable to hit Han Sen. Han Sen's kiting skills made the wolf go to the wrong spot, where Han Sen had avoided ahead of time. Of course, Han Sen could not predict the future. The reason it happened was that Han Sen could determine where the wolf was going next, as he understood its pattern. Han Sen was leading the wolf attack himself to some extent. The kiting skills that he learned from Queen allowed him to protect himself against the wolf. However, it was almost impossible for him to kill the wolf. Even the one-use sacred blood beast soul could not hurt it. Han Sen had basically no chance to kill it. Before Yi Yufeng took the time curse back, Han Sen tried to fight the wolf as much as possible, trying to know its strength better, which would be helpful to him in the future. Although Han Sen could predict the wolf's action, it was too fast and strong for Han Sen to fight back. Seeing Yi Yufeng had run out as well, Chen Zichen and Chen Nengxing were dazed. Yi Yufeng was injured in the leg, and they thought it was unlikely that he could survive. Yi Yufeng did not bother to talk to the brothers and looked to the entrance. However, he did not see Han Sen come out. No need to look. That guy cannot make it, said Chen Nengxing. Shut up. Although Yi Yufeng was thinking the same, he did not want to hear Chen Nengxing say it out loud. Yi Yufeng could not understand why Dollar had chosen to save Yi at the risk of his own life in the end. When Chen Nengxing was about to lose his temper, he suddenly heard footsteps from the nest. As the wolf coming out, Chen Nengxing suddenly panicked and quickly ran back, forgetting about Yi Yufeng's offense. Yi Yufeng looked down and was surprised by a golden figure. It was none other than Dollar. Chen Zichen also saw Han Sen and was shocked. How come he also survived? Are you okay? Asked Yi Yufeng as Han Sen jumped out the hole. Yeah, replied Han Sen. If Yi Yufeng did not go too far from the time curse so that the beast soul returned to its owner automatically, Han Sen could have lasted a bit longer. After the fight, Han Sen became more certain of his conjecture. It was too difficult for him to kill a super creature alone. Previously, Han Sen did not solicit other people's assistance, because he was afraid that others might be more a burden than help. However, after encountering the evolvers, Han Sen had new thoughts formulated. Normally speaking, people from First God's Sanctuary would be no match of a super creature, even if they had maxed out on their super geno points. Evolvers like Yi Yufeng, Chen Nengxing and Chen Zichen could last while facing a super creature. Yi Yufeng was especially helpful because he had the special beast soul, Time Curse. Although Time Curse did not slow down the metal wolf enough for them to beat it, it was not a problem. Han Sen still had Flame Lieutenant, which could enhance the power of Time Curse and further reduce the wolf's speed. If Han Sen could find some beast soul with similar function, maybe he could further limit a super creature's abilities. There remained to be one key issue, which was how to kill the super creature. Since even a one-use sacred blood beast soul could not injure the metal wolf, it would be even harder to kill it. Han Sen had the sacred blood beast soul sword from Mr. Yu. With the enhancement from the devil sword and flame lieutenant, maybe it was possible to kill the wolf. However, he must hit the wolf first. Han Sen alone could not accomplish that, so he was wondering how he could make Yi Yufeng agree to help him. It would be even better if he could also get Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing's help. When using his sacred blood shield, Chen Nangxing managed to take some hits from the wolf. Maybe with Flame Lieutenant, he could handle the wolf's attack a bit longer, which would buy Han Sen more time. Han Sen wondered if Chen Nangxing had more sacred blood shields. If not, it would be fine as well, as long as he could distract the wolf a little. It turns out you are also an evolver. You've been hiding it from us, said Chen Nangxing. Naturally, Chen Nangxing believed that was an evolver who had evolved but stayed in First God's sanctuary like they were. Otherwise, how would it be possible for him to escape from the wolf? In fact, Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng believed so as well. They took it for granted that an unevolved person could not be so strong. Han Sen did not argue, as he did not care about these things. If you need anything in the future, simply ask. I will remember this forever, Yi Yufeng said to Han Sen seriously. I do have something that I need to ask of you, said Han Sen bluntly. Name it, said Yi Yufeng. Come down with me again and kill the wolf, said Han Sen calmly. Hearing Han Sen's words, Yi Yufeng, Chen Nangxing and Chen Zichen all looked puzzled, unable to believe what Han Sen just said. A normal person should know clearly by now that it was impossible for them to kill the wolf. Even they were all evolvers at this point, they had just evolved and had never practiced hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers. Compared to an average evolver, they were much weaker. Okay, you have saved my life, so it is fair that I give my life back to you. Although Yi Yufeng also believed that going down equaled death, he agreed to do it anyway. Han Sen smiled and said, I am asking you to come because I know there is a way for us to fight the wolf. If I am asking you to die for me, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Before Yi Yufeng spoke, Chen Zichen asked, you really think we could kill the wolf? If it is just Yi Yufeng and me, I think we have a 50% chance. If you and your brother join us, then we should have a 70% chance, said Han Sen, sure of himself. 70%, Chen Nangxing looked at Han Sen incredulously and said, it was the four of us just now, and we even lost some sacred blood beast souls. Why would anything change when we try a second time? Last time, we did not know the wolf very well. But now we do, so we can design tactics according to its characteristics, which would increase our chance, Han Sen smiled and explained. Chen Zichen pondered and said, although that is right, I'm afraid tactics wouldn't work on the wolf. Its speed and strength are simply overwhelming. What if we add this into the equation? Han Sen summoned the Flame Lieutenant. The Flame Lieutenant appeared next to Han Sen. All the beast souls nearby suddenly had a red glow. Is this a sacred blood aura? The three guys were surprised to see Flame Lieutenant and feel the abilities of their beast souls enhanced. Exactly. The sacred blood or a beast soul could increase the power of all beast souls within a certain range. If we use it together with the time curse, we will further slow the wolf down. If we designed properly, we will have a chance to kill it, said Han Sen. Chen Nangxing looked at the Flame Lieutenant in surprise. A sacred blood aura was as rare as a three-legged person. All the gangs would die for even a mutant aura. The effect of a mutant beast soul aura was already incredible for a gang, let alone a sacred blood one. Among all the gangs in First God's sanctuary, not many had a sacred blood aura. The fact that Han Sen had one to himself seemed to be a huge waste from Chen Nangxing's perspective. Was a lone wolf, while the aura was meant for a group. The more people there were, the more power the aura had. With the sacred blood aura, we can indeed give it a shot. However, we must have a thorough plan first. Chen Zichen looked at the Flame Lieutenant closely and asked Chen Nangxing, Nangxing, you have another sacred blood shield, right? I do have a backup, but it is my last one. Beast soul shields are hard to find. Chen Nangxing felt reluctant to use his backup shield, afraid that it would be ruined by the wolf again. It took him a lot of effort to collect the shields. Although after he entered Second God's sanctuary, these beast souls would not be as effective, he could still use them to protect himself in the beginning. If he lost everything here, he would have a disadvantage in Second God's sanctuary. With the beast soul aura, the shield would be strengthened and could last longer. In addition, you don't even need to use it much. Just block the wolf when it is critical and take the shield back afterwards. It will be fine, Chen Zichen smiled and said. Both Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing agreed to take part in the plan to kill the wolf. Of course, they did not do it for Han Sen, but for the wolf's beast soul. The creature was incredibly strong. If they could get its beast soul and it's the right type, it should be considered strong in Second God's Sanctuary as well. As for how to distribute the gains, the meat of the wolf is mine, and whoever kills the wolf gets to keep the beast soul. Sounds fair, Han Sen proposed. The wolf must be a super creature. He wanted both the beast soul and life essence. He was not sure if he could get the beast soul, but he could not let anyone know about the life essence. Sure, no problem, Chen Nangxing agreed. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng were fine with that as well. They did not need the sacred blood meat, so all they could do with it was to give it away or sell it. How about the egg? Chen Zichen asked the key question. They might not be able to gain a beast soul from the wolf, but the egg would certainly produce a beast soul. It is too early to talk about that. Let's try if we could kill the wolf first. Han Sen did not compromise. It was very likely that there would be a super beast soul in the egg as well, and Han Sen did not want to give that up. The Chen brothers must be eyeing the egg as well. If they started the argument now, they might not even be able to go as a team. Fine, Chen Zichen nodded and let it go. He believed that if they could really kill the wolf, the two brothers would have a bigger chance at the egg since they would work together. The four of them explained all the beast souls they owned each and designed a plan to fight the wolf according to its characteristics. It took them a long while to finalize the plan. Remember, if we don't hit the wolf, go back immediately. Do not try to take risks. We can always go back as long as the wolf remained in the nest. No need to hurry, Chen Zichen repeated the plan before they went down. He was afraid that Han Sen and Yi Yufeng would disturb the plan to snatch the beast soul. We'll do everything as we planned, Han Sen agreed, because he did not believe any of the others had what it takes to kill a super creature. The four of them entered the nest one by one as they planned. This time, Chen Nangxing was the first. Chen Nangxing was walking with a sacred blood shield over his head. His task was to block the first attack from the metal wolf so that Yi Yufeng had the time to use time curse on the wolf. As for Han Sen, although he was holding the spinning spear, he did not plan to use it. After all, a gear would not be enhanced by the aura because it was not a beast soul. Therefore, it was impossible for him to use it to kill a super creature. Han Sen was hiding the sacred blood sword and devil sword, planning to cut the wolf if he could find its weak spot. Holding a black round shield, Chen Nangxing walked into the nest, feeling nervous. This shield was much smaller than his copper one. Thinking of the incredible strength and speed of the wolf, he did not feel secure at all. With a howling, a black shadow suddenly dashed from a cell, leaving Chen Nangxing no chance to dodge. Chen Nangxing quickly raised the shield to protect himself. Bang! Feeling a strong force hitting the shield, Chen Nangxing was knocked dozens of feet away despite that he was pushing the shield with his shoulder. Chen Nangxing hit the wall and rolled over to get up, seeing 3 long marks added to the surface of his shield, which was obviously clawed by the wolf. With the buff from the Flame Lieutenant, the shield had become much stronger. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Chen Nangxing quickly looked to the wolf and saw that Yi Yufeng had finished using time curse on it. Seeing that the wolf had become much slower, Chen Nangxing let out a sigh of relief. However, the wolf quickly threw itself again at Chen Nangxing. Although it had been slowed down, the speed was still frightening. Before Chen Nangxing could gather his strength, the wolf was already in front of him. Rolling and crawling, Chen Nangxing tumbled away while shouting, "If you don't hurry, I will be killed." Yi Yufeng pulled Chen Nangxing away from the wolf. Holding their weapons, Han Sen and Yi Yufeng rapidly launched attacks at the wolf. Under the buff of Flame Lieutenant, the time curse had slowed the wolf down significantly. However, the super creature could still manage to dodge all the attacks of the 4 and fight back at times. Although it was 1 against 4, the wolf still had the advantage. The 4 of them had to collaborate with one another to cope with the creature. Fortunately, they had planned ahead of time and did not panic. Damn it, why is the wolf so fierce? Chen Nangxing was clawed again at his shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his shoulder was scratched deeply, and blood was flowing. Bang! Han Sen stabbed his spear at the wolf, which was the first time they had ever hit the creature. However, the spinning force was useless on it. The metal wolf shook its body and got rid of the spear, its fur completely intact. Retreat! Immediately, Chen Zichen exclaimed. All four of them were injured to different extent, so it would make no sense for them to keep going. According to their original plan, they fought as they backed out. Eventually, they made it into a small channel. Although the wolf tried to chase after them, the channel was too narrow for it, so it gave up. After resting and healing for 2 days on the ground, the four of them went back to fight the wolf with no success. However, although they were not able to beat the wolf, they had learned more and more about the creature through the repeated efforts. They could hit the wolf more and more often, and they got injured less and less frequent. However, they could never hurt the wolf. Even sacred blood weapons left no mark on its body. The creature is so strong. I'm afraid we could not kill it even if we continue to try, said Chen Nanxing, dejected after several failures. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng remained silent. In fact, they agreed with Chen Nanxing. The metal wolf was so incredibly strong that they could never hurt it. However, they had gone too far to give up. Everyone looked to Han Sen. Naturally, Han Sen did not want to give up. Although they were not able to hurt the metal wolf, they had hit it multiple times. Han Sen had closely observed the reaction of the wolf. Although super creatures had incredible fitness levels, some were weaker than others. This metal wolf was more or less on the same level as the baby golden growler. It was only fast, but lacking otherwise compared to the adult golden growler. All kinds of creatures had their own weaknesses, but since the overall fitness of a super creature was too good, their weaknesses could be overlooked. For example, when Han Sen first encountered the baby golden growler, he could not even injure its eyes. This time, the situation was similar, but better. After repeated provocations, Han Sen gradually discovered the weaker part of the wolf. However, it was only relatively weak. Even in its weaker part, Han Sen felt like it would take more than 35.0 in fitness, plus the sacred blood sword, devil sword and flame lieutenant, to cause any injury. Han Sen had learned that the weakest part in the metal wolf's body was its jaw. Han Sen felt like metal wolf was always carefully protecting its jaw, so it would not be difficult to hit it there. Fortunately, because the group of people were too weak for the metal wolf to stay alarmed. It had fought the group lots of times and started to think that they could never hurt it. This was what Han Sen had been trying to achieve. The reason he did not use the sacred blood sword and devil sword was to wait for this to happen. He would only have one chance. If he could not make it, the wolf would be guarded in the future. Therefore, Han Sen had been holding back and waiting for the best chance to make the fatal attack. Han Sen could tell that the Chen brothers were having second thoughts and did not feel hopeful anymore. If it was not for the fact that Han Sen had saved his life, Yi Yufeng would probably give up as well. How about we just let it go? Chen Nanxing said after hesitating for a long while. After all, they could not stay in First God's sanctuary for too long, otherwise their body would suffer irreversible damage. They could not waste all their time there. Chen Zichen also said, You see that the metal wolf has really tough skin. Even if we have the chance, we can never injure it. We have tried almost stabbing it everywhere, but it simply did not work. It would be a waste of time if we continue to try. Han Sen pondered and said, You can choose to stay or leave as you wish. Then, Han Sen looked to Yi Yufeng and asked, What's your plan? At this point, Han Sen had known the wolf very well. Even without the two brothers, he could beat the wolf. However, without the time curse, Han Sen was not so sure. After all, the wolf was too fast for Han Sen to hit it in the jaw. Yi Yufeng said quietly, You have saved my life, so it is only natural that I do whatever you say. If you need me, I'll be here. In that case, help me and let's try again. Han Sen was glad that Yi Yufeng said that. Without the time curse, Han Sen was not sure how likely he was to succeed. Yi Yufeng nodded and did not speak. Chen Zichen and Chen Nanxing felt awkward and got up. We'll leave now. Wish you success. Although they said that, they did not believe that the two of them could kill the metal wolf. Chen Nanxing even believed that without the two brothers, and Yi Yufeng might be in danger. After all, neither of them had a sacred blood shield, so there was no way they could defend themselves. Before leaving, Chen Zichen gazed at Han Sen and Yi Yufeng, hesitated and said, We have spent more than a month together. No matter what you think, I have a lot of respect for the two of you. Here is a word that I would like to share, if you don't mind. Please, said Han Sen. "We don't belong in the first god's sanctuary and should not waste too much time here," Chen Zichen said and got up to fare Han Sen and Yi Yufeng well. Chen Zichen's words reminded Han Sen. Since he had not evolved, he would not suffer from the punishment of God's sanctuary. However, Han Sen did not know how long ago Yi Yufeng evolved. If Yi Yufeng kept staying, he might suffer irreversible damage in his body. Han Sen told Yi Yufeng, "If you don't feel well, leave with them. I should be able to last a few days more," said Yi Yufeng. "Then let's rest for 2 hours and try again. If we don't succeed this time, you can go back." Han Sen planned to try one last time. If he failed to kill the wolf, he would rely on himself. After all, Yi Yufeng had been faithful, so Han Sen could not let Yi sacrifice himself. After resting for a while, Han Sen and Yi Yufeng again entered the nest. In the broken wall, Han Sen told Yi Yufeng, "I will lure the wolf out, and all you need to do is to summon the time curse. You don't have to fight the wolf this time." "Okay," replied Yi Yufeng and did not say anything more. Han Sen took a deep breath and entered the opening. He was walking in an odd way. He was not following a straight line, but swinging left and right. It looked like he was a cripple. Han Sen had integrated kiting skills and the skeleton's disordered movements into his walking, making his opponent unable to tell where he was really going. Even if the metal wolf rushed out, Han Sen was sure that he could dodge its attack. Suddenly, the wolf threw itself at Han Sen like a ghost. However, the direction it went was off because of the skills Han Sen used, so Han Sen was able to avoid its attack. Yi Yufeng was fast enough to attach Time Curse to the wolf. With the help of Flame Lieutenant, the wolf had become much slower, and Han Sen could see where it was moving. Han Sen immediately stabbed his spear at the wolf. Because they had fought multiple times, the wolf knew that the spear could not injure. It simply slightly moved aside before throwing itself at Han Sen again. However, Han Sen had used the kiting skills to avoid its snap and knew very well where the wolf would be going. After releasing the time curse, Yi Yufeng initially wanted to help Han Sen fight. However, after watching for a while, Yi Yufeng stopped in surprise. After spending more than a month with Han Sen, Yi Yufeng thought Han Sen should be a strong evolver with his sacred Geno points maxed out. However, Han Sen would not be much stronger than the two brothers and himself. Originally, Yi Yufeng did not think they could do well in this last shot. After all, they were missing 2 people, and it would be an issue how to distract the wolf. However, Han Sen was distracting the wolf himself, which showed Yi Yufeng something he had never seen before. Since the 4 of them were working together previously, Yi Yufeng had not been able to tell Han Sen's strength. With Han Sen facing the wolf alone, Yi Yufeng felt shocked. Even with the Flame Lieutenant and Time Curse used, Han Sen who had shapeshifted was still much slower than the wolf. Normally speaking, Han Sen would not be able to dodge all the attacks from the wolf. However, Han Sen managed to avoid all the wolf's attacks easily, without sweating. Yi Yufeng couldn't believe his eyes. Han Sen was much slower than the wolf, so how could he easily avoid its attacks? Yi Yufeng felt more and more puzzled. Han Sen's footwork did not seem to be too strong. Even at his best, he was still slower than the wolf. However, Yi Yufeng felt like no matter how fast the wolf was, it was impossible for it to hit Han Sen. Yi Yufeng felt more and more odd, his brows knitted. Suddenly, Yi Yufeng thought of something and appeared to be shocked. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Is that Heavenly Go? Is Dollar a descendant of that person?" Although Yi Yufeng had heard about Heavenly Go, he had never witnessed it being used. Therefore, he was not sure if Han Sen was using Heavenly Go. The techniques Han Sen was using made him feel it should be similar to the legendary Heavenly Go. Although Han Sen was slower than the wolf, he could easily dodge its snaps. When Yi Yufeng looked closely, it almost felt like the wolf was controlled by Han Sen. Before it even moved, Han Sen had already come up with a solution. Aside from Heavenly Go, Yi Yufeng could not think of any martial arts that could be used in such a way. Heaven is the checkerboard, and men are my stones. According to the legend, Heavenly Go could be used to control minds and even behaviors of opponents. Some even said that it could be used to predict the future, which was what Yi Yufeng thought Han Sen was doing. Yi Yufeng did not join the fight, because he had determined that Han Sen was able to defend himself well. If Yi Yufeng tried to help Han Sen, he might even disrupt Han Sen's plan. Han Sen had never practiced Heavenly Go. He had just learned kiting skills from Queen and had no idea what Queen was practicing. However, Han Sen did not have time to think about that. All his focus was on the metal wolf. Han Sen had been extremely familiar with the environment. Every step he made was designed carefully based on his experience in more than a month. What Han Sen was waiting for was an opportunity to make the metal wolf make one move. For this move to happen, Han Sen had been calculating to the smallest detail. Every step he made was the result of countless calculations. Only when the wolf made that move could Han Sen launch his fatal attack at the wolf's jaw. For this moment, Han Sen had thought about the wolf's pattern and character 1,000 times. In addition, for this one chance, Han Sen had been holding back for more than a month and refrained from using his sacred blood sword and devil's sword. Because the spinning spear could not be enhanced by the flame lieutenant, and the fact that Han Sen was holding back himself, he posed the least threats to the wolf. Facing him alone, the wolf was the least guarded at this point, which was exactly what Han Sen needed. Even if the Chen brothers did not ask to leave, Han Sen would also try to fight the metal wolf alone. Only by doing this could he execute his plan. Watching the target stepping into his scheme, Han Sen's eyes were as calm as water. Although his heart was beating rapidly because of heresy mantra, his mind was extremely peaceful. Han Sen was clear that this was his only chance, so he could only succeed and cannot fail. To succeed, he did not need to be angry or explosive. All he needed was to perfectly execute his plan with no mistakes. The wolf was roaring from time to time. For so many days, the wolf had been disturbed by the group repeatedly, so it had wanted to eat them alive for a while. At this point, Han Sen was facing the wolf alone, but the wolf even hit him, which made the wolf snap harder. Seeing the creature getting agitated, Han Sen was delighted. The more frantic the wolf was, the more likely he was to succeed. Gradually, the wolf was led to the designed spot by Han Sen. In other words, Han Sen was forced into a corner by himself. It was a narrow corner between two stone walls. The two walls formulated an angle of 45, and there was a large stone about 3 feet tall in front of Han Sen. If the wolf wanted to attack Han Sen, and must jump over the large stone. In order to do that, the wolf had to jump much higher than usual, which would force it to expose its jaw to Han Sen. Coming back from death was Han Sen's only option, and Han Sen's only chance. The wolf was extremely enraged. Seeing that Han Sen, who was super sly, forced into the corner and had nowhere to go, the wolf couldn't help jumping over and throwing itself at Han Sen, trying to kill him with one blow. Yi Yufeng, who was watching, suddenly became pale. As he tried to rush over, he realized it was too late. Yi Yufeng had to watch the wolf going at Han Sen. Staring at the wolf coming at him, Han Sen stayed still like a stone. The moment that the jaw of the wolf was exposed to Han Sen, he flipped his wrist, and a silver sword covered in black smoke suddenly reached forward. This move was so unexpected that even a human could not see it coming, let alone a creature. In addition, before Han Sen attacked, he almost seemed indifferent. There was no way of telling his murderous intent. It was a great contrast between how fierce this move was and how cool he seemed. Thump. With the use of heresy mantra, Han Sen's heart ran like an engine, making horrendous sounds, which could even be heard outside of his body. Veins stood out on the body of the bloody slayer. Han Sen felt that his muscle and bones were on fire, generating tremendous heat. Using overload at its extreme, Han Sen's body was like a volcano. If Han Sen went a hair over, his body would explode. Different from his burning body, Han Sen's brain was extremely calm. He felt like an onlooker, watching his body turning stronger and stronger and his sword stabbing at the wolf. Han Sen was exercising both absolute control and extreme fierceness. Whoosh! The tip of the sword cut the black fur with friction. There were even sparkles. Kill! Han Sen roared and motivated every last ounce of energy in his body, pushing the sword through the fur into the flesh of the wolf. Blood started to flow along the blade. The wolf's whimper was stopped by the blade in its throat. However, the creature suddenly turned its head and broke the sacred blood sword. The beast's soul suddenly disappeared and Metal Wolf fell on the floor with blood welling from its wound. Han Sen quickly stabbed the spinning spear at the wolf, which gave Han Sen a fierce stare and escaped deeper into the nest. There was no way that Han Sen would let it go. He had prepared so long for this moment. Grabbing the spinning spear, Han Sen ran on his 4 hooves toward the wolf. Because it was bleeding too hard, the wolf had slowed down significantly and failed to get away from Han Sen. However, When the wolf entered where the cells were, many creatures started to rush out and come at Han Sen. Han Sen did not even care. He dashed into the numerous creatures like a demon. Han Sen did not believe that one nest could nurture two super creatures. He was confident to face any creature but the super creatures. The creatures were roaring, the spear was dancing, and blood was splashing. Han Sen made his way through the creatures and followed the wolf closely. Everything changed so fast that Yi Yufeng was dumbstruck. A moment ago, Han Sen was in danger and was about to be killed, while suddenly, it was the metal wolf that suffered a severe injury and ran away. Yi Yufeng could not even understand what had happened. Seeing Han Sen killing the creatures like death himself, Yi Yufeng suddenly came to himself and rushed forward. The deeper Han Sen went, the more creature he saw. However, Han Sen did not even care. He simply killed everything he saw. Every creature in his way was killed with one blow. The bloody slayer's body was covered in warm blood. The metal wolf had become slower and slower. It seemed that it was injured so badly that the creature could no longer run fast. Even when Han Sen was hindered by the creatures, the wolf still cannot get rid of him. Suddenly, the wolf turned its head back and threw itself at Han Sen, determined. It seemed that the wolf was going for mutual destruction, knowing itself could not survive. Seeing the wolf coming at him, Han Sen remained calm. The speed and strength of the wolf had been greatly reduced, so he could no longer pose any threat to him. Dodging the wolf's attack, Han Sen swept the spear across at the wolf, sending it into the air. Before the wolf fell, Han Sen lifted its body higher with the spear. Bam bam bam. The wolf was strapped by the spear so fast that it could not even land. Han Sen knew that the spinning spear could not break the wolf's fur, so it was pointless to stab the creature. He was simply beating the wolf hard to make its wound tear. More blood flowed from the wolf's jaw. Yi Yufeng was dashing among the creatures. When he approached Han Sen, he saw Han Sen whipping the metal wolf, which used to be invincible and had now lost the ability to fight back. Suddenly, Han Sen turned the spear around and drove it into the wolf's injured throat, nailing the wolf's body to the stone wall. Bang! The wolf's body hit and smashed the wall. The spear was driven into the wolf's injury with a strong spinning force. Blood spurted from the wolf's throat. The creature had lost all its energy and even stopped struggling. With blood and sparkles, the head of the spear eventually hit the wolf's brain. Larva of super creature cursed wolf killed. Beast soul of cursed wolf gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Watching the body of the cursed wolf dissolving, Han Sen quickly grabbed the black life essence, overjoyed. Super beast soul, I have another super beast soul. Han Sen almost wanted to shout to express his joy. However, Han Sen stopped himself and put away the life essence before Yi Yufeng saw it. Han Sen did not want to leak the existence of the super creatures. It would cost so much trouble. As Yi Yufeng and Han Sen slaughtered the creatures, there was nothing that could stop the two of them. Very soon, they killed everything in the nest, including a cow-like sacred blood creature. Han Sen killed the creature with one strike but did not gain its beast soul. However, Han Sen was not let down at all. He was very much still immersed in the excitement of gaining the super beast soul. The two of them quickly got to where the egg was. What they saw made them feel shocked. Where the egg should be was empty. Han Sen and Yi Yufeng both felt odd. With all the creatures still alive, it was unlikely that the egg was gone. It was hard for them to believe that someone could hide himself from all the creatures and break the egg. In addition, Yi Yufeng was the one who found the nest first. Before he was there, the green gold wall was still intact, so no one could have entered the place. Did the Chen brothers manage to break the egg without alarming any creatures when they came down the first time? Yi Yufeng murmured to himself, but felt his guess was unlikely. The brothers were only in the nest for a very short amount of time. Even if they did not alarm any creature, it was impossible for them to reach the egg and return safely in such a short amount of time. Han Sen suddenly had a thought. Was the cursed wolf hatched from the egg? Although the disappearance of the egg gave Han Sen some thoughts, he could not confirm any of it. After splitting the meat of the sacred blood creature with Yi Yufeng, Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter and ate the meat on the way. When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he had gained 2 more sacred Geno points and now had 85. After going back to his room, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the cursed wolf excitedly. Type of beast soul of cursed wolf, weapon. A black dagger suddenly appeared in Han Sen's hand. Although it was just a bit more than a foot long, it was heavier than an average broadsword. The blade was so thin that it was almost transparent, making Han Sen feel cold when looking at it. Han Sen wielded the dagger, and AZ steel block was sliced in half with no resistance. Without a good target, Han Sen could not tell what other strengths of the weapon were. Super Beast Soul Weapon. Han Sen almost laughed out loud as he had been overjoyed with his new gain, which was exactly what he needed at the moment in order to hunt super creatures. With this dagger, he would never worry that he had nothing to kill a super creature with. If he ran into the baby golden growler again, Han Sen could kill it without a doubt. However, it would not be easy for him to go to that island again. In addition, he was not sure whether the baby golden growler would stay on the island. Han Sen had to give up the thought. Although super creatures were rare, he should be able to find one if he was paying attention. There was no need for him to go that far. The most important thing was to become stronger himself. After all, super creatures each had its own features. Although he had a super beast soul dagger, Han Sen needed to improve himself further in order to be safe. He also needed time to find a super creature to kill. Taking out the life essence of the cursed wolf, Han Sen started to lick it. The black crystal gradually turned into black liquid. Han Sen drank it and felt his body cells undergoing incredible changes, giving him a better physique. Life essence of cursed wolf eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Sen felt enchanted. The life essence of the cursed wolf brought Han Sen 8 super geno points. Han Sen now had 43 super geno points. One thing made him feel puzzled. The golden growler was the only creature that spilled out its life essence without its body dissolving, while all the other creatures killed by Han Sen disappeared in thin air. However, Han Sen knew that he would not get an answer anytime soon, because there was not enough information. He simply gave up thinking on that. After returning to Blackhawk, Han Sen started to search information related to super creature on the Skynet. In the meantime, he was trying to improve himself further to prepare for the next hunting trip. It was not that easy to locate a super creature, so Han Sen had to be patient and browse the news of Steel Armor Shelter and the shelters nearby each day. One day, Han Sen went on Gladiator, which he had not logged in recently. Opening the friend list, no one was online. In fact, Han Sen only had Queen, Desperado, and QHZ in the list. Han Sen chose to be matched randomly. There were so many advanced players on this platform that he always had something to learn. Very soon, Han Sen started a fight with an opponent. Lost. Han Sen had lost a dozen fights in a row and reached the limit of what his body could take. It was not his lucky day. All the opponents arranged for him by the system were too advanced. The weakest of them also had a fitness level around 50. The longest he had lasted was less than 4 minutes. Han Sen did not care about losing and winning as long as he could practice his skills. When he came out of the holographic device, Han Sen was soaked in his sweat. His body was still burning, and he felt completely spent. Keeping his body under the influence of overload, Han Sen got extremely tired. However, he had become used to it. As long as he took some rest and eat properly, he would recover very soon. Bang! Just when Han Sen left the holographic device and entered the hallway, someone came hastily from the opposite direction. Walking with his head bowed, the guy bumped into Han Sen. Han Sen was knocked over. He had wanted to move away, but he didn't realize that the guy was not paying attention at all. In addition, he had used the last drop of his energy just now and could not dodge in time. Sorry, the guy apologized and pulled Han Sen up hurriedly. It's fine. Han Sen got up and waved his hand. Brother Han. The guy saw who Han Sen was, suddenly became overjoyed, and would not let go of Han Sen's hand. The guy was ordinary looking, in uniform of Blackhawk and with his hair messy. Han Sen regarded him but did not recognize him. He was not sure why the guy was happy to see him. Save me, Brother Han, his schoolmate started to beg Han Sen. Han Sen was a bit upset. He was not sure if the guy was crazy. They were in a military academy, and the students should be completely safe. In addition, there was no one around chasing him. What's the matter? Han Sen frowned slightly, watching the guy's hand tremble. The guy looked left and right. No one was in the hallway, and no one should be noticing them. The guy was still concerned and pulled Han Sen into a corner before he told Han Sen what had happened. The student named Wang Di was also in the senior year. He was top 3 in martial arts department, and rather well known on campus. With his good looks, the guy had a bright future ahead of him. However, Since Wang Di started to go to Gladiator, everything has changed. Initially, like Han Sen, Wang Di also went to Gladiator in order to improve himself. However, Wang Di later discovered the VIP section in Gladiator. In order to enter the VIP section, Wang Di needed to pay a large amount of membership fee. Since he was from a wealthy family, and had earned quite some money in God's sanctuary himself, Wang Di paid the membership fee and entered the VIP section. In an ordinary game, there was only winning and losing. However, in the VIP section, a large sum of money must be submitted before the game started as the stake. Once lost, one would hand the money over to one's opponent. In the VIP section, the opponents were always randomly matched. However, the unevolved and evolved belonged to different groups. In the beginning, Wang Di was only giving it a shot. He had met both strong and weak opponents and earned some money. Later on, he became more and more obsessed. Not only had he lost all his money, he had owed the system a huge debt. "What do you need me for? I don't have any money to lend you." Han Sen was not interested in helping a gambler. Han Sen would not even give money to a gambling friend, let alone a stranger like Wang Di. "No, brother, I do want to borrow money, I only want you to save me." Wang Di shook his head and continued. Because Wang Di had already become obsessed, not only had he borrowed a lot of money from others, he had also signed some deadly contracts. At this point, Wang Di had owed so much money that it was impossible that he could give it back. In this case, he had to fight life and death battles. The so-called life and death battles were not real combats, but slaughters to satisfy some perverts. In a life and death battle, everything could be used, and the only goal was to kill the opponent and survive. Blood and death were the ultimate feast for those perverts. In 2 days, staff of Gladiator would take Wang Di to take part in a life and death battle. Although Wang Di was just a student, because of the contracts he had signed, Gladiator was allowed to take him away. "How can I help you?" Han Sen frowned. In fact, he felt that Wang Di did not deserve his sympathy. With a good background and solid foundation, Wang Di did not make use of his advantages, but became obsessed in gambling, which ruined himself. Although Han Sen was good at mind games, he would never be a part of gambling, because he knew that one would always lose at some point. If one had no other option but to gamble, Han Sen could understand that. However, with a million options, Wang Di still chose to gamble, which was simply his own fault. But after all, they were schoolmates, and Han Sen would not mind helping the guy if it did not take much. "I want to ask you to go to the life and death battle on my behalf." Before Wang Di finished his words, Han Sen turned away. The request was too much. Han Sen was not so arrogant that he thought he was invincible. He was merely an unevolved person, and so many people could kill him in the alliance. If he agreed to take part in the life and death battle, he would be handing his life to others. As a stranger to Wang Di, there was no way Han Sen would sacrifice himself for the guy. "Brother, wait, I could pay you." Wang Di quickly pulled Han Sen's sleeve and exclaimed in terror. "I know you don't have any money left. And even if you do, money cannot buy human life," said Han Sen calmly. Han Sen knew a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator. When Wang Fupingqing introduced Gladiator to him, she had told him about the VIP section. Technically speaking, Gladiator belonged to Ares Martial Hall, but there were other powerful board members who were in charge of the VIP section. Wang Fupingqing had repeatedly told Han Sen not to go to VIP section, which would do him no good. In her words, it was a playground for perverts. Han Sen was a good listener to advice. Without enough temptation, he would never go to VIP section. Wang Di had dug his own tomb, and there was no need for Han Sen to help the guy, since Han Sen was no saint. "No, brother, although I don't have money left, I could give you sacred blood beast souls," said Wang Di in a trembling voice, unwilling to let go of Han Sen's arm. Sacred blood beast souls could not be traded for a human life. Han Sen shook his head and thought, "Why would you do this knowing that nothing good could come out of gambling?" "Not just any sacred blood beast souls, brother, I have a sacred blood beast soul add-on, which is extremely rare and useful. You are so strong that you will definitely survive the life and death battle. I also have a sacred blood beast soul weapon that I can give you. Please save me," Wang Di begged, as if Han Sen was his last straw. Initially, Wang Di had been desperate already. Meeting Han Sen, however, gave him some hope. Wang Di felt like maybe God was giving him another chance, so he would do whatever it took to survive. Han Sen wanted to say no, but hesitated when hearing, Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on. All the add-ons he had witnessed were extremely strong, like Qin Zan's Water Spirit and Yi Yufeng's Time Curse. Which shelter are you in? And what does the Beast Soul add-on do? Han Sen hesitated and asked. I know you are in Steel Armor Shelter. I'm pretty close. Wang Di became overjoyed, quickly told Han Sen his shelter and the abilities of the Sacred Blood Beast Souls and looked at Han Sen expectantly. After returning to his dorm, Han Sen dialed Wangfu Pingqing's number and saw her in the holographic image. Wangfu Pingqing was wearing a black strap gown. The low cut showed off her deep cleavage. The contrast of black and white made her breasts stand out. Little brother, you must be calling me for some favor. Wangfu Pingqing said, smiling. Ahem, sister, you are so insightful and intelligent to be able to tell this. You are definitely the best candidate to inherit Ares Martial Hall, Han Sen said with a dry smile. He never contacted Wangfu Pingqing and felt bad that he was only calling because he needed something. Just tell me what you want. You're no good at flattering. Wangfu Pingqing grinned, her face glowing like a blooming flower. Sister, then I'll be straightforward. Can you tell me a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator? Asked Han Sen. After Wang Di told Han Sen about the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, Han Sen became very interested, but he did not agree to Wang Di's request immediately. The alliance was different from God's Sanctuary. The strongest opponents Han Sen could ever face in First God's Sanctuary were those who had just become evolvers, and they were not even that much of a threat to Han Sen. However, in the alliance, too many people had the ability to kill Han Sen, and he did not dare to slack at all, which was why he was asking Wangfu Pingqing. You went to the VIP section. Wangfu Pingqing suddenly became mad. Didn't I warn you against it repeatedly? Not me, but one of my schoolmates. Han Sen told Wangfu Pingqing everything about Wang Di. If it was possible, Han Sen would love to help him. Wangfu Pingqing heard Han Sen out with her brows knitted, pondered and said, consider this person dead already. Don't get in the middle of this. How so? If he wins the battle, his debt would go away, right? Han Sen continued to ask. You think those perverts would let him win? Wangfu Pingqing curled her lips and said, all I could tell you is that whoever goes there is a Torah waiting to be slaughtered. Less than 1% could survive. If I'm willing to spend some money, will it be possible to get him out? Han Sen thought about it and asked. He'd rather not see Wang Di die. You think a snake is going to give up on its prey? Wangfu Pingqing said grimly, this is not your business. We can do nothing about. What if I fight on behalf of him? Han Sen asked tentatively. He did not want to let go of the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, which was almost impossible to find on the market and would be a great help in hunting super creatures. You know him very well. Wangfu Pingqing gazed at Han Sen. Not really. Han Sen told Wangfu Pingqing about Wang Di's proposal to hire Han Sen with the beast souls. You didn't agree yet, right? Wangfu Pingqing asked with her brows knitted. Not yet, but I really want that beast soul add-on. Is there no way around this? Wangfu Pingqing asked. Wangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes at Han Sen and said, if I were you, I would give up such a stupid idea. If you go there, it is impossible that he would survive. To be honest with you, the people Wang Di will be facing there are actually evolvers. It is the same if you go on his behalf. Do you think you stand any chance? This is fraud, said Han Sen, frowning. It is, and what can you do about it? Those people are so powerful that neither of us could afford to mess with them. Just give up the idea, said Wangfu Pingqing. If I were to go, what kind of evolver would my opponent be? Han Sen pondered and asked. You are not serious, right? You think you can beat an evolver? Any evolver would be too strong for an unevolved person, especially in a life and death battle like this. Your opponent would not hold back at all, because no one would risk his own life. Wangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen. If the opponent is someone who has just evolved, maybe I could win, he said calmly. Wangfu Pingqing gazed at Han Sen for long before she said, I will send you a video clip. If you think you have what it takes to kill this person, then you can go. Han Sen received the video shortly. He clicked play and saw two guys fighting in a ring. One guy was as strong as a tower. He was at least 8 feet tall. The extremely muscular body made him look like Iron Man himself. The beast soul weapon used by his opponent only left a shallow mark on his skin. The muscular man then lifted his opponent up and easily ripped the poor guy apart like tearing apart a chicken. Blood rained like crazy. Audience outside the ring were cheering excitedly, shouting and hitting the fence. Then the video was followed by another one. The protagonist was still the extremely muscular man. His opponent was beheaded immediately this time. All the video clips were more or less the same thing. All the opponents of this man were torn into pieces by him bare-handedly. The strongest person only lasted half an hour in front of this man before meeting his fate. Who is this person? Han Sen turned off the video and asked Wangfu Pingqing. It is not important who he is. The key is that if you enter the life and death battle, he is very likely to be your opponent, said Wangfu Pingqing. In fact, Wangfu Pingqing was exaggerating a little bit. The perverts enjoyed watching a bloody and slow kill instead of a sequel, which would be way less fun. Therefore, when they sought an opponent for the unevolved, they would prefer to choose an evolver without all his geno points maxed out. This way, the unevolved would still have some chance to struggle. However, the man in the video that Wangfu Pingqing showed Han Sen was a top evolver, famous for his cruelty, hence popular among the perverts. The man was not for every unevolved person. The reason Wangfu Pingqing said that was to dissuade Han Sen from risking his life. Can you make sure that he will be my opponent if I enter the battle? Han Sen asked seriously. Of course, said Wangfu Pingqing resolutely. She did not want Han Sen to take any chance. Okay then, I have decided that I will enter the battle on behalf of Wang Di. Han Sen's calm words made Wangfu Pingqing feel dumbstruck and speechless. Wangfu Pingqing did not know what was wrong with Han Sen to make such a decision. Although that man just evolved 1 or 2 years ago and thus had a low count of geno points among evolvers, his fitness index should still be around 40, which was way beyond any unevolved person. Attacks from an unevolved person were basically useless on that man. In addition, the man had practiced a hyper-geno art called Iron Jacket, which could change the structure of one's body cells. The user would have incredible defense and could not even be hurt by a weapon. Han Sen would stand no chance facing this guy. However, Han Sen insisted that he go. In Wangfu Pingqing's eyes, Han Sen was crazy. Why? Give me a reason, said Wangfu Pingqing, a bit annoyed. Because I can defeat him, Han Sen said calmly. This man was strong, and even as strong as the turtle. However, one thing the guy was lacking was his speed. More importantly, Han Sen was not the same person he used to be. He had gained enough strength and even a super beast soul dagger from the cursed wolf. After seeing the videos of the man, Han Sen was certain that he could defeat this person. In fact, Han Sen with his new dagger was the man's worst enemy. The man had strong fitness but low speed, which made him Han Sen's favorite target. In addition, the fitness level of the man was not too strong for Han Sen to conquer. If Han Sen would have this man as his opponent, he could totally enter the battle. Wangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen incredulously, unable to believe what she had heard. You think you could beat him? Yes, Han Sen answered decisively. You sure you are not sick or drunk? Wangfu Pingqing almost wanted to crack Han Sen's head open to see what he was thinking. In her eyes, an unevolved person claiming he was able to beat the man was as laughable as an ant claiming it could lift an elephant. I am neither sick nor drunk. I am perfectly sober, Han Sen said seriously. Sister, if you could make sure that my opponent would be this person, I am 100% sure that I will win. But are you sure that I would face him? Wangfu Pingqing stared at Han Sen and became silent. She could not take Han Sen's words for it. However, Han Sen did not seem to be joking. Wangfu Pingqing had to reconsider. You're not joking. Wangfu Pingqing wanted to make sure, looking Han Sen in the eyes. Absolutely not. No one would joke about his own life, said Han Sen seriously. Wangfu Pingqing said, I don't know why you have suddenly become crazy. Do you know you could lose your life right there? Once you go, there is no turning back. If you lose, death will be the only option. If I win, can I come back alive? Asked Han Sen. Wangfu Pingqing sighed and said, the person in charge of the VIP section is named Ning Yu. Maybe you have not heard his name, but he should know his brother, who is my cousin Son of Heaven. Brother of Son of Heaven? Han Sen hesitated. In fact, Ning Yu is Son of Heaven's twin brother, and Ning Yu was not his original name. When they were born, Ning Yu weighed 8 pounds and was very healthy. However, Son of Heaven was a weak baby, less than 5 pounds and dying. Their grandfather was a believer of fate, so he hired a fortune teller, who told him that Ning Yu's fate had obstructed his brother's. Then the fortune teller changed the name of the healthy baby to Yu, which is a name said to be helpful to his brother's development. Except for their grandfather, No one in the family believed that just by changing the other child's name, Son of Heaven would get better. However, to the joy of the family, after his brother was named Yu, Son of Heaven gradually became healthy. Since then, Ning Yu's health became worse and worse. He had not recovered until now. After their grandfather died, their mother hired another fortune teller to cure Ning Yu. However, that fortune teller only shook his head and said one sentence before he left. Wang Fu Pingqing paused. What sentence? Han Sen became curious. Yu meant moon, which is not a suitable name for a man. Since Ning Yu has a strong fate, the name was even more harmful to him. However, Wang Fu Pingqing smiled wryly and said, the fortune teller looked at Son of Heaven and stopped. Everyone understood what he meant. If Ning Yu changed his name back, Son of Heaven might be in danger again. So, Ning Yu is still named Ning Yu? Han Sen asked. Wang Fu Pingqing shook her head and said, their mother has considered changing Ning Yu's name, but Ning Yu said himself that the name was given by his grandfather. Since his grandfather had passed away, he has to respect his grandfather's wish. In addition, the name was helpful to his brother. If he were to change the name, his brother will be harmed, which will make him a bad brother. He would rather suffer than be a bad grandson and brother. When he said that, Ning Yu was only 8 years old. What a great person. Han Sen pondered and said, Ning Yu is someone who always plays by the rules. If you win, he will never let you die on his watch. However, can you really win? Wang Fu Pingqing changed the subject back. She could not believe that Han Sen would win that evolver. Based on what you know about me, do you think I would do something that I am not sure of? Han Sen asked calmly. Wang Fu Pingqing paused. Based on her knowledge, Han Sen was not a risk-taker, and even less an idiot or madman. However, it was so hard for her to believe that Han Sen could beat that evolver. After all, there was a huge gap between the unevolved and evolvers. Sister, please arrange for that evolver to be my opponent, said Han Sen. Okay, Wang Fu Pingqing agreed. She sighed and said, I hope that Ning Yu is not there. To be honest, although Ning Yu is a gentle person, I always feel uneasy around him. I would rather be around Son of Heaven who has a terrible temper. Han Sen then asked about all the opponents that he might encounter and agreed to fight on Wang Di's behalf. He asked Wang Di to give the beast souls to him before the battle. The beast souls were a sacred blood beast soul add-on and a sacred blood beast soul weapon. Because they were not in the same shelter, Han Sen asked Wang Fu Pingqing to use her connections in Wang Di's shelter to receive the 2 beast souls, which Han Sen could retrieve anytime later. The sacred blood beast soul weapon was an axe, which Han Sen was not interested in. The beast soul add-on was what Han Sen needed. Wang Fu Pingqing arrived at the VIP section and saw Ning Yu there. It was impossible for her to avoid Ning Yu at this point. Brother, Wang Fu Pingqing called. Every time she saw Ning Yu, she would feel nervous. Although Ning Yu was the gentle person, the sight of him always sent a chill down her spine since she was little. Therefore, Wang Fu Pingqing was oddly closer to Son of Heaven who was cranky and arrogant. Wang Fu Pingqing could not even explain why herself. Pingqing, haven't seen you in a long while. Ning Yu rubbed Wang Fu Pingqing's head, smiling. His eyes were like 2 crescent moons. Ning Yu looked like Son of Heaven, but thinner. His complexion was pale, and even his lips were light in shade. Ning Yu was a great cousin to Wang Fu Pingqing since they were little. There was a time when Wang Fu Pingqing visited the Nings with her parents. The little girl broke a precious antique and was terrified. Ning Yu rubbed her head like he did just now and claimed the responsibility. Although he was beaten hard, Ning Yu said nothing about the truth. Wang Fu Pingqing had always been grateful to Ning Yu, but for some reason, she felt reluctant to approach him. Even when Ning Yu rubbed her head, she had an urge to dodge. In front of Ning Yu, even a strong woman like Wang Fu Pingqing felt self-conscious. Wang Fu Pingqing did not have too much in common with Ning Yu, so she said directly, Brother, I have a favor to ask. Pingqing, anything for you if it's not against the rules, Ning Yu said with a smile. After saying that, Ning Yu could no longer hold back coughing. His face looked even more pale. Brother, are you getting better these days? Wang Fu Pingqing couldn't help feeling worried. Doesn't matter, I've gotten used to it, Ning Yu smiled and said. What is the favor? Brother, someone I know is brought to the VIP section, Wang Fu Pingqing said hurriedly. Pingqing, you should know that some rules could not be broken. Ahem, Ning Yu said and coughed. Brother, I am not asking you to let him go, but to make Tai Kuang his opponent, Wang Fu Pingqing gritted her teeth and said. Although she did not believe it was a good idea, she had to respect Han Sen's will. He is your enemy. Ning Yu looked at Wang Fu Pingqing in surprise. No. Wang Fu Pingqing quickly shook her head. Is he an evolver? No. Ning Yu looked interested. Interesting. What is his name? Han Sen. Brother, can you do it? Every time when she was in front of Ning Yu, Wang Fu Pingqing felt unsure of herself. As long as no rules are broken, whatever you want. Ning Yu smiled at Wang Fu Pingqing with doting gaze. So, it's a yes. Wang Fu Pingqing became overjoyed. Ning Yu nodded, the corner of his lips twitching under the handkerchief. It looks like he was trying not to cough. The VIP section was where the dark side of human nature was let loose. The space was filled with audience, with the ring washed repeatedly by blood in the center. No one could see the faces of the audience. Everyone was wearing a metal mask. Many visitors did not want to be seen in this place. Although one can also watch the live broadcast with membership via Skynet, many people still preferred the true experience and the taste of blood. The name Tai Kwong was famous in the VIP section. It was not because he was truly strong. Among revolvers, Tai Kwong was still a rookie with good potentials at best. However, in the VIP section, for the unevolved were unable to pay their debt, Tai Kwong was a nightmare. Satan was the nickname that people gave Tai Kwong after watching his fight. The cruelty Tai Kwong showed in the battles had earned him the nickname. For the unevolved, Tai Kwong was indeed invincible and cruel like a devil with bloodthirst. In the past battles, none of Tai Kwong's opponents had an intact body. They were either ripped apart or torn off the heads. Whenever something like that happened, the audience would become fanatic. Cheers would fill the entire space. It did not matter who Tai Kwong's opponent was. What everyone wanted to see was the cruelty of the Satan. I will tear your head off. When Tai Kwong was standing on the ring again, he pointed at his opponent and shouted out his favorite line. All the audience started to cheer for the upcoming blood and death. In fact, compared to Tai Kwong, the audience were the real devils. In a room above the ring, Ning Yu was drinking a cup of wine as red as blood on the couch, overlooking the ring with his smiling eyes. Han Sen, he should be that person brother used to hate. Ass freak, head of the Steel Armor Special Squad, and an unevolved person. Interesting, Ning Yu watched Han Sen walking to the ring with a mysterious smile. Han Sen had to go through a lot of procedures before he could officially represent Wang Di. The most important part was the Geno test. In order to determine whether Han Sen was an unevolved person or an evolver, he must go through a strict test. Since there was a clear distinction between the genes of an evolver and an unevolved person, it was not difficult to tell that Han Sen was unevolved. However, this test could not show his fitness level. In the VIP section, there was another rule. If one were to fight on another person's behalf, one must have a higher fitness level than the replaced player. This was not difficult for Han Sen at all. He controlled his body to go through the test so that his fitness level was just a bit higher than Wang Di's. After all the procedures, Han Sen appeared in the ring of the VIP section. Looking at Tai Kwong was roaring like a monster, Han Sen was extremely calm. Either the excited cheers or the fierce movements of Tai Kwong could not affect Han Sen at all. No matter how fierce Tai Kwong was, he was still weaker than the Golden Growler. Han Sen would not feel pressured just because Tai Kwong was taller. There were too many large creatures in God's sanctuary. Han Sen shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen and was suddenly crowned with a ruby crown. Holding the dagger of the cursed wolf, Han Sen watched Tai Kwong, who was trying to provoke him quietly. Although Tai Kwong had seen the beast soul summoned by Han Sen, he did not mean to use a beast soul himself. With his fitness level, he did not need to use any beast soul to abuse an unevolved person. The crazy audience also enjoyed seeing him tearing his opponents apart with bare hands. Tai Kwong himself also loved that feeling. The moment when the laser curtain disappeared, Tai Kwong quickly walked to Han Sen with a cruel smile, his fingers apart. Tai Kwong almost did not try to defend himself at all, because he did not think it was necessary. The Hyper-Geno art, iron armor, that he practiced, would protect him against any sacred blood weapons from First God's sanctuary. Even a strong unevolved person could only leave a scratch on his body using a sacred blood weapon. The scratch would only make Tai Kwong more excited, and the audience more exhilarated. Tai Kwong understood well how to please the wealthy people who were paying for the thrill. Watching Tai Kwong approaching Han Sen, Wang Fu Pingqing couldn't help feeling nervous, her palms sweating. Although Han Sen had repeatedly confirmed that he could beat Tai Kwang, Wang Fu Pingqing still felt it was not realistic. Tai Kwang evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. An unevolved person was simply too much weaker than him. The audience, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Watching Tai Kwang getting closer to Han Sen with his fingers apart, they shouted in madness. Rip the bastard apart, kill him, rip his head off, F and K his ass. It was like a scene in the hell. Thousands of devils were shouting with desire. Suddenly, Tai Kwang was next to Han Sen with bloodthirst. His hands were about to catch Han Sen's shoulders. With such a huge body, Tai Kwang was incredibly fast. Tai Kwang's speed was like a lightning bolt in the eyes of the unevolved. Even for an unevolved person who had already maxed out on the sacred Geno points, the movements of Tai Kwang's hand could hardly be discerned. However, he was still much slower than the turtle. In the eyes of Han Sen, who had shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen, Tai Kwang was not fast at all. The moment when Tai Kwang was about to grab Han Sen's shoulders, Han Sen used heresy mantra to make his heart thump. Blood started to pump from his heart and his body became tense. Boom! Using Sparticle, Han Sen's foot became a blur. A black thing flashed at Tai Kwang's neck and Han Sen had already come to the back of his opponent. Brat, although you have some tricks, my flesh is like iron and your crappy daggers could not even shave for me. Tai Kwang turned around and roared at Han Sen. Is that true? Han Sen looked at Tai Kwang with a blank face. Ahem, when Tai Kwang was about to say something, he could only make a sound like a blocked pipe. His neck broke, and blood sprayed out. The audience became silent. The cruel look had disappeared on Tai Kwang's face. The evolver was terrified and shocked, trying to cover his injury with his hand. However, the injury was too deep and wide. No matter how Tai Kwang tried to stop the bleeding, it simply did not work. Momentarily, the evolver fell to the ground and started to twitch. After a brief silence, the audience cheered and roared even louder. Han Sen took back the beast souls and walked down the ring, also surprised about the sharpness of the dagger, which easily slit the throat of an evolver like Tai Kwang who had practiced a defensive hyper-Geno art for evolvers. The weapon was so sharp that it was cutting iron like butter. Wang Fu Pingqing looked at Han Sen, who had left incredulously, unable to believe what had happened. Interesting, bring him to me, Ning Yu spoke via his comlink, watching Han Sen with a glow in his eyes. Han Sen was brought to a room and saw Ning Yu smiling and Wang Fu Pingqing standing nervously next to Ning Yu. Hello, my name is Ning Yu. Ning Yu walked to Han Sen and reached out his right hand, looking harmless. Han Sen shook Ning Yu's hand. The vibe he got from Ning Yu was different from what Wang Fu Pingqing had described. Han Sen could not tell what kind of vibe it was. He did not feel uneasy around Ning Yu like Wang Fu Pingqing. Instead, he felt Ning Yu was like a poppy flower, making people tremble but couldn't help feeling attracted. Ning Yu was quite a talker and always knew the right thing to say. He would never make people feel awkward or stressed. Initially, Han Sen thought it would not be easy for him to leave the place. At least, Ning Yu would not let him go easily. However, Ning Yu simply talked to him for a while before sending him back, without any intention to probe. It turned out to be a quite pleasing conversation. After Han Sen had left, Ning Yu sat in front of the holographic video and repeatedly watched Han Sen's strike that killed Tai Kwang. After watching God knows how many times, Ning Yu muttered to himself, "That's quite a dagger. Maybe we have a chance at that thing after all." On the way back, Wang Fu Pingqing asked Han Sen curiously, "What kind of beast soul is that dagger? How come it's so sharp? You basically killed Tai Kwang in one strike. Just a sacred blood beast soul from a wolf-like creature. Its only strength is the sharpness," Han Sen grinned and said. Wang Fu Pingqing couldn't help rolling her eyes at Han Sen. Isn't that enough already? What an incredible dagger. It even cut open the throat of an evolver whose body had been strengthened with hyper-Geno art. Although he only has a fitness index about 40, this weapon is super impressive for something from First God's Sanctuary. You are just so lucky. Wang Fu Pingqing paused and said seriously, "But since you have such a beast soul dagger and Ning Yu had seen it, you will have some trouble. Ning Yu will not let this go. Be very careful." Why? Han Sen was confused. No one knew the cursed wolf dagger was in fact a super beast soul, so there would be little point for someone to harm him because of a sharp dagger. Wang Fu Pingqing hesitated for a while before she said, "You don't understand. Such a beast soul weapon is very precious for Ning Yu. It could probably allow him to achieve something the Nings have pursued for a long time. Do you think he will forget about it? Han Sen became interested and asked Wangfu Pingqing, something the Nings have pursued for a long time. Wangfu Pingqing's words reminded Han Sen of what was left behind by his grandpa and what his father said. His grandpa wrote, "Super Gene," on the notebook, and his father said he could take that pendant to ask the Nings for their help. Is it possible that the Nings know about super creatures and super genes but they don't have the ability to hunt them? Is that why he would be interested in the dagger? Han Sen guessed. However, he had no way of knowing whether it was true. Wangfu Pingqing moved her lips and said, "I don't even understand it myself. In fact, not just the Nings, even in my family, sometimes the older people would ask me to do something I don't quite understand. In addition, there are things I am not supposed to tell anyone." Wangfu Pingqing obviously seemed to be in a difficult position, so Han Sen did not ask her anything more. However, her words still revealed a lot. Han Sen suddenly thought of the fact that Shu Ruyan had once taken a group of people to find a nest. If the nest would only produce a sacred blood beast soul as people believed, why would they take such painstaking effort for just that? It was not reasonable at all. The money Starry Group had paid for the mission was more than enough to purchase a sacred blood beast soul. After all, to hire an entire special squad was very costly. In addition, there were fees for the voyage as well. Although Han Sen did not know how much they had paid, it must be a tremendous amount. Also, a lot of human lives were sacrificed. Was that all, just for a sacred blood beast soul? Han Sen thought, unless, they are not looking for the nest for a sacred blood beast soul, but a super beast soul. He felt something was still odd. From his own experience, the egg would not produce a super beast soul if cracked open. However, a super creature might be hatched from it. If Starry Group knew about this, what good would Shu Ruyan and the group of people do, since they were not able to kill a super creature at all? One thing was for sure, the Nings know something about this. Maybe the Wangfus also know something. As for how much they know, I have no idea. The day after Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, he received an invite from Ning Yu to join a hunting campaign organized by Starry Group. Initially, Han Sen wanted to reject, but Ning Yu offered him something that Han Sen could not say no to. Starry Group could help Han Yan get admitted to a posh school right away before Han Sen became an aristocrat. Han Sen's original plan was to become a sacred blood aristocrat before he served in the military, which would allow him to send his sister to a posh school in time. However, Han Sen was trying to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. This way, he was not sure if he could still make it. He had tried everything he could and used some connections, but nothing worked. Ning Yu's proposal made it impossible for Han Sen to turn him down. At the same time, Han Sen felt more guarded against Ning Yu, who was definitely a manipulative person. He knew what it was that Han Sen wanted and offered it to Han Sen, making it impossible for Han Sen to say no to him. Ning Yu, if you're trying to kill a super creature with the dagger, it will also be a great opportunity for me. Even without your offer, I would still have said yes, so your calculation is wasted. Han Sen accepted Ning Yu's offer and felt expectant. If Ning Yu was trying to kill a super creature and Han Sen had the only weapon that could possibly kill a super creature in First God's Sanctuary, it would be hard to say who the winner would be. Han Sen signed an agreement with Ning Yu. Starry Group would get Han Yan admitted first, and Han Sen needed to go to the Faith Shelter South to Steel Armor Shelter to join the staff of Starry Group. Han Sen had been to Faith Shelter once when he returned from Green Shelter, so it was easy for him to travel there. To Han Sen's surprise, Ning Yu asked the staff to take the 2 sacred blood beast souls that Han Sen earned from Wang Di to Faith Shelter as well. In addition, Ning Yu had also summoned a few strong fighters of Starry Group located near Faith Shelter to join them. Because Ning Yu himself was too far away from Faith Shelter, he would not join the campaign himself. The leader was someone with his sacred geno points maxed out named Yang Yangcheng. In addition to Yang Yangcheng, there were 2 more people with their sacred geno points maxed out. The others had a high sacred geno point count as well. There were 8 in total including Han Sen, making Han Sen feel amazed by the power of Starry Group. Yang Yangcheng did not tell Han Sen where they were going or what their target was. Han Sen did not ask either but followed the group into the mountains. It seemed that Yang Yangcheng and the rest did not like Han Sen very much, which Han Sen could understand. After all, he was not in Starry Group. To seek help from an outsider must be shameful in their eyes. Han Sen did not mind that. He was not interested in his companions at all. All he could think about was the Beast Soul add-on he got from Wang Di. The Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on was named Evil Thunder. It was something that could be used on humans. Han Sen tried it out and found that although he would feel numb after using the Beast Soul, it would not harm his body, but increase his pain threshold significantly. At the same time, his strength and speed were enhanced tremendously. Han Sen was very pleased with the result. Although it was not a good thing to be numb to pain, the improvement of his fitness was what Han Sen needed the most. Han Sen tried to use all he got together with the Beast Soul add-on and reached about 35 in fitness index. With many super Geno point gained, Han Sen's fundamental fitness level was abnormally high. An average unevolved person with mutant Geno points maxed out would have a fitness index around 10 to 15, someone with super Geno points maxed out would have a fitness index around 15 to 20. However, Han Sen had reached 25 with no external help. Han Sen estimated that he could reach 30 when his super Geno points were maxed out. If someone evolved with mutant Geno points maxed out, one's fitness index would reach 20 after the evolution with the mutant body. In the case of an evolution with sacred Geno points maxed out, with the enhancement from the sacred body, the number would be 30. Han Sen had guessed that once he evolved, he would gain a super body, which would also double his fitness level. Another sacred blood beast soul he gained from Wang Di was a bullhead axe. It was a heavy weapon with a long handle. Han Sen could use it instead of the spinning spear when he was not dollar. However, Han Sen only knew the basics about axe skills, so he was not as good with this weapon. We will enter the primeval forest soon. Be careful not to be stung by the poisonous bugs. Their poison is still largely incurable. Before entering the primeval forest, Yang Yongcheng said to Han Sen. It was not because Yang Yongcheng liked Han Sen, but because Ning Yu had told Yang to guarantee Han Sen's safety, as long as Han Sen still had the Beast Soul dagger. That was why the rest of the group did not feel good about Han Sen. They thought Han Sen was just a lucky guy who had gained a strong beast soul. Han Sen did not mind it. For others, someone who had maxed out on his sacred Geno points might be a strong fighter, but Han Sen did not think much of it. Even if they had evolved already, Han Sen would not take them too seriously. Why don't we just fly over? Han Sen looked at the primeval forest with trees covering the sky and frowned. If he were to fight the creature head-on, Han Sen was not afraid of any creature in First God's Sanctuary except for super creatures. However, in an environment like this, it was hard to protect oneself against small bugs. Fly over. Do you know how many frightening creatures there are in the forest? There might be many sacred blood creatures that could fly. If you want to get yourself killed, you can try flying over, said Zhu Ting, who had a mustache. He looked at Han Sen with a half smile, like he was looking at an idiot. Han Sen smiled and said nothing. It would just take more time for him to walk in the forest. To prevent any possible risks, Han Sen summoned the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Although it was troublesome to wear the armor, it would effectively protect him from all the miniature creatures. Watching the armor glowing like a gemstone, Zhu Ting said with contempt, "You're wearing your fancy armor in such a dark place. You want to turn us into living targets to attract all the creatures' attention." In fact, if Han Sen was not someone Ning Yu asked them to protect, Zhu Ting would have called Han Sen a moron. Use different armor. This is too eye-catching, Yang Yongcheng also told Han Sen. Han Sen shrugged and took back the phantom ant armor. He did not want any trouble. Since the rest of the group had asked him to take it back, Han Sen did not want to waste time arguing with them. After all, Han Sen was there for a super creature, and he needed these people to lead the way. He could care less about these details. Zhu Ting, go scout with Lao Lu. Yang Yongcheng was obviously the leader of the team. He put Han Sen in the middle so that Han Sen would not be attacked. Although Han Sen wanted to go faster and see their target soon, the rest of the group were being extremely careful, and Han Sen had to march slowly as well. It seemed that the rest of the group were not there for the first time. They were very familiar with the paths in the forest and avoided a lot of unnecessary troubles. They had a purpose for this campaign, so they were in no mood to do any killing. They almost avoided all the creatures, and the rest were killed by the two scouts. In less than 2 days, the group reached a huge mountain. Everyone's face became grim and they all looked to Han Sen. "Mr. Han, our target is in the mountain, but it is not an easy target. Just stay here and we will draw it out. Find an opportunity to hurt it. Remember, safety first." Yang Yongcheng then told Zhu Ting, Zhu Ting, follow Mr. Han. If he dies, you will die as well. Brother, relax, I'll make sure he is safe, said Zhu Ting, thumping his chest. Han Sen and Zhu Ting were hiding behind a boulder at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the rest of the group to draw the creature down. Han Sen was impressed by the scenery of the mountain and forest. We are about to see the creature. I'm sure you can tell me what kind of creature it is now, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting. On the way, the group said nothing about the creature to Han Sen, so Han Sen still did not know anything. Zhu Ting smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what you know. All you need to do is to stab it, and the rest is none of your concerns. The creature will not stay still for me to stab it, will it?" Han Sen frowned and said, "It more or less will," said Zhu Ting casually. Han Sen was dazed. He suspected if the creature was a super creature. How would a super creature stay still when being stabbed? Since Zhu Ting would not tell him anything, Han Sen stopped asking and stared at the mountain. Initially, Han Sen thought there would be a lot of noise. However, he never heard any fighting or roars that he had imagined. In a couple of hours, Han Sen saw the group coming down from the mountain. They were very slow and constantly pausing. Because they were too far away, and Han Sen's sight was blocked by trees, he could not tell what they were doing. Han Sen walked to the side, wanting to see more clearly, while Zhu Ting pulled him and said, "Stop it. Hide right here and wait for Yang to draw it here. This creature has very strong eyesight. If it sees you, everything will be ruined." Han Sen felt even more curious. He wondered what kind of creature it must be. There was no way for Han Sen to tell, so he had to wait. The group gradually approached them. A while later, Han Sen saw the creature following them, which made Han Sen dumbstruck. It was a giant snail the size of a car. Its shell was translucent like a piece of jade, and its meat under the shell was red like fire. Its two eyes were as big as the headlights of a car. The snail was chasing the rest of the group, but its speed was not great. Although it was much faster than a real snail, it was about as fast as an ordinary adult. There was no way it could catch up with the guys. Standing in different directions, Yang and his team members were shooting arrows and throwing daggers at the giant snail, trying to keep the creature at a distance from themselves. However, all the weapons were basically useless on either the shell or the meat. An arrow hit the shell of the snail and broke into pieces. Luckily, the arrow was a steel weapon. If it were a beast soul, its owner would be crying by now. The weapons that hit the red meat bounced back like they had hit rubber. The speed that they bounced back was even higher than when they hit the turtle. Although the giant snail seemed very strong, it seemed pointless to be careful. Han Sen wondered why the guys would draw it over instead of asking Han Sen to go over and stab it. Although Han Sen felt confused, he knew that the group were doing it for some reason. Therefore, Han Sen was waiting patiently. Stay still. Wait for them to draw the creature by the boulder. Take the chance to stab it once. Remember, be fast. After the stab, whether you have heard it or not, retreat immediately. Do not hesitate, Zhu Ting told Han Sen again. Han Sen nodded but became more curious about the giant snail. Han Sen wondered what its skills were to make Zhu Ting so scared. Based on its speed, Han Sen could not imagine how dangerous the snail could be. As the snail approached the boulder, Han Sen summoned the cursed wolf dagger and leaned against the boulder, waiting for the snail to pass by. Zhu Ting also held his breath and leaned against the boulder. Shortly, the giant snail was led to the boulder. When it passed by, Yang whistled, which was their agreed signal. Han Sen immediately turned around the boulder with the dagger in his hand. The giant snail had its back facing Han Sen, a piece of red meat exposed under the white shell like a skirt. The dagger immediately came at the meat. Before the dagger touched it, the snail seemed to feel something and tried to withdraw its tail. However, it was too late. The black daggers had already cut the meat and left a foot-long injury. Han Sen felt like he was cutting beef tendons. Although the meat was cut, the injury was not deep, and the snail quickly hid in the shell, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Han Sen wielded the dagger at the shell, trying to smack it. Run! Zhu Ting became shocked and mad. Before Han Sen even made the cut, he shouted and pulled Han Sen away. Suddenly, the snail which had just hidden in the shell came out of the shell and flew toward Han Sen. Its body was red and looked like a snake with a pair of wings. Bang! The red body flew from the shell, and the white shell fell to the ground, smashing rocks and making the mountain shake. Han Sen wondered how heavy it was. The soft body that had got rid of the shell became incredibly fast. It flew toward Han Sen like a red lightning bolt. Seeing the flying snake almost in his face, Han Sen quickly slashed the cursed wolf dagger at it. To Han Sen's surprise, the flying snake quickly zigzagged and dodged Han Sen's strike. Without slowing down, it threw itself at Han Sen once again. Han Sen frowned. He did not have time to think, so he used heresy mantra and quickly rolled around on the ground to move away from the flying snake. The snake did not even pause, but continued to attack Han Sen. Zhu Ting threw a bunch of Z-steel flying daggers to the snake, which did not work at all. All the flying daggers were bounced away. Yang Yongcheng and the rest quickly ran over and shouted, "Run! You'll be safe 300 feet away from the shell." Han Sen still did not know much about the flying snake. He no longer dared to take any risks and started to run. Han Sen did not follow a straight line. Although the flying snake was chasing after him in the sky, Han Sen's route made it impossible for it to attack. Eventually, Han Sen made it 300 feet away from the shell. Like the group had said, once Han Sen got there, the snake stopped chasing after Han Sen, but screeched like baby cries and flew back to the shell. Yang Yongcheng and the rest let out a sigh of relief and took Han Sen away from the mountain. Hidden in the shell again, the creature became incredibly slow, and it was no longer possible that it caught up with the group. "What happened? Didn't I tell you to run after the strike? You almost got us killed," Zhu Ting shouted at Han Sen, pointing at his nose, after they reached a safe place. "Sorry, I just want to try if I can cut the shell open," said Han Sen apologetically. Although Han Sen did not believe the snake could kill him, he did go against the plan, which was his fault. "Well, you think too much of yourself. It's good enough that you can hurt its body. The shell, ha," said Zhu Ting satirically. Zhu Ting did not think there was a single weapon in First God's Sanctuary that could scratch the shell. "That's enough. It's good that nothing has happened." Yang Yongcheng stopped Zhu Ting and said to the rest, "Our mission is completed. We'll take a rest and prepare to go back to the shelter." "You are not going to kill the creature." Han Sen was dazed. He did not expect the group would go back like this. "Kill? You think you can kill the creature with just a sharp dagger?" "Such a naive boy," Zhu Ting snorted. Yang Yongcheng gave Zhu Ting a stare to stop him and then said to Han Sen, "Mr. Han, you have seen that we do not have the ability to kill the creature, so we'll have to wait for young Master Ning Yu to organize another campaign to kill it." Han Sen suddenly understood that Ning Yu only asked him to come to test whether his daggers could hurt the creature instead of killing it. Ning Yu himself was probably traveling to Faith Shelter at the moment to organize another campaign to kill the creature. Han Sen did not say another thing and followed the group back. At this point, he was sure that the giant snail must also be a super creature. It seems that the Nings do know something about super creatures. Otherwise, why would they have spent so much time and effort to look for a nest and killed this creature? Obviously, they're after something, Han Sen thought to himself. However, he was not sure whether the Nings had ever killed a super creature or gained super genes. If the answer was no, how did they know about the existence of super genes? Or was it just a speculation? Han Sen thought about it and felt it was unlikely. A long time ago, his great-grandfather had written down super genes. How did he find out? At his great-grandfather's time, human had just entered God's sanctuary and had rather low genopoint count in general. It was difficult for them to hunt sacred blood creatures or even mutant creatures. So, how did he know about super genes? What did it have to do with Starry Group and the Nings? Han Sen had no answer. He always thought that once he got strong enough, he could avenge his father and hit Starry Group hard. However, things were not as simple as he thought they were. After leaving the primeval forest, the rest of the group let out a sigh of relief. Although there was a surprise during the mission, it was a smooth trip, and they could get back to Ning Yu with a satisfactory answer. Zhu Ting was the only one who kept complaining about Han Sen's behaviors, which was annoying. At mealtime, Zhu Ting hunted a mutant creature and barbecued the meat. Although Zhu Ting was a jackass, he had great cooking skills. The barbecue he made was way better than what Han Sen could make. The meat was tender and juicy, definitely top-notch. Han Sen never expected this annoying companion to have such skills. However, Yang Yongcheng and the rest seemed to have known about Zhu Ting's strength. Maybe they had enjoyed his barbecue several times already. The group were chatting while eating. Some even took out liquor bottles. After Han Sen took several bites, he started to feel something was fishy. The temperature of his body was rising, which was almost impossible for someone who practiced Jideskin. If this happened, it meant something was wrong with his body. Very soon, Han Sen realized what the issue was. He did nothing on the way back and had been eating what he brought with him. The only thing that could go wrong was Zhu Ting's barbecue. Ning Yu, if you try to kill me like this, then you think too little of me. Han Sen used Jideskin and the coolness had turned his body back to normal. He then pretended nothing had happened and continued to eat the barbecue. After everyone had finished the barbecue, Han Sen saw that nothing was wrong with Yang Yongcheng and the rest. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should pretend, he heard a thump. Quickly, Han Sen saw Yang Yongcheng and others fell to the ground as if they were high. They only twitched a little before they stopped moving. Zhu Ting, Han Sen looked to the only sober person besides himself in surprise. Taking my knockout drops and you haven't fallen. A strong fighter indeed, Zhu Ting said to Han Sen with a smile, looking rather surprised. Who on earth are you? Han Sen had now understood that Zhu Ting was probably a spy in Starry Group. Otherwise, he would not poison the rest of the group as well. However, Han Sen still did not know which force he belonged to. Han Sen did not expect Zhu Ting to be a spy. Someone as petty as him did not seem to be spy material. Zhu Ting paused and said, "It does not matter who I am. The key is you should know who owns you. What do you want?" Han Sen stared at Zhu Ting and asked. Now you have two options. One is to give me the beast soul dagger, and the other is to die. I am a fair person. You can choose yourself. Zhu Ting was still smiling. Do you take me for a moron? If I give you the dagger, I will only die faster, Han Sen sneered. It is possible that you live after giving me the dagger, but if you do not give it to me, you will die for sure. Even if I cannot have the dagger, I will not let Ning Yu have it, said Zhu Ting. He summoned a beast soul sword and cut it at Han Sen's neck. When the blade was about to touch Han Sen's neck, Han Sen flipped his wrist and the dagger hit the sword. With a crack, Zhu Ting's sword was broken. What the? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in surprise. He obviously did not realize Han Sen had such strength after taking the knockout drops. The knockout drops he used had no scent or taste. After taking it, one would not be knocked out immediately, but after a while. The drug was a family secret, which had never failed Zhu Ting before. Zhu Ting had soaked the barbecue with the drug and watched Han Sen eating the meat. It was simply impossible that Han Sen was not affected. Han Sen did not think that much and stabbed the dagger at Zhu Ting. For someone who wanted to kill him, Han Sen would not have mercy. The strike was fast and fierce, but Zhu Ting moved in an incredible angle and dodged the dagger. Han Sen felt like he had seen this footwork somewhere before. 7 twists. You are one of the Chens. Han Sen immediately remembered where he had seen Zhu Ting's footwork. Chen Zichen had once used the same technique. You know about the Chens and 7 twists. Zhu Ting also seemed surprised. He did not expect Han Sen to be able to recognize his footwork. So, you are indeed one of the Chens? Han Sen asked. It does not matter if that is true. You can tell me what your connection to the Chens is. If you're lucky, maybe I will spare your life, said Zhu Ting quietly. I would love to know how you can take my life, Han Sen said. There are many types of strengths in the world. Using drugs is one of them, which is my specialty. You are now poisoned with my drug and will die any time, said Zhu Ting. It seems that your drug did not work on me, replied Han Sen. Now you should think about how you can make me spare your life. Zhu Ting smiled and said, you think it is impressive that you were not knocked out. That drug only makes you sleep. The poison I am talking about is nothing like that. Zhu Ting put his hand in front of his nose, looking enchanted. Did you smell the fragrance? It is no perfume, but real poison. Have you heard about hyper-geno art called deadly perfume? It makes the user develop genes that produce poison. Every person would have his unique poison. So even if you have also practiced deadly perfume, you cannot produce the antidote of my poison. And as far as I know, I am the only person who had survived after practicing deadly perfume, which is now a forbidden technique. I do not believe that you can drug me with a scent, said Han Sen calmly. Initially I could not, but since you have been drugged with the knockout drops, it will bring out the deadly perfume in you, Zhu Ting smiled and said. So, I am a dead man already? Han Sen asked. Can you tell me who you are? That is not necessarily true. Since I can produce the poison, I can also make the antidote if you give me the beast soul dagger. I will let you live." Zhu Ting squinted his eyes and said. "How am I supposed to believe you?" Han Sen asked. Zhu Ting spread his hands and said, "In fact, there is no need for me to kill you. After this incident, it is no longer possible for me to stay in Starry Group. Killing you would not do anything for me. And without the dagger, you have no value to me. What if I do not want to give it to you?" said Han Sen calmly. Zhu Ting looked Han Sen up and down and suddenly chuckled. "In fact, we can also collaborate. What did Ning Yu offer you? I can offer you the same and save you from my poison. What do you think of these terms?" "I still need to ask, how am I supposed to believe you?" Han Sen said quietly. He was only trying to know as much information as he could. The poison did not have much effect on him due to Jadeskin. "You should know that when I used the sword on you, I was not trying to kill you. It was just a bluff," said Zhu Ting. Han Sen did not say anything. Obviously, he knew that Zhu Ting did not use real force. However, the sword was a sacred blood sword, so Han Sen still cut it in half. "Okay, I will tell you something you do not know about. In fact, I bet you have no idea what kind of creature Ning Yu was asking you to kill," Zhu Ting sighed and said. "Isn't it just a sacred blood creature?" Han Sen's heart leapt, but his face remained still. Sacred blood creature, maybe. At least no one knows if they are sacred blood creatures so far, Zhu Ting grinned and said. "What do you mean?" Han Sen frowned. "Have you thought about why some sacred blood creatures were significantly stronger than others, like the one in the primeval forest? Even so many people with their sacred geno points maxed out could do nothing about it. We were not even on the same level with it. Don't you feel that is strange?" Zhu Ting paused and said slowly, "Have you ever wondered that maybe there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures?" Han Sen's heart was racing, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Otherwise, why do you think Ning Yu had gone through such trouble to hire you? Do you think it is easy to break the rules and send a kid without any background to a posh school? If it is just a sacred blood creature, why would Ning Yu do that?" Zhu Ting did not reply but asked, "I have considered it, but it is almost impossible to believe there is another level beyond sacred blood. There is no such information in the Alliance," Han Sen kept probing. "We have only entered God's sanctuary less than 2 centuries. Everything in God's sanctuary is still fresh to us. We can only find out whether there are higher beings after killing one. Both the Alliance and the Nings want to figure it out. Since they did not find it, how do you know there must be higher beings?" Han Sen asked. Zhu Ting smiled and said, "You don't need to know about that. Now you have 3 options: surrender the beast soul dagger to me, or kill the creature together with me, or be poisoned to death. You are a smart guy and should know how to choose." "Although I am not a smart guy, but I know how to choose," Han Sen smiled and approached Zhu Ting. "I do not want to murder you, but don't push me. If I don't have the dagger, I will not let the Nings have it." Zhu Ting's eyes became cold, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen did not even bother to reply him, quickly stabbing his dagger at Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting snorted and urged the fragrance to spread. He thought Han Sen, who had already been poisoned, would get worse at this point. If Han Sen did not die right away, he would lose the abilities to fight. At that point, he would tie Han Sen up. However, the fragrance seemed to have no effect on Han Sen. The dagger immediately reached Zhu Ting's face, making him feel shocked. Zhu Ting quickly used 7 twists and dodged the dagger, but the dagger was so sharp that he could only run away. Zhu Ting was dumbstruck. Not only did his fragrance fail on Han Sen, his 7 twists did not save him from Han Sen either. Very soon, he found it was impossible to run away. In addition, Zhu Ting found that it was harder and harder for him to move around. Shortly, he was backed into a corner. "Stop it, we can negotiate. If you help Ning Yu to kill the creature, you will not gain much. I can offer you way more than he does," exclaimed Zhu Ting, terrified that he was about to be killed. Boom! Han Sen ignored him and punched him in the face. Zhu Ting's nose started to bleed, and the fist was imprinted on his face. Zhu Ting covered his face and crouched. Boom boom! Han Sen paid him no mind and kept beating him up. Zhu Ting was shocked. He thought he would be caught or killed or interrogated, but Han Sen did not ask him anything before beating him up, making his nose run. Zhu Ting wanted to fight back, which only brought him harder hits. Han Sen did not mean to stop anytime soon. His fists kept landing on Zhu Ting, the force hurting Zhu Ting's inner organs, making him scream like a pig. When Zhu Ting stopped twitching, Han Sen paused, and Zhu Ting thought that was the end of it. However, it only got worse. Han Sen was good at grappling and easily dislocated Zhu Ting's joints, making him almost faint. Stop it, make it stop, ask whatever you want. Ouch, what do you want to know? Zhu Ting screamed as he begged. The questions can wait, I am mad at you, so I will see how much beating you can take first, replied Han Sen casually. He reached out and dislocated Zhu Ting's shoulder. Zhu Ting was yelling and cursing. He regretted so much that he had made Han Sen his target. Such a pervert, he was not even trying to interrogate him, but just beating him up. It was not even okay for Zhu Ting to use information to trade for mercy. Zhu Ting wanted to kill himself before he was tortured further, but he found almost all his joints dislocated by Han Sen. Unable to use any force, Zhu Ting could not even commit suicide. Eventually, maybe Han Sen got tired. He left Zhu Ting lying on the ground in the weirdest shape, covered in tears, while he sat down on a rock next to Zhu Ting. Okay, I am a fair person. So, I will offer you two options. One is to answer my question, and the other is to answer my question honestly. Choose for yourself. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting seriously and said. Abba, Abba. Zhu Ting made odd sounds with his lips, moving but could not say anything. He was depressed and thought, you dislocated my jaw and asked me to answer your question. Oh, I forgot. Han Sen walked to Zhu Ting and put his jaw back in place. Pervert, Zhu Ting thought but did not dare to say anything. Han Sen scared him so much at this point. Han Sen was not the most treacherous person he had ever met, but definitely the weirdest. In addition, the fact that Han Sen was immune to his poison made Zhu Ting feel scared. You are saying that there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures. What are they? Han Sen asked. Although Han Sen did not say anything to threaten him, Zhu Ting felt a chill just being watched by him. Hurting all over his body, Zhu Ting did not dare to pause and answered, I do not know. It's just speculation. No one had ever killed that kind of creatures before. If it's just a speculation, why would people be willing to pay so much for it? Han Sen was ready to beat him up again. Don't start, all I'm telling you is the truth. Everything is just a speculation. If we have the ability to kill the creature, Ning Yu would not have hired you, and I would not have taken such risks. The dagger in your hand is the sharpest weapon so far. There are a lot of creatures stronger than sacred blood creatures that no one could even hurt, let alone kill, Zhu Ting shouted. You're quite tough. Han Sen gave Zhu Ting a thumbs up and grappled at him again. Zhu Ting suddenly screamed and twitched like crazy. The pain was unbearable for any normal person. Although Zhu Ting had a pain threshold much higher than a normal person, he couldn't stop screaming either. All I'm telling you is true, I really don't know anything else, it's just a message from older generations in the family, Zhu Ting screamed and said in broken sentences. Han Sen stopped and asked, what is it? Do not lift your hand again. Ask whatever you want, and I will tell you everything. Zhu Ting felt scared. Cut the crap, Han Sen said impatiently. Zhu Ting was so depressed at this point. What Han Sen was asking was no secret. He did not mean to hide anything. Being tortured by Han Sen, he doubted whether Han Sen had more interest in torturing him than knowing the answers. Pervert, moron, idiot. Zhu Ting cursed Han Sen with all the words he knew inwardly, but replied in compliance, I don't know much about it. I just heard from the older generations that when God's sanctuary was first discovered, my ancestor found something that proved there should be another level beyond sacred blood. The Chens had worked hard to prove that speculation, but the creatures we suspect to be of the higher level are simply so strong that no weapons in first God's sanctuary could hurt them. Isn't your family name Zhu? How come you are one of the Chens? Han Sen gazed at Zhu Ting. I'm a bastard, so I took my mother's family name. Do you know Chen Zichen? We have the same father, Zhu Ting said hastily. Han Sen was not interested to know whether Zhu Ting was actually one of the Chens. He thought about it and continued to ask, why did you become a spy in Starry Group? Don't tell me it's because that's fun. Zhu Ting became pale and said, since I have told you everything, there's no point in hiding this. The ancestor of the Nings worked in the same department as my ancestor. When they discovered those things, they were together, which was why the Nings had the same speculation and had also paid a lot to prove it. You know that Starry Group is very strong, and the Chens are not on the same level as them. With me as the spy, if they discovered something, we could also benefit from it. Zhu Ting paused and did not continue. What is the name of the department? Han Sen asked casually, but his heart was racing, because he thought of the work permit of his great-grandpa. How on earth would I know that? It was such a long time ago. Seeing Han Sen's face became grim, Zhu Ting added, I heard it's something rather secretive. The full name, exclaimed Han Sen coldly, feeling excited inwardly. What Zhu Ting was talking about seemed to be the secret service written on the work permit. If that was true, then he could start to piece together what had happened. His great-grandpa, the man of the Nings, and the man of the Chens, should be working in the same department. Very likely, they found something in God's sanctuary. Since Han Sen's great-grandpa left the words, Super Gene, maybe the other two persons had left the same message, or even more details. After all, the work permit of Han Sen's grandpa showed that he was just an investigator. Maybe the other two persons were the team leads. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Starry Group had accumulated such fortune in a few generations. I really don't know. My father mentioned it randomly. You know that I am just a bastard son and have not spent any time in the clan. How would I have any chance to know about the family secrets? If they didn't need me to become a spy, I wouldn't have learned these either, said Zhu Ting bitterly. Han Sen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions but did not manage to get more information. Han Sen knew that Zhu Ting was still hiding a lot of information, but he understood that it would be hard to tell the truth from the lie if Zhu Ting said more. So far, Han Sen did learn some useful things from Zhu Ting. Mr. Han, I have told you everything you want to know. Please let me go, Zhu Ting begged. Since it is none of my business that you are a spy, I would have let you go. However, you tried to hurt me, so I can't just do that. I will hand you over to Yang Yangcheng, and it's up to you whether you can live or not, Han Sen smiled and said. Zhu Ting suddenly shuddered, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Han, how about I pay for my own life? Could you name the price? The thought of Ning Yu made Zhu Ting shudder. If he ended up in Ning's hand, he would rather die. Although Han Sen was cruel, he was as lovely as a child in the kindergarten compared to Ning Yu, according to what Zhu Ting knew about the young master. All right, so, tell me what is your worth? You are the young master of the Chens, so you wouldn't let me down, right? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting, curious. I am just a bastard son, and no young master. What kind of young master would risk his life like this? 100 million for my life, what do you think? Zhu Ting gritted his teeth and said. Han Sen did not speak but smiled at Zhu Ting. 200 million. Zhu Ting said the number as if he were selling his own daughter. I don't think you really want to live. Han Sen immediately walked to Yang Yangcheng, checking whether he was about to wake up. No matter how Zhu Ting yelled, Han Sen ignored him. It was impossible that Zhu Ting had brought so much cash with him in God's sanctuary. Han Sen did not believe he had even 20,000. Just by listening to Zhu Ting, Han Sen knew that he did not plan to pay. Han Sen used some common approaches he learned from the school, trying to wake the rest of the group up, but none of the approaches seemed to be working. No wonder Zhu Ting was so proud of his drugs. Stop wasting your energy. Without my antidote, they cannot wake up from the knockout drops. If they don't wake up in 3 days, they would become vegetables, and even I cannot save them. Although Zhu Ting had a swollen face, he was smiling happily. The one thing Zhu Ting was scared of was that Han Sen did not need anything from him. As long as what Han Sen needed something, he had ways to protect himself. Seeing that, Han Sen was silent. Zhu Ting continued, don't try to search for the antidote on me either. It's too important for me to take it with me. If you know how to make drugs, you can use the materials I have to make the antidote. Or I can make it for you. You think I would care about their life and death? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting, interested. Of course you would not. However, all of them are Ning Yu's men, which is why I only dared to use the knockout drops instead of poison. If they die here because of you, you think Ning Yu will let you off the hook? You have reminded me of something. Han Sen nodded and summoned his dagger, walking towards Zhu Ting. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear me? Zhu Ting became shocked and angry, terrified of Han Sen. However, Zhu Ting's joints were dislocated, and he could hardly move, let alone run. As long as no one goes back alive, Ning Yu would not know that they died because of me, Han Sen said quietly. Stop. What good would it do to you if you kill me? Ning Yu is a smart guy. Even if he saw nothing, he could guess something and suspect you. Killing me will do you more harm than good. However, if you save them, not only Ning Yu, but the rest of the group would also thank you. Wouldn't you prefer that? Why do you have to kill me? Zhu Ting wondered what was wrong with Han Sen. Couldn't he think like a normal person? Because I don't like you. Isn't that a good reason? Han Sen then slashed at the dagger at Zhu Ting's neck. Stop. What do you want? Tell me and I will give it to you. Zhu Ting felt that he had the worst luck ever. He regretted so much that he had crossed a pervert that was not so smart. Doesn't this person understand that interests are more important than killing someone? That arrow will do, Han Sen said casually. Which arrow? Zhu Ting pretended to be confused but felt shocked. Zhu Ting did have an arrow, a sacred blood one. He cherished the arrow like a treasure and did not use it or often. After all, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was very rare, even more rare than a beast soul bowl. Many archers were hoping to get a sacred blood beast soul arrow but could not. Zhu Ting was extremely lucky to have this sacred blood beast soul arrow. When they were in danger against the giant snail, Zhu Ting summoned the arrow but did not make a shot, afraid that the arrow would be broken against the snail shell. After they became safe, Zhu Ting quickly took it back. He probably held the arrow for just 10 seconds. Zhu Ting could not believe that under such intense circumstances, Han Sen still saw the arrow and recognized it to be a sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen immediately grabbed Zhu Ting's ear and was about to cut it off. Yes, okay, you can have it, Zhu Ting screamed immediately. If you talk more crap, you can have it for yourself, Han Sen said quietly, not letting go of his ear. Zhu Ting wanted to ask whether Han Sen would let him go if he gave Han Sen the beast soul. Checking Han Sen's face, dagger, and hand on his ear, Zhu Ting gave up the idea, swallowed and transferred the sacred blood beast soul arrow to Han Sen. Meeting you is my worst luck, said Zhu Ting with a sad look. Sacred blood beast soul of bony fish gained. Han Sen saw an oddly shaped fish beast soul in his mind. A sacred blood beast soul arrow at last. Han Sen celebrated inwardly. Because he had never gained a sacred blood arrow, Han Sen had not been able to use his archery skills. Mr. Han, I have given you the beast soul you asked for. Can you let me go? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen and asked, worried. He did not know what kind of person Han Sen was and could not tell whether Han Sen would go back on his words. Did I say that I will let you go? Han Sen curled his lips and said. Didn't we agree to trade this sacred blood beast soul arrow for my life? You can't eat your own words, said Zhu Ting, cursing inwardly. It's for your life, not your freedom. Han Sen's words startled Zhu Ting. What do you mean? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen with a blank face. Han Sen did not reply, but twisted Han Sen's joints back in place. The crackling of the bones in Zhu Ting's screams sounded scary. Go make your drug and wake them up, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow, playing with them. After recovering, Zhu Ting did not feel anything weird. Looking left and right, he wondered how he could run away. Glancing at Han Sen, Zhu Ting suddenly felt terrified and gave up the thought of running. Han Sen was aiming the spiked white bony fish arrow at him. Just with a glance, Zhu Ting felt the arrow would hit him anytime. Looking at Han Sen's position, Zhu Ting felt that if Han Sen released the arrow, he would die right there. Ahem, we have agreed that I paid for my life. If I wake them up, they will bring me to Ning Yu, and I will still die, Zhu Ting explained, freezing. Han Sen did not say anything but aimed the arrow at Zhu Ting again. Zhu Ting quickly took out a dozen small bottles, mixed the powder in them with a certain proportion and blew it into everyone's nose. Chapter 383. First Men in God's Sanctuary. After waking up, the rest of the group quickly understood what had happened. They shot murderous looks at Zhu Ting, and someone even drew his weapon out. Han Sen stopped him. That person asked Han Sen, Mr. Han, what are you doing? If it were not for the fact that Han Sen had saved them, they would have killed Han Sen in madness as well. He paid me for his life, so you will let him survive, said Han Sen quietly. In addition, if you want to kill him, you should ask your young master first. The reason that Han Sen had saved Zhu Ting was because he wanted to find out what Ning Yu would say to Zhu Ting, which might give him more clues about the Chens and the Nings. The accident of Han Sen's father was so mysterious that it would be hard for Han Sen to learn the truth. Otherwise, Han Sen would not have saved Yang Yongcheng and the rest. He would probably have killed Zhu Ting as well. However, Han Sen had to be more thoughtful than that. The first thing he needed to figure out was whether the Nings were his enemy. Something made Han Sen feel confused. With the power of Starry Group, it would be easy for them to investigate the Hans. If Han Sen's great-grandpa had something to do with super creatures, why did the Nings never find them? Maybe they knew who Han Sen's great-grandpa was and had targeted the Hans in the first place. However, in that case, why would Han Sen's father have asked him to seek the Ning's help? Han Sen did not think his father was a stupid person. On the contrary, Han Sen remembered his father to be mild-tempered but quite smart. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to develop a workshop into a medium-sized business worth 100 million. Although 100 million was nothing in the alliance these days, it was hard to earn that much for someone with no background. Since that is the case, let's do what Mr. Han asked. Yang Yongcheng stopped the rest, nodded and said. The group of people marched back, taking Zhu Ting as their prisoner. Han Sen was tired of hearing them cursing Zhu Ting. It seemed that it had never occurred to them that Zhu Ting was a spy. Han Sen, will you save me for real? Zhu Ting moved his tightly tied-up body close to Han Sen and whispered when it was Han Sen's turn to watch him at night. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Zhu Ting continued. Seeing that Han Sen was still ignoring him, Zhu Ting frantically whispered in an even lower voice, do not give your dagger away for any reason. Otherwise, you will face death. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting but did not speak. Beyond sacred genes, there are super genes. For more than a century, both my family and the Nings have paid unimaginable costs to figure it out. However, until now, we have still found nothing. The only weapon that could possibly be used to kill a creature beyond sacred blood creatures is the dagger in your hand. Ning Yu will get it at all costs. As long as you have the dagger, you can still live. However, if you don't, you will not be far from death, Zhu Ting continued. Since no one could kill those creatures, how did you know that super genes even exist? Han Sen kept his face calm though feeling incredibly excited. I told you before, my ancestor worked together with the ancestor of the Nings in a department. Do you know what the department is called? Although Zhu Ting was asking Han Sen, he did not mean to hear a reply. He lowered his voice and continued, the department is called Secret Service. When the teleport technologies were first developed, the department was the first to enter God's sanctuary. And they were the ones who left us the information about super genes. Han Sen calmed himself down and whispered, how is that possible? Even nowadays, humans could not kill the creatures you're talking about. When we first discovered God's sanctuary, we had even worse martial arts and geno point counts. How could they have killed those creatures to gain super genes? I don't really understand what had happened. However, they did leave us some information. Otherwise, the two families would not have spent so much effort in pursuing super genes. You couldn't imagine how much we have paid and how many lives it has cost in these years. What is the information they left? Han Sen raised his eyebrows and asked. The information is very limited. The majority of the Secret Service died in God's sanctuary, only a few survived. And after they teleported back to the Alliance, all of them died at the same time with no obvious sign. Before they died, they were still excitedly investigating something and did not realize death was about to come. We only found some clues in their belongings, but the information is fragmented. Han Sen frowned. It seemed that the information Zhu Ting gave him matched what was left by Han Sen's great-grandfather. However, something seemed to be wrong. I am just a bastard son and do not know much about it. The only thing I am sure about is that the families of the survivors in Secret Service are all looking for super genes, Zhu Ting continued. What do you want me to do by telling me this? Han Sen asked Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting suddenly had a mysterious look on his face and said, rest assured, I will not ask you to cut me loose. I am only telling you these to make you understand that you can never give the dagger to Ning Yu. Also, you'd better not try killing that creature. If you do, never give Ning Yu the beast soul or meat. Once the Nings have the ability to kill those creatures, do you think they will let you live and compete with them? Han Sen knew what Zhu Ting wanted. He said all that to talk Han Sen out of helping Ning Yu. However, Zhu Ting's worry was unnecessary. Han Sen never planned to kill a super creature for Ning Yu. Han Sen understood everything Zhu Ting was saying. Han Sen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions, but Zhu Ting did not say much. He did not beg Han Sen to let him go either. Very soon, Zhu Ting fell asleep. Chapter 384 Fate. Han Sen did not know how much of what Zhu Ting had told him was real. Although he had learned more, Han Sen now had even more questions. The second night after Zhu Ting told Han Sen those words, Zhu Ting was tied up with special ropes managed to run away. The person who was in charge of watching him died on the spot with all his skin black. Obviously, the guard was poisoned. Zhu Ting was kept close to the rest of the group, but no one heard a thing. The guard never made a move or sound either. Yang Yongcheng only found his body when it was Yang Yongcheng's turn to watch Zhu Ting. Damn it, Yang Yongcheng's face was stern. Han Sen also frowned. He had been underestimating Zhu Ting as well. With such a belief, Zhu Ting should have left on the first night. However, he deliberately waited until he told Han Sen those words. When they returned to the Faith Shelter, Ning Yu had already arrived there. When Yang Yongcheng told Ning Yu what had happened, Ning Yu only smiled and thanked Han Sen for saving his men. Ning Yu also told Han Sen that all the procedures had been completed for Han Yan to be admitted to a posh school. Then, Ning Yu had prepared everything and left for the primeval forest again. During the process, he did not mention anything about the cursed wolf dagger. Nor did he ask which creature the beast soul was from. It was as if Ning Yu had no interest in the dagger and only wanted Han Sen to kill the creature with them. Han Sen admired Ning Yu's patience, no matter Ning actually had no interest in the dagger or was simply pretending. Such patience was a rare quality. People like Ning Yu would always launch a deadly strike in the most unexpected way. This time, the group leaving for the primeval forest was even smaller than last time. Including Ning Yu and Han Sen, they were only 5. 2 of the 5 were new guys, so Han Sen only knew Yang Yongcheng and Ning Yu. The 3 persons had all maxed out on their super geno points. Before they left, they all finished their evolution in the evolution pool in the shelter and became evolvers. It looks like Ning Yu wants to kill the creature badly. Han Sen was calculating what he should do. There was no way that he would help Ning Yu kill the creature. Even if Han Sen could make sure that he was the one who made the last strike, he was still reluctant to let anyone see the life essence. The bodies of the super creatures would disappear, except for the golden growler which died in a natural way. If I could stay far from the rest of the group, make the last strike, and take the life essence without them seeing it, they would not know about the existence of the life essence, but only wonder where the body was, Han Sen planned. The Nings might be friend or foe. Han Sen would not help them since they were still the biggest suspect in Han Sen's father's death. Since Ning Yu did not have the best health, he would cough a lot even riding on a mount, which was why the group was much slower than last time. When they were on a break, Han Sen would focus on the beast souls he had gained. Among all his beast souls, there was only one that he did not know how to use, which was the Beetle Knight. Han Sen did not find any information on doppelganger beast souls wherever he looked. It was a rare beast soul for sure. However, Han Sen did not know how to use it, which made him feel puzzled. Han Sen had tried many ways, but Beetle Knight was never summoned. Doppelganger, how does it work? Maybe he will live on my behalf when I die. Or, can he do something for me like a stunt double? Watching the Beetle Knight in his mind, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen was thinking, he went to the creek to get some water. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was reminded of something. When he was fighting the Beetle Knight would constantly go to the lake. It did not look like the creature was taking a bath, since the weather was so shallow that only its feet would get wet as it rode on its mount. Doppelganger, lake, maybe. The Beetle Knight did not go to the lake for the water, but for the reflection. On this thought, Han Sen's heart leapt. Damn it, this is so straightforward, but it never came to me for so long. I've been so stupid, Han Sen almost shouted, looking at his reflection in the water. He wanted to test his speculation right away, but the rest of the group were still nearby. Han Sen had to calm himself down, return to the camp, and start to boil the water. As the water was boiling, Han Sen was deep in his thought, wondering about the Beetle Knight. If what I think is right, then I could resolve the issue of Dollar's identity. Before I go to Second God's Sanctuary, the beast souls owned by Dollar could be returned to me in public. No one would ever guess I am Dollar again. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen, no need to be nervous. The other guys would distract the creature and make sure you're safe. All you need to do is to launch the deadly attack at the right moment. I guarantee with my life that as long as the 4 of us are alive, the creature could never hurt you, Ning Yu said to Han Sen with a smile, thinking that Han Sen was absent-minded because he was afraid of the creature. Thanks so much, Mr. Ning. Han Sen did not want to explain. Call me Ning Yu, Please, said Ning Yu and started to cough again. He covered his mouth with handkerchief and said, Han Sen, do you believe in fate? A little. Like a normal person, Han Sen felt reverent of fate, but did not completely believe in it. Maybe you don't believe this, but I believed we would be friends the first time I saw you. Ning Yu smiled and said, my great-grandfather had a good friend whose family name is also Han. That friend saved my great-grandfather's life. Maybe we can be friends like that as well, and this time, allow me to save you. Han Sen was dazed. All of a sudden, a million thoughts came to him. Han Sen did not believe that Ning Yu never looked into his background. Either Han Sen's great-grandfather was a friend to the Nings, or the death of Han Sen's father had something to do with Starry Group. Ning Yu's behaviors were strange. What is the name of the friend? Maybe he is in my family, Han Sen probed with a smile. Han Jingji, Ning Yu said without hesitation. That is such a coincidence. The name of my great-grandfather was also Han Jingji. They are not the same person, are they? Han Sen simply asked. It should be easy for Ning Yu to find out such information, so there was no need to hide. Ning Yu said in a gentle manner, they should not be the same person. The friend of my great-grandfather is much older than your great-grandfather, and he never got married. Han Sen was confused by Ning Yu's reply, and then understood what was wrong about Zhu Ting's statement. His great-grandfather Han Jingji was not even born when God's sanctuary was first discovered. However, if Han Sen's great-grandfather was not the friend Ning Yu was talking about, why did he have the work permit? Han Sen felt more and more puzzled about what had happened and what Unit 7 had seen in God's sanctuary. A friend of the Nings must be a celebrity as well, right? Han Sen asked. Ning Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, he is an incredible person. In that age, the God's sanctuary was only just discovered. Before mankind started to gain Geno points and hyper-Geno arts were developed, Han Jingji was already a famous Qigong master. Qigong master. Han Sen became dumbstruck. He had learned in history class that the Qigong masters were all basically just con artists. It's not what you think. Han Jingji had incredible skills and was the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Ning Yu said with a smile, knowing what Han Sen was thinking. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force. Han Sen became more shocked. Blue Blood Special Force was still the elite force in the Alliance. Even an ordinary member of the Blue Blood Special Force was surpasser. It was easy to tell how good the troop was. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force at this point was a famous demigod. Han Sen became more confused. If his great-grandfather was really the Han Jingji whom Ning Yu was talking about, it seemed unlikely for the Hans to be so poor. In addition, Han Sen had never heard about any Qigong in the family. Han Sen wanted to ask more about the instructor Han, but it was already time to set out on the journey again. Ning Yu got up and told everyone to depart. What am I missing? Han Sen felt like he must be missing something in these connections. Han Sen had to put the thoughts away because they had already reached the primeval forest. What Han Sen cared most was how to kill the super creature. He must kill the super creature, but he could not let the rest of the group see the life essence, which was not something easy to accomplish. More importantly, Han Sen did not know much about the creature so far. He had to use Ning Yu's knowledge of the creature before he could determine whether he could kill it. Otherwise, Han Sen would have come back and killed the creature when the group was drugged by Zhu Ting. Ning Yu and Han Sen were carefully protected by the 3 other members, who had already become evolvers. With higher fitness index, they felt the tasks much easier. When the group of 5 came to the mountain again, they climbed up at Ning Yu's command this time. The mountain was huge, although it was not steep. Han Sen followed the rest of them to go up. When they were about to reach the mountaintop, everyone became careful. Hush! Yang Yongcheng, who was leading the group, signaled them to be silent when they were about to reach the mountaintop. The mountaintop was a stone platform about half an acre. The giant snail with the jade shell and red body was resting, hidden in the shell. The red meat was concealed completely. Young master, Mr. Han, wait here for a second. We will draw it out, whispered Yang Yongcheng. Be careful, safety first. Ning Yu nodded. The 3 evolvers agreed and approached the creature. They summoned beast soul bows and started to shoot Z-steel arrows at the shell. Boom boom boom. The Z-steel arrows were smashed against the shell. All 3 revolvers shape-shifted into humanoid figures. With their fitness level as evolvers, they became extremely strong. Han Sen checked the way that the Z-steel arrows broke and found that they did not break because the revolvers were strong, but because the jade-like shell seemed to have a bouncing effect, which crushed the arrows. Super creatures are never easy, Han Sen thought to himself. After taking several arrows, the snail stretched its red meat from the shell and fixed its eyes on the revolvers. All of a sudden, it rushed toward them. If it was before, the revolvers would have chosen to keep their distance from the snail. However, this time they must approach the snail to make it leave its shell so that Han Sen could kill it with his dagger. In addition, the revolvers felt more confident since they basically represented the strongest humans in First God's sanctuary. Therefore, they were not as scared of the creature. Very soon, they found that they were too naive. The strong physique of revolver did not make it easier for them to fight the creature. The revolvers were so close to the creature that the snail suddenly turned into a snake with wings and left its shell, throwing itself at one of the revolvers. The person quickly wielded his broadsword at the snake. Yang Yangcheng and the other person also started to attack. The rat snake did not even try to dodge and let the weapons cut into its meat. The revolvers became overjoyed. Currently, their fitness index should be over 30. With a sacred blood weapon, they might not be able to cut the shell, but they believed the weapons should hurt the soft meat. However, as their weapons hit the meat, they realized how wrong they were. The thin blade cut the soft meat as if it had cut into glue. Not only was the meat intact, but all the force they used on the weapons was also absorbed. Then, the red snake suddenly changed its shape. The red meat moved like liquid and wrapped the three weapons up. The revolvers tried to retrieve their weapons, but found it was impossible. The weapons were bundled together with a strong force that they could not be taken out. What was more frightening was that the red meat started to develop tentacles looking like snakeheads, moving toward the guys. The revolvers had to give up their weapons and come back. When they tried to summon their beast soul weapons, they found it was no longer possible. The three weapons were wrapped inside the red meat and melting. All three revolvers became irritated. Initially, they thought after their evolution, they could pose threats to the creature. However, the moment they launched their attacks, they lost three sacred blood beast soul weapons. The red meat did not stop its attack. Its body could be twisted into any shape to attack in any form, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. On the other hand, the three revolvers did not dare to touch it. They didn't even dare to use their weapons and were suddenly trapped in an awkward position. Once the red meat touched them, even their armor started to melt, which looked horrendous. Fortunately, although the creature came very fast after coming out of the shell, it was not as fast as the cursed wolf. Otherwise, the three revolvers would have died a million times. Even so, the revolvers were hardly able to make it to the place where Han Sen and Ning Yu were hiding. Han Sen shape-shifted into Fairy Queen and seized the cursed wolf dagger, wanting to go out and help the revolvers. In fact, he was trying to look for an opportunity to kill the creature himself. Before Han Sen dashed out, Ning Yu pulled him and said calmly, "Don't hurry. This is not the time. Wait for them to draw the creature here, find a good spot, and make sure you kill it in one strike." Han Sen glanced at Ning Yu and saw the guy had a blank face, as if he was chatting in his living room. The fact that Ning Yu was not nervous at all made Han Sen feel that the three revolvers were nothing to him. Seeing through Han Sen's thoughts, Ning Yu said calmly, "If you go out now, then the risks they are taking will be wasted." Before Han Sen replied, Ning Yu summoned a slim sword and walked toward the creature. Han Sen was surprised. Ning Yu was so sick and had not evolved yet, so why would he go there himself? Holding the slim sword, Ning Yu quickly stabbed at the creature at an incredible speed, which actually hit it. His sword was not stuck in the red meat either. Impressive, this Ning Yu. Although they are twins, he is much stronger than Son of Heaven. Han Sen felt a bit shocked. He could tell that Ning Yu had not evolved, but Ning Yu was able to distract the creature and avoid its attacks. In addition, his sword skills were unexpected. Although he only had one move, he always attacked in the most surprising angle. Only his sword could be retrieved from the red meat which none of the revolvers dared to touch. Although the creature was not hurt by his sword, it became irritated. Under the extremely intense circumstance, Ning Yu looked so calm that Han Sen could not tell that he was in a deadly battle. The behaviors of the revolvers became more and more organized since Ning Yu joined them. They moved around the creature and gradually led it to Han Sen. It is such a shame that Ning Yu has poor fitness level. His fitness index should be around 15, the number of a normal person with sacred geno points maxed out. Even with the cursed wolf dagger, I don't think he could kill the creature. After watching for a while, Han Sen learned that speed should be Ning Yu's main strength, which should be around 20, while his other items should be around 15. Seeing that the creature was led to him, Han Sen gripped his dagger. He had been watching long enough to determine the fitness level of the creature. As long as Han Sen did not use heresy mantra and overload, he could injure the creature with the dagger but could not kill it, which was what Han Sen wanted. He could not kill the creature in front of the group. Eventually, the creature approached Han Sen. Han Sen dashed out without hesitation and quickly slashed the dagger at the meat. The meat that the evolvers could not hurt using sacred blood weapons was cut deeply by Han Sen's dagger. The injury was about 3 inches deep and blood immediately flowed. The creature screeched and quickly shrank its body. To everyone's surprise, after the red meat contracted, the injury disappeared as if it was glued up. Han Sen joined the rest of the group. However, it seemed that the creature was scared by the cursed wolf dagger and did not dare to touch it again. It kept moving away from Han Sen and attacked the rest. Although Han Sen found opportunities to stab it a few more times, it was useless. The red meat had an incredible ability to cure itself. "That's it, my shapeshifting time limit is up," exclaimed an evolver. Ning Yu's pupils contracted. He commanded coldly, "Let's retreat." Hearing Ning Yu, the evolvers started to go back together with the young master. However, Han Sen marched forward instead, making his way to the creature. Han Sen more or less had learned the strengths and shortcomings of the creature. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. The shapeshifting time limit of the evolvers was up, so that they no longer dared to fight the creature closely. As long as Han Sen could face the creature alone, he will have his opportunity. "Mr. Han, let's go back first. We will organize another campaign," Ning Yu exclaimed at Han Sen with his brows knitted. "It's okay, you go back first. It fears my dagger, so I can try again," replied Han Sen, throwing himself at the red meat. Ning Yu failed to talk Han Sen out of it and surprisingly came back as well, helping Han Sen distract the creature. However, the evolver could no longer take the pressure of going over the time limit. They quickly turned back to themselves and became much weaker, which made the situation direr. Ouch! An evolver's arm was swept across by the red meat, and his muscle suddenly melted, his bones exposed. Han Sen took this opportunity to make another cut at the red meat. This time, it seemed he had cut a vital part of the creature, which immediately screeched and returned to its shell, never coming out again. Han Sen approached the shell and quickly cut at it. Ding! Han Sen felt a strong force came through, almost made it impossible for him to hold the dagger, while the shell was only left with a white mark. "Let me try with dagger." Xianxia approached Han Sen and yelled. Han Sen did not answer, backed up, and looked at the rest of the group. His attitude was evident. "Mr. Han, I will not lie to you. You should be able to see that this creature is significantly different from all the creatures we have seen. Maybe it is a being beyond sacred blood creatures. If we are able to get its beast soul and meat, human beings will make another leap in the evolution history. Your strength is not enough to break its shell. You can choose to lend us the dagger or sell it to us. After we succeed, you can have half of the benefits," said Ning Yu. Before Han Sen replied, a tentacle of the red meat reached from under the shell at an evolver. That person was paying attention to Han Sen's reaction and did not dodge in time. He was caught by the red meat and quickly drawn into the shell. Blood was spilled, and screams were heard. The person became quiet in a moment, shocking the rest of the group. As Ning Yu was about to say something, the creature moved toward the cliff with the shell on its back. Han Sen uses of the dagger to slice the red meat exposed under the shell, which did not do much because the injury healed quickly. The creature continued to the cliff, which was shaped like a reversed pyramid. The creature quickly went down and glued itself to the mountain wall, while none of the humans had such ability. "Mr. Han, what do you think of my suggestion?" Ning Yu asked. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in lending or selling the dagger," Han Sen said quietly. 5 sacred blood beast souls for the dagger. "And you still get to keep half of the meat after we kill the creature," Ning Yu said and suddenly stabbed the sword at Han Sen's throat. This move was so unexpected in the middle of a sentence that even an evolver like Xianxia would probably have been killed. However, Han Sen was an expert in this aspect. The moment when Ning Yu moved, Han Sen had wielded his dagger as well. Crack! Ning Yu's sword was cut in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Ning Yu looked surprised, but did not stop attacking Han Sen. Xianxia and the other evolvers were helping Ning Yu as well. It seemed that they had decided to kill Han Sen. Wang Fu Pingqing said, "You are someone who always go by the rules." It seems that she is mistaken. Han Sen moved around the three persons, using the dagger to defend himself. "I only go by the rules because I don't want others to fear me and misunderstand me. You are not someone who fears me though." Ning Yu was extremely calm. He summoned another slim sword. Although it seemed to be of a different style, it was still a sacred blood beast soul. "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the dagger," said Han Sen. "I'd rather not have it than let others have it." Ning Yu's sword became more and more swift and deadly. The two evolvers also did their best to attack Han Sen in the fiercest way possible. Wang Fu Pingqing was right. You are indeed a scary person. However, there is one thing that you did wrong. Han Sen dodged several attacks and said. "What is that?" Ning Yu did not stop his sword. "You misunderstood who is in charge here," Han Sen said calmly. He suddenly held the dagger backward and his footwork became extremely odd. His heart beat like an engine, and Han Sen was no longer who he was a moment ago. The moment Han Sen passed by Ning Yu, the dagger in his hand moved like water, cutting the spear in Yang Yongcheng's hand. In a flash, Han Sen moved to the other evolver and beheaded him. Blood sputtered everywhere. Ning Yu froze for a second. Yang Yongcheng yelped. They could not imagine that Han Sen could improve his strength so tremendously in a sudden. When besieged by two evolvers and Ning Yu, Han Sen even killed an evolver. "You are also an evolver." Yang Yongcheng widened his eyes. Unless Han Sen was an evolver, Yang Yongcheng could not explain Han Sen's speed and strength. "You found out too late." Han Sen moved like wind, dashing past Yang Yongcheng. Yang Yongcheng became shocked. With his speed, he could not even move away in time. All he could do was to summon a broadsword to block Han Sen's dagger. Crack! Both the dagger and Yang Yongcheng's neck were cut by the cursed wolf dagger as if they were made of tofu. The blade was broken, and the man was killed. The body without its head fell to the ground. Ning Yu watched Han Sen. As calm as him, his heart sank. After all the calculation, he failed to predict Han Sen's strength. At the ring of the VIP section, Han Sen only showed how sharp the dagger was. Ning Yu did not know that Han Sen had the strength of an evolver as well. "I am right that we are the same type of people." Ning Yu smiled unexpectedly. He had better judgment than Yang Yongcheng, who was already an evolver, and he did not plan to run away, because he knew very clearly that his speed was much worse than Han Sen's. Maybe as he turned around, his head would no longer be on his shoulders. "Any last word?" Han Sen did not reply but asked. Ning Yu coughed and said, "Maybe you do not know that there is a type of beast soul called doppelganger. The person standing in front of you is merely a doppelganger. Even if you kill me right away, you will only be destroying a beast soul. So how about we have a nice talk instead?" Han Sen did not speak but walked toward Ning Yu with the dagger in his hand. "If you do not believe me, I could prove it to you that I am just a beast soul," Ning Yu said to Han Sen with his brows knitted. "I believe you," said Han Sen, and immediately beheaded Ning Yu with his dagger. In Faith Shelter, Ning Yu, who was drinking tea, muttered to himself, "There goes my only sacred blood doppelganger beast soul. My teacher is right, I am still not calm enough." Ning Yu took a sip of his tea but could not stop thinking about Han Sen. Watching Ning Yu's body disappearing in front of him, Han Sen was not upset, but pleased. He had guessed what a beast soul doppelganger could do. After witnessing how amazing Ning Yu's doppelganger was, Han Sen was very glad that he had the Beetle Knight. However, it was not an urgent matter. Han Sen quickly summoned the wings of Purple Feathered Dragon and flew down the cliff. Han Sen had learned everything about the creature and knew that he could kill it. The Cursed Wolf Dagger, 43 Super Geno Points, Heresy Mantra and Overload, together gave Han Sen the ability to fight some super creatures. Golden Growler was clearly beyond the Han Sen's ability. However, this giant snail was a weaker super creature. It was more or less on the same level as the Cursed Wolf, which Han Sen could kill. Han Sen flew down the cliff and saw the giant snail had already made its way half down the cliff. Han Sen flapped his wings and kicked at the shell, trying to send the snail down the cliff. However, the creature attached itself to the stone and did not move at all. Han Sen's foot, on the other hand, was almost dislocated. Han Sen again used the Cursed Wolf Dagger to cut at the jade shell of the creature. With both Heresy Mantra and Overload reaching his extreme, Han Sen was equipped with incredible strength. The Cursed Wolf Dagger moved across the air and hit the shell, making the sound of metal. The shell was left with an inch-deep mark. The bouncing effect was also diverted by Han Sen. Ding ding ding. In the air, Han Sen repeatedly cut the jade shell, making an inch-deep mark each time. Very soon, the marks were all over the jade shell. The creature turned itself again into tentacles, trying to tie Han Sen up. However, the dagger kept cutting at the tentacles, none of which managed to approach Han Sen. Left, right, with extremely fierce strength, the dagger kept cutting the jade shell and deepening the marks on the shell. The metal sounds were almost non-stop. Boom. Eventually, after taking hundreds or thousands of hits, the jade shell was broken by the dagger into pieces and fell underneath the cliff. Without the protection of the jade shell, the red meat issued a screech and threw itself at Han Sen in the form of tentacles. Han Sen looked extremely calm. He wielded his dagger and cut off all the tentacles, approaching the vital part of the red meat at the same time. Whoosh! Han Sen's strike broke the red meat and sliced off the two eyes of the creature. The creature suddenly screamed. It could no longer attach its body to the cliff and fell. Super Creature Blood Snail killed. Beast Soul of Super Creature Blood Snail gained. Life Essence available. Meat inedible. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen almost moaned in happiness. It was indeed a super creature. He not only gained its life essence, but also had the beast soul. Amazing. Han Sen was in a great mood. When he reached the bottom of the valley, the body of the blood snail was almost all gone. A red crystal the size of the fist fell on the ground. Han Sen took the red crystal and started to lick it. The crystal melted into blood-like liquid and Han Sen swallowed greedily. Life Essence of Super Creature Blood Snail eaten. 1 Super Geno Point gained. Hearing the pleasing voice and feeling the warm streams filling his body, Han Sen felt on top of the world. It was almost like he was in heaven. The life essence of the blood snail provided 9 Super Geno Points for Han Sen. Adding to the 43 points he already had, Han Sen currently had 52 Super Geno Points and his fitness was further enhanced. Humans in First God's Sanctuary could reach 15 in fitness index when maxing out on all 4 types of Geno Points. Most people would be able to reach 20 in some respects, which was already the limits humans could reach in First God's Sanctuary. After evolving, people like this would gain a sacred body, which would enhance their fitness index to around 30. At that time, they could reach nearly 40 in one or two aspects. However, Han Sen had not evolved yet, and his fitness index had already passed 20 by a lot. However, all aspects of Han Sen's fitness were rather balanced. Han Sen calculated based on his own condition. When he maxed out on Sacred Geno Points and Super Geno Points, his fitness index should be over 30 without any additional enhancement, which would be the same as an evolver with a sacred body. Han Sen was looking forward to experiencing the evolution and having his physique enhanced. At that point, his fitness should be reaching an incredible level. In addition, the foundation would mean the world to his future development. It would determine how he performed after becoming a surpasser or demigod. Han Sen did not want to miss any opportunities. He wanted to evolve at his best. The fitness level of a mutant evolver was around 20, and the fitness level of a sacred blood evolver was around 30. So how about a super evolver? The first super body in mankind, the thought made Han Sen's blood boil. He wished he could immediately fill up his Super Geno Points and become a super evolver. Han Sen found a hidden spot and started to appreciate his newly gained Super Beast Soul in excitement. Type of Beast Soul of Super Creature Blood Snail, Pet Armor. Pet Armor. Is this Beast Soul used on pets? Han Sen had never heard of such a Beast Soul. Feeling puzzled, Han Sen hesitated and summoned Meowth. He then used the Super Pet Armor on Meowth. All of a sudden, the shadow of Blood Snail was attached to Meowth and then turned into a translucent jade shell, covering the entire body of Meowth, which now looked like a jade statue. Run, Meowth. Han Sen wondered whether Meowth could still run fast wearing such armor. Meowth roared and set out like a lightning bolt. In an instant, Meowth was almost 200 feet away, even faster than it was before. Han Sen was surprised. It seemed that the pet armor did not affect Meowth's speed but enhanced its fitness. Han Sen called Meowth back and beat it hard. It seemed that the super pet armor had incredible defense, which was much better than Han Sen's sacred blood armor. Without using the cursed wolf dagger, Han Sen could not even break the super pet armor. Lucky, I have been so lucky. With the super pet armor, Meowth should be able to take attacks from some of the super creatures. With such a super pet as my tank, I do not need to probe and take the risks on my own when hunting another super creature. Han Sen became overjoyed and kissed Meowth on its forehead. Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and Holy Angel, trying to equip them with the super pet armor. Pet not transformed yet, unable to use the armor. Han Sen got a hint telling him it could not be used. Only transformed pets could use the super pet armor. Fortunately, the Golden Rock Worm King should be transforming soon. Han Sen thought he should kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures to feed the Golden Rock Worm King. However, Han Sen was not in the mood. He was thinking about something else, which was the ability of the Beetle Knight. Ning Yu had shown him the power of a doppelganger beast soul. Having spent many days with Ning Yu, Han Sen was not even able to tell it was just a doppelganger. This kind of ability was simply unbelievable, which was also quite meaningful to Han Sen. He was about to evolve, and the beast souls belonging to Dollar were less and less useful. Although he could sell them using Dollar's name, the things he got in return would still be traced back to Han Sen. With the doppelganger, Han Sen could be 2 persons at the same time and purchase the beast souls Dollar sold. No one had to know the connection between himself and Dollar, which was perfect. Han Sen could not wait to know whether the Beetle Knight would work in the same way as Ning Yu's doppelganger beast soul. Han Sen went back to Faith Shelter overnight and teleported back to Blackhawk. He then went to the restroom in his dormitory. Watching his reflection in the mirror, Han Sen summoned the Beetle Knight again. Previously, the Beetle Knight could not be summoned. However, this time it came out of Han Sen's mind. Without a pause, the Beetle Knight entered the mirror. A ripple appeared in the mirror as the Beetle Knight walked inside. After the Beetle Knight was in the mirror, it integrated itself with Han Sen's reflection and walked out of the mirror. Looking at the Beetle Knight that looked exactly like himself, Han Sen opened his mouth wide and could not begin to describe the excitement he was feeling. After a series of experiments, Han Sen felt more and more thrilled. He could even manipulate the Beetle Knight's body from the beast soul's perspective. Although the Beetle Knight had become Han Sen, its physique was still the same as the beast soul, vastly different from Han Sen's. To Han Sen's satisfaction, the doppelganger could use beast souls like a normal human being, as long as Han Sen transferred the beast souls to it. It is exactly what I think. This way, Dollar's identity would no longer be an issue. Han Sen was wondering how he could transfer Dollar's beast souls to himself without exposing his secret. However, he could only do that when he returned to Steel Armor Shelter. Otherwise, people would still connect him with Dollar. The next morning, Han Sen was preparing to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Since he had already killed the super creature and antagonized Ning Yu, it was no longer a good idea to stay in Faith Shelter. Mr. Han, how about we find a place to talk? Before Han Sen left Faith Shelter, Ning Yu was standing in front of him, with a gentle smile per usual, as if nothing had happened between Han Sen and him. Is there anything to talk about between us? Han Sen looked around and did not see any suspicious person. I am alone, and you could decide where we have the talk, Ning Yu smiled and said. Mr. Han, competition and business should not be mixed. If you have already killed the creature, I am willing to pay for the meat. If you're willing to sell the beast soul, it would be even better. I can accept any price you name. Young master, do you really think I could kill the creature alone? Han Sen licked his lips and said. Previously I did not believe that. However, after that day, I no longer dared to think so. You are not an ordinary person, said Ning Yu earnestly. Young master, you give me too much credit. However, I am not as strong as you think. Han Sen paused and said, you know clearly when I came back and whether I had brought any meat back. What more do I need to say? Naturally, Ning Yu knew what Han Sen meant. The creature was huge and had a lot of meat. Han Sen returned on the same day. If he had obtained the meat, it was impossible for him to finish eating it. However, Han Sen brought nothing back. But the creature disappeared. Ning Yu stared into Han Sen's eyes and said. I had also gone down to the valley and did not find the creature. If you're asking me where it went, I would have to let you down again. Han Sen was not afraid that Ning Yu would not believe him. So far, no one knew that the body of a super creature would disappear after being killed. No matter how smart Ning Yu was, he would not know there was no meat to begin with. Ning Yu watched Han Sen for a while but could tell nothing. He chuckled and asked, what's your plan later? How about we continue to collaborate? No, thank you. To be honest, I am scared. Han Sen waved his hand and walked toward the exit of the shelter. I will go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Forget about the collaboration. I am too old for that kind of thrill. Ning Yu did not stop Han Sen but still sent for someone to follow him. Although Han Sen felt he was followed, he did not mean to get rid of the tail. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter as usual. Ning Yu received the message and frowned. Is it true that he did not kill the super creature? The super creature had at least 400 pounds of meat. In such a short amount of time, it was impossible for Han Sen to finish the meat. If he hid the meat somewhere, then he should not have gone back to Steel Armor Shelter. After all, meat went bad easily. If Han Sen hid the meat away, after he returned from Steel Armor Shelter, the meat would no longer be edible. If he had not killed the creature, where did the creature go? Ning Yu felt something was wrong but could not tell what. Han Sen went back to Steel Armor Shelter, wondering where he could kill a few sacred blood creatures to max out his sacred Geno points and help the Golden Rock Worm King transform. Maybe I should go to the Devil Desert. Han Sen was still thinking about the Sacred Blood Fox King and the Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King. Either would make a great snack for the Worm King. Han Sen had always wanted to kill the Fox King but had never found a good opportunity. A while back, he was unable to kill it. When he was capable of killing it, he could not find the creature. The Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King was a creature that could produce a rare flying Sacred Blood Beast soul. It was quite a shame that Han Sen did not kill it last time. If Han Sen could gain the beast soul of the Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King, he could sell the wings of the Purple Feathered Dragon, which had been seen by too many people. Since Han Sen had reached a conclusion, he did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter, but went to Devil Desert directly. Foxes, black feathered beasts, where are you? Han Sen rode on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and entered the Devil Desert. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, it was of a significant size and marched much faster in the sand compared to Meowth. Entering the desert again, Han Sen did not know how to describe his feeling. He used to be chased by the Sacred Blood Fox King in despair but could kill it with a single shot these days, no matter how sly it was. Shortly after Han Sen entered the Devil Desert, he saw many dead creatures. It seemed that some people had already cleared the path. As Han Sen was wondering if he should choose a different direction, he heard roars of creatures and shouting of humans. Since the sounds were not far, Han Sen commanded the Golden Rock Worm King to go over there. Han Sen saw the group of people who were hunting. The group was led by Yuan and Qing. The Golden Rock Worm King was so eye-catching that Yuan and Qing saw it from afar. They recognized that it was Han Sen's pet and felt relieved. Since they were hunting rock snakes, they did not say hi and fought harder. The group was quite organized as if they were soldiers. It was easy for them to hunt the rock snakes, so Han Sen did not join them, but watched on a dune nearby. Watching Qing and Yuan slaughtering the creatures, Han Sen felt so much time had passed. These two boys were rookies who he used to instruct and protect. However, they had become masters who could defend themselves, which made Han Sen feel a bit emotional. Have I grown old? Han Sen touched his chin, which was very smooth, and was reminded that he was only nearly 20 years old. Because he had practiced Jideskin, Han Sen had very tender skin like a teenage girl. Even he had been exposed to wind and sunshine in the wild for some time, his skin still remained soft and fair. This is too obvious a feature. Han Sen thought. If he did not have erection every morning, he wondered if he would become a woman if he kept practicing this hyper-geno art. Han Sen looked around 18 years old, younger than he actually was. Fortunately, he had manly facial features. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a woman for real. After all, it was so rare for a guy to have skin like this. Brother, how come you're here? As Han Sen was deep in his thought, Yuan and Qing had finished hunting the rock snakes and walked over to Han Sen. I plan to hunt some sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert and max out my sacred Geno points. Didn't expect to see you here. Han Sen came off from the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and said with a smile. Oh, you're going deeper into the desert. Take us with you. We will just watch you and don't worry about us stealing your creatures, Yuan said, looking at Han Sen expectantly. Okay, we can go together. You can hunt the creatures as well, which should be fun, Han Sen smiled and said. Han Sen was actually thinking, sorry, Yuan and Qing. Kill as many as mutant creatures you want, but sacred blood creatures are all mine. Currently, Han Sen was equipped with a sacred blood bow and arrow. With his archery skills and strength, a sacred blood creature could not even take an arrow from him. It was impossible that the boys could snatch a sacred blood creature from Han Sen. Ha ha, then we will do our best. Don't be pissed if we snatch a creature from you, said Yuan, grinning. Don't worry, I am not that far from maxing out on sacred Geno points and can wait 1 day or 2. In addition, it will not be easy for you to steal creatures from me. If you have that kind of ability, I will be more happy than mad, Han Sen said with a smile. Maxing out on sacred Geno points is not a big deal at all, not to mention you have not achieved that yet, said the young man with his lips curled. The young man was about 17 years old and had a butch haircut. It seemed he was unhappy with the fact that Han Sen was treating them like kids. No big deal indeed. I entered God's sanctuary 2 years earlier than you did is all, Han Sen said with a smile, seeing that Yuan and Qing were blinking at him. Han Sen did not want to be too serious around a teenager. Entering God's sanctuary earlier does not mean you are stronger. Since you have said we are free to hunt the creatures, let's see who could hunt a sacred blood creature first, the teenager insisted. Okay, Han Sen nodded and said, still smiling. The group of people continued their way into the Devil Desert. At night, when they were having a break, Yuan whispered to Han Sen when the teenager was not nearby, brother, Hai Yun is arrogant because his grandfather is Hai Mingwei. Don't pay him any mind. Senator Hai Mingwei. Han Sen was surprised to hear that. Hai Mingwei was a senator and demigod, probably the best fighter among all humans. When Han Sen just entered God's sanctuary, Hai Mingwei became the first human who had killed a demigod sacred blood creature. So far, no one could follow that example. Hai Mingwei was named the best fighter ever, and the most likely candidate of the president of the alliance. Han Sen had heard rumors that the Hais were one of the clans that inherited ancient martial arts, which was why Hai Mingwei could reach his level. Yuan nodded and said, Hai Yun is the only boy in his generation, which is why the entire clan takes his education very seriously. Since he is randomly assigned to Steel Armor Shelter, both my family and Qing's family told us to keep him safe. If anything happens to him, both of us will be responsible. Just don't pay him any mind, brother. Han Sen nodded. He did not mean to take Hai Yun seriously anyway. However, he curiously asked, did the Hais really inherit ancient martial arts? Yuan curled his lips and said, most of the senators have something to do with ancient martial arts, which gave them a huge advantage when they entered God's sanctuary. Otherwise, they would have no advantages. Those who fight on their own are basically all in the house. Good to know. It was the first time that Han Sen heard about these things, so he felt quite interested and asked Yuan a few more questions. Yuan did not know much either. Some of his family members was in the house. Although they knew something about the Senate, they did not know a lot. When they set out on the road again, Hai Yun was extremely active, killing almost all the creatures they saw. His fitness was great, and the techniques he was using were impressive, many of which Han Sen had never seen before. They were probably the secret of the Hais. Each time Hai Yun killed a creature, he would shoot a challenging glance at Han Sen. However, Han Sen remained calm and acted as if he did not see it. The biggest thing Hai Yun killed was 1 or 2 mutant creatures, which Han Sen was not interested in at all. He was not in the mood to play a child's game. The third day into the desert, when they were marching, Han Sen suddenly looked surprised as he gazed at the horizon. He stopped his mount and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow. Brother, what had happened? Seeing Han Sen acting like that, everyone else became alarmed. However, they did not see anything nearby. Black feathered beasts. The king is also here, Han Sen pointed to the horizon and said. Han Sen was quite pleased. This was not far from where he ran into the black feathered beasts last time. It was great that he saw them again. He would never miss this opportunity. The rest of the group looked in the direction that Han Sen was pointing. All they could see was some black dots. I wonder if that is true. You are so far from the creatures. Even if you could see them, what's the point of taking out your bow? You could not even hurt an ordinary creature at such a distance, let alone a sacred blood creature, said Hai Yun with his lips curled. Han Sen did not reply but pulled the horn bow to its full. Aiming at the horizon for a while, Han Sen suddenly shot the bony fish arrow. A gray shadow flew toward the sky and immediately disappeared in people's sight. No one knew where the arrow went. Momentarily, they heard a shrill cry from afar. The group were overjoyed. Yuan looked to Han Sen and asked, brother, you got it? Han Sen nodded excitedly. The voice in his mind made him so happy that he did not know what to say. Sacred blood creature black feathered beast king killed. Beast soul of black feathered beast king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points. Han Sen was surprised to gain the beast soul of the creature. He felt like his luck was getting better recently. Brother, did you really kill the sacred blood black feathered beast? Qing could not believe what had happened. He stared his eyes wide, as he did not see what the black feathered beast looked like. Han Sen nodded. Haiyang snorted and urged his mount to run where the arrow fell. He did not believe that before he even saw the beasts, Han Sen had already killed their sacred blood king. Yuan and Qing were worried about Haiyang and quickly summoned everyone to go after him. As the group of people approached the spot, they eventually saw a tornado of black feathered beasts hovering in the sky, screeching. In the center of the tornado stood a boulder 100 feet tall. A giant black feathered beast was impaled on the boulder with an arrow, the same arrow that Han Sen shot just now. Haiyang widened his eyes and felt incredulous. The rest of the group were also dumbstruck. How strong must Han Sen be to kill a sacred blood creature more than a mile away? In First God's Sanctuary, I believe you do not have any match, said Yuan admiringly. Haiyang looked at Han Sen with complex emotions. Initially, he did not think much of Han Sen, but he suddenly realized the gap between Han Sen and himself was too wide. Before he even saw the sacred blood creature, Han Sen had already killed it, which was a hard blow in Haiyang's face. There are so many masters in the alliance. This is nothing, said Han Sen casually and quickly rushed into the black feathered beasts, trying to snatch the body of the beast king. The rest of the group also rushed over. Without the leadership of the beast king, the black feathered beasts became a chaos. Most of them flew away, and the few that attacked the humans were all killed. Han Sen quickly dashed to the boulder and took back the bony fish arrow. The body of the black feathered beast king immediately fell to the ground, dust swirling. Han Sen did not take the body up but summoned the golden rock worm king. He pointed at the black feathered beast king's body and the worm king immediately threw itself at the body excitedly. Recently, the golden rock worm king had stopped eating. It lost its interest in all meat but the meat of sacred blood creatures. Han Sen thought it was time for the worm king to evolve. The black feathered beast was huge in size. It would take Han Sen a long while to gain a sacred blood Geno point. He thought it was better if he just feed the whole body to the worm king. The golden rock worm king, which had lost its appetite for a long time, suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the black feathered beast king's body in its entirety, making the rest of the group dumbstruck. Everyone could tell that the body indeed belonged to the sacred blood black feathered beast king. Originally, they thought Han Sen would save the body for himself. Who knows that Han Sen had fed the whole body to his pet? It was simply impressive. After swallowing the black feathered beast king, the golden rock worm king stayed still and started to squirm. It really is about to transform. Han Sen became overjoyed and took the worm king back, letting it finish the transformation in his mind. I hope it could evolve at the same time. If I could gain a super beast and equip it with the blood the snail armor, I can basically kill any super creature. Han Sen prayed secretly to all the gods in the world, wishing that the golden rock worm king could evolve in the same way Meowth did. Sen, if you have maxed out on super Geno points, you can sell me the sacred blood meat. It is such a waste feeding it to your pet, said Yuan. It is too late, maybe next time, Han Sen said with a smile. He did not think feeding his pet was a waste at all. With the super pet armor, a strong pet would be a tremendous help to Han Sen. In addition, Han Sen was also expecting the golden rock worm king to evolve. Although the chance was slim, one could still hope. I have some private business and will not keep going. We will have to part our ways here. Han Sen planned to go to the underground cave where he used to hunt ghost butterflies. Maybe he could gain a few beast soul boomerangs. The sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerangs were quite useful. Although the cursed wolf dagger was good, it was a short weapon after all. And when he used sacred blood bow and arrow, Han Sen needed time to prepare. The damage the boomerang cost and its flexibility meant a lot to Han Sen. Since he was already close to the cave, Han Sen planned to have a look. After parting way with Qing and Yuan, Han Sen went to check out the underground cave. Again, he saw the ghost butterflies with blue flames flickering on their wings. Han Sen summoned Meowth, put super pet armor on it, and ordered it to rush to the butterflies. Groups of butterflies were awakened and became fireballs rushing toward Meowth. Blue flames hit Meowth as if they had hit a glass shield and bounced off immediately. The blue flames were flying across like fireworks, but Meowth was not hurt at all. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind, telling him ghost butterflies killed and beast souls gained. Han Sen became overjoyed. Super pet armor was indeed outstanding. Boom. Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Suddenly, Han Sen heard the voice, which made him jump with joy. Checking Meowth, Han Sen found his pet was still going forward as if nothing had happened. Super pet armor is simply wonderful. Han Sen had never visited the underground cave before because the sacred blood ghost butterflies were still threatening to him. He could not even defend himself with his sacred blood armor on. This time, Han Sen was planning to check out the performance of the super pet armor, which did not disappoint him. The explosion of the sacred blood ghost butterfly did not even leave any mark on the pet armor, let alone hurt Meowth. The pet armor was basically invincible. Han Sen did not bring the rest of the group over, not because he did not want others to learn about the cave, but because he did not want them to see the super pet armor or Meowth. Watching Meowth having fun hunting the butterflies like a kitty cat, Han Sen followed his pet delightedly, enjoying the gains without lifting a finger. All sorts of ghost butterflies were smashed against the super pet armor, contributing beast souls to Han Sen. Meowth jumped up and down in the cave and cleared all the ghost butterflies. Han Sen summoned his newly gained sacred blood black feathered beast wings and followed Meowth in the air. A pair of black wings spread on Han Sen's back, making him look like a dark angel. The speed of this pair of wings were the same as the purple feathered dragons. Last time Han Sen did not make it to the end of the cave, so he wanted to see for himself what was awaiting if he went further. Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Watching the ghost butterflies became more and more scarce, Han Sen heard another voice telling him about another sacred blood ghost butterfly beast soul. Another sacred blood one. Han Sen saw another blue ghost butterfly in his mind, flapping its wings and looking gorgeous. When Han Sen went deeper into the cave, there were fewer ghost butterflies left. Han Sen checked his mind and found that he already had 200 to 300 ghost butterfly beast souls, among which about 2 dozens were mutant and 2 were sacred blood. Such a great place. However, I wonder when there will be ghost butterflies again after I wiped them out just now. Han Sen glanced at the empty underground cave in Meowth, which seemed to be lamenting the fact that it could not play anymore. Deeper inside the cave, darkness prevented Han Sen to see the end. The cave was extremely deep, and water kept flowing down. Although there were some sideways, the main cave never changed its direction, but went straight down to the center of the earth. Han Sen hesitated slightly and decided to let Meowth scout. According to Han Sen's previous experience, there are generally very strong creatures in deep caves like this one. Since the direction was pretty straightforward, he was not worried about getting lost and was in no hurry to leave. After more than half a day, Han Sen suddenly entered a large space. Water started to go down straight and became a waterfall. Standing at the end of the narrow path, Han Sen could not see where the water was falling using the light of the torch. It was deep and dark and silent. Han Sen could not even tell how deep the larger cave was, given that he could not even hear the sound of the waterfall. Han Sen looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted as his glance swept across. Using the torch, Han Sen saw someone sitting opposite him. "Who is there?" Han Sen yelled at the person, but there was no response. Looking around vigilantly, Han Sen felt something must be wrong. He was about 100 feet from the person, so he should not be able to see the person with the dim light of the torch. The reason Han Sen was able to see the person was that the person was glowing. In the beginning, Han Sen thought it was the person's clothes that were glowing. Maybe it was made of some fluorescent materials. However, very soon, Han Sen made sure that it was not the clothes, but the person himself was glowing. After checking carefully, Han Sen was surprised to find that it was not a living person. Although it looked exactly like a living person, it was obvious that its exposed face and hands were dried up. It was impossible for a living person to have this kind of feature. Different from a dead person or a skeleton, the man had his skin and muscles intact, although water had left his body cells. Because his skin was glowing, he did not even look like a mummy. "Are you alive or dead? If you're alive, say something." Han Sen was not quite sure whether the person had died. Han Sen became curious about this dead man, wondering why he would die there in such a strange way. Checking left and right and making sure nothing was abnormal, Han Sen flapped his wings and approached the person with caution. While approaching the dead man, Han Sen checked him out. The clothing on the man was very strange, much different from modern clothing. The material and style of his clothing were like the ancient clothes humans wore before they ever left planet Earth. However, Han Sen decided that this idea was ridiculous. At that time, men did not even have the ability to survive in the universe, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary. Maybe he was just a guy who liked to dress weirdly. Han Sen thought to himself. When he was about 20 feet from the dead man, Han Sen did not continue to approach him. Moving left and right, Han Sen observed the dead man from all angles. A dead man that looked like he was still alive, that was the only way Han Sen could describe this person. He looked like a breathing person except for the fact that his body had dried up. However, he looked more like a statue made of jade or something, glowing with fluorescent light. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes were caught by something next to the left hand of the dead man, which looked like it belonged to the man. The dead man was sitting with his legs crossed and arms hanging naturally on a platform about 6 feet long extruding from the stone wall. Beside his left hand, there was something that looked like a scroll. At this point, Han Sen was certain that it was a dead man. Since there was no danger he could sense, Han Sen hesitated, landed on the platform, and picked up the scroll. The scroll looked like it was made of silk, but the touch of it felt more like leather. Han Sen looked at the dead man before he opened the scroll. There were lots of miniature characters written on the scroll, at least 30,000 characters on the 3-foot-long scroll. The majority of the characters were embroidered using some special threads, while the last portion was written by a certain kind of liquid. The handwriting of the two parts was also quite different. Han Sen believed they were from two different hands. Han Sen tried to read the scroll but found that the characters he knew were rather limited. Some of the characters he was familiar with, but not sure if they meant what he thought they meant. Is it some ancient language from the early days of mankind? Han Sen pondered. The universal language of the Alliance came from a certain country in the early days of mankind. However, the language had already gone through a lot of adjustments. Most people no longer recognized the older languages. However, in artifacts like calligraphy, older languages could still be found, which seemed to be similar to the characters in the scroll. Quite a weird dead guy. Han Sen checked the dead man out again. The dead man was about 30 or 40 years old. Although he looked dried up, Han Sen was still able to tell that he must have looked handsome when he was alive. Brother, since you have died already, you have no use of your belongings. I'm sure you'd rather do some charity work for a poor living guy like me. Han Sen reached his hand toward the dead man. He was no stranger to death and did not mind doing something like this. However, the moment Han Sen touched the clothes of the dead man, the material immediately turned into dust. Pulled by Han Sen, the clothes were immediately blown away. All of a sudden, nothing was left on the dead man's body. How come the clothes are so old? Han Sen paused and looked to the person again. The dead man was naked right now, but his whole body looked sacred and solemn. Han Sen looked the body all over and found nothing but the scroll. I wonder who he was. There is no chance he came from the ancient times, right? Even Han Sen felt amused by his own thought. There were very limited technologies in the ancient times. It was simply impossible for someone to teleport at that time. In addition to the dead body, there was nothing else. Han Sen then summoned the cursed wolf dagger and cut a hole in the stone wall. He placed the body into the hole, filled the hole with rocks, and said, "Since I damaged your clothes, I will give you a place to rest. As for the scroll, you would not need it as a dead man. I will take it back to have a look. Maybe I can find out who you are and ask your family to bury you properly." Han Sen then looked around. He did not have anywhere else to go other than the deeper cave. Han Sen looked into the depths of the cave and tried to fly down. After flying for a few miles, he still could not see the bottom of the cave. Watching the darkness that looked like an entrance to the hell, Han Sen felt scared. He hesitated and felt like it was unnecessary to take such risks. Han Sen flew up and went back to Devil Desert from the path where he came from. Han Sen spent 2 more days in Devil Desert and found no more sacred blood creatures. He went to the area where the sacred blood fox king used to be and failed to find it. To Han Sen's surprise, Golden Rock Worm King had accomplished its transformation. Super Golden Rock Worm King. Pet evolved and transformed. Seeing the Golden Rock Worm King that had finished its transformation, Han Sen felt dumbstruck. Its gigantic body had become much smaller after transformation. It used to be the size of a bus but had shrunk to the size of a car. However, the golden shell had become thicker. In addition, it had grown 4 pairs of sharp claws that looked like the sickle of the death. Behind its body, it had also developed a tail like a scorpion's. Behind its back, 2 pairs of golden wings buzzed like a bee's so fast that they were almost invisible. Ferocious was the word Han Sen was thinking when seeing the super golden rock worm king. The worm was completely different from what it used to be. Evolution, super pet. Han Sen had become so overjoyed that he did not know how to organize his words. Although he had hope, the chance was so low that he felt surreal when his hope actually became true. Ha ha! Han Sen summoned the golden rock worm king and couldn't resist laughing when seeing how good the pet looked. Super pet plus super pet armor. I don't know who can stop my maxing out on super Geno points. Han Sen felt quite proud. He cannot wait to find more super creatures to kill. However, it remained an issue where to find a super creature. Unlike Starry Group, which had a huge intelligence network and large amounts of capital and manpower, or Ares Marshall Hall, which had talents in all shelters, Han Sen was on his own. To find a super creature, the only way was to piece together fragmented information from the news on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad. With the Super Rock Worm King, Han Sen did not want to find a sacred blood creature anymore. Instead, he immediately went to Steel Armor Shelter, wanting to find a super creature so that he could max out on Super Geno points as soon as possible. However, before Han Sen reached Steel Armor Shelter, he felt something was wrong. Many people were fleeing from the shelter with a terrorized look. Some people were even injured. Han Sen would not feel much if it were just a few people. However, more and more people started to flood out of the shelter, which was abnormal. Brother, what's happening? Han Sen pulled someone passing by and asked. Creature. A creature came to the shelter, the person said, frightened. Han Sen paused. It was common for a creature to make its way into a shelter in second or third God's sanctuary. However, in first God's sanctuary, creatures would not even approach a shelter. Han Sen had never heard of any incidents in which a creature attacked humans in the shelter. In fact, he thought it had never happened before. How many creatures were in the shelter? Han Sen asked, hastily. 1, the guy replied. 1, what creature? Maybe it's a super creature. Han Sen's brows were knitted. Steel Armor Shelter was not a weak shelter. There were a lot of strong men in the shelter. One creature frightened so many people out of the shelter, which proved the strength of the creature. A lion, a giant golden lion, the guy stuttered. The words made Han Sen's heart sink. Golden lion, could it be that baby golden growler? Han Sen walked faster towards Steel Armor Shelter. The closer he got to the shelter, the more people running away from the shelter he saw. Many people were injured and crying. Han Sen also saw many people pulling dead bodies out of the shelter. It looked like there were quite a lot of casualties, since no one could have imagined a creature making its way into the shelter. There were so many weaker people in the shelter. If it was really a super creature, Han Sen did not think they could even be able to run away. Han Sen gritted his teeth and went against the crowds, entering Steel Armor Shelter. He saw a giant golden lion raging among the buildings of the shelter from afar. Although many strong men were attacking it, none could stop it. The golden lion was still killing like crazy. Golden Growler, you must be the little golden growler. Watching the grown golden growler, which was as tall as a 2-story building, Han Sen felt surprised and pleased. He was pleased that he got to meet the baby golden growler again, as he now had the ability to kill it. This golden growler was simply a godsend. However, Han Sen was surprised how big the golden growler had grown. When it moved its paw, it could easily tear down a room. Each room was a private space equipped with a teleport device. Everyone was naturally assigned his or her room when coming to First God's Sanctuary. However, in Higher God's Sanctuary, humans were completely on their own. They would need to build or fight for their own shelter, and sometimes they would even be attacked by creatures in the shelter. Watching the golden growler crushing buildings and rooms, Han Sen's hearts raced, because the golden growler was about to reach his room in the shelter. Han Sen did not care about anything else, but the archer crow he was feeding, which should not be revealed in public no matter what. The golden growler stamped on the buildings and people who had not made their way out yet, looking like a vicious dragon. Golden Growler approached his own room. Without any hesitation, Han Sen summoned the Super Golden Rock Worm King in super pet armor. He shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen and summoned the Cursed Wolf Dagger. Standing on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen rushed toward the Golden Growler. With its 4 wings buzzing, the Golden Rock Worm King looked like an alien creature, wielding its 4 sharp claws at the golden growler. Han Sen was standing on the back of the Worm King, his blonde hair dancing in the wind and his ruby crown shining under the sun. With the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen fixed his gaze upon the golden growler. Broken buildings and damaged bodies were everywhere. People were crying and shouting. Those who could fight in steel armor shelter, no matter which gang they were from, had all joined the fight. No one wanted to see steel armor shelter ruined. If they lost their own room, which was their safe space, everything would become difficult for them in God's sanctuary. Especially for the large gangs and merchants, losing their rooms meant the loss of a safe warehouse or transition space, which would cost tremendous damages. Many precious items were stored in the rooms. If ruined by the golden growler, many people would become poor overnight. Numerous arrows flew to the golden growler like a shower, which did absolutely no harm to the creature. In the eyes of the golden growler, the attack was like drizzle. Even Littlefinger, who was already a first-class fighter in First God's Sanctuary, could not even hurt the golden growler with a sacred blood weapon. When hundreds of different weapons cut on the golden growler, the creature could simply shake its body to get rid of both the weapons and their owners. The golden growler was like a monster from hell, crushing and smashing everything in its way. Whoever happened to be standing under its paw would become a pool of mud immediately. Blood flowed and became a river. It looks like apocalypse in steel armor shelter. With the screaming and howling, one would have goosebumps even it was noon. Retreat! Retreat! Littlefinger ordered everyone to retreat. It was not because he did not want to buy more time for the merchants and ladies who did not have much ability to fight, but because he could no longer keep fighting. In a short amount of time, the Fist Gang had already lost a few core members. The situation of Steel Armor Gang and the Disciples was not any better than the Fist Gang. Plus, Steel Armor Gang had suffered the most loss. Many members of the Steel Armor Gang were military school students. The education they received gave them more courage to sacrifice themselves. However, no matter how brave they were, it was simply useless in front of Golden Growler. The blood made people's hearts tremble, and deaths brought despair. At this point, even if the Steel Armor Gang wanted to retreat, it would be too late, given how fast the Golden Growler was. Its giant body did not affect its speed. If no one could distract the creature, none could run away from it. The Steel Armor Gang had become the last line of defense. As the members were becoming desperate and about to make suicidal attacks, they suddenly saw the murderous Golden Lion stop. Everyone was dazed. The Golden Lion raised its head, staring into the sky, and had an angry look on its face. What could possibly cause the anger of such a frightening creature? Everyone followed the Golden Lion's sight and became dumbstruck. A monster in jade armor fell from the sky. Although it was much smaller than the Golden Lion, it looked even more vicious. On the back of the armored beast stood a man with golden hair and red armor, who looked like Apollo. Han Sen. Many people who knew Han Sen couldn't help but yelp. As people were taken aback, the Golden Lion suddenly roared and jumped into the air, throwing itself at the Golden Rock Worm King. Seeing the look in the Golden Growler's eyes, Han Sen knew that the creature had recognized himself. The lion's eyes were filled with hatred. Han Sen was sure the creature wanted to rip himself apart. Let's finish everything here and now. Han Sen gripped the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, staring at the Golden Growler. Boom! The Golden Growler clashed with the transformed Golden Rock Worm King. Although the Worm King was just about 1/10 the size of Golden Growler, it did not back off after the clash. The 8 sharp claws dug deep into the fur of the Golden Growler. Roar! The Golden Growler felt the pain and howled. Its paw hit the Golden Rock Worm King, knocking the worm away, which then caused several buildings to collapse. The moment the Golden Growler laid its paw on the Rock Worm King, Han Sen's heart started to thump like a running engine, almost jumping out of his chest. Chi and blood quickly rushed into Han Sen's body, making him burn with explosive energy. The cursed wolf dagger almost became one with Han Sen and went toward an eye of the Golden Growler. Previously, Han Sen could not even break the eyes of the baby Golden Growler. However, Han Sen had become much stronger. With the super beast soul cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen was not who he used to be. The dagger was stabbed into the eye of the Golden Growler hard, as if it was stabbed into rubber. Han Sen used all he got and pushed the dagger inward. Roar! As blood flowed, the Golden Growler howled, trying to hit Han Sen with its forepaw. The moment Han Sen pierced the golden eye, he had already kicked the Golden Growler's face in order to retreat. When he was in the air, the Worm King threw itself under Han Sen's feet, helping its master avoid the golden growler's paw. With a bleeding eye, the golden growler had incredible hatred in its only eye left. With a roar, it quickly hit Han Sen and the golden rock worm king again at an incredible speed. Han Sen looked cold. Stepping on the golden rock worm king's back, he dodged the paw and stabbed at its other eye. When the golden growler tried to take its paw back to hit Han Sen, the rock worm king had already dug its claws into the lion's paw, its tail piercing its fur, making the golden growler scream. Han Sen threw himself at the lion, piercing the other eye of the golden growler. Blood suddenly colored the golden eye red. Roar. Growling continuously, the golden growler quickly rushed toward a direction, knocking down countless buildings. It eventually broke out of the shelter and ran away. Watching golden growler leaving embarrassed, loud cheers exploded in the shelter. Many were shouting Han Sen's name. However, Han Sen had no time to respond. Standing on the back of the golden rock worm king, Han Sen quickly chased after the golden growler. This time, he will not let the creature off the hook again. Kill it. Many people were shouting their hearts out, wishing they were able to kill golden growler and even alive like Han Sen. Humans had never experienced such cruelty in First God's sanctuary. The blood of family and friends made them furious. Buzzing its four wings, the golden rock worm king quickly went after the golden growler. When it was about to catch up with the lion, Han Sen deliberately slowed down a little bit as he did not want anyone to see him kill the golden growler. Han Sen wondered if the golden growler would disappear like other super creatures, which would look suspicious to other people. Han Sen was confident to kill the golden growler at this point. All he needed to do was to wait for the golden growler to run to a desolated spot, which would be the moment he made his move. Being blind, the golden growler could no longer tell which direction it was going. Its eyes were bleeding, but the blood was going back into its injuries. It looked like it was healing. Bang bang. All the rocks and trees were knocked away by the golden growler. The creature eventually entered Dark Swamp. Go deeper. Han Sen was pleased with the fact that the creature had entered the least populated place, creating the perfect opportunity for him to kill it. Following the golden growler into the Dark Swamp with his wings, Han Sen saw all the creatures in the lion's way knocked dead or stamped on. The fitness level of a super creature was much higher than any other creature. Even when it was blind already, no one could hurt it unless they had a super beast soul weapon. Watching the golden growler going deeper into the swamp where there was no one nearby, Han Sen no longer hesitated and ordered the golden rock worm king to go at the blind golden growler. Its four wings buzzing, the golden rock worm king strangled the golden growler with its barbed tail. The tail pierced the creature's neck and the blood started to flow. Meanwhile, the 8 sharp claws the rock worm king locked the golden growler's head down, stabbing inside its skull. The golden growler cried in despair, trying to hit the golden rock worm king. With its paw, however, it only made some noises of metal on metal. Han Sen summoned his black feathered wings, hovering in the air and watching his pet fighting the golden growler. The super pet in super pet armor was almost invincible. Even the golden growler could not injure the golden rock worm king. Instead, it was haunted by the worm king and attacked by 8 sharp claws. The golden hair of the lion was shaved by the claws, and bloody scars crisscrossed on its head, looking miserable. Let's end it here. Seeing that the golden rock worm king could not really kill the golden growler, Han Sen gripped the dagger and rushed toward the stomach of the golden growler. In Han Sen's hand, the cursed wolf dagger made a cut of 12 feet long on the stomach of golden growler. Golden blood jetted out like a spring, mixed with pieces of inner organs. Roar! The golden growler cried, waving its paws and trying to kill its enemy. However, it could no longer tell where the enemy was. As its blood left its body, the golden growler quickly became weak. Han Sen jumped on its head and stabbed the dagger into its brain, accelerating its death. After all, the golden growler had not grown as strong as its mother. It was only at the same level as the cursed wolf. Compared to the invincible large golden growler, it was still much lacking. If the golden growler had become as strong as its parent, Han Sen was afraid that the entire steel armor shelter would be crushed by the creature. At that point, Han Sen could not guarantee he would be able to stop it. Super creature golden growler killed. Beast soul of golden growler gained. Life essence available. Meat edible. Watching the dead golden growler, Han Sen was dazed. This time, the voice was different from before. Han Sen was happy that he was able to gain the beast soul of the golden growler. However, After killing several super creatures, it was the first time the body of the creature did not disappear. In addition, the voice had always told him that the meat of super creature was inedible, yet this time it said something different. If the meat was indeed edible, Han Sen wondered why the voice did not say it could bring him more super Geno points. In conclusion, the voice was kind of weird. Han Sen watched the creature's body with his brows knitted. The golden growler is different from other creatures. Han Sen quickly forgot about this issue. He was overjoyed that he had gained the super beast soul, life essence, and even the meat of the golden growler. Han Sen was surprised how lucky he was. Han Sen had thought that he had used up his luck, given how lucky he had been recently. However, he still gained the beast soul, and even gained the body of a super creature. Han Sen did not dare to hesitate much longer. He quickly dissected the body of the golden growler with the cursed wolf dagger, searching for its life essence. Han Sen almost tore its entire body up to find the golden crystal in its skull. Although the golden crystal was much smaller than that of its parent, it was still the size of a basketball. Han Sen quickly licked at the crystal. As he drank the golden liquid, he felt his entire body was on fire. Strength was instilled into his body cells, making his entire body stronger. Life essence of golden growler consumed. 1 super Geno point gained. Hearing the wonderful voice in his mind, Han Sen almost laughed out loud. He licked the crystal faster. Hearing the voice telling him about his newly gained super Geno points, Han Sen felt he was on top of the world. The life essence of the golden growler gave Han Sen another 8 super Geno points. Han Sen now had 60 super Geno points. After finishing the life essence, Han Sen felt more cheerful than ever. He glanced at the meat of the golden growler. Since the meat could be eaten, I believe it should also give me super Geno points. The body of this creature is so big that I wonder when I can finish eating it. Watching the golden growler cut into pieces by him, Han Sen felt worried. Any piece in front of him was taller than himself. Han Sen wondered how he could eat it. Let me try some first. Han Sen picked a tender piece and made a thin slice. Without time to cook, Han Sen decided to taste it raw. Very soon, Han Sen found out sadly that the meat was as tough as ever. Han Sen chewed the meat and felt as if he was chewing calfskin. There was no way his teeth could tear up the meat. In the end, Han Sen decided to simply swallow the meat since the slice was quite thin. However, after he swallowed it up, nothing had happened. Even if this piece of meat did not give him any Geno point, Han Sen should still be able to hear the voice telling him no Geno point gained. However, after swallowing, Han Sen had heard nothing. What the heck? Han Sen felt quite upset. He hesitated and summoned Holy Angel, wondering if she would eat it. If she could not eat it, then the meat was useless. After seeing the meat of golden growler, Holy Angel was overjoyed and threw itself at the meat. Holding a piece of meat, she gobbled away. The meat Han Sen could not even chew was easily torn into pieces by Holy Angel with her teeth. All pets would be winners at eating contests. Han Sen was dumbstruck by the way Holy Angel ate. Momentarily, the little girl had already swallowed a piece of meat taller than Han Sen. Han Sen wondered where the volume went in the belly of the Holy Angel. However, the Holy Angel did not mean to stop. She quickly went to another piece of meat and started to eat. Han Sen saw the little girl started to grow as she ate the meat of the golden growler. Her hair became longer and chest fuller. Her legs became longer, and a pair of white wings started to grow on her back. Han Sen felt the little girl look more and more like the creature she used to be. Her wings became bigger and her body more curvaceous. Jade armor started to formulate on her body as well. Holy Angel. She really had become the Holy Angel. Han Sen was dumbstruck and did not know what to say. After eating a small part of the golden growler meat, the little girl had grown into a woman. However, the change had not stopped. The Holy Angel was still bearing her face in the meat. As she ate, the figure of Holy Angel started to shift again. Her blonde hair became almost transparent, her white armor became golden, and even her eyes and halo became pure gold. The Holy Angel turned into an elegant goddess, covered in a sacred aura. After eating all the meat of the golden growler, the Holy Angel turned and walked to Han Sen. She approached Han Sen until their faces met. Watching the gorgeous yet ice-cold face of the beauty, Han Sen was wondering what she wanted to do. All of a sudden, the Holy Angel held Han Sen's face with both hands and covered his mouth with her red lips. Damn it, I am molested by a pet. Han Sen stared his eyes wide, feeling incredulous. As Han Sen was having complex feelings, he suddenly felt suction from the mouth of the holy angel. She sucked the piece of meat that he just swallowed out from Han Sen's stomach. Holy angel released Han Sen and swallowed the piece of meat, which seemed to make her look more mysterious and pretty. Evolution of holy angel complete. Han Sen heard the voice in his mind. Checking the data of holy angel, Han Sen was dazed. Holy angel, super pet, can further evolve. Han Sen could understand that the holy angel had evolved into a super creature after eating the meat of the golden growler. However, after she had already become a super pet, the system said she could even evolve further, which was beyond Han Sen's comprehension. Han Sen had never heard that a pet beast soul could evolve twice. In addition, a super pet must be the top being in First God's sanctuary. If the holy angel could evolve even further, what would she become? Watching the innocent girl standing in front of him, Han Sen did not know what to think. After finishing evolution, the holy angel had dismissed her transformed state and become the little girl again, looking at Han Sen with her eyes wide. Han Sen was shocked. Technically speaking, a pet could not decide its state for itself. Some intelligent pets could react automatically under emergencies, which was also quite rare and limited. Dismissing its own transformed state like the holy angel was simply beyond the ability of a pet. Han Sen regarded the holy angel with his brows knitted and took her back. Fortunately, the beast soul did not resist. This is so strange. I believe it's the golden growler. Other super creatures all disappeared after being killed, but the golden growler had edible meat. There must be some mysteries. Han Sen did not have any clues. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone was talking about the creature and Han Sen. They had never heard about a creature attacking a shelter in First God's sanctuary. The fact that Han Sen had chased the creature away made a lot of people in Steel Armor Shelter grateful to him. Many people in Steel Armor Shelter posted on the Skynet about the issue, giving rise to quite a lot of attention. The shelters in First God's sanctuary were not built by humans, but a part of the God's sanctuary system. No creatures dared to come close to the shelter before, yet one suddenly attacked a shelter, which naturally made breaking news. Ning Yu was also reading about the incident. Although there was no picture or video, Ning Yu was paying a lot of attention, especially to the part about Han Sen. After a long time, Ning Yu turned his device off and asked an old man who looked like a steward, "Is everyone ready?" "Yes, young master, everyone is ready, but are you really going to do that?" The old man asked Ning Yu. "We cannot touch someone from the special squad, especially someone connected to the Qins. If we want to capture him alive, we can only do it in God's sanctuary," Ning Yu said casually. "But young master, you don't need to go yourself," the old man said worriedly. "That guy is not an ordinary person," Ning Yu said quietly and walked to the teleport device. Ning Yu slowly walked into the cold liquid of the evolution pool. Initially, he did not want to become an evolver so soon. Once he finished evolution, he must leave First God's sanctuary in a short amount of time, otherwise his body would be damaged permanently. However, Ning Yu still chose to evolve at this point. He had so many doubts about Han Sen that he felt it was worthwhile for him to evolve. Although he had summoned 13 evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out who worked for Starry Group in different shelters, Ning Yu still chose to evolve himself as well. Ning Yu did not want to give Han Sen any opportunity of survival. He only trusted himself with this mission. Although Starry Group was powerful, they did not want to mess with the special squad unless they had to, especially in the case that Han Sen worked for Qin Zan. Ning Yu could not do anything to Han Sen in the alliance, so he had to do it in God's sanctuary. In the evolution pool, Ning Yu's body was undergoing significant changes. Other people only knew about Son of Heaven, while few people knew that Ning Yu was the most talented in his generation of the Nings. Although he did not have the best health, Ning Yu was the only person who had practiced the sword skills of the family successfully. Before God's sanctuary was discovered, an ancestor of the Nings was one of the few people who had mastered sword skills. Their skills were called Ke, which had been considered a famous school since ancient times. Since people had found God's sanctuary, the Ke techniques were adapted into super geno arts and became even stronger. However, Ning Yu did not think that. Although the super geno art was strong, Ning Yu thought his family never had another sword master like his grandfather Ning Tiei since the invention of the super geno art. When Ning Yu was a little boy and just started to learn to use sword, he abandoned the strong super geno art and insisted on practicing the old sword techniques. When he just started, the techniques were not even close to the modern Super Geno art, but Ning Yu did not question his own decision. 2 years ago, Ning Yu finally succeeded in practicing the old sword techniques and understood its essence. He eventually knew how ridiculous the adaptation was. Initially, Ning Yu thought no one in First God's Sanctuary would be a worthy opponent for him to use the actual Kei sword skills. After meeting Han Sen, Ning Yu thought everything had changed. Ning Yu had so many doubts about Han Sen. If Han Sen had become an evolver when they first met, he had been staying in First God's Sanctuary for too long, which should have already caused his body harm. No one would be so dumb. If he had not become an evolver, he did already have the strength beyond an unevolved person. Ning Yu could only think of one possibility, which was that Han Sen had already acquired super genes. Ning Yu even suspected that the dagger of Han Sen was a beast soul beyond sacred blood beast soul. Otherwise, how could it be so sharp? However, Ning Yu did not dare to tell anyone about it. Ning Yu was not the only person who was pursuing super genes, and the Nings was not the only family who knew about it. Ning Yu did not want anyone to know about Han Sen, otherwise Ning Yu himself would have even less chance. Therefore, Ning Yu could only depend on himself even at the cost of leaving First God's Sanctuary early. He had to figure out Han Sen's secret. Ning Yu did not want any accident. Therefore, he had used all his connections to gather the 13 advanced fighters who were about to max out on their super Geno points, help them fill their Geno point count up, and make them evolve. Ning Yu had been preparing all this, which was why he did not make a move on Han Sen. What he was waiting for was this opportunity. After reading about the news that Han Sen had beaten the Golden Lion, Ning Yu was even more certain that Han Sen had acquired the power beyond sacred genes. Meanwhile, Han Sen was drooling before the Golden Growler in the 7th warehouse. The beast soul of the Golden Growler was a mount. The super mount had not only incredible speed, but also adjustable size. At Han Sen's command, the Golden Growler could be as large as a small hill. Its smallest was still the size of an elephant. In addition, the Golden Growler had a tough body and an incredible ability to bear weight, which was outstanding for a mount. Han Sen wondered if the Golden Growler had other abilities, which he was not sure of so far. Riding the Golden Growler in its smallest form in the warehouse, Han Sen felt fantastic. The ride was so comfortable, like he was in an advanced private aircraft, even when the mount was running at its full speed. This is the ride that gets me, girls. Han Sen felt excited. Maybe he could take Ji Yanran for a ride on the Golden Growler sometime and maybe even do something naughty with her. What would the term be if we do it on the lion's back? Han Sen wondered. After playing around for a while, Han Sen took the Golden Growler back and started to look for information on the Skynet using his comlink. After finding what he needed, Han Sen opened the scroll he took from the cave, scanned it with his comlink, and machine translated the characters into modern language using the device. Indeed, the characters were in an ancient language, which were easily translated into the modern language. Han Sen carefully checked its content. In the beginning, Han Sen felt quite relaxed, as he was just trying to determine where the guy was from. After a while, however, Han Sen's face became grim. Shortly, Han Sen was shocked. In the end, he couldn't even close his mouth. Han Sen could not believe what was written on the scroll was true. This must be a prank. How come this is possible? After Han Sen read the content, he was appalled. However, thinking about how strange the dead body looked, maybe it was true. If it is true, then the entire alliance would be shocked. It is completely against what we know so far. Han Sen could not calm himself down reading the translated text. According to the translated text, the owner of the scroll, aka the dead man, was from ancient times when cold steel was the only weapon material. They did not even have electricity, let alone teleport devices. A man from that time could teleport into God's sanctuary using just their body, which was hard to believe. The latter part of the scroll was a statement of the writer. According to him, he was a Taoist who styled himself as Dongshuan. He was the leader of an organization called Zan Men. Having committed himself to Taoism, he eventually reached the state where he could break through the vacuum. However, after breaking through the vacuum, Dongshuan found that he did not reach heaven. Or, the heaven he reached was different from his imagination. He appeared in a different world, where everything was beyond his comprehension. Unfortunately, although Dongshuan was successful in breaking through the vacuum, his body was severely injured by the shift. Shortly after he reached this world, he wrote down the scroll and died. Han Sen felt the story absurd. Using one's own body to break through the vacuum so that one could teleport into God's sanctuary must require incredible strength. Even demigods in the contemporary time could not achieve that. Han Sen felt like it was just a fairy tale. The former part of the scroll was a Taoist martial art called Dongshuan Sutra. According to Dongshuan himself, it was his life's work, and invention based on a Taoist martial art. It was with Dongshuan Sutra that Dongshuan had achieved the state of breaking through the vacuum and landed in God's sanctuary. When he traveled through the vacuum, almost everything Dongshuan was wearing got destroyed, including a treasure piece he was wearing called the feathered cloak. Only Dongshuan Sutra made of void silk was kept intact. I wonder if it is true. If Dongshuan was telling the truth, then this Dongshuan Sutra should be even better than demigod hyper-geno arts. Han Sen read Dongshuan Sutra with suspicion. It seemed that Dongshuan Sutra was too difficult for the machine to translate. Han Sen could not understand the translated text and felt confused. For generic content, the machine translation was good enough. However, for a sutra, the machine translation was either wrong or messy. It seems that I should not try to translate Dongshuan Sutra using a machine. I have to learn the ancient language myself. Han Sen translated the text word by word but found that many characters had multiple meanings and he had no way to determine what they actually meant. Han Sen found that even if he knew what each character meant, he could not understand the article. Han Sen eventually understood why the machine had failed at the task. For an ancient language like this, it was essential for the reader to have the knowledge in a certain area before reading. Although Han Sen could guess the meaning here and there, he did not dare to try practicing what he guessed. Han Sen had to set Dongshuan Sutra aside and started to study the materials of the ancient language department of Blackhawk. It took time for Han Sen to learn the ancient language, and it could not be rushed. After resting for 2 days, Han Sen started to plan to transfer the beast souls of Dollar back to his own identity. Su Xiaoqiao, who had now become the team lead of Bullseye, was hunting a mutant creature with a group of people. Suddenly, someone dashed from a forest in front of him and cut the mutant creature in half. "Damn it, who gives you the nerve to snatch my creature? Are you tired of living this life?" Su Xiaoqiao bristled. However, when seeing who it was, he quickly stopped and stared his eyes wide. "Dollar, you did not evolve. Very soon. So, I want to sell all my beast souls and need your help," Han Sen said and transferred all his beast souls and gear to Su Xiaoqiao. Hearing the voice telling him about Sacred Blood Beast Soul after Sacred Blood Beast Soul, Su Xiaoqiao was completely dumbstruck. When Han Sen was about to leave, Su Xiaoqiao came to himself and exclaimed, "Dollar, you're not afraid that I will keep the beast souls for myself?" "No, I'm not," said Han Sen casually without turning back. Su Xiaoqiao quickly asked, "You haven't given me a price yet. And where should I find you after they're sold?" "Do an auction. I only want S-class licenses of the Evolver level. I will go find you," Han Sen said and disappeared in the mountains. Of course, he was not afraid that Su Xiaoqiao would keep the beast souls. After all, Su Xiaoqiao was working for Steel Armor Gang, and Han Sen knew everything about him. The beast souls are so good. Well, there is even a Sacred Blood pet. Although he took off his armor, he was still covering his face and I cannot tell what he looks like. What a pity. Su Xiaoqiao licked his lips and lamented. "Boss, is that guy really Dollar? Why would he ask you to do the auction for him? What is your relationship? What beast souls did he give you?" Su Xiaoqiao had not completely recovered from the shock, so there was no way he could answer that. Very soon, the news got out that Dollar asked Su Xiaoqiao to do an auction of his beast souls in Steel Armor Shelter. Many people were shocked. No one knew that Dollar was still in First God's Sanctuary, and no one could foresee that Dollar's beast souls would be for sale. Many people investigated Su Xiaoqiao and determined that he could not be Dollar. At this point, Ning Yu had also come to Steel Armor Shelter to find Han Sen. When hearing the news, he also looked into the background of Su Xiaoqiao and reached the same conclusion as others. "Young master, Su Xiaoqiao is going to do the auction tomorrow. Should we attend the auction?" Lu Lin asked. The Sacred Blood Beast souls of Dollar were quite famous and coveted by many. Ning Yu was deep in his thoughts. He murmured, "Dollar, Han Sen, these two, go get me the information you gathered on both of them." "Young master, you're saying that Han Sen is Dollar?" Lu Lin was dazed. "We will know the answer to that question very soon. Go prepare for the auction," Ning Yu said quietly. Every once in a while, Steel Armor Gang would organize an auction. It was rather easy for Su Xiaoqiao to conduct another one with the trained personnel. On the day of the auction, almost everyone with some status in steel armor shelter came. Ning Yu and Lu Lin were covering their faces, observing in the crowd. Ning Yu's gaze lingered on Han Sen. It seemed that he was trying to tell something from Han Sen's look. The 4 items that Han Sen gave Su Xiaoqiao were Sacred Blood Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Meowth, and Spinning Spear. Too many people knew that Han Sen had made the last shot at the purple feathered dragon and claimed to not have gained the beast soul, which was why Han Sen did not give the pair of wings to Su Xiaoqiao. Before the auction started, Han Sen felt he was being watched. He resisted the temptation to look back. When Qing came over to say hi, Han Sen stood up and glanced casually to the back. Ning Yu is also here. Han Sen greeted Qing as if nothing had happened but felt slightly surprised. Although Ning Yu was covered in beast soul armor and his face could not be seen, Han Sen had a deep impression of him and still recognized him. He recognized me, Ning Yu said quietly. Really? Lu Lin looked to Han Sen who was talking to Qing incredulously. Han Sen only glanced at them and did not even look twice. Since Ning Yu was dressed like this, Lu Lin did not believe that Han Sen could recognize Ning Yu. In addition, Han Sen did not look like he had seen Ning Yu given how calm he was. Ning Yu smiled and did not say anything. However, he took back the beast soul armor and revealed his face. Ning Yu is probably here to kill me, Han Sen thought after sitting down. However, he did not know what Ning Yu was about to do. It was steel armor shelter and Han Sen was at home. Would Ning Yu harm him in public? After the auction started, Han Sen had not been able to close his mouth. His initial plan was to purchase all the beast souls himself. It was his money anyway. Su Xiaoqiao would get a small cut was all. He did not expect the prices would go so high though. Even the black beetle armor, which was of the lowest value, was already worth 5 S-class licenses of the evolver level and more. Qing, are you crazy? Although the sacred blood armor is precious, I'm sure it's not so precious. When Qing bid 8 S-class licenses of the evolver level, Han Sen thought he was out of his mind. Ha ha, brother, it is more than just sacred blood armor. This is Dollar's signature and only his name would be worth this much. Many people around Qing seemed to agree with him, especially Hai Yun who was standing S-class licenses like water. When he bid 10 licenses, everyone was silent. Han Sen was dazed and thought, 10 S-class licenses of the evolver level. It must be billions of dollars, while the sacred blood armor would probably only be worth 200 to 300 million. Han Sen wanted to purchase his own beast souls back initially, but he was having second thoughts. S-class licenses were rare items that could hardly be purchased. Even if he had no use of them, he could always trade them for beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. 10 licenses were a price that Han Sen could not say no to. Having given up the idea of purchasing the black beetle armor, Han Sen decided to let Hai Yun keep it. The bidding for the Bloody Slayer was even more heated. Hai Yun had raised the price to 15 licenses without even blinking. Han Sen felt what had happened was beyond his understanding. He even doubted whether the S-class licenses had been depreciating. Hai Yun, are these beast souls really worth it? Han Sen asked Hai Yun. These are dollars, so they're different. Hai Yun was overjoyed that he won the auction of the Bloody Slayer. Hai Yun, you already have 2. Do not try to steal the last one from us, said Qing half seriously. Whoever gives the higher price would win it. If you pay more, you can have it, Hai Yun said. During the auction of Meowth, Han Sen felt torn. Although Meowth was no longer that useful to Han Sen, it was his pet for the longest time. Han Sen did not want to let Meowth go. Very soon, Meowth's price was raised to 15 licenses by Hai Yun. Everyone became silent. Few people had that many S-class licenses, which could not even be bought with money. Lin Baifeng was also quite rich, but he could not even come up with 5 S-class licenses. 4 universal S-class licenses. Han Sen gritted his teeth and set a price. He resisted the temptation of 15 S-class licenses and would like to get Meowth back at all costs. Universal S-class licenses. Han Sen, you would pay this much? Are you also a fan? Both Yuan and Qing were shocked. Not really a fan, I am just into pets, Han Sen smiled and said. 20 S-class licenses, which should have a higher value. Hai Yun still would not give up. That is hard to say, Su Xiaoqiao hesitated. Universal licenses win. All of a sudden, a voice came from the gate of the venue. Everyone turned and saw someone wearing a mask. Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the person. The person looked exactly like Dollar when he was giving Su Xiaoqiao the beast souls. Su Xiaoqiao naturally recognized him. Dollar left after saying that, after all, it was just a doppelganger created by Han Sen using Beetle Knight. The shorter it appeared in front of people, the better. Should we follow him? Lu Lin looked to Ning Yu. Ning Yu shook his head and said, no need. Our target is Han Sen. Han Sen saw someone following the Beetle Knight but paid no mind to it. The Beetle Knight was a sacred blood beast soul and was controlled by Han Sen, so it was not difficult to get rid of the followers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hai Yun. Dollar had said himself that he preferred universal licenses. Su Xiaoqiao looked around and said, 4 universal licenses from Han Sen. Going once, eventually, Han Sen won the auction of Meowth and had his beloved back. Even the sacred blood gear spinning spear was bought by Hai Yun with 2 sacred blood licenses. Han Sen did not expect this guy to be such a diehard fan of Dollar. Han Sen had earned 27 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, and all he paid was 2 sacred blood beast souls and 1 sacred blood gear. The price was simply unimaginable. If I was not afraid of his family, I would never have let Hai Yun taken the 2 beast souls of Dollar. I should have bought at least 1. Qing couldn't stop complaining after the auction was concluded. Han Sen felt shocked. It turned out the price was not high enough in the rich kids' eyes. They gave up only because they did not want to cross Hai Yun. Han Sen knew that the 2 beast souls were expensive because of the fame of Dollar instead of their real worth. Han Sen, you should have purchased the armor or the shapeshifting beast soul. Although the pet was strong, the other 2 items were the signatures of Dollar, Qing lamented. Brother, would you like to sell the pet? Hai Yun still did not want to let it go. He was obviously a perfectionist who had to have the whole set. Hai Yun, I am so sorry. I need that pet and do not plan to sell it for the moment, said Han Sen. If you would like to sell it in the future, you have to come to me first. I am easy on the price, Hai Yun said and left with regret. When Han Sen, Qing, and Yuan just walked out of the venue, a dozen people laid siege to them. Are you looking for trouble? Qing frowned and exclaimed. Ning Yu walked out and said calmly, Qing, Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. It is personal between Han Sen and me. Feel free to leave and I will apologize to you later. Ning Yu, what did Han Sen do? Qing and Yuan both frowned. Han Sen snatched our creature, Ning Yu said quietly. It is just a creature. Name the price and I will pay for him, Qing said immediately. It is not about money, but about getting things straight. I hope you can understand, Ning Yu said with no emotions. Qing and Yuan felt they were in an awkward position and both looked to Han Sen. Han Sen, what had happened? Su Xiaoqiao rushed out with his men from Steel Armor Gang. The Special Squad and the Steel Armor Gang were closely connected and could be considered a family. Seeing Han Sen in a siege, the gang members came to his rescue. Are we bullying them with number? Count me in. Look at where you are. How dare you try to cross Han Sen here? You must be blind. This is Steel Armor Shelter and you should go back to where you are. Very soon, the gang members had besieged Ning Yu's men. Thank you so much. I will always remember how good you are to me. If you ever need me in the future, I'll be there. However, this matter is between Ning Yu and me, and I will take care of it myself. Han Sen quickly stopped the Steel Armor Gang. Although others cannot tell, Han Sen had known evolvers very well and could tell that the men Ning Yu had brought were all evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out. If they were really in a fight, although there were more people in the gang would still suffer a greater loss. Qing, Yuan, let me handle this myself, Han Sen said to his 2 friends. If you need anything, just say the word. I will never see you being bullied, Qing raised his voice and said. Han Sen, what do you say? Ning Yu paid Qing no mind and asked Han Sen with a smile. 13 evolvers with sacred geno points maxed out plus himself, he was determined to capture Han Sen, no matter who was present. He was constrained by rules and laws in the Alliance, but in God's sanctuary, no one could do anything as long as he did not kill Han Sen in public. In addition, Ning Yu did not plan to kill Han Sen anyway. He had so many doubts about Han Sen that he had to figure out. Let's find another place to have a talk, said Han Sen calmly. So brave, Ning Yu said and commanded the evolvers to force Han Sen out of Steel Armor Shelter. The Steel Armor Gang, Qing, and Yuan were trying to follow them. However, Han Sen asked him to go back. On one hand, Han Sen did not want them to be injured. On the other hand, Han Sen had his own plan. When they had reached a desolated spot in the mountains, Han Sen stopped walking. The group of people were still surrounding him, not giving him any chance to escape. Han Sen, what do you plan to do? Ning Yu looked at Han Sen. I'll let you capture me. What do you think of this plan? Han Sen said calmly. Everyone was dazed. Even Ning Yu was surprised. After a while, he looked at Han Sen and asked, are you sure? So many evolvers with sacred geno points maxed out. I don't think anyone else could gather so many talents in the first god's sanctuary. I don't think I could escape alive. Rather than taking some beating, I would surrender myself. Han Sen reached out his hand, looking like he had given up. Ning Yu was still suspicious and ordered his men to tie Han Sen up. Han Sen did not resist and let the guys lock him down with special locks. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Ning Yu looked at Han Sen with his brows knitted. I know you will not kill me, at least not before you have your answers, Han Sen said while thinking, you really think you could kill me if you lock me down? If I am not trying to fish information from you, I would have summoned my 2 super pets to teach you a lesson. You still had an opportunity to run away while you were in steel armor shelter, Ning Yu said. I am a member of the special squad after all. My mission is to protect others, not to let others sacrifice themselves for me. Even if I could run away, I would be too ashamed to live. Han Sen said calmly, give me your dagger, and I will let you walk free. Ning Yu pondered and said, if it was the first time, I might consider your words. However, I am certain that if I do not give you my dagger, I will not necessarily die. If I gave you my dagger, I will die for sure, Han Sen said with a smile. Bang! Lu Lin threw a hard punch at Han Sen's face, knocking him down on the ground. Blood started to flow from Han Sen's mouth. I will show you what it's like to pray for your death. Lu Lin sounded cruel. He took out a dagger and slashed it at Han Sen. Lu Lin did not push the dagger into Han Sen's vital organs, but where it hurt most. He was also doing it as slow as possible and dragging the blade back and forth. Han Sen's face became pale immediately, covered in cold sweat. However, he managed not to make a sound. I don't believe you are made of iron. Lu Lin took a black leather bag at his waist and opened it. There were many odd-looking utensils. Lu Lin picked one and tried to use it on Han Sen. That is enough. Take him to No. 107, Ning Yu stopped Lu Lin, gazed at Han Sen, and ordered his men. Where is No. 107? Han Sen spitted out some blood in his mouth and asked quietly. You will know when we get there. Ning Yu did not talk to Han Sen again and hit the road. Ning Yu never expected to get much from Han Sen's mouth, and there was no way he would let Han Sen off the hook at this point. Han Sen was curious about the No. 107 Ning Yu mentioned. However, the group of people did not speak about it at all. All they did was traveling. It seemed that they were in a hurry. Han Sen understood the reason. All of them had evolved and could not stay too long in First God's sanctuary, otherwise their bodies would not be able to take it. Under this circumstance, Ning Yu still insisted to take him to number 107, which made Han Sen even more curious about it. Very soon, Han Sen's question was answered. The group of people traveled across Devil Desert on sacred blood mounts and entered an arid mountain. There was only a very narrow path to enter the valley. Only one man could pass at a time. A couple of men took Han Sen to enter the valley. When they approached the valley, Han Sen saw everything. He could barely see any other creature. White rocks and sand were everywhere. In the middle of the valley, there was a giant blooming red flower that looked like a rose facing upward. Around the flower, there were many vines and leaves covered with thorns. The vines almost covered the entire valley, making it look like a greenhouse for the flower. Han Sen looked around. In addition to the red flower and the vines, he did not see anything else, let alone any creatures. Is this number 107? Han Sen asked, surprised. That's right, this is No. 107, Ning Yu answered him, to Han Sen's surprise. Ning Yu then continued, every time Starry Group finds a creature that is suspected to be something beyond sacred blood creatures, we would give it a number and record it. This is No. 107, you mean this giant flower? Han Sen checked out the red flower, which looked like a plant in every way. Although it was huge in size, there was no way it could be a creature. You will know that very soon. Enter the valley. Ning Yu asked his men to aim their arrows and weapons at Han Sen, forcing Han Sen to go inside. Go inside. After Lu Lin unchained Han Sen's legs, he pushed Han Sen hard. What is in there? Han Sen almost lost his balance, but he did not pay Lu Lin any mind. Ning Yu did not ask for his beast souls. Although there were a lot of vines growing in the valley, as long as he had sacred blood wings, it would be easy for him to fly away. He could not see how the valley could trap him. Give me the dagger now, and you don't need to go inside, Ning Yu said calmly. I do not want to give you my dagger. And I don't want to go inside either, Han Sen replied. You can try to kill us all and run away, Ning Yu said with a smile. Ning Yu's words made the evolvers laugh. They all pointed their weapons at Han Sen, indicating that they could take Han Sen's life anytime. No one believed that Han Sen could run away under the siege of 14 evolvers. In addition, Han Sen's upper body was chained with the special Z steel locks on his joints. Even an evolver could not get rid of this kind of locks. Only those strong evolvers with their fitness level around 80 could break free from the locks with their own strength. Young master, why do you have to kill me? If you resent me for killing your doppelganger, I could pay you. Han Sen stared at Ning Yu. If you have just crossed me, I will never try to kill you. Unfortunately, you gained something you shouldn't have. Give me the dagger or go in the valley, your pick, Ning Yu said quietly. I choose to kill. Han Sen shook his body and twisted in the weirdest angle. All the locks that were on his joints fell from his body. Han Sen had been practicing Jideskin for a long time and was better and better controlling his own body. Moving his bones and muscles, he felt the locks were completely useless on him. After removing the locks, Han Sen quickly summoned the cursed wolf dagger and stabbed it at Ning Yu. Ning Yu did not look surprised. He summoned a slim sword and wielded it at Han Sen. The 13 evolvers also summoned their own weapons and started to attack Han Sen. If Han Sen insisted to kill Ning Yu with his dagger, he would be facing 13 weapons himself. Therefore, he had to go backward and wave his weapon at other people. The fitness level of Han Sen was slightly weaker than the sacred blood evolvers. Although he could increase his strength and speed using heresy mantra and overload, his original fitness was not improved. When cutting by the evolvers, he would still get hurt, which was why Han Sen was still trying to dodge their attacks. This way, however, Han Sen felt himself trapped. Even with heresy mantra and overload and the cursed wolf dagger, he still found it difficult to get rid of the evolvers. Han Sen could not even hurt an individual or damage a single weapon. 13 different weapons came at Han Sen continuously, leaving him at an absolute disadvantage. Han Sen had to retreat into the valley. It was not because the 13 evolvers were strong, but because of Ning Yu. The sword skills of Ning Yu did not seem very impressive. Instead, it was somewhat irrational. Sometimes, the sword did not even come at Han Sen, but toward empty space. However, it was exactly the sword skills that connected the attacks from the 13 people together, making it into a trap which Han Sen could not run away from. Han Sen did not even have an opportunity to fight back. Although he had a sharp weapon, he had to retreat again and again. The sword skills called Ki focused on sacrificing oneself to complete other people's attack. The 13 evolvers were from different shelters and did not have much time to practice their collaboration. However, with Ning Yu present, they were connected into one killing machine. Even Han Sen could not find any cracks. Ning Yu looked extremely calm. All his moves looked effortless but followed some incredible rules. Although his attacks were not aggressive, he managed to turn the moves of the other 13 evolvers into a part of himself, forcing Han Sen into the vines. Ning Yu did not want to kill Han Sen in the first place. He only wanted to see for himself the fights between Han Sen and those incredibly strong creatures. Either Han Sen killed the creature or got killed, his doubts would be answered. Young master, do we really need to fight this out? Han Sen asked while retreating, as he understood Ning Yu's intentions. If I am alone, I would be glad to be your friend and never hurt you. However, Ning Yu said and never stopped his sword, forcing Han Sen to touch the vines. What a shame, I did not want to kill, but, Han Sen sighed and said. He was speaking his mind. Before figuring out the relationship between the Nings and the Han Sen did not want to kill. However, he was left with no choice. Same as Ning Yu, Han Sen was the kind of person that would leave no mercy when he decided to kill. Kill, you think you are good with that sharp dagger? That doesn't do anything. You are merely a beast trapped in a cage. Your life and death depends on our wish, exclaimed Lu Lin fiercely. Is that right? Han Sen curled his lips. Watching the weapons coming at himself, he did not go further back, but pointed at Lu Lin. Retreat. Ning Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Although there was no way that Han Sen could block so many weapons, for some reason, Ning Yu felt danger. As the weapons were about to reach Han Sen's body, it was too late for Han Sen to run away and for the evolvers to take back their weapons. Despite Ning Yu's command, his men could no longer stop themselves. Boom! A giant monster in jade armor that looked like the cross between a scorpion and a bee suddenly appeared next to Han Sen, knocking away all the weapons about to hit Han Sen. The weapons used by the sacred blood evolvers were top-notch in First God's sanctuary, but none of them could hurt that monster. Instead, the evolvers were knocked back. Crack! A pair of claws that looked like the sickles of the death crossed above Lu Lin's shoulders, sending his head into the air. Lu Lin's eyes were stared wide even after death, filled with terror. The fierce super golden rock worm king killed his way into the group. Its four wings buzzing, the worm king danced with its 8 claws moving up and ifd down. It was a true slaughter. Wearing super pet armor, the super golden rock worm king did not even look like something that belonged to First God's sanctuary. Even the sacred blood evolvers could not hurt it. Instead, anywhere the worm king went, limbs would fall, and blood would jet out. In front of absolute strength, even the Kei sword skills were completely useless. At this point, the super golden rock worm king was even stronger than the turtle. After all, its speed and strength were the same as the turtle. And what the turtle was best at, defense, was not as strong as the pet armor. Paired with its flying ability and sharp claws, it was as easy as slaughtering a dog for the golden rock worm king to kill the sacred blood evolvers. There was no chance for the evolvers to retreat as well. The path connecting the valley and outside was so narrow that only one man could pass at a time. In addition, their speed was far worse than the golden rock worm king. As the group of people reached the path, a better half of them had already been killed by the super golden rock worm king. Only 3 men made it to the past. As tough as Ning Yu, he felt shocked when seeing the sacred blood evolvers that starry group took a lot of time and effort to cultivate slaughtered like this. What shook him even more was the existence of the super golden rock worm king. Could it be something beyond a sacred blood pet? Ning Yu regarded the worm king, which was too huge to enter the narrow path, with complex emotions as he walked out of the path. Han Sen quickly took the pet back and entered the path himself with the cursed wolf dagger. There was no way he could let Ning Yu run away like this. Using heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen's speed was much better than the 3 survivors. It only took him a moment to catch up with them. The 2 sacred blood evolvers falling behind Ning Yu tried to defend themselves, but there was no space for them to dodge in the narrow path. In addition, their weapons were slashed in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Hearing 2 screams and seeing the blood, Ning Yu knew that he was all alone, and Han Sen was in his face immediately. Ning Yu knew there was no way he could get out of here alive. After all his calculation, he did not expect Han Sen to have such a frightening pet. Ning Yu sighed and gave up, standing still and waiting for death to come. Ning Yu, what's so special in this valley? Han Sen asked, with his dagger on Ning Yu's neck. Just kill me, don't ask. Ning Yu did not move a muscle, not even opening his eyes. It is not that easy to die either, Han Sen said calmly. Suddenly, a beast soul was summoned and rushed to Ning Yu. Ning Yu's expression suddenly changed after he heard what Han Sen said. He quickly opened his eyes and saw an ugly dark purple beast soul that looked like an alligator in his face. Boom! The beast soul did not pause and entered Ning Yu's body. The giant creature sent itself into Han Sen's chest with ease. Ning Yu felt his whole body was stabbed and impaled, like someone was slicing his muscle. However, that feeling only lasted for a second. Shortly, the ugly beast soul came out of Ning Yu's body and curled up next to Han Sen, its spooky eyes fixed on Ning Yu. For some reason, Ning Yu started to shiver when watched by the ugly beast soul. It felt like his soul was shaking. Without hesitation, Ning Yu turned his sword around and stabbed it at his own chest, trying to kill himself. Roar! The ugly beast soul opened its mouth. Suddenly, Ning Yu lost the control of his body. He spread his hands and dropped the sword on the ground. Watching Ning Yu, who is pale as a sheet of paper, Han Sen said quietly, I told you that it is not that easy to die. Answer a few questions, then maybe I will let you die. What beast soul is that? Ning Yu coughed but did not answer Han Sen's question. Aqua Reaper, a parasite beast soul, Han Sen said. Han Sen had been looking for the information on beast soul parasites on the Skynet, but he failed to find any. After doing a lot of tests, he finally understood how the beast soul parasite is used. The Aqua Reaper could inhabit on any creature or man and share its or his life. At this point, Ning Yu's life no longer belonged to himself, as the Aqua Reaper could also control his body. How much control it had depended on how much strength the beast soul and its host had respectively. There was no doubt that the Aqua Reaper as a super beast soul was much stronger than Ning Yu. Therefore, the Aqua Reaper naturally had the priority to control Ning Yu's body. Ning Yu's moves and even thoughts could be sensed by the Aqua Reaper and sent to Han Sen. Therefore, Han Sen could tell partially what Ning Yu was thinking. The beast soul parasite also had its shortcoming. If its strength was weaker than its host, it would be controlled by the host in turn. Of course, if the host was stronger than the parasite, or as strong as the beast soul parasite initially, it would be difficult for the beast soul parasites to inhabit on the host if the host resisted it. Once it settled down, the beast soul parasite would start to absorb the strength of the host's body. The stronger Ning Yu got, the Aqua Reaper would also grow with him. It would be difficult for Ning Yu to ever get rid of the Aqua Reaper. In First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen did not think there was any human who could be stronger than a super beast soul, so inhabitation would almost always be successful, unless the host was a super evolver. So far, in First God's Sanctuary, there was no such person. Han Sen had not even maxed out on super geno points himself. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but Ning Yu answered none. Using the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen only got very limited information. Ning Yu's will was too strong. What a man! It is so impressive that he had such strong will. Han Sen gazed at Ning Yu and met his eyes. Kill me. It is impossible that you get anything you want from me, Ning Yu said calmly. Ning Yu, do you recognize this? Han Sen realized that ordinary questions could not shake Ning Yu's will. He pondered, took out the red crystal pendant that looked like a cat or fox, and showed it to Ning Yu. The moment Ning Yu saw the pendant, his expression suddenly changed. From what the Aqua Reaper had read from Ning Yu's mind, Han Sen heard crazy exclamation, "Nine-life cat, how could it be the nine-life cat? It is impossible, I have investigated into your background, there is no way that you are the offspring of Instructor Han." Watching the red pendant in Han Sen's hand, Ning Yu spoke. Why is it impossible? Seeing that Ning Yu's guard was down, Han Sen asked immediately. Ning Yu seemed to be dazed by Han Sen's question. A long while later, he suddenly stammered, "Yes, you should be his offspring. Yes, you are, otherwise how could you be so strong? And how could you?" Ning Yu suddenly looked up at Han Sen with a complicated look. "If you showed me the nine-life cat earlier, we would never end up this way. Instructor Han is a benefactor of the Nings. If I knew earlier that you are his descendant, I would never dare to disrespect you." Han Sen snorted and said, "Even if he had saved the Nings, it was a long time ago. If I don't have the strength to defend myself, I don't think you would mind killing me." Ning Yu shook his head and said, "We have a family instruction saying that if we meet any descendant of Instructor Han, we have to treat the person as a benefactor. The Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to you." Han Sen was very surprised. He could sense what Ning Yu was thinking with the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen knew that Ning Yu was telling the truth. However, Han Sen could not ask why the Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to the descendant of Instructor Han. If he had asked that, Ning Yu would probably question whether he was really related to Instructor Han. In that case, Han Sen would not be able to get more information from him. And Han Sen was not so sure that he was actually related to Instructor Han. After all, the whole thing was rather strange. With the Ning's power, there was no way that they never found out the great-grandfather of Han Sen was the same Han Jingji as Instructor Han. Han Sen was wondering himself whether the two were the same person. After all, they did not seem to be of the same age. As Han Sen was wondering what question he should ask, Ning Yu smiled wryly and continued to say, "If I knew you were related to Instructor Han, I would never have spent so much effort and lost all the good men the Nings cultivated. It is just so predictable that someone of the Hans could kill those strong creatures. It seems that you know a lot about what happened in the past," Han Sen responded. He wished that Ning Yu could continue to speak. When it came to someone like Ning Yu, if he did not want to tell you something, you would not be able to get half a word even if you killed him. The old people in the family were reluctant to talk about what happened in the past. I don't know a lot, but since Instructor Han was a benefactor to my ancestors, we have a family instruction that was passed down from previous generations to never forget about the favor. That's the only reason that I know about it. Ning Yu sighed and said, I have heard a lot about Instructor Han's deeds since I was a kid. I have always wanted to become someone like him and repay him. I never expected to antagonize his descendant before I thanked the Hans. Oh, tell me about it. What did the Nings say about him? Han Sen asked, trying to learn more about the past. Ning Yu did not try to hide anything and started to talk. However, the deeds of Instructor Han Ning Yu mentioned made Han Sen feel utterly surprised. He could not believe that he had such a person as great-grandfather. The Secret Service were the first men who ever used the teleport technology. The very first who came to God's sanctuary were not Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings, but ordinary crew members. After they arrived at God's sanctuary, they found something and had a few accidents. Only 2 persons made it back to the Alliance. Those 2 persons reported what they found on the other end, which made everyone overjoyed. Very soon, the second unit was sent through the same way. This time, the personnel dispatched were no longer ordinary crew members, but a unit made up of elite. There were 11 in total, which included the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Instructor Han. That unit was Unit 7. The unit stayed in God's sanctuary for less than 7 days. Less than half of them made it to the Alliance, which included Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings. After teleporting back, they were investigated respectively. No one knew what was asked and answered. However, since then, the experiments were no longer conducted with human beings. Instead, the teleport device was redesigned. A few years later, the modern teleport device was invented and the news about God's sanctuary was published. The survivors of Unit 7 all died in a weird way shortly after they returned. Before they died, maybe it was for the surveillance on them, they did not say much about what had happened in God's sanctuary. However, they still left some messages. For example, the ancestor of the Nings said to his family that Han Jingji had saved the unit from a monster and described Han Jingji as a true Qigong master. In his words, Han Jingji was a superhero. The 9-life cat was Han Jingji's belonging. Han Jingji was always taking it with him, so everyone in Unit 7 knew about the 9-life cat. Because he was under the surveillance of the Alliance, the ancestor of the Nings did not say much in the first place, and less was passed on to the younger generations. After the ancestor died, the Alliance loosened its control on the Nings. At that time, they found the hidden messages left by the ancestor and learned some things. The Nings did not know much, and Ning Yu knew even less. That was basically all he could tell. From the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen knew that Ning Yu was telling the truth. The Nings were indeed thankful to Han Jingji, and to some extent, they feared him. After all, the ancestor of the Nings described Han Jingji as a very strong Qigong master, which made the Nings terrified of the guy. You have looked into my background, so you should know about the acquisition of my family business by Starry Group. Why have you targeted us? Han Sen stared at Ning Yu and asked. Han Jingji's deeds were ancient history, but he had to know about his father's death. Ning Yu paused and said, You are not saying that my family murdered your father. Whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that there is nothing of the sort. To be blunt, Starry Group had too many means to acquire your family business that did not involve killing. In addition, if it was my family that killed your father, my brother would have killed you as soon as he saw you the shelter. No one would let the son of his victim hang around. Han Sen frowned slightly. In fact, what Ning Yu said was what had always puzzled him. Son of Heaven had looked into his background a long time ago. If Starry Group had murdered his father, there was no way that Son of Heaven would let him live. After all, it was a piece of cake for Son of Heaven to kill him at the time. Why did the Nings acquire my family business? Han Sen asked again. I have reviewed the materials carefully. The business decision was made mainly because your factory was producing several types of alloy more efficiently than the Starry Group. All the procedures of the acquisition were in compliance. Although we had some difficulties in the middle, because of your father's accident, everything became smooth. We did not even need to use the agenda that we had prepared. Ning Yu continued, however, your father's accident had nothing to do with Starry Group. Even the manager who was in charge of the acquisition felt surprised about your father's accident. However, even without the accident, Starry Group had prepared a lot of financial means to acquire your family business. If Starry Group needed to kill someone for such a small acquisition, then it will have nothing to do all day but murder. Ning Yu paused and said, I'm not saying this to beg for my life. It is simply something that we are not responsible for. Han Sen frowned at Ning Yu for a while, pointed to the vines in flower, and asked, what is that about? The giant flower and its vines are a strong creature. Initially, I wanted to force you fight it. If you managed to kill it, I could take the opportunity and gain its body. However, if you are killed, I would be able to get rid of a huge threat and learn more about the creature, said Ning Yu. Han Sen looked at the flower and vines again with interest and asked Ning Yu with his eyes squinted, do you want to live? Do you dare to let me live? Asked Ning Yu. This is no. 107. Your family should know a lot of places like this. Give me the information and I will let you go, Han Sen said. Okay. Ning Yu did not even ask whether Han Sen would let him go after receiving the information before telling Han Sen all the locations. This information was what Han Sen needed the most. Only when he maxed out on Super Geno points could he evolve. If he were to rely on himself, it depended a lot on luck whether he could find a super creature. With the information accumulated by the Nings for generations, Han Sen could easily locate the super creatures. You can go. Han Sen commanded the Aqua Reaper to loosen the control on Ning Yu. However, the Aqua Reaper was still inhabiting on Ning Yu. Unless Ning Yu's strength surpassed the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen could still order the Aqua Reaper to control Ning Yu to commit suicide from 1,000 miles away. Ning Yu was dazed. He did not expect Han Sen to let him go for real. Momentarily, Ning Yu knew what Han Sen was thinking but did not react. All he said was, the offspring of Instructor Han would only be a friend of the Nings and never an enemy. Ning Yu turned to leave without explanation. If Starry Group did not do it, how can I explain my father's accident? Han Sen felt puzzled, although Ning Yu must still be hiding something and could not be trusted completely. He could not have lied because of the Aqua Reaper. In addition, before the accident, his father did ask them to find the Nings, which meant the Nings were unlikely to be responsible for the accident. It also seemed that Han Sen's father already knew something was going to happen. However, under that kind of circumstances, even if the Nings were not behind the accident, would they help us because of a favor that long ago? Is my father such a gambler? Unless, coldness flashed in Han Sen's eyes. Unless the people behind the accident are the enemies of the Nings, and the Nings would antagonize them anyway. Although Han Sen had guessed something, it was difficult for him to find out more. The reason he did not kill Ning Yu was that he wished he could use this connection to get more clues. With the Aqua Reaper on Ning Yu's body, Han Sen could decide the life and death of Ning Yu. Meanwhile, Han Sen could learn a lot of information from him. For Han Sen, Ning Yu was more valuable living than dead. Han Sen turned his eyes to the giant flower and vines in the valley. He did not mean to take the risks himself. Han Sen raised his hand and summoned the Holy Angel. He had always been wondering how strong Holy Angel was, and this was the perfect opportunity. At Han Sen's command, the Holy Angel quickly transformed. Her armor, hair, and eyes all turned golden. Flapping her golden wings, she flew toward the giant flower. Her speed was not fast. The moment she reached the vines, all the vines in the valley started to shake. Hundreds of vines as thick as arms swept over at her at an incredible speed. Holy Angel suddenly moved. She flapped her wings hard, and the hundreds of vines suddenly looked slow in comparison as the gorgeous figure flashed across. Boom! As the Holy Angel brushed by the vines, they broke one by one. The giant flower quickly shrank and made spooky noises. The remaining vines started to shake and came at her again like the chains of death. However, that was completely useless. As the Holy Angel flew by, she waved her hand and the vines were cut off as if they were grass. Instantaneously, the Holy Angel had made her way to the flower with ease. Roar! The flower suddenly turned into the mouth of a beast with fangs bared. It quickly swallowed the Holy Angel that was approaching. Han Sen regretted that he did not put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel. After all, this was very likely to be a super creature. If the Holy Angel who had just evolved was swallowed like this, it would be a gigantic loss for Han Sen. In addition to being a super pet, such a pretty humanoid pet was extremely valuable itself. As Han Sen was regretting, he suddenly saw the flower split from the middle. The gorgeous figure came out of the flower as regal as a queen. Her body was not even colored by the gushing blood. Super creature purgatory flower killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Surprisingly, the voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, making him feel emotional. Back in the days, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, while now even his pet could kill a super creature like killing an ant, which made Han Sen felt unreal. Amazing, truly amazing, this girl is even more incredible than the golden rock worm king, which is also a super pet. Han Sen did not come back to himself until the holy angel returned to him. He hugged her in excitement and was about to kiss her on her cheeks. Han Sen did not have any lewd thoughts. It was just an unconscious move. However, although the holy angel let Han Sen hug her, she raised her hand to Han Sen's lips, so Han Sen only kissed her cold armor. Han Sen was dazed and looked at her gorgeous face, which was completely emotionless. Han Sen frowned and took back the holy angel. Walking deeper into the valley, Han Sen saw a basketball-sized green crystal, which was the life essence of the disappeared purgatory flower. Han Sen took the crystal up and started to lick. The cool liquid turned into a coolness and filled Han Sen's body as he drank. Han Sen felt like his whole body was cleansed. Life essence of purgatory flower consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Shortly, Han Sen heard the exciting voice, which drove him to lick the life essence harder. After consuming the entire piece of life essence, Han Sen had acquired 8 more super geno points. At this point, he had 68 super geno points in total. Although Han Sen had not been to a test center for a while, he estimated that his fitness index should be approaching 30, which was the same as a sacred blood evolver. Before Han Sen even maxed out on the super geno points, he had already come close to this number. Han Sen was really looking forward to gaining his super body in the evolution pool. At that point, his body must become incredibly strong. If you come too late, you would not even be a worthy enemy, let alone friend. Han Sen suddenly thought of what Son of Heaven said and smiled. Although Son of Heaven evolved earlier, it was not easy for him to get his fitness index over 100. In comparison, according to the speed at which Han Sen was improving, when he maxed out on super geno points and entered Second God's Sanctuary, all he needed to do was to acquire some random geno points to be over 100 in fitness index. An evolver with the fitness index over 100 would be considered a top evolver anywhere. And for Han Sen, that was already within his reach. Han Sen summoned the Golden Growler and had an even better same experience than driving a top sports car. As the mount ran, Han Sen felt the objects next to him were going back like a blur. In addition, on the Golden Growler's back, Han Sen felt absolutely no bumps. Within less than an hour, Han Sen had already returned to Steel Armor Shelter. This trip would have taken him 1 or 2 days before, and this was not even the full speed of the Golden Growler. Han Sen was overjoyed. With the speed of the Golden Growler and the locations of the super creatures that he learned from Ning Yu, he could easily kill a lot of super creatures in a short amount of time, so that he could evolve as fast as possible. Although Han Sen wanted to hunt the super creatures on the back of Golden Growler immediately, he held back his urge. Before long, he would have to take a graduation test. There was also a decision to be made on his military rank and position. These all had a tremendous influence on Han Sen's future, so Han Sen planned to max out on his super geno points during the break before he served in the military and after graduation. After returning to the shelter, Han Sen contacted Lin Baifeng as he had promised to sell Lin Baifeng the Phantom Ant armor, which he no longer needed. Lin Baifeng was overjoyed getting his hands on the Phantom Ant armor. It would still be 2 to 3 years before he maxed out on Sacred Blood Geno points, so he could use the armor for a long time. The practical reasons notwithstanding, Lin Baifeng was happy with how it looked anyways. Han Sen did not take cash from Lin Baifeng, but asked Lin Baifeng to collect some Sacred Blood meat so that Han Sen could fill up his Sacred Blood Geno points, which he now had 85. Currently, Han Sen had no time to hunt Sacred Blood creatures given how much he had on his plate. Lin Baifeng could not collect so much Sacred Blood meat on such short notice. However, Han Sen was not in a hurry and asked Lin Baifeng to give him the meat when Lin Baifeng had it. Han Sen had to prepare for the graduation test and other procedures, so he would to stay in Steel Armor Shelter for a while. That phoenix-like creature is the closest to Steel Armor Shelter. I will kill it when I have time. If I put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel, she should be able to resist the flames. If I could have a beast soul from that creature, then it will be so good. Han Sen thought to himself. When Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, his roommates were all in the dormitory. It was rare that none of them was in God's sanctuary, so they went to the cafeteria to hang out. They had agreed beforehand that none of the guys could bring a +1. Han Sen, where do you plan to go after graduation? Shi Zhikong asked Han Sen with one arm throwing around Han Sen's shoulders, tipsy. I will let the AI decide for me, Han Sen said helplessly. Although Han Sen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, even if he had to be just a soldier, he could not even find out which warship Ji Yanran was on. Han Sen did not plan to have a career in the military, so it did not matter where he went if he could not see Ji Yanran, as long as he was not sent to the front to become cannon fodder. Even if he was sent to the front, he was still an elite who graduated from military school, so he would still be an officer instead of a common soldier. In addition, he was the head of the special squad, which would also be taken into consideration by the AI. Of course, he could use connections to decide on the exact position he served. However, that did not mean much to Han Sen and would take some effort. The roommates were talking and laughing, chatting about their dreams and ambitions. They didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. Han Sen rarely had time to enjoy school life. In these days, he was focused on learning theoretical knowledge as well as the ancient language. To learn the ancient language seemed easy. However, if he were to really understand the meaning of Dongshuan Sutra, it would take him a lot of time and energy. Han Sen did not feel like it was a tough mission. He was so curious about Dongshuan Sutra, a martial art that allowed a human being to break the vacuum with his own body and teleport to God's sanctuary. Sounded like a fairy tale to him. Even in such an era when martial arts had been highly developed, none of the demigods dared to say they could tear apart the vacuum with their own body. If I could practice Dongshuan Sutra, no one in the alliance would be my match. I don't even need to be as good as Dongshuan. If I am half as good as him, I would be invincible in the alliance still. Even demigods meant nothing to me. Every time Han Sen had such thoughts, his blood would start boiling, which motivated him to learn the archaic characters. Fortunately, as the genes of mankind were highly developed these days, everyone had stronger brains than previous generations. Many unevolved persons with their geno points maxed out had strong memory skills, and Han Sen was especially outstanding. It did not take him much effort to learn. It took patience to learn the ancient language, but once he mastered the language, he could actually read Dongshuan Sutra. Han Sen enjoyed a few days without hunting and killing. All he did was teleporting to the shelter to enjoy the sacred blood meat Lin Baifeng sent him and studying at Blackhawk. Soon, it was time for the graduation test. Although Han Sen had controlled his strength very well, he was still the absolute #1 in the test and became a major in the military. Each military school only had a few quotas for that kind of honor. However, based on Han Sen's grades and his contribution to the school, his rank was well deserved. In 48 hours, the AI would make a decision about his assignment. Brother Han, I'm sorry. When it was time for Han Sen to check where he was assigned, Wang Mengmeng came to him with her head bowed. Han Sen felt she did not dare to look at him. Her voice was so low that Han Sen could barely tell what she was saying. What's wrong? Han Sen smiled and rubbed Wang Mengmeng's head. Although Wang Mengmeng was 20 years old, Han Sen felt she was still a little girl. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I used my connections to assign you to the Warframe Force where I'm about to go to without your consent. Brother, I'm so sorry, Wang Mengmeng was basically whispering. Her face was red, and she was avoiding eye contact. That's no big deal. The Warframe Force that you will go to is definitely a good one. I probably should thank you for that, said Han Sen, searching for his assignment information. However, the information shown on the display made Han Sen pause. Sister, is the Warframe Force you're going to join called Daphne? Han Sen looked at the information AI displayed incredulously. Daphne, we're supposed to go to the Royal Warframe Force. Wang Mengmeng looked to the display without doubt and was also shocked by the information. It clearly said that Han Sen was assigned to the cookhouse of Warship Daphne. So strange. Did they make a mistake? Wang Mengmeng became anxious and dialed a number with her comlink. Shortly, Wang Mengmeng had an odd look on her face. Who did this? Han Sen asked calmly. The information displayed was very weird. It did not tell him about the exact location or even the number of the troops. All he knew was that he was going to serve at the cookhouse of a warship called Daphne. A major who graduated from a military school was assigned to a cookhouse. That was rare but possible. However, it was only possible for the several top warships in the alliance, which did not include Daphne. Han Sen would not believe it if no one had tempered his assignment. I don't know. The connections I used were not able to do anything. Your assignment was decided by the central AI. No one could change it without top authority. Wang Mengmeng suddenly stared her eyes wide and looked at him. Brother, did you ask anyone to do this? If it were me, I would not have asked you who it was. Han Sen pondered and asked, is it possible for me to find out who did this? Wang Mengmeng shook her head, looking confused, and said, we do not have enough authority to access that information. However, only a few people would be able to do this. Is it possible that Starry Group was behind it? Han Sen asked again. That is unlikely. Although the Nings had some influence in the military, they would not have such high authority. And we would be able to know it if it were them. Wang Mengmeng shook her head and said. Then there is no need to think about it. I'm okay with any post. If someone wanted me to go there, I'll go have a look. Han Sen had a relaxed attitude about it, since he would not be able to resist someone who could pull this anyway. In addition, the authorities of the alliance were always law-abiding. He did not worry that anyone would harm him. Even the cookhouse needs a major. I wonder what kind of place Daphne is. Han Sen even felt expectant. He still had 3 months before registering at his assigned post. Han Sen planned to utilize the period of time to max out his super geno points. It would be ideal if he could evolve before serving in the military. Fortunately, Han Sen was only 3 sacred blood geno points away from maxing out, thanks to the meat Lin Baifeng provided him with. During the 3 months, Han Sen could choose to stay in Blackhawk or go home. The roommates of 304 had a last supper with Wang Mengmeng and her friends. Everyone was feeling a bit sentimental. In the end, they went to a holographic karaoke. Shi Zhikong sang a song called, The Brother Who Shared My Bunk Bed, which made the girls wet their eyes. Brothers, our time had just begun. On the way to conquer the universe, we will meet again. When we see each other, I hope you will still remember my face, because everywhere else of my body would be decorated with medals. Zhang Yang jumped on the table and exclaimed in the microphone. All Han Sen remembered was that he had a lot to drink and so did everyone else. In the end they hugged each other, shouting and jumping, singing the song called My Future Is Not a Dream. Han Sen did not remember much other than that. Although he was able to stay sober using Jadeskin, Han Sen chose not to do that. Sometimes, he did not need to be sober in life, and this was one of those times. I know my future is not a dream, I care for each minute, my future is not a dream, my heart beats with hope, I know my future is not a dream, I care for each minute, my future is not a dream, my heart beats with hope. When Han Sen left Blackhawk, he did not tell any of his friends, but walked out of the gate alone. Looking back to the place where he had studied and lived for 4 years. Even Han Sen felt emotional. The sadness of leaving and the eagerness of reuniting with his family made it hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. My life has just begun. Han Sen turned and left, walking into the space harbor and boarded the spaceship that was going to take him back home. There was no place like home. Han Sen felt the saying was so true, as the days he spent at home were the most comfortable in years. Eating and chatting with his mother and sister, watching games with Zhang Danfeng, Han Sen felt on top of the world. There were some people in the world that could still be the most intimate ones in his life despite the longest separation. Initially, Han Sen was worried that the Nings would look for trouble, but they did nothing. Han Sen had been using the Aqua Reaper to watch Ning Yu and had some ideas about what the Nings were doing. After learning about the relationship between Han Sen and Instructor Han, the entire clan were surprised. They only did some investigation and forbade anyone to mess with the Hans. Han Sen was very curious what Instructor Han did back in the days to make the Nings terrified of him until now. 13 sacred blood evolvers were not easy to cultivate even for a large corporation such as Starry Group. They must have spent a lot of money and effort on it. The disappearance of 13 good fighters did not even make the Nings retaliate. They even asked everyone to avoid conflicts with Han Sen, which made Han Sen feel quite surprised. However, Han Sen also felt more at ease. At least he did not need to worry about the safety of his family when he hunted super creatures in God's sanctuary. The first target was naturally the fire bird on the snow mountain. Before leaving, Han Sen still made a lot of preparation. He had to max out his super geno points as much as possible before registering at Daphne, which would take more than just the fire bird. Little birdie, here I come. Han Sen set out on his way riding the golden growler, feeling quite excited. When there was no one around, Han Sen commanded Golden Growler to turn into its largest form and run at full speed. Han Sen could not even begin to describe how fast it was. Each step it took would bring Han Sen 50 feet closer to his destination. Han Sen felt the Golden Growler was some kind of ancient monster. With the Golden Growler, Han Sen was confident that he could hunt a lot of super creatures within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to just travel. The white sand desert looked desolate and dismal under the moonlight. Occasionally, some howling could be heard. The firewood was crackling. Next to the fire, Han Sen was barbecuing some meat with the bony fish arrow as the skewer. Meowth was lying on Han Sen's legs in its untransformed state, its eyes fixed on the sizzling barbecue, trying to reach out its paw at times. However, it seemed to fear the fire and quickly withdrew its paw. "Don't hurry, it will be ready very soon." Han Sen was amused by Meowth. Initially, Han Sen was going to hunt the phoenix-like creature, but he had only been there once. Last time he was here, they went to the carbonized tree first and then found the snow mountain. However, when Han Sen reached the area, he did not see any burned tree or other familiar signs. Then he had to look for the snow mountain according to his vague memory. After an entire day of searching, he did not spot any mountains. He had to rest for the night and continue the next day. When the barbecue was ready, Han Sen gave half of it to Meowth. As the man and the cat were enjoying themselves, messy hoofbeats came from afar and became louder and louder. Han Sen heard people talking as well. "Fire! There's fire! It looks like someone is over there." Han Sen looked up and saw 4 mounts coming his way. On the back of the mounts were 2 men and 2 women. Judging from the mounts and their armor, they were not ordinary people. Whoever dares to come to the Devil Desert should be extraordinary anyways. Han Sen took a look and bowed his head, enjoying the barbecue with Meowth. The 4 rides quickly came close to Han Sen. After seeing Han Sen, they looked excited and got off their mounts, walking toward the fire. A young man with thick eyebrows like caterpillars asked, "Friend, can you sell us some of your water?" The other 2 women and 1 man stared at the water bags next to Han Sen, licking their dried-up lips. It was easy to find food with lots of creatures around in the desert. However, water was rare. Although the blood of the creatures could provide some liquid, but it was like seawater. The more you drank, the thirstier you would get. The group of people had been lost in the Devil Desert for a month, and it was the first time they saw someone. The first thing they were asking was not the way out, but water. The 4 knew very well that no ordinary guy dared to enter Devil Desert, so they never thought of robbing Han Sen. In addition, they still needed to ask the man how to go out, which was why the young man with thick eyebrows named Jia Changfeng was being very polite. Without speaking, Han Sen threw the bag of water at Jia Changfeng and continued to eat. "Thanks so much." Jia Changfeng was overjoyed. Initially, he planned to pay a lot for the water. They were in a desert after all, where water meant life. Jia Changfeng did not expect the guy to be so generous. "Don't." Jia Changfeng took the water back and was about to share it with the rest. The other guy, who was thin, stopped them. He then took out some test paper and dipped it into the water to see if it was poisoned. When he saw the result, the thin guy named Xiaoling Feng let out a sigh of relief and let everyone drink. "Friend, thank you. How shall I call you?" After Xiaoling Feng drank some water, he asked. "Han Sen," replied Han Sen, caressing Meowth on his laps. Xiaoling Feng searched that name in his memory, and it did not ring a bell. Xiaoling Feng continued to ask, "Friend, do you know how to get out of the desert? If you could take us out, I can pay you well. The payment is unnecessary. I need to hunt here, so I'm not going out. Follow that direction and you could get out of the desert in 3 to 4 days, Han Sen said, pointing at a direction. "Friend, if you are willing to lead the way, I can pay you a sacred blood beast soul," Xiaoling Feng said. Han Sen did not look at Xiaoling Feng, but fed a piece of barbecue to Meowth. Even without thinking, Han Sen knew that Xiaoling Feng was afraid Han Sen was giving them a wrong direction. It was okay to be wary, but Xiaoling Feng seemed to be too nervous and have poor judgment about people. Han Sen did not want to bother to talk to him. A sacred blood beast soul was valuable, but Han Sen did not want to waste his time on a beast soul that would mean nothing to him. Seeing Han Sen was unimpressed, both Xiaoling Feng and Jia Changfeng were surprised. The 2 girls also looked to Han Sen, feeling incredulous. A sacred blood beast soul was always a treasure. Even they themselves could not stay so calm in front of a sacred blood beast soul. All Han Sen needed to do for the beast soul was to lead the way, but Han Sen was not considering the option at all. He even seemed to have a look of contempt on his face, which made them regard Han Sen more carefully. The name, Han Sen, was well known, but only in military schools and steel armor shelter. Among the aristocrats, few people knew about him. Obviously, Xiaoling Feng and Jia Changfeng were not from steel armor shelter, so they had never heard about Han Sen. The four people looked Han Sen up and down for a while, but none recognized Han Sen's origin. "Friend, have you heard about Iron Fist Demigod?" Jia Changfeng and Xiaoling Feng exchanged a look, and the latter asked Han Sen. "Jia Sidao." Han Sen looked at Xiaoling Feng in surprise. Iron Fist Demigod was quite famous as one of the oldest demigods. Rumor has it that the Jaws had the heritage of martial arts and was great at fist skills. Iron Fist of the Jaws was said to be the best hyper-geno art in fist skills. Han Sen did not know if that claim was true, but Jia Sidao used those skills to gain his demigod status, which made his family and skills known in the entire alliance. Jia Sidao did not become a politician but started a business of martial hall to teach students. Different from Ares Martial Hall, which took everyone in, all the students of the martial hall run by the Jias were children of prominent families and politicians. His name is Jia Changfeng, and Jia Sidao is his grandfather. "Lead the way for us and we can make sure you join the Iron Fist Martial Hall. Iron Fist Demigod will instruct you himself," said Xiaoling Feng, pointing at Jia Changfeng. Being able to be instructed by Jia Sidao himself was the dream of many among the celebrities and aristocrats. However, Han Sen was not really interested in it. If it was before, Han Sen would consider it. Jia Sidao was a demigod after all, and Iron Fist was one of the most well-known hyper-geno arts. However, since he got his hands on Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen had been studying the ancient language. Although he still did not understand everything, the parts that he understood made him overjoyed. Rather than wasting his time on learning Iron Fist, Han Sen would rather spend his time on the ancient language. If he could understand Dongshuan Sutra, it would be very easy for him to become a demigod himself. However strong Iron Fist was, it could never make him tear the vacuum apart, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary using his own body. "I thank you for that. But I really have my own thing to do. I think you should leave on your own," Han Sen spread his hands and said. The four were even more surprised hearing Han Sen's words. They did not understand someone would turn down the offer to become a student of a demigod. "Friend, maybe you don't believe me. That is okay. I will teach you some skills in Iron Fist right now. How about you lead the way after learning?" Jia Changfeng thought about it and decided that Han Sen must think they were lying, which was the only explanation for him being dismissive. Han Sen was speechless, as he was really not interested in learning Iron Fist. However, since the group of people did not mean him harm, Han Sen did not want to let them down. He asked Jia Changfeng, "On your way here, have you seen a snow mountain? I'm looking for that mountain, and if you could take me to find it, I could take you out after finishing my business." Jia Changfeng was dazed, and then understood that Han Sen was sincerely not interested in learning Iron Fist. He blushed. "Snow Mountain, are you talking about that one?" Hearing Han Sen's words, one of the girls suddenly looked at him and asked, "Are you talking about a large mountain with only its top covered in snow?" "Yes. Did you see it?" Han Sen was overjoyed. He was only trying his luck, because if they had approached the mountain and ran into the fire bird, it was very unlikely that they could survive. "We did see it, but there were some strong creatures nearby, and we did not dare to approach," said the girl. "That is great. If you take me there, we could go out together after I finish my thing," said Han Sen hastily. "Friend, you're not trying to hunt those evil goblins. I think you should forget about it. There are at least 1,000 of them, among which at least 20 are mutant and one is sacred blood. Such a group would take more than just a few people, not to mention you are all alone," said Xiaoling Feng. Han Sen frowned. Last time he was there he did not see any other creatures. However, according to the four, there were also a group with a sacred blood king. It was the same for Han Sen either way. He would be happy to see a group of creatures there since he still needed 3 more sacred blood geno points. "If you're willing to take me there, I will be very grateful. If not, you could show me the direction and I will be equally grateful." Han Sen did not want to go together with the group. Although their mounts were good, compared to the Golden Growler, they would be too slow. It would be a waste of time for him to slow down for these people. "We could take you there, but do you have enough water for all of us to get out of the desert? After some discussion, Jia Changfeng asked Han Sen. Water is sufficient. Han Sen patted the water bags piling up next to him. He had brought a lot of water because he planned to go to one of the locations Ning Yu told him directly after killing the fire bird. Since Han Sen had enough water, the group of 4 felt relaxed. After resting for a night, they were about to set out on the road the next morning. Friend, you have so many luggage. It must have taken you several mounts to bring all of this with you, right? Xiaoling Feng asked, seeing all the things Han Sen had brought. Just one, Han Sen said and summoned the golden growler. He did not want to scare the group and used the smallest form of the lion, which was the size of an elephant. What a magnificent mount! They were still surprised by the golden growler. Han Sen smiled and did not speak. He lifted everything to the back of the golden growler and mounted the lion himself. The 5 of them started to travel. Because the group of 4 only had one sacred blood mount, and the other 3 were mutant, their speed was not that great. Feeling upset, Han Sen had to control the speed of the golden growler to follow the group. Fortunately, the location of the snow mountain was not that far. It only took them 1 day to get there, which was why Han Sen was not too worried about time. Han Sen got to know the group of 4 a little better. Jia Changfeng was the grandson of Jia Sidao. Xiaoling Feng was a student of Jia Sidao. As for the 2 girls, the plump one was named Jia Yan, and the slim one was named Xiao Wei. Jia Yan was Jia Changfeng's younger sister or cousin, and Xiao Wei was Xiaoling Feng's older sister. Han Sen, your mount must be a sacred blood beast soul. Jia Yan rode next to Han Sen on a mutant antelope beast, asking curiously while checking out the golden growler. Yes, replied Han Sen casually. You must be from a prominent family to have such a mount. How come I have never heard of you before? Jia Yan asked, blinking. I am from an ordinary family instead of a famous or aristocratic one. I'm just luckier than others. Han Sen was speaking his mind. Although he was hardworking, his success was largely due to his luck. Hearing that Han Sen was not from a prominent family, Jia Yan was even more curious and asked, then why are you not interested in becoming the student of my grandfather? Don't you know what it means to be a student of Iron Fist Demigod? The other 3 also listened carefully, wanting to know why Han Sen would turn down an offer like that. I am a free spirit and do not like to go by the rules. If I piss your grandfather off and get my ass kicked, it will do me no good, Han Sen answered with a smile. You're funny, Ji Yanran grinned, hearing Han Sen's words. Because Han Sen was easygoing and they were all of the same age, they quickly started to chat as they marched toward the destination. Look, it's right there. After traveling for a day, Jia Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a mountain far away. Han Sen had much better eyesight than Jia Yan. In fact, he had seen that mountain a long time ago. However, Han Sen frowned because the mountain looked different from the one he remembered. Although this mountain was also covered with snow on the top, but it was much higher and steeper than the one Han Sen remembered. Where the firebird was seemed to be a volcano, while this one was much rockier. Is it a mistake? Han Sen felt upset because he wasted all day and ended up in a wrong place. We can't go any farther. It is the habitat of the evil goblins in front of us. Jia Changfeng was leading the way, stopped and asked everyone to pause. Han Sen got off the back of the golden growler, climbed up a dune with the rest and looked toward the mountain. The mountain was arid, no plants were growing on it. Even in the desert, it was still an uncommon scene. Different from the white sand in the desert, the rocks on the mountain were black. Only the top of the mountain was covered in white snow. On the black mountain walls, there were many thickly dotted holes, which would make a person with trypophobia vomit. There were many red centipedes as thick as arms climbing out of the holes. The centipedes were about 6 feet long and looked extremely ugly, crawling around on the mountain walls. Han Sen took a closer look at them. Although they looked like centipedes, they had a triangular head on each end of their body which was made of red bones. Connecting each bone was a pair of red hands with only 3 fingers. As they moved, the small hands were moving like the feet of centipedes, which was creepy to look at. Some of the holes on the mountain were especially wide, about 3 feet in diameter. Han Sen was staring at a big hole and saw a giant evil goblin slithering out of it. The evil goblin was as thick as a barrel and more than 30 feet long. A part of its body was still in the hole, so Han Sen could not tell how large it actually was. The giant evil goblin twisted its body on the mountain wall as the hands on its body moved, which was sickening. Han Sen, That evil goblin king is very scary. I suggest you think twice before trying anything, Xiao Wei whispered. Han Sen nodded, but his gaze was still lingering on the giant evil goblin. It looked quite strong. Could it be a super creature? Han Sen pondered and summoned the horn bow and bony fish arrow, trying to take a shot at it. If it was just a sacred blood creature, it would not be able to block a sacred blood arrow with the spinning force. What are you doing? Shaoling Feng quickly held Han Sen's hand down, seeing what Han Sen was doing. Since I'm already here, of course I am trying to kill the sacred blood evil goblin, said Han Sen matter-of-factly. Shaoling Feng became annoyed and said, their bony bodies are as tough as metal. It is difficult for one to hurt them with beast soul weapons on the same level as the creatures. Even if the bow and arrow you're holding are both sacred blood beast souls, the distance is too long for you to hurt the king, not to mention your weapons might not be sacred blood. These creatures are very petty. If you started to attack them, the whole group will come this way. You might be able to run away on your sacred blood mount, but we will die for sure. You're right. Since that's the case, you can leave first. I will join you after I kill them, Han Sen pondered and said. You don't think you can really kill the king alone, do you? Jia Yan stared at Han Sen with her eyes wide. Here's the water. Leave now. If I fail and die here, you will have enough water to go out. Han Sen threw the majority of the water bags to the guys, only saving a few for himself. The group looked at Han Sen in surprise. Han Sen had given the majority of his water to them. If they took the water away, it would be difficult for Han Sen to leave the desert with the remaining water after killing the evil goblins, if he could kill the creatures at all. The four persons were all confused, not understanding what Han Sen was thinking. They had no idea about the golden growler's real speed. If the mount went at its full speed, the remaining water was enough for Han Sen to come and go several times. Han Sen, if you really want to kill the evil goblin king, maybe we can work together to do it. Xiao Wei felt reluctant to leave Han Sen alone since he had given them most of his water. There's no need. Go ahead, I could do this alone. Han Sen did not want to waste more time. He would kill this goblin king first and then hurry to find the fire bird. Han Sen, think about it. These creatures are very fast in the desert. Even with your sacred blood mount, you might not be able to outrun them, Jia Chengfeng also said. If you don't leave now, I will start to shoot. Han Sen aimed his arrow at the evil goblins. Let's go. This guy is crazy. Shaoling Feng did not think Han Sen was joking and quickly pulled his sister away. Jia Chengfeng also pulled Jia Yan away with him. They did not want to cross the evil goblin king. They had once met an evil goblin in the desert, which was only a mutant one. Even so, the situation was extremely risky, not to mention this one was definitely a sacred blood king. In addition, the sacred blood king was also leading an entire group of 20 mutant creatures and 1,000 primitive creatures. Once trapped in the group, it did not even matter however good a fighter one was. All of the creatures were poisonous. Once injured by them, one would die most of the times. Be careful. Even when cut in half, the evil goblins would not die immediately. They could still launch deadly attacks. And try not to touch their blood, which is poisonous, Jia Yan said to Han Sen before she left. Understood. Han Sen's gaze was fixed upon the giant evil goblin king. When the group went far, he pulled the bow to the fullest. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Han Sen shot the arrow at the evil goblin king. The bony fish arrow flashed across the sky and reached one of the two heads of the giant evil goblin king. The evil goblin king quickly stood up like a snake, all the three-fingered hands under its body facing the incoming arrow. A pair of hands grabbed the bony fish arrow, which continued to spin, making strident noises. However, momentarily, many hands covered the arrow and held it down. Even with a strong spinning force, the arrow was caught by the creature. Cheap! The evil goblin king squeaked with its head facing where Han Sen was standing. The sound was so penetrating that even people miles away would feel a headache. Boom! As the king squeaked, the evil goblin started to crawl out of all the holes in the mountain wall, which looked like a red waterfall, flooding toward where Han Sen was standing. Hearing the sound made by the evil goblin king, the group of four covered their ears and turned back to look at the mountain. The guy really did it. Jia Chengfeng muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the mountain. He has saved our lives. Should we really leave him alone? Jia Yan was hesitant. What can we do? You all know how strong the evil goblins are. They are so hard to kill and poisonous as well. Even if we could cut them, We would die if we touch their blood, said Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Wei said helplessly, even if we want to save him, it is too late now. Let's wait right here. He has a sacred blood mount, so maybe he could run this far. And maybe we will be able to help him at that point. Jia Changfeng nodded and did not speak. All four of them were staring at the mountain, hearing the noises getting louder. Han Sen was more happy than surprised to see his arrow held by the evil Goblin King. An ordinary sacred blood creature would not be able to stop his arrow, which meant this evil Goblin King was very likely to be a super creature. Although he was in the wrong spot and failed to see the fire bird, another super creature would be more than welcome. Seeing the evil goblins coming toward him like red flood, Han Sen quickly summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and put the super pet armor on it. The pet quickly flew toward the evil Goblin King. Han Sen did not dare to be careless. There were simply too many of the creatures. It would take him a long time to wipe them out. He jumped on the back of the golden growler, which shook its body and roared, growing into a small hill and rushing at the group of evil goblins. The giant body of the lion stamped on the evil goblins, killing countless creatures as it ran. The group of evil goblins were like a red pond in the eyes of the golden growler. Although the golden growler was a mount and did not have the ability to attack, it was so huge in size and so tough that even the walls of the shelter could not withstand it. In that sense, it was a weapon of mass destruction as well. Han Sen was pleased to see the golden growler crushing the group of evil goblins. Hearing the voice telling him creatures killed, Han Sen occasionally gained a few beast souls. The seemingly impressive evil goblins were even weaker than earthworms under the paws of the golden growler. There was no need for Han Sen to move a muscle. The poisonous blood of the dead evil goblins had no effect on the super mount, and there was no way they could reach Han Sen, who was sitting high. Holding Meowth in his arms, Han Sen looked at the Golden Rock Worm King fighting the evil Goblin King. Circling around the Goblin King in the air, the Golden Rock Worm King attacked it with 8 sharp claws. The evil Goblin King had extended the better half of its body out of the hole, squeaking with its head high. Moving its hands, the evil Goblin King was trying to capture the super pet. However, the Golden Rock Worm King was fast and flexible. Although the evil Goblin King tried a few times, it failed to capture the super pet and lost a few hands to its sharp claws instead. This way, the evil Goblin King became agitated and threw itself at the super pet. Although the super pet hurt the evil Goblin King a couple of times, it did not have the absolute advantage. The two monsters kept fighting each other, squeaking at times. With the super pet armor, the evil Goblin King could only manage to scratch the armor and could not hurt the super pet. If the fight went on, the super pet would win sooner or later. Han Sen was very pleased that the evil Goblin King was the match of the super pet. It was almost certainly a super creature. However, Han Sen did not want to watch the fight anymore, so he summoned the Holy Angel and ordered the Golden Rock Worm King to go harder at its enemy. Although the sharp nails of the evil Goblin King were stabbing at the super pet, it could not hurt the Worm King because of the armor. Boom! The gorgeous figure of the Holy Angel flashed on the mountain wall. She waved her hand and cut the evil Goblin King, which was held down by the Golden Rock Worm King, in half. Half of the body of the evil Goblin King quickly fell from the mountain and made a huge pit in the sand. However, when it landed, the half of the body was still moving. With poisonous blood flowing, it threw itself once again at the Golden Rock Worm King, and even the super pet armor was left with some marks. The Holy Angel used her hand like a sword. Momentarily, the half of the body was sliced into pieces and stopped moving. The triangular head was even cut into 4 pieces and exploded. This time, the evil Goblin King was completely quiet. Watching the evil Goblin King killed, Han Sen looked to the hall on the mountain wall, upset. The other half of the evil Goblin King's body had disappeared, and Han Sen did not hear the voice telling him the creature was killed. And the pieces of the body in the sand were corrupting quickly, which seemed abnormal. Without any hesitation, Han Sen took the Golden Growler and the Golden Rock Worm King back and entered the hole with Holy Angel. Why has it become quiet? Jia Yan looked to the mountain with doubts. It's probably finished, Xiao Wei sighed and said. I'll go back to have a look, Jia Changfeng said and rode toward the mountain. Let's go together. Be careful not to attract the attention of the evil goblins. Xiao Lingfeng followed him. The group of people returned to the area of the mountain. What they saw made them feel so appalled that they could not shut their mouths. The bodies of evil goblins were everywhere. The blood had formed a river and the bodies had become a hill. White sand was colored into burgundy by the poisonous blood. Half of the evil Goblin King's body was lying on the ground. Although corrupted, it still looked shocking. He killed them all. Jia Chengfeng did not know what to say. Who is this person? Xiaoling Feng thought with complex feelings. Someone as strong as this was simply beyond his imagination. Where is Han Sen? Jia Yan and Xiao Wei had come back to themselves. They looked around but did not see Han Sen. The two guys also looked around and did not see Han Sen either. They all had a strange feeling. Initially, they thought they just ran into an ordinary guy, yet the guy was so impressive that they could not even begin to describe it. At this point, Han Sen had already gone deep into the hole on the mountain wall. Inside the mountain, the channels were interconnected like a labyrinth. Han Sen commanded the holy angel to scout for him, following the blood of the evil Goblin King. After a while, they were still unable to catch up with the creature. If Han Sen did not see the blood, he would wonder if he was in the wrong direction. Quite fast, this guy. Han Sen put the super pet armor on the holy angel and ordered the holy angel to follow the traces of blood. The super pet in super pet armor was almost invincible in First God's sanctuary. There was nothing she would fear. After 3 to 4 hours, Han Sen eventually entered a large space, which was a cave shaped like a cylinder. The cave looked like the inside of a church tower. The ceiling was about half a mile high, and the stone walls were dotted with holes of different sizes. The traces of blood had disappeared at this point. Han Sen frowned at the countless holes on the stone walls. Without any clue, it was impossible to find the evil Goblin King with so many holes. Han Sen lighted a torch and looked around in the cave. He suddenly saw an alloy case in the corner. Someone had been here before. Han Sen was surprised. The case looked like it was the advanced product from the Alliance. It was made of top-notch Z steel that was not only tough but also light in weight, making the case more portable than Z steel armor and weapons. The case was a bit deformed. It looked like it had been hit hard. The lid was slightly open. Covered in dust and speckles, the case looked quite old and probably had something spilled and tried on it. Han Sen checked the style of the case, which looked expensive but old. He did not think it was produced recently. Who could come to this place with the group of evil goblins outside? Or does the mountain have a different entrance elsewhere? Han Sen squatted and checked the case carefully. Although the lid was slightly open, Han Sen still could not see what was inside. It looked like there was something though. Although modern technology was useless in God's sanctuary, Han Sen did not dare to be reckless. He stepped back and asked the holy angel to open the case. The holy angel was fearless. She reached her hand in the gap and pulled the case open. Nothing weird happened. In the case, there were 3 bottles and a crystal card. Geno Solutions. Han Sen looked at the 3 bottles and felt surprised. Han Sen had seen a lot of this kind of bottles. They should be the bottles of Geno Solutions paired with Hyper Geno Arts. These bottles were specially made to contain the Geno Solutions, which had been this way for generations. However, although there were 3 bottles, only one of them was filled with purple Geno Solution. One of the bottles was empty, and one was broken. Han Sen took the full bottle and regarded it. He did not find any notes. Normally speaking, a bottle like this would have a tag to indicate what kind of Hyper Geno Art this solution belonged to. However, this bottle did not have any writing on it. Is it Geno Solution or not? Han Sen frowned and examined the crystal card. It was a memory card, which was still intact. However, he could not check it in God's sanctuary. Han Sen put the crystal card and bottle away. He looked around and did not see bodies or inscriptions. He wondered why the case ended up here. Han Sen walked around in the large cave but did not find anything else. He felt quite upset to let the evil Goblin King run away. However, there was no way that he could tell where the evil Goblin King was. Even if he wanted to chase after it, he did not know how. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should leave already, he felt the giant cave was shaking and then heard noises like thunder. The rumbles became louder and louder, sounding quite scary. What is it? Han Sen listened carefully, trying to tell where the sound came from. However, there were too many caves, so the echo was too loud for Han Sen to tell that. He was sure about one thing. Something was coming at him, and it was something big. Han Sen pondered and took back the holy angel. He shape-shifted into the color shifter and leaned against the mountain wall, turning into a part of the rocks. No one could tell he was there. The rumbling continued for a while before it softened. Very soon, Han Sen saw the evil Goblin King came from a wide hole. The huge body slithered out, which was still more than 60 feet long. The injury on the end of its body was still there but had already healed. What a large creature! It is still this long when cut in half. It must be at least 100 feet long originally. Han Sen regarded the creature, not understanding why it still dared to come out. As Han Sen was suspicious, he did not move but watched the creature moving in the cave. The creature did nothing special, but Han Sen felt something must be wrong, so he stayed still and watched. Suddenly, he saw something else coming from the same hole where the evil Goblin King was. It was a creature that looked like a white rhinoceros with 3 pairs of legs, looking magnificent. On the back of the white rhinoceros sat a person. Han Sen was shocked to see someone else riding a creature in this place, who was also getting along with the evil Goblin King. Everything seemed so odd. Han Sen could tell that the white rhinoceros was definitely a creature instead of a beast soul pet. A creature had a murderous scent which the pet did not have. He looked carefully at the person sitting on the back of the white rhinoceros. It should be a woman. However, she was wearing a black cloak with a hood, so Han Sen could not tell what she looked like. How come there is no human? The woman looked around and muttered to herself before she rode the white rhinoceros back into the hole. Han Sen was dazed. The woman sounded like she was not a human herself, but Han Sen had never heard a creature would look exactly like a human and could talk. The evil Goblin King, which only had half its body left, followed the woman into the hole. Han Sen had now understood that the goblin was a bait the woman sent. Who is that woman? She is so strange. I have never heard that human could control a creature, which is also a super creature. How is that even possible? Han Sen felt confused. A long while after the evil Goblin King disappeared, he slowly moved his body toward that hole. Han Sen carefully entered the hole, which was rather wide. When he walked deeper inside, there was a fork. Han Sen observed the surroundings and followed one path. The evil Goblin King barely left any traces as its 3-fingered hands were quite small. However, the white rhinoceros left some footprints. And he could even hear the hoof beats. Deep inside the mountain, Han Sen carefully walked in the labyrinth. After an hour, the hoof beats could no longer be heard. Han Sen became alarmed and slowed down. He pondered and shape-shifted again into the color shifter. Very soon, he saw the evil Goblin King again when he entered another big cave. Although it was still inside the mountain, there was a crack on the ceiling where the sky could be seen and light could come through. In the big cave, there was even a stream of water. Han Sen saw the woman and the white rhinoceros again. In addition to the woman and the white rhinoceros, many man-made tools were laid around, such as tents, woks and bowls. It seemed like the woman had spent quite some time in the cave. Han Sen stopped breathing and integrated himself with the stone wall, observing the woman, someone who could command a super creature. Even Han Sen felt surprised by his discovery. It was hard to believe that such a person even existed. If she had been around for a while, then super creatures should have been known to human a while back. How come there was absolutely no news about it? Even the Nings were merely guessing and had never killed a super creature. The woman set up the wok and started to burn a kind of vines underneath. It looks like she was cooking. Then she opened an alloy case filled with bottles and cans. When she started to pour the content of a bottle into the wok, Han Sen realized it must be spice. Very soon, Han Sen smiled food. He wondered what meat she was cooking, which was making him drool. Seeing the meat was about ready, the woman took off her back cloak and got up to fill her bowl. Han Sen was eventually able to see what her face, which made him stare his eyes wide and almost scream out loud. There was a white mask made of bones on the woman's face. And a pair of purple horns were standing in her long hair like crescents. Shira royalty, how can this be? Han Sen was so shocked that he was speechless, unable to believe what he had seen. As the biggest enemy of human in the universe, Shira almost looked the same as men except for the horns. The purple horns were the characteristics of Shira royalty. A royal Shira man had single horn, and a royal Shira woman had double horns. None of these mattered though. What shocked Han Sen was the fact that a Shira had made her way into God's sanctuary, which was not supposed to happen. It was not to say that Shira did not have teleport devices. Even if they had none, it would be easy for them to grab one from human in the wars. However, Shira was rejected by God's sanctuary itself. Even with a teleport device, no Shira would choose to enter this space. Human had conducted an experiment to teleport Shira prisoners into God's sanctuary, who immediately got sick with the symptoms of flu. As their immune system went down, They all died in God's sanctuary within 3 days, adults and children alike, no matter how strong they were. However, this Shira royalty seemed to have lived in God's sanctuary for a long time already. Han Sen was scared by the idea that Shira might be able to survive in God's sanctuary. Shira's physique was much better than human in the first place. If they were able to survive in God's sanctuary and gain Geno points, the consequences would be dire. Shira had always been conducting research in this aspect, but they had not made much progress. Meanwhile, the Alliance was doing its best to prevent Shira from entering God's sanctuary. Because of the damages Shira would suffer from entering God's sanctuary and human occupation of most of the shelters, Shira had almost no chance at it. Some Shira had risked their lives and tried to enter God's sanctuary, but they were doomed once spotted by human. After all, Shira almost had no ability to fight was entering God's sanctuary. The moment they were seen, they would be killed. Even if they were not found, they would die of sickness in a couple days. Maybe Shira had overcome the issue of surviving God's sanctuary. Han Sen felt a chill. If that was true, then a disaster would fall on human. An ordinary Shira adult had the same physique as a human evolver. And a strong Shira fighter would be the same as a human surpasser. With such physique, it would be easy for Shira to kill all creatures and leave none for human. Among black, white, golden, and purple horns were the Shira royalties who had the strongest physique. Once older than 10, they could be over 100 in fitness index. Although Han Sen did not know how old this Shira woman was, she must be more than 10 years old, which meant she definitely had a fitness index beyond 100. Once Shira like her entered in first God's sanctuary and started a fight with human, Han Sen could imagine what would happen. Even Han Sen, who only had a fitness index below 30, could already become invincible in first God's sanctuary. Ordinary super creatures only had a fitness index over 40. If the number became over 100, Han Sen was covered in cold sweat on the thought as unspeakable fear filled his heart. It was beyond his personal interests. If Shira were able to survive in first God's sanctuary, it would be the nightmare for the entire mankind. Han Sen could not bear to think of that kind of tragedy. He was a man, with his family, friends, and loved ones in God's sanctuary, so he had to think of the worst possibility. The Shira woman got herself a bowl of meat with soup and realized that she still had her mask on when she tried to eat. She took the mask off and put it away. Han Sen then saw her face and was dazed. Although judging from her small purple horns, Han Sen knew she was probably young, he did not realize how young she was. She was about 14 or 15 years old, her face round and skin so fair that it was almost transparent. The look in her eyes was quite innocent. Because Shira girls developed early in general, she had a curvaceous body, which made Han Sen feel she was older. Her waist-length black hair was tied back. If it was not for her purple horns, she would just be considered a pretty girl. However, because of the horns, Han Sen did not dare to consider her as a girl. Even though she was just around 15 years old, her fitness index was definitely over 100 as a Shira royalty. This sweet girl was actually as fierce as Queen, more destructive than super creatures in first God's sanctuary. As Han Sen was checking her out, she sat down on something covered by a piece of cloth and started to gobble from the bowl in her hand as fast as the holy angel did. In a short while, she finished all the food in the bowl. When she got up to get more, the piece of cloth was moved, unveiling what was underneath. Han Sen was shocked with just a sneak peek. Under the cloth was a shining yellow crystal the size of a boulder. Han Sen was very familiar with this kind of crystal. He had seen many of these recently, which were the life essence of super creatures. Although Han Sen only caught a glimpse, he was certain that it must be life essence. Judging by the shape of the cloth, there were at least 2 pieces of life essence underneath. Han Sen stared at them without a blink. Although he now had the ability to kill a super creature, it took him a lot of time to find one. He wanted life essence bad. Looking at the Shira girl, Han Sen gave up the thought. Han Sen could not understand why the Shira girl did not eat the life essence. However, there was no way Han Sen could beat her. Not even with the Holy Angel and the Golden Rock Worm King helping him. A fitness level of over 100 was simply matchless in first God's sanctuary. Han Sen was always decisive. Although the temptation was huge, he merely hesitated for a moment before he decided to leave quietly. He had to report the existence of Shira to the Alliance, making sure that the Alliance was prepared. Han Sen alone could not stop something as big as this. If Shira was really able to overcome the damages they suffered from God's sanctuary, then the entire alliance must be rallied up against them. In addition, this Shira girl was even able to control a super creature, which was shocking. As Han Sen was trying to leave, to his surprise, the Shira girl suddenly let out a scream. He turned to look at her and saw her kneeling on the floor, moaning in pain. Her body kept shaking as she huddled up. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros seemed to be so scared that they each ran away into a stone channel like rabbits. However, they did not dare to go far, but stayed in their own place shivering, checking on the Shira girl from time to time. Bang! Han Sen heard a loud noise. The Shira girl who was holding her head and moaning in pain suddenly started to bang her head against the floor, smashing the rock into pieces. Although the rock was broken, her head was not even red, but only got dirty with some dust on it. Bang bang bang. Han Sen watched the girl hitting her head against the rock repeatedly and was shocked. It is Shira girl a lunatic. Watching the Shira girl banging her head on the floor, Han Sen could not help feeling an urge to kill her. She looked like she was having a reoccurrence of some disease. Maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. On another thought, Han Sen was not even sure if he could hurt her with the cursed wolf dagger, given how strong she was. The gap between himself and someone with a fitness level over 100 was simply too big. Han Sen watched the Shira girl banging her head against the floor in pain with a complex look. He suddenly found that the cave seemed to be very well lit. As he took a closer look, he saw the full moon was shining through the cave from the crack above. Boom! With another hard bang, a large pit was formed as all the rocks within a range of a dozen feet were crushed. After that, the Shira girl did not move anymore, but fell in the pit and fainted. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros then came out of the stone channels. The evil goblin approached the unconscious Shira girl, hesitated, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit at her. Han Sen was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. A moment ago, the evil goblin was following the Shira girl like a puppy dog, while all of a sudden, it was about to eat her. Maybe this creature was extremely intelligent and knew how strong she was, so it pretended to be enslaved by her until it could find an opportunity to eat her alive. The evil goblin snapped at her body and threw her into the air, using its thousands of hands to tear her apart. Although Han Sen was happy to see that, he was shocked when his gaze fell upon the Shira girl. The evil goblin caught half of the Shira girl's body, so her hair was falling in the air. Han Sen saw clearly that the pair of purple horns were gone. Han Sen could not believe it and rubbed his eyes. As he looked at her one more time, he still did not see the purple horns that represented Shira royalty. What has happened? Did I make a mistake earlier? Han Sen was filled with doubts, but the evil goblin was already ready to swallow the girl like a snake. If she was Shira, Han Sen would hope this to happen. However, the girl now looked like a completely normal human girl, which made him hesitate. Boom! Seeing that the evil goblin king was about to eat the girl, Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the holy angel and the cursed wolf dagger, dashing at the evil goblin king. The evil goblin king knew how strong the holy angel was and dodged her attack immediately. However, Han Sen was already in its face. He wielded the cursed wolf dagger and made several cuts on the head of the evil goblin king, making it seethe in pain. The girl fell from its mouth. Han Sen caught her in the air and flew away, dodging the splashing poisonous blood. The white rhinoceros roared and quickly threw itself at Han Sen, running with its 6 hooves. As Han Sen pointed at the rhinoceros, the golden rock worm king flew at it. Taking this opportunity, Han Sen stepped aside and touched the head of the fainted girl, trying to make sure whether she was Shira. Han Sen felt nothing. The pair of purple horns simply disappeared without leaving any trace. Han Sen felt her head again and again. He could not believe what had happened. He was sure that he did see a pair of purple horns shaped like crescents. However, they were gone just like that. Shira's horns could not be retracted. Otherwise, there would be a million for Shira spies among human. The horns of Shira were connected to their brain. Even if they cut the horns off, there would still be scars where the horns used to be. It was easy to tell when touched. In addition, no hair would grow where the horns were broken, so it was easy to tell. However, this girl was different. Her scalp was smooth and her hair was thick. There were no proof of previous horns, so it was impossible that the horns were knocked off by herself. What could this possibly be? Were the horns just some decoration she was wearing and were smashed just now? Han Sen had never heard of such a thing and could not decide what to do with her. I'll leave her alone for the moment. Han Sen decided, thinking of the evil goblin, white rhinoceros, and the life essence covered by the cloth. He wanted to leave the girl alone, but there was no safe space in the cave given 4 monsters were fighting inside. Han Sen had to hold her in his arms for the moment. The evil goblin was almost beaten by Holy Angel. Lots of its hands were cut off. Although they were both super creatures, the Holy Angel was obviously the top of the top, even comparable to the adult golden growler. The evil goblin, however, was more or less on the same level as the Aqua Reaper. In addition, the evil goblin was hurt in the first place, so it was no match of the Holy Angel. On the other side, the Golden Rock Worm King was against the White Rhinoceros. To Han Sen's surprise, the Rock Worm King was at a disadvantage. In terms of both speed and fitness, the Rhinoceros was stronger. Han Sen put the super pad armor on the Rock Worm and enhanced its defense. This way, it could compete against the White Rhinoceros. Han Sen rushed over to fight the evil goblin with the cursed wolf dagger in his hand and his wings flapping. He decided to take the weakest link out first and leave the tough ones for later. The evil goblin was dodging here and there from the Holy Angel's attack. Han Sen took his opportunity, used the both heresy mantra and overload, appeared behind the evil goblin, and cut off its triangular head. Bang! The giant body of the evil goblin suddenly became limp. It fell to the bottom, making the entire space shake. Super creature evil goblin killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice suddenly sounded in Han Sen's mind, but Han Sen had no time to lament the lack of beast soul. He commanded the Holy Angel to take care of the 6-legged white rhinoceros. On the other hand, Han Sen went to the disappearing body of the evil goblin and seized a red crystal the size of a football. Han Sen glanced at the girl in his arms who was still unconscious. Her clothes were a bit ragged, while she did not get injured at all, and only had some red marks. Han Sen frowned and checked on the white rhinoceros under the siege of both the Holy Angel and Golden Rock Worm King. It seemed there was no need for Han Sen to do anything. Holding the girl under one arm and the life essence of the evil goblin in the other, Han Sen dashed to the tent which was already damaged by fallen stones. He found a quilt in the tent, took it out, and placed the girl on it. He then ran toward the life essence covered under the piece of cloth. As the piece of cloth was lifted, Han Sen was bedazzled by the splendid view. 3 crystals were placed together. One was yellow and the other 2 were blue. The yellow one was the biggest piece, about the size of a boulder. One of the blue ones was the size of a drum, and the other the size of a basketball. Fortune, such a fortune! Han Sen almost jumped up, unable to believe his own eyes. Han Sen bent over and licked at the yellow crystal, trying to make sure that it was life essence. As the yellow liquid was swallowed by Han Sen, he suddenly heard the voice. Life essence of super creature Earth Dragon Beast consumed. Han Sen was overjoyed. He was finally relaxed as these were truly life essence. Mine, they're all mine. Han Sen summoned Meowth in its transformed state, put a bag around neck and started to fill it with life essence. The golden growler was too big in size, so it would be inconvenient for it to leave the cave. Han Sen had to put the burden on Meowth. 3 life essence crystals, in addition to the ones from the evil goblin and the white rhinoceros which was about to be killed. Han Sen was almost certain that he would be able to gain 5 crystals of life essence at once. These 5 crystals might even make him max out on Super Geno points. It was such a huge pie in the sky, which fell right into Han Sen's mouth. La-dee-da, I love moving. Han Sen paused as he suddenly felt something was wrong when moving the crystals into the bag. Han Sen turned around and was suddenly dumbstruck. The girl had already sat up. She tilted her head and regarded Han Sen with her wide eyes blinking. Han Sen was so happy that he had forgotten about the girl. Seeing she had woken up, Han Sen suddenly remembered that she was possibly a Shira royalty and was then covered in cold sweat. Hello. Han Sen forced a smile and said hi to the girl, thinking, I should not have such bad luck, she does not look like a Shira royalty either. The girl did not respond, still staring at Han Sen with her eyes wide as if she had never seen human before. Han Sen's heart sank. He wondered what she was thinking. At this point, Han Sen was holding a blue crystal of life essence in his hand. He was not sure whether he should put it into his bag or put it where it used to be. However, Han Sen had already put away the other 2 pieces. It was too late for him to do anything. Anyone could tell he was stealing. This thing, you have no use of it, so I will take it away, Han Sen said to the girl, holding the blue life essence high. This time, to Han Sen's joy, the girl unexpectedly nodded. He put the life essence away and said, "You were unconscious just now. That creature tried to eat you and I saved you." The girl was so strange that Han Sen did not know where she came from. It would not hurt if he started to sweet talk. As the saying goes, no one would slap a smiling face. At the very least, Han Sen had saved her, although she probably did not need to be saved. The hard snap from the evil goblin did not even break her skin as fair as milk, but only left some red marks on it, which was about what would happen if she scratched it with her nails. The girl blinked and said nothing, watching Han Sen transferring the life essence to his bag. Roar! The white rhinoceros suddenly screamed. Han Sen saw the head of the white rhinoceros sent into the air by the holy angel. The golden rock worm king was still clinging to the body of the white rhinoceros, its tail digging into the rhino's meat and its claws holding the rhino's stomach. Super creature white jade six-legged rhinoceros killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Han Sen heard the voice again. It was the first time that he had killed two super creatures in one day, which no one could believe even if he were to tell someone. The next moment, Han Sen became pale, because the girl suddenly moved. She was so incredibly fast that even with Han Sen's eyesight, he almost lost track of her moves. As the girl stepped forward, she almost appeared in front of the golden rock worm king instantaneously, throwing a punch at the pet. She was so swift that the golden rock worm king had no time to dodge, and Han Sen did not even manage to take back his pet in time. Boom! The tender fist of the girl hit the golden rock worm king hard. The hole was left on both the super pet armor and the worm king. It was so easy that it looked like the creature and the pet armor were made of paper. Han Sen took the golden rock worm king, holy angel, and meowed back in his mind and ran away immediately, letting the life essence drop on the floor. At this point, Han Sen still did not know whether the teenage girl was a Shira royalty. However, there was no doubt that her fitness index was over 100. Since she had made a move, Han Sen did not have any thought other than running for his life. Unless an evolver like Queen came here, it did not matter how many people came to his rescue. However, in First God's Sanctuary, it was impossible that an advanced evolver could appear. There would be at most some rookies who had just evolved. Han Sen just started running when the girl stood in front of him in the blink of an eye, her face almost hitting his. Han Sen was shocked and quickly stepped back. He was about to summon the holy angel and the golden rock worm king, which was severely injured. Han Sen decided to buy himself some time. After all, nothing mattered more than his own life. As Han Sen stepped back, the girl did not attack him, but stared at him with her big eyes. There was no hostility on her face. Han Sen suddenly had a thought and did not summon the Worm King and Holy Angel. If this girl was trying to attack him, she should have done that a long time ago. However, she did not attack Han Sen, who was the closest to her, but hit Golden Rock Worm King. That probably meant she had no intention to hit Han Sen. Therefore, if Han Sen were to antagonize her with the Worm King and Holy Angel, he would definitely be doomed. Although Han Sen was having a thought like that, his eyes were fixed on the girl, still alarmed. Although the girl did not look hostile, it was just the look. One could never predict another person's thought, not to mention how weird this girl was. The girl did not lay a hand on Han Sen, but stared at him. It seemed that she was curious. "Sister, my name is Han Sen. How shall I call you?" Han Sen asked with a forced smile, as he felt awkward but did not know what to say. "Zero." Han Sen did not have much hope, but to his surprise, the girl answered him. The voice of the girl had a pleasant tone. Han Sen was not sure if she was answering his question. "Zero?" Han Sen asked her with doubt. "Zero," the girl said and squatted down, writing "zero" on the floor with her finger, which turned out to be Standard Alliance language. Seeing the word written by the girl, Han Sen felt more relaxed. The Alliance had fought Shira for many years, which was why human would learn Shira language and Shira culture. Shira had also learned human language, but even ordinary Shira did not deign to use the language of human, let alone a Shira royalty. The girl naturally used Standard Alliance language, which made her more likely to be a human. "Zero, this is your first name, right? What is your last name?" Han Sen asked. "Just Zero," the girl said without explaining further. She was still staring at Han Sen as if there was something on his face. Han Sen thought Zero did not seem to be too intelligent. He licked his lips and said with a fake smile, We are friends, not enemies, right? Friends, not enemies, Zero nodded and said. Han Sen was overjoyed, spread his hands and said, we are good friends, so we don't fight, right? Good friends, no fight. Zero nodded again, agreeing with Han Sen. Han Sen was even more pleased as he felt Zero was indeed a bit dumb, like a 3-year-old. Did she hurt her brain when she bangs her head on the floor? Han Sen was secretly happy. He walked 2 steps and pointed at the life essence on the floor, asking, tell me, can I take these? This time, Zero did not speak but nodded. Obviously, she had agreed. Han Sen was on top of the world. Originally, he thought there would be no gain this time as both Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were severely damaged, and it was still questionable whether he could survive. Life essence was out of the question. However, things suddenly took a turn. He still had a chance to take away all the crystals of life essence, which was a great surprise to him. Can I really take these away? Han Sen pointed at the life essence and then himself, confirming it with Zero again. Yes. Zero nodded heavily. She seemed to be quite serious. Thank you, you are such a good person. Han Sen was eventually able to make sure that Zero was out of her mind. She must have hurt her brain just now. Otherwise, who would give life essence away? Han Sen still felt a bit anxious. He tried to walk to a crystal of life essence, lifted it up and checked on Zero, who had sat down on the boulder nearby, resting her chin in her hands and watching Han Sen with great interest. It seemed that she did not want to fight at all. Since you gave it to me, I will eat it. Han Sen reached out his tongue, pretending to be licking at the life essence. Zero regarded him without speaking, her eyes smiling. I will begin then. Han Sen licked the crystal. Zero was still smiling at him. It seemed that she was very happy. Han Sen saw that Zero meant him no harm and was okay with him eating the life essence and started to lick faster. Zero was still just watching, making Han Sen completely relaxed. It seems that she's really hurt her brain. That's much easier. Han Sen no longer held back and started to lick away. Life essence of super creature crystal spirit beast consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Very soon, the better half of the smaller piece of blue life essence was swallowed by Han Sen. To Han Sen's excitement, the voice kept telling him how many super geno points he had gained. At this point, Han Sen was certain that Zero, who seemed to be troubled mentally, did not mean him any harm. In fact, with her ability, if she were to fight him, Han Sen could not think of a single way he could save himself from her. The difference in their fitness levels was too big. Even among evolvers, a fitness index of over 100 was the absolute top, not to mention Han Sen was still unevolved. This was what was confusing Han Sen as well. If Zero was human, with her super geno points maxed out, it will still be impossible for her to have a fitness index over 100. Han Sen knew that very well, because according to his estimate, even after he finished evolution in the evolution pool and became an evolver, he would still just be around 60 to 70 in fitness index, which was still much less than 100. Although Han Sen did not understand, he had no trouble taking advantage of the situation. Zero seemed to have a troubled mind and meant him no harm, so he could just take the life essence for himself. Han Sen summoned Meowth again and picked up the life essence of the white jade's 6-legged rhinoceros. He put all the crystals of life essence on Meowth's back. Thank you, beauty. So long, and I will buy you dinner next time. Han Sen waved at Zero, walking out with Meowth. Although Zero meant him no harm, Han Sen did not know where she came from, and she was troubled mentally. Who knows if she would become mad again? Han Sen decided to be as far away from her as possible. However, when Han Sen arrived at the channel where he came from, he found Zero right behind him. It seemed that she was following him silently. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen felt a strong headache as he looked at Zero, who was sitting opposite him. Back to the day when they were in the cave, Zero insisted on following him in silence. She would walk as Han Sen did and stop when he stopped. When Han Sen could something, she would eat it without apologies. When Han Sen asked her something, she would just nod or shake her head. Han Sen fished no information out of her and had to accept this tale. Han Sen even tried to run away on the back of the golden growler during the middle of the night while she was sleeping. However, after riding the golden growler non-stop for more than half a day, as he started to cook lunch, Zero was already waiting next to his pot with her eyes wide. Han Sen had thought of all kinds of methods, trying to get rid of her. In his eyes, she was a huge time bomb, which he could not keep around himself. However, after using all he got, he failed to lose her. The only possible way to get rid of her must be violence. However, thinking of the way she left a hole in the super pet armor in Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen dismissed the idea immediately. Han Sen took Zero back to the shelter. His original thought was to export the crisis. There were so many people in Steel Armor Shelter, so Zero might focus her attention on someone else and follow that person instead. He could maybe call the police for that person and let the Alliance step in. However, Zero did not follow anyone else other than him. She would go wherever Han Sen went like a tag-along. She did not seem to be completely dumb. At least when Han Sen went to the bathroom, Zero would not follow him. In the end, Han Sen had to take her back to his room in Steel Armor Shelter and watch her with a headache. He had found out nothing about her. Before leaving the cave, he had checked on Zero's belongings, which were just ordinary man-made products. There was no way he could tell where she came from and why she would follow himself by examining those things. "We're already in the shelter, so you can teleport back home yourself," Han Sen said to Zero helplessly. Zero looked back at Han Sen and blinked her dark eyes. "I'm hungry." Han Sen couldn't help holding his forehead, feeling like he had found himself a lot of trouble. "Little sister, I'm telling you, I will evolve and leave First God's Sanctuary very soon. Even if you stay here, it will not make a difference." Han Sen was telling the truth. He was eating the life essence he picked up on the way back to the shelter. At this point, he had 82 Super Geno points and still had 2.5 crystals left. Once he finished everything, he should be maxing out on his Super Geno points. Zero remained silent. Her eyes were as clear as spring water with no impurity. She gazed at Han Sen like that and repeated, "I'm hungry." Han Sen felt like he was about to go mad, but he had to start cooking. As they were eating, Han Sen asked Zero, who was filling her mouth with food, "So, why did you choose to follow me?" Surprisingly, Zero put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Then Han Sen saw her unbutton her blouse and pull it down. "Don't. I'm not that kind of person. You think you can tempt me with your beauty? I'm telling you there is no way you could achieve that. I am a..." Han Sen covered his eyes with both hands and said, while peeking through his fingers. Zero had already pulled her blouse down. She was wearing nothing underneath. However, she had already turned her back to Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly widened his eyes. On the gorgeous and flawless back of Zero, Han Sen saw a tattoo, a red tattoo. The tattoo was the shape of a beast which looked like a cat or fox. As red as fire, the head and tail of the beast were connected into a circle. Han Sen was naturally familiar with this print. The red pendant Han Sen had was exactly the same. Han Sen told him that the beast was called Nine Life Cat. The pendant used to belong to Han Jingji, who never went anywhere without it. On the body of this weird girl, Han Sen saw this beast once again, which made him feel surprised. Zero pulled her blouse back to cover her nude body up, walked to Han Sen, and reached her hand toward Han Sen's chest. "What are you doing?" Han Sen was startled, trying to jump back. However, Zero was too fast. She immediately reached into Han Sen's collar and pulled the Nine Life Cat pendant Han Sen was wearing. She then released it and stepped back, pointing at the pendant. "You're saying you followed me because of this pendant? What do you have to do with it?" Han Sen looked at Zero incredulously. Zero did not talk to Han Sen again but sat back to eat, as if he had heard nothing. Han Sen strongly suspected that Zero was not dumb at all. Han Sen had never managed to get any information that she did not want to share. Seeing Zero's face, Han Sen did not even want to ask again. "What is this about? Why would there be a Nine Life Cat on the back of Zero? Is that related to this pendant? What's the relationship between her and Han Jingji?" Han Sen looked at the Nine Life Cat pendant with complex emotions. However, Han Sen felt like there was no way for Zero to be connected to Han Jingji. Han Jingji was someone who lived centuries ago, while Zero was so young. The connection was simply impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Nine Life Cat should not be anything unique to Han Jingji. Han Sen had to comfort himself. "I'm leaving now. You can stay here or teleport back yourself." Han Sen used the teleport device in his room and teleported back to the teleport station. He still had the memory card he gained from the cave in his pocket. Maybe he would know something after seeing what was inside. Han Sen believed it would not be a coincidence for that alloy case to appear in the cave. Maybe there were some clues about Zero stored in the memory card. Just when Han Sen walked out of the teleport device and tried to access the memory card with his comlink, he was suddenly appalled. From the same teleport device, a beautiful girl who had a gorgeous face and long black hair walked out in ragged clothes. It was no other than Zero. Something is definitely wrong. Han Sen gazed at Zero, feeling like he had seen a ghost. The rule about teleport was that you would go out through the same teleport device used to enter God's sanctuary, no matter where you had been in God's sanctuary. If the teleport device was damaged, then the person would be teleported to a device nearby. The rule never changed. Han Sen did not believe there would be such a coincidence that Zero teleported into God's sanctuary via the exact same device as he did. It was simply unbelievable. Han Sen thought he was able to get rid of her once he left God's sanctuary, but it seemed that she could follow him out as well, which made Han Sen frown. This girl was a super time bomb, so Han Sen did not dare to take her home. However, if he claimed that she was Shira and turned her to the Alliance, judging by her look which was 100% human, the Alliance would only think Han Sen was mad or was trying to frame Zero. Han Sen was dazed, staring at Zero. Then he suddenly had an idea and decided to turn back to the teleport station, going back to God's sanctuary. Standing in his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen closely watched the teleport device in his room. Then, what he worried about the most happened. With a whirl, Zero quickly appeared in the teleport device and came out as her beautiful self. The teleport device in the room of a shelter normally could only be used by the owner of the room. If one did not have a room, one had to use the public teleport device on the plaza. However, Zero was able to use the teleport device in Han Sen's room and ended up in the same spot as he did. When he came back, she was still able to follow him back to his room. Damn it, why is this happening? Han Sen cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do about Zero. Han Sen teleported once again to the Alliance and was followed by Zero as expected. Although Han Sen knew this would happen, he still felt quite upset. It seems that I could only get rid of her as I evolved to second God's sanctuary. Han Sen entered a lounge, trying to read the memory card via a comlink to get some useful information. Very soon, Han Sen was disappointed. Although there was a lot of information stored in the memory card, it was mostly about how to manufacture Geno solutions. There was hardly anything else than technological information. Han Sen was not really interested in Geno solutions. It was not his specialty, so he did not understand much of it. He found no information on Zero and could not take her home, so Han Sen had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen decided to take Zero to hunt some creatures, since he still needed 3 more sacred Geno points. With 3 more sacred Geno points and the remaining crystals of life essence, Han Sen could probably evolve and become an evolver. Han Sen wondered whether he had run out of his luck, or maybe it was because Zero was following him and brought him bad luck. For several days, Han Sen wandered around in Devil Desert, but found no sacred blood creature at all. After he finished eating the life essence, he eventually had 99 super Geno points, 1 point from maxing out. What back luck! However, Zero was following him quietly like a shadow. She did not speak or get in trouble at all. Even if Han Sen wanted to unscold her, he had nowhere to start. In addition, with Zero's physique, Han Sen did not dare to piss her off. Once she got mad, God knows what she would do. Han Sen had to wander around in Devil Desert. It might be that his luck was finally here. Han Sen saw a mountain from afar which looked like a volcano covered with white snow on top. It was exactly the mountain where he had seen the phoenix-like creature. Han Sen became overjoyed. As long as he killed the creature, he would be able to gain the last super Geno point that he was missing and evolve. At that time, he could get rid of the horrendous time bomb, Zero. The Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were almost destroyed by Zero. Currently, they were restoring in Han Sen's mind and could not be used in a short amount of time. Han Sen quickly summoned the Holy Angel and sent her to probe on the mountain. Han Sen still had a lot of reservations about the Firebird and did not want to take the risks himself. The Holy Angel flapped her wings and went to the top of that mountain. She suddenly heard a shrill bird song from the mountaintop as she approached. The strange bird burning with golden and red flames came down from the mountain at the Holy Angel like a phoenix. The long wavy hair of the Holy Angel was flowing in the wind. There was a grim look in her golden eyes. She flapped her wings and moved away from the incoming Firebird. The Firebird tweeted and came after the Holy Angel. The girl and the bird started to fight in the air. The Holy Angel kept dodging the attacks from the Firebird, unwilling to catch on the flames. On the other hand, the Firebird was also being very cautious, unwilling to show any weakness in front of the Holy Angel. Although the fight seemed to be rather fierce, the two did not exchange too many movements. Han Sen saw that even the Holy Angel was afraid of the flames of the Firebird and did not dare to take the risks himself. Han Sen had a fitness level even lower than a super creature. Since even the Holy Angel did not want to catch the flames, it would be even more dangerous for Han Sen. So, even if he were willing to go, he might not be of much help. However, Han Sen was anxious seeing the Holy Angel and the Firebird were pretty even. It seemed that it was hard for them to fight it out. They were both quite conservative and could not beat the opponent quickly. However, Han Sen had no solutions to that. If the super pet armor had not been damaged by Zero, the Holy Angel could simply put on that armor, which might defend her from the flames of the Firebird. The Firebird might have been killed already if that was the case. Such bad luck. Han Sen shot a glance at Zero who was standing next to him and felt quite upset. After seeing Zero, Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, I wonder if he would help me if I ask her to kill the Firebird. She is not interested in the life essence anyway, so I don't need to worry about her keeping the life essence for herself. Ahem, Zero, can you do me a favor? Han Sen cleared his throat and asked. Zero did not even look at Han Sen. She suddenly jumped up and reached the mountain in just a few moves. With a long jump, she reached out a hand and grabbed at the Firebird that was fighting the Holy Angel. After Zero threw herself at the Firebird like a cannonball, she went through the burning body of the Firebird and appeared on the other side, landing heavily on the mountain's feet and even broke a part of the mountain. In Zero's hand, there was a red and golden spirit wiggling like flames. The Firebird quickly issued a scream, as its body made up of flames simply exploded and turned into fireworks. Zero jumped back to Han Sen and threw the spirit at him without saying anything. She then stood next to Han Sen like she always did. Ahem, thank you so much. Han Sen flushed. He never treated Zero well, while Zero finished what he was trying to accomplish for a long time, which embarrassed him a bit. Zero did not reply and gave Han Sen a sweet smile, her teeth glistening through her soft lips. Han Sen did not have any time to speak, because the red and golden spirit in his hands was scorching, almost turning his hands into barbecue. Han Sen quickly summoned the cursed wolf daggers and slashed it at the spirit. Super creature desert bird killed. Beast soul of desert bird gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. As the voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, he almost screamed out of excitement. Another super beast soul. How lucky. He caught a red and gold crystal the size of a bullet in his hand and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. Although it was kind of a waste, he had no use of the life essence even if he saved it for later. There was no way he could sell it to someone else either. Therefore, Han Sen simply ate the whole thing. Life essence of desert bird consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Super geno points maxed out. Han Sen realized that he had finally maxed out on his super geno points, even earlier than he maxed out on sacred geno points. Han Sen looked to his mind with joy and saw his newly gained super beast soul. Type of beast soul of super creature desert bird, aura. Han Sen almost laughed out loud. It was a beast soul aura, which was very rare. Han Sen had felt the effect of Flame Lieutenant was somewhat lacking. Having gained a super beast soul aura, he had something to replace it with. Although he was about to be ready to evolve, Han Sen did not rush. After all, he still had more than 2 months left before he had to report to Daphne. He could still do a lot of things during this period of time. Han Sen summoned the Golden Growler and took Zero to those locations indicated by Nina. Then he indeed found a lot of super creatures. 90% of the creatures found by Starry Group were super creatures, which was surprising. Only a few were special sacred blood creatures. Although super creatures were rare, they could still be spotted. The only reason that no one had discovered their existence was that nobody was able to kill them. The reason Han Sen went to seek those creatures out was not to kill them. Han Sen, who had already maxed out on his super geno points, did not need to hunt super creatures anymore. The biggest benefit would be superb beast souls. However, even with super beast souls, he would not be invincible in Second God's Sanctuary. Even if he killed those creatures, he might necessarily gain their beast souls. However, Han Sen still looked for all the creatures one by one. He found all the super creatures he could find and defeated them one after another. Han Sen had 2 purposes. First, he would like to practice his fighting skills. Second, he would like to lay a good foundation for Han Yan. Haley was so young that she would not come to God's sanctuary for years. It would be impossible for Han Sen to wait for her, so he had no chance to transfer the super beast souls to her. In the future, she had to kill super creatures on her own. Han Sen had already learned the strengths and weaknesses of the super creatures, so he could teach Han Yan all about them in the future, if she had that kind of ability to hunt them down. If Han Yan did not have that kind of ability, there was no need to expect her to max out on super geno points. If I am here, I will never let Han Yan suffer. If she could max out on super geno points, that would be the best. If not, that's quite okay as well. Although Han Sen thought that, he would still do everything he could for Han Yan. In the central office of the special squad, Zhang Junhong was handling some urgent files when he heard a knock on the door. Zhang Sheng, if it is not important, don't disturb me today, Zhang Junhong said after seeing it was his assistant Zhang Sheng. It was not easy to be the director of special squad. Not only did he have to manage his crew well, but he also needed to handle some stupid business, which made him so impatient that he almost wanted to scold someone. Director, the head of a special squad submitted a beast soul trade application, Zhang Sheng said with a complex expression. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Ask him to do it on the internal platform by the rules. Do I need to teach you that? Zhang Junhong was quite upset that Zhang Sheng would bother him with such trivial matter and said harshly. The head of that special squad wanted to trade for a quota of protection for his family member. Zhang Sheng knew Zhang Junhong's temper quite well and understood he was under a lot of pressure, so Zhang Sheng was not upset, but maintained the complex look on his face. Everyone needs protection. Did they think the action team of the special squad all have 6 arms? The matter troubling Zhang Junhong initially was about protection as well, which made him even more angry when hearing Zhang Sheng. However, Zhang Junhong had nothing against Zhang Sheng, so he calmed down and said, because he is one of us, we should give him priority. However, recently we are short of good men since we lost a few brothers in order to protect those bastards. Ask him to wait, we will figure it out later. Zhang Sheng continued with an even more odd look, Director, that person did not want protection at the moment, but a few years later. Nonsense. Why would he apply for something coming into effect in a few years? Is he trying to add to our workload? Zhang Junhong thumped the desk in madness. Director, I think you should probably first look at the list of beast souls he submitted. Zhang Sheng placed a document in front of Zhang Junhong. What is there to look at? Initially, Zhang Junhong was quite annoyed. However, after glancing at the list, he swallowed his words back and widened his eyes. Chapter 421. Biggest Problem, Sacred Blood Beast Soul Aura, Sacred Blood Beast Soul Add-on, Sacred Blood Shapeshifting Beast Soul, Sacred Blood Beast Soul Weapon, Sacred Blood Wings. Zhang Junhong could not help reading the Beast Soul list out loud. His voice became more grim every time he finished reading one. Even his hand holding the document was shaking. He knew very well what these beast souls meant. Although humans had developed in God's sanctuary for almost 2 decades and there were more and more who could kill a sacred blood creature, it did not mean it was an easy thing to hunt sacred blood creatures. More than 90% of humans could never hunt a sacred blood creature, let alone gain a sacred blood beast soul. However, the beast souls listed in this document were almost all the most outstanding sacred blood beast souls. Especially the sacred blood beast soul aura, which was the blessing of any team. Other beast souls were also highly coveted. Although all Zhang Junhong saw were names on the list, they were enough to make him feel shocked. So many top-notch sacred blood beast souls all belong to the same person. He could not imagine who this person must be. Even if he was the descendant of some impressive figure, it was still very hard to collect all these beast souls. If these sacred blood beast souls were used on a special squad, Zhang Junhong could imagine how awesome the special squad would become. It would be much easier for them to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. In Zhang Junhong's eyes, these top-notch sacred blood beast souls could be used to make an elite team. If Zhang Junhong were to learn that all he had seen was only a part of the beast souls Han Sen owned, while the rest were sold to Lin Baifeng and Su Xiaoqiao, his chin might even fall to the floor. Zhang Junhong quickly turned the document to the last page, because he could not wait to see who it was to own all these sacred blood beast souls. He could not believe that someone like this was in the special squad, and he could not put a finger on someone immediately. Normally speaking, Those who worked for the special squad would not be the descendant of a celebrity. People with prominent backgrounds would more likely be those who enjoyed the protection from the special squad and never needed to protect anyone else. Therefore, Zhang Junhong could not imagine who would have such impressive collection in the special squad. Han Sen, seeing this name, Zhang Junhong couldn't help feeling dazed. Director, do you want to speak to him? He is still waiting for a reply. Seeing that Zhang Junhong had finished reading, Zhang Sheng followed up. Of course, these beast souls are crucial to us, and we must have them. What are his requests? Zhang Junhong said seriously. He is asking for a quota for his sister to be protected starting from the moment she entered God's sanctuary. In addition, he had asked us to send sacred blood beast souls of 4 specific types to his sister as soon as possible after she entered God's sanctuary. Zhang Sheng explained Han Sen's request in details. After hearing that, Zhang Junhong pondered and then said, with Han Sen's background, I am surprised that he is able to earn such a fortune. Contact him and agree to what he asked. Prepare a contract and sign it as soon as possible. Because of Qin Zan, Zhang Junhong had paid attention to Han Sen before. However, previously he was still doubtful about Han Sen's ability, especially when Han Sen disappeared in God's sanctuary for a long while, which made Zhang Junhong quite disappointed in him. However, after seeing the beast souls of Han Sen, Zhang Junhong found that he had given Han Sen too little credit. The man discovered by Lady Qin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that Han Sen is indeed a rare talent. I wonder where he would end up after entering second God's sanctuary. I hope that he could return to the special squad as soon as possible, because it would be such a waste for a talent like this to be wandering around. Zhang Junhong made a note in his comlink and wrote down Han Sen's name, which meant he would pay special attention to Han Sen. Han Sen did not sell most of his beast souls but used them to purchase an insurance for his sister, helping her grow fast. In Han Sen's eyes, there was nothing in the world more important than the safety of his family, so the beast souls were quite well spent. In addition, the 4 types of beast souls he requested for his sister would be immensely helpful when she was about to kill a super creature, so it was a good deal after all. However, Han Sen did not know where he would be assigned in second God's sanctuary, so it was impossible for him to trade his beast souls for some beast souls of second God's sanctuary. He had to arrange for that after she evolved. But Han Sen had no use of mediocre beast souls. Although he traded away most of his sacred blood beast souls, he still had all the super beast souls and the sacred blood beast souls that were indispensable to him. Currently, Han Sen had 7 super beast souls in total. They were Water Reaper, Cursed Wolf, Bloody Slayer, Golden Growler, Golden Rock Worm King, Holy Angel, and Desert Bird. The sacred blood beast souls would not be that useful in second God's sanctuary, so Han Sen traded most of them away, only keeping Beetle Knight, Fairy Queen, and Meowth. Initially, Han Sen also wanted to keep Purple Feathered Dragon and Color Shifter. However, after looking through the information about second God's sanctuary, Han Sen found that there were a lot of flying creatures in second God's sanctuary, many of which had much higher speed than the wings he had currently. Therefore, the sacred blood wings were not that valuable anymore. In addition, he had 2 super pets which could both fly. He could totally do without the beast soul wings. Color Shifter was not that useful in second God's sanctuary either. If he was to hide himself, changing the color alone was no longer enough in second God's sanctuary, where there were many creatures that had very strong sense of smell and perception. They could probably sense his body temperature. In the end, Han Sen gave up the Color Shifter as well. Keeping Meowth was simply for sentimental reasons. He had really considered Meowth as his own pet. The doppelganger that the Beetle Knight could turn into would still be very useful in second God's sanctuary, so he decided to keep it as well. As for the Fairy Queen, it was not easy to find a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul like that, not even in second God's sanctuary. In addition, it was Han Sen's reward of the contest, so he kept it as well. At this point, Han Sen was still faced with one difficult problem. Without solving that problem, he could not evolve with a peaceful mind. The problem was not Zero, of course. Although Zero was also a problem, Han Sen believed he should be able to get rid of her after he evolved to second God's sanctuary, which was why he was not that worried about it. The thing worried Han Sen the most was the black crystal. It could even feed and help creatures evolve. If he could continue to use such a treasure in second God's sanctuary, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. If he was able to farm a super creature in second God's sanctuary, or even just a few of sacred blood creatures, he would become strong much faster. If he was able to get some beast souls out of it, it would be even better. The only issue was that Han Sen was not able to take back crystal out of God's sanctuary. It was part of the rules of God's sanctuary. Except for beast souls, nothing in God's sanctuary could be brought out. Han Sen had tried for a lot of times, and unfortunately, the same rule applied to the black crystal. If Han Sen could not take the black crystal out, then the black crystal could only be kept in his room in steel armor shelter. However, after Han Sen evolved, once he teleported out of God's sanctuary, he would appear in second God's sanctuary the next time he teleported back. In other words, first God's sanctuary would have nothing to do with him, and the room at steel armor shelter would no longer belong to him. There was no way Han Sen would let go of such a treasure. Watching the archer crow that had just become a sacred blood creature, Han Sen kept thinking. If he were to take away the black crystal, Han Sen could only think of one possibility, which was to swallow it, like eating the meat or life essence. Although he might not succeed, that was the only way left. However, Han Sen was not sure whether the black crystal would harm his body after he swallowed it. Although it was beneficial to creatures, it did not mean it was the same case for humans. The plants in God's sanctuary were the same way. Eating those plants might be helpful to super creatures like the turtle, but it might have strong side effects on humans. If one were to try the plants out, one would very likely die from them. Even if something was not harmful in the first place, there could be too much of a good thing. The black crystal could make a super creature easily, which meant it had immense energy inside. Han Sen's body was not strong enough at the moment, so if the energy of the black crystal exploded after he swallowed it, maybe he would die as well. It was impossible for him to give it up, while the only possible method was very risky. Even Han Sen was usually quite decisive, he became hesitant this time. Han Sen looked at the archer crow. There was no need for him to wait for the bird to evolve into a super creature anymore. It would be pointless for him to do that, and he did not have time for waiting either. Han Sen killed the sacred blood archer crow and cooked it. After eating the creature, he had filled up the last 3 sacred geno points, maxing out on his sacred geno points as well. Ordinary, primitive, mutant, sacred blood, super, all 5 types of geno points were eventually maxed out. He might be the first person in human history who had maxed out on all the geno points for real. Han Sen could clearly feel the immense power in his body. He was certain that all aspects of his fitness were over 30. Once he evolved in the evolution pool, his fitness would have another leap. Should I eat it or not? Han Sen took the black crystal in his hand, unable to decide. After a long while, Han Sen still put the black crystal away. Even if he were to eat it, he would do that after he revolved. At least he would be much stronger and more capable to cope with any accident. There was a detailed description of evolution process on the Skynet. The process itself was basically risk-free, so Han Sen was not really worried. He wanted to finish evolution before registering at Daphne so that he could become a sacred blood aristocrat in the Alliance immediately, which would give him a lot of benefits the commoners did not have. These days, Han Sen had been searching for more information about Shira on the Skynet. According to the research in the Alliance, it was not only difficult for Shira to survive in God's sanctuary, they could not gain geno points like human either. Even after eating the meat of creatures, their bodies would not become stronger like human. In addition, Shira could not use a beast soul either. If Shira wanted to enhance their fitness, they could only do so by practicing Shira martial art, and there was no other way. However, human could use God's sanctuary to improve their genes. In that aspect, Zero was similar to Shira because she had no interest in life essence. However, judging by Zero's appearance, she was 100% human. Han Sen regarded her and could not see Shira in her. Forget about it. After I enter second God's sanctuary, I will no longer see her, so whatever. Han Sen walked out of his room and entered the Evolution Palace in steel armor shelter. In the Evolution Palace that looked like an ancient temple, there was a deep rectangular pond located in the center of the palace. A mysterious statue of Beast Head was guarding the pool from each corner, spouting liquid that was almost transparent from their mouths. Without hesitation, Han Sen took off all of his clothes and walked into the pool, immersing his body in the lukewarm liquid in the evolution pool. In the liquid, Han Sen felt he had become an embryo. He felt like an unborn baby, all of his body cells developing joyfully, bringing him to a rebirth. The feeling was hard to describe. There was no heat or coldness, and no stimulations. The growth was so natural that it felt a part of his own growth. It felt like puberty again, but it was not a real puberty. The growth was inside out. In the liquid, he did not feel suffocated at all, but extremely comfortable. The newborn strength grew in his muscles, bones, veins, and cells, making him feel like he could destroy the whole world with just one punch. Han Sen understood that it was a hallucination brought by the rapid growth of strength. However, the feeling was fascinating. All of his spores were open. The waste and dirt seemed to have left his body, making Han Sen feel more and more light and relaxed. The impurities of his body fell deep down the pool. Han Sen felt like he was a sacred soul that had reborn with all his sins purified. The feeling was so wonderful that Han Sen almost moaned out loud. No wonder so many people are pursuing evolution of the body. The feeling of evolution is magnificent. It is almost like a rebirth, making the old body shine with youth again. Han Sen thought. However, he knew it was not finished yet. He had to wait until he heard the voice, which would tell him this evolution was successful. In addition, Han Sen wanted to enjoy this fantastic feeling for a while longer. It was as good as having sex with the woman he loved, but it was a completely different feeling. It was more like a person who had been sick for a long time was suddenly cured. All the pains and sickness went away in a moment. The cleanse was so thorough that one might even cry. Han Sen did not cry, but he totally enjoyed it. Evolution successful. Status of Evolver gained. 100 years added to lifespan. Super Body King Spirit gained. Han Sen. Super Body King Spirit status. Evolver lifespan. 300 requirement for next revolution. 100 Geno points gained. 0 Han Sen was dumbstruck by the two words, King Spirit. There were many evolvers among humans. In fact, the majority of humans were evolvers. Unevolved persons were usually between 16 and 30 years old, while the majority of humans between 20 to 300 years old were evolvers. Most people would stay in this status their whole life, and only a few could become surpasser. It was not because average evolvers could not gain 100 Geno points, but because Third God's Sanctuary was too dangerous. If one's fitness index was too low, it was very likely for one to die in Third God's Sanctuary. There had been so many lessons that most people would rather stay in Second God's Sanctuary all their life, which made evolvers the majority among human. There were hundreds or even thousands of billions of revolvers. However, among all of them, including those who had evolved with their sacred Geno points maxed out, Han Sen had never heard their gained body had a name. An evolver with mutant Geno points maxed out would gain a mutant body, while an evolver with sacred Geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body. There was no other name to it. However, after Han Sen's super body, there was a name, which was King Spirit. The two words made Han Sen feel surprised and excited, not knowing what it meant. He checked the introduction of super body, King Spirit, which was so concise that it was just one sentence. King Spirit. King rules the world, all spirits shall bow. The simple sentence suddenly made Han Sen change his look, because he thought of many things all of a sudden. Second God's Sanctuary was vastly different from the first. There were no natural human shelters for humans to rest inside. There was nothing around the teleport devices. Other than that, humans needed to fight on their own for everything. Creatures in Second God's Sanctuary were more organized than in the first. And there were many spirit shelters ruled by spirits. Spirits were different from creatures. Most of them looked similar to humans. They could be male or female, but their body was not made of flesh. Unless their spirit stones were destroyed, they were basically immortal. As long as the spirit stones were there, a spirit could always be reborn in the spirit stone even if he or she was killed. In addition, spirits had the ability to control creatures. As long as there was a spirit shelter, most of the creatures in the region would be attached to the spirit and form a creature troop. Of course, advanced creatures would not be controlled by less advanced spirits. The status and ability of spirits determined their ability to control creatures. Under the control of spirits, there had been many incidents of creatures attacking human shelters. If humans were not strong enough, it was normal for them to be killed in Second God's Sanctuary. One must truly kill a spirit by going into the spirit shelter and crushing the spirit stone. Of course, one could also take ownership of the spirit stone and gain the allegiance of spirits. However, spirits rarely showed obedience to humans. The more advanced the spirits were, the harder it would be for humans to gain their allegiance. Most of the spirits would rather detonate their own spirit stones before they bowed to humans. Therefore, not a lot of people had spirits in Second God's sanctuary. Spirits were different from beast souls. Beast souls were merely tools that needed to be controlled by humans. However, spirits had their own thoughts and intelligence and could fulfill tasks on their own. In addition, the spirits that had shown allegiance to humans would lose the ability to control creatures while gain the ability to use beast souls like humans. In addition, once the spirits swore allegiance, their life and death would be determined by their masters. Many humans thought of the ownership of spirits something to brag about and something to symbolize their social status. If the spirit in King Spirit referred to the same spirit, did it mean Han Sen could ask any spirit to give him allegiance? That would be an incredible ability. However, it was just Han Sen's own guess. He still had no idea whether it was true. He had to find out when he went to Second God's sanctuary and saw a spirit. Although Han Sen was happy, he was not too excited because he was still worried about the black crystal. Han Sen wanted to teleport to the Alliance right away to test his current fitness. However, before solving the issue of the black crystal, he could not go out yet. After leaving the evolution pool, Han Sen felt the air seemed to have become heavy. The impurities started to enter his body like dusts. Han Sen suddenly understood why evolvers could not stay in First God's sanctuary for long. After the evolution, one's body became so pure like spring water. The longer an evolver stayed in First God's sanctuary, the more impurities would enter his body, making his body more and more dirty. If the impurities were a small amount, his body could reject them. However, if an evolver stayed too long, his pure body could never be recovered. Han Sen was unwilling to stay in First God's sanctuary for too long. He had finished all the business he should attend to. At this point, he had only one last thing to do. After returning to his room, Han Sen held the black crystal in his hand. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and put the black crystal into his mouth. Han Sen was standing in the teleport device. Once anything happened, he would teleport immediately back to the Alliance. Since Qin Zan was the station master of the teleport station, he would seek her help immediately. There was a medical team in the teleport station who might be able to save him. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Even if someone found out about the black crystal, it would still be better than death. However, the scenarios Han Sen was imagining did not happen. He swallowed the black crystal as if he had swallowed an ordinary stone, feeding nothing. There was no heat or coolness or swelling. It was almost like the black crystal had no use at all. Han Sen did not dare to be careless. There were many radioactive minerals in the universe that might affect the functions of one's body in the long run. One might get severely sick or even die. Han Sen took a deep breath and looked around in the room. Making sure that he had nothing left except for Zero, Han Sen smiled to Zero, who was regarding him with wide eyes, and teleported out of steel armor shelter. Zero followed Han Sen out, but Han Sen paid her no mind. He ran to the self-service scanner at the teleport station, swiped the card for a scan, and then scanned his own body. After seeing the holographic image in the scanner, Han Sen was dazed. He scanned a couple times more and the result was the same. There was no black crystal in his body. Maybe I still failed to bring the black crystal with me. Han Sen became extremely disappointed. In the past, many people teleported immediately after swallowing the meat of an entire creature, wishing to bring the meat to the Alliance. However, although they were teleported back to the Alliance, the undigested meat was still left in the shelter. Han Sen thought the black crystal was also left in his own room at steel armor shelter. However, Han Sen immediately felt something was wrong. He had been paying attention to his own body and did not look at his mind. Feeling disappointed, he no longer paid special attention to his body and felt something unusual in his mind. Han Sen looked to his mind and saw the cursed wolf, golden growler, holy angel, and other super beast souls were sitting in a circle, staring at one thing greedily with fierce looks. Meowth and Beetle Knight were standing afar, clearly coveting the item as well. However, they were afraid of the 7 super beast souls and did not dare to come any closer. Han Sen's eyes fell on the item in the center of the super beast souls and became overjoyed. The black crystal which he failed to find in his own body had somehow entered his mind and hovering there. What the beast souls were eyeing was exactly the black crystal. How did this end up in my mind? Can I still take it out? Han Sen focused his mind on the black crystal, but it did not move at all. Obviously, it was not like a beast soul which would respond to Han Sen's thought. Han Sen frowned slightly. Since the black crystal could not be moved at his thought, it would be difficult to get it out. Glancing at the beast souls that were trying to take the black crystal for themselves, Han Sen suddenly thought, maybe this black crystal could be fed to not only creatures, but also beast souls. Han Sen looked around and found that he had sold most of his beast souls, except for the super beast souls, Meowth, and Beetle Knight, as well as a few primitive beast souls that he did not manage to sell. Those primitive beast souls were shivering far away from the crystal, unable to bear the horrendous aura of the super beast souls. If they could, they probably would have wet themselves already. Han Sen controlled a primitive copper-toothed beast to walk toward the black crystal. The primitive beast soul looked incredulous and surprised. However, it was quivering under the glare of the super beast souls. Even the super beast souls could not disobey Han Sen's order. They had to watch the primitive beast walking toward the black crystal. Han Sen was simply testing on the copper-toothed beast to see if the black crystal could be fed to beast souls the same way it was fed to creatures. Once Han Sen made sure there was no risks, he would then feed the black crystal to the advanced beast souls. As the copper beast was walking toward the black crystal in fear, a figure suddenly moved on its own, grabbing the black crystal before the primitive beast. It was the Holy Angel. Han Sen frowned. Ever since the Holy Angel swallowed the meat of the golden growler, she became somewhat different. Sometimes she would act voluntarily, although it was still within certain boundaries. Han Sen initially wanted to order the Holy Angel to let go of the black crystal but hesitated as the Holy Angel looked at him expectantly with puppy eyes, yearning for the black crystal. Thinking of the fact that the Holy Angel could further evolve, Han Sen decided to let her have it. Since she wanted it so much, it should not be harmful to her. With Han Sen's order, Holy Angel became overjoyed and swallowed the black crystal in her hand. Han Sen was dazed. If he knew this was an option, there was no need for him to take the risks and swallow the black crystal. He could have fed it to one of his beast souls. Indeed, I am still too young. In the future I must think twice before I act. Han Sen criticized himself inwardly. Luckily, nothing went wrong this time. After the Holy Angel swallowed the black crystal, she suddenly huddled up, her body glistening with holy aura as if she were in heaven. The aura quickly turned into a gigantic cocoon of light, hugging the Holy Angel. And then everything became calm again. The cocoon of light was hovering in Han Sen's mind, throbbing with a special rhythm of life. All the other beast souls became disappointed and scattered. The most disappointed among them was the copper-toothed beast. Han Sen looked at the cocoon of light, which did not seem to be changing anymore. Han Sen decided not to pay attention to his mind for a while. I wonder what the Holy Angel would become after another evolution. Han Sen felt expectant and excited. The black crystal could be fed only to the creatures but also the beast souls. If the black crystal could make primitive beast souls turn into sacred blood beast souls, and even super beast souls, then its ability was simply appalling. Although Han Sen was strong in fitness, it will still take him some time before he could kill a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. It was certain that the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary all had a fitness level above 100. As for the super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, since no one had ever killed one so far, Han Sen had no idea how strong they were. If the black crystal could be fed to beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary and turn them into super beast souls, then Han Sen would not suffer as much on his way to hunt super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. However, it was just Han Sen's own wish. He did not know how effective the black crystal was yet. After going out of the scanning device, Han Sen looked at Zero who was waiting for him outside and thought, this time I enter God's Sanctuary again, I will appear in Second God's Sanctuary, so there would be no way for you to follow me anymore. In order to get rid of Zero, Han Sen directly walked toward the teleport device, took a deep breath, and chose to teleport. This was his first time to enter Second God's Sanctuary, so the location he would be teleported to was random. Han Sen was praying that he would be sent to somewhere ruled by humans, which would be much more conducive to his cultivation. If unfortunately, he was sent to a place where there were all creatures with no human, or where there was a large spirit shelter, it would be difficult for him to even survive. Whichever God is listening, please give me blessings to end up in a nice spot. Han Sen was praying to all the gods in the world before he started the teleport device. After a temporary lightheadedness, Han Sen was no longer in the teleport device. What he saw was a huge ice cave. The ice around him was as tough as glass, probably having been frozen for centuries. Ice cones and columns were hanging from the ceiling of the ice cave. There was nothing but coldness, except for the teleport device under Han Sen's feet. What is this damned place? Han Sen looked around and only saw one hole leading to the outside. He wondered what was outside. It was impossible for human to build a shelter in such a place. Even if there were humans, it was highly unlikely they would live in this cave. Han Sen still had hope and wanted to crawl out of the hole to have a look. Before Han Sen acted, he suddenly saw a blur in the teleport device, and someone else appeared there. Han Sen looked at the person and became surprised. The gorgeous figure of Zero appeared in the teleport device. No, it is impossible that she's an evolver. How can she end up here? Even if she was an evolver, it is highly unlikely for her to end up at the same spot as me. The chance is so slim and there must be something wrong. Han Sen was lost, gazing at Zero. Han Sen believed there were only two possibilities. One was that Zero was abnormal, the other was that his 9-life cat pendant was problematic. Otherwise, how could Zero end up here? Zero still acted the same way, standing next to Han Sen like a shadow, her eyes blinking from time to time. Okay, you win, Han Sen said with a wry smile, knowing that his beautiful wish to get rid of Zero was wasted. In fact, Han Sen did not really dislike Zero after spending some time with her. She was someone hard to hate. With a sweet face, she rarely spoke or did anything annoying despite being a tag-along. Han Sen even felt accustomed to her existence. It was just her weird background that made Han Sen feel reluctant to accept her. However, when he thought about it, Zero had never harmed him. In addition, Zero would probably be a huge help to Han Sen. With her ability, she could probably even fight sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. Such a strong and obedient fighter was definitely a great assistance to Han Sen, who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary. I have a fitness around 60 or 70, so it would be easy for me to break 100 if I gained some Geno points. At that time, I would be able to match Zero's ability, and then it would no longer be an issue for me to keep her around. Han Sen thought about it, decided to let it go, and crawled out of the hole. The hole led to a path that was quite twisted. Han Sen and Zero walked for a long while before they saw the light. The moment he saw what was outside, Han Sen was dazed. All he could see was icebergs and peaks covered in snow. It was also snowing heavily. The world was all white. On the top of the largest mountain, he could see a white fairytale-like castle vaguely through the flying snowflakes. Because the snow was too heavy, he could barely see the details of the architecture. However, he could still feel how dedicated and beautiful it was in the silver storm. Han Sen's face suddenly became grim. Although he could not see any details, it was not a building made by man. Otherwise, there would be some modern materials and practical designs, which the castle did not have. Spirit shelter. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, which was not good news to him. Since Han Sen had not spotted a human building but saw a spirit shelter, it was unlikely for him to meet any fellow man. Judging from the looks of the castle, it was probably owned by advanced spirits. If the spirits were too strong and had a large troop of creatures, Han Sen believed he would suffer in his early development. Why are you standing there? A hasty but low voice sounded from Han Sen's back. Han Sen turned to look and saw a man with his full body covered in Arctic suit waving at them from the depths of the hole. Han Sen suddenly felt a bit pleased to finally see a human. He took Zero to walk over to the guy. When he was ready to speak, the guy suddenly pulled them inside the ice channel. Before Han Sen even said anything, the guy looked them up and down and said, "You must be new here." "We just teleported over today," Han Sen answered and checked the guy out. The guy was over 20, this should be less than 30. He looked quite handsome, but there was a deep exhaustion and helplessness on his face. "Then you have terrible luck. It would be very hard for you in the future," the guy smiled wryly and said. "Let's go. Let's talk inside so that we don't alarm the ice-armored beasts. They have sensitive ears and could hear a voice 1,000 feet away in snowstorm. My name is Shu Yu, and I came here more than a year ago, so I have more experience than you. Here's a piece of advice. Do not wander around." The guy was quite easygoing, talking to Han Sen and Zero as he walked. "Brother, what is this place? Is there a human shelter?" Han Sen asked. Shu Yu curled his lips and said, "A human shelter can never be built under such circumstances. Even one could be built, it would be useless because of the spirit shelter in the mountains. It is a shelter of an aristocrat spirit. In addition to aristocrat spirit, there were a dozen mutant creatures and hundreds of primitive ice-armored beasts. Let me put it this way, all the humans here combined would not be an adequate meal for those guys. Is there no evolver with fitness index above 100? Han Sen asked. Like creatures, there were 4 levels of spirits: squire, knight, aristocrats, and royalty, which could be king or queen. The 4 levels corresponded to ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood creatures. An aristocrat spirit was about as strong as a mutant creature. However, because spirits had higher intelligence and the ability to control creatures, they were greater than mutant creatures. How could we ever reach 100 in such a shithole? Only 7 or 8 guys would be assigned here randomly all year round. Because we are so close to the spirit shelter, we have to travel far to hunt any creatures so that we don't rattle those guys in the spirit shelter. In addition, the creatures nearby were extremely lacking, so we might not even be able to find a creature that falls behind in days. It is difficult to kill even an ordinary creature, so how could we have enough geno points to strengthen our fitness? Shu Yu whined. Apparently, even the strongest evolver among us only had a fitness level of a little more than 60. The good thing is that we stick together. Because we help each other, we are able to hunt some creatures. However, it is not likely that we can make any significant achievements. This damn place is hell. Whoever sent here are just down in luck. Haven't you thought about leaving here? Han Sen asked. How do you propose to leave? This place faces the ocean in 3 directions, only the direction of the spirit shelter leads to land. Besides, we don't even know where we are. Even if we bypass the spirit shelter, it would be hard for us to locate a human shelter. We would be more than likely to die on the way. Shu Yu paused and said, don't get ahead of yourself and don't rush anything. Wait here for a couple of days. When more people arrived, we would be able to go farther to hunt. People here are nice, so as long as you do your part, the meat would be shared to you. So stay and gain some geno points, know this place better, and then consider hunting on your own. Thank you so much for the instructions, friend. Han Sen thanked Shu Yu for being so straightforward. Call me Shu Yu, Shu Yu smiled and said. After going back to the ice cave, Han Sen chatted some more with Shu Yu and got the basic idea about the place. Then he teleported back to the Alliance together with Zero. Han Sen decided to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat. In addition to all the benefits he could get, he would be able to let his sister continue her study at the posh school with confidence. Before getting certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, Han Sen first needed to make arrangements for Zero. It was almost impossible for him to get rid of her at this point, so he must consider how to deal with the issue. Because Zero did not have any legal status, it would be hard for him to put her in the hotel. Han Sen hesitated and decided he had to take her home. It was impossible for him to avoid going home forever. After spending more time with her, Han Sen was certain that Zero had no trouble in intelligence, nor was she a lunatic or idiot. In addition, she seemed to be quite smart, just did not know much about how to interact with people, which made her look odd. Before taking Zero home, Han Sen took her to the testing hall. He planned to do a simple strength test himself and ask Zero to take the test to determine how strong she was. It was easy to do a strength test. If one punched at the device as hard as one could for 3 to 5 times, the device would come up with an accurate average of one's strength score. Han Sen picked an empty room, pointed at the device and said to Zero, hit it with all you got. Zero followed instructions as always, walked to the device, raised her tender fist, and hit the target hard. Han Sen quickly looked to the numbers, 97.0472, which was lower than what Han Sen had thought. He thought Zero's fitness should be over 100, while it was less than 100. Han Sen asked Zero to give it a few more shots, and the number was lower than the first one. The second shot showed 96.8964, and the rest were between the two numbers. It seemed Zero's strength was a bit lower than 100. However, that was still very impressive. Han Sen walked to the device himself and hit it hard. When he looked at the number, it kept go up and the stayed 70.0006, which made Han Sen quite pleased. This was his maximum estimate. He then made a few more punches and found that there was almost no variation between the numbers, with the largest difference being 0.0002. A fitness level of 70. What a great super body. The sacred bodies would be 30 plus at best. Han Sen felt exhilarated. With such a fitness, his cultivation would become much easier. Han Sen hesitated and summoned the Fairy Queen to shapeshift. Then he used Heresy Mantra and Overload to hit the target with all he got. Boom. With a huge sound, the number kept flipping up and ended at 81.6735, which made Han Sen overjoyed. Han Sen's number was not that far from zeros. Although there was still a difference of a dozen points, Han Sen had already got the ability to fight her. Even if she suddenly went mad, Han Sen still could handle it to some extent. Furthermore, he had become an evolver, which meant not only his fitness was enhanced greatly, his potentials were also increased. He believed he could make overload work even better. In addition, the third phase of heresy mantra, longevity, was almost completed. If he could make progress in these two aspects, maybe Han Sen could approach Zero's level even without gaining any Geno points. Also, he could start to practice Hyper Geno arts on the evolver's level. Thinking of the Hyper Geno arts that could change the structure of his body cells, Han Sen almost wanted to trade for one at the Saint Hall immediately. Those kinds of Hyper Geno arts could increase his strength significantly. Evolvers who had practiced those Hyper Geno arts were significantly different from those who had not. Han Sen was very happy with this test result and became more familiar with his own fitness level, which would be very helpful in his future hunting endeavors. According to the investigation conducted by the Alliance, in Second God's Sanctuary, an ordinary creature had a physique between 0 to 20, a primitive creature had a physique between 20 to 50, a mutant creature had a physique between 50 to 80, while a sacred blood creature had a physique between 80 to 100 plus. Spirits had about the same level of physique as creatures, which meant an aristocrat spirit should have a strength between 50 to 80. Although the numbers could be off, it would not be too much off. The most unstable were the sacred blood creatures, since many were so strong that their strength was off the charts. Han Sen suspected that those might be super creatures of Second God's Sanctuary. With Han Sen's ability so far, he could totally fight a mutant creature or aristocrat spirit alone. Of course, it would be even better if he could practice a few Hyper Geno arts designed for evolvers beforehand. In addition, he also had Zero who was approaching 100 in her fitness, so Han Sen could totally wipe out the aristocrat spirit shelter. The restrictions in the growth of Shu Yu's group was no big deal to Han Sen. However, Han Sen did not have enough time to do that. He took Zero back to his home, which was not the old house of his family, but a 3-bedroom penthouse Han Sen bought himself. Originally, he planned to use it with his girlfriend, but it turned out to be vacant. A few days back, Han Sen regretted that he had bought this penthouse. Currently, it became handy to accommodate Zero. Han Sen would not feel safe for Zero to live in the old house. Looking at the ragged clothes Zero was wearing, Han Sen felt he was being inhumane. The girl was following him anyway, so she deserved some decent clothing. Dressing like a refugee was a pity for such a beauty. Han Sen bought something to wear in a comlink for Zero on the Skynet and asked her to take a shower and change into the new clothes. Zero suddenly turned into a modern sweetheart and fashionista. "Can you stay here alone? Call me with comlink if you need anything." Han Sen taught her how to use the comlink and regarded her, fearing that she might insist on following him. He was about to report to Daphne, and she could not appear in the military. "Okay," Zero replied and nodded. Han Sen suddenly felt reassured. Eventually he was able to accommodate this mysterious girl and get down to his own business. Han Sen taught Zero some more common sense in how to search information on the Skynet, asking her to search whatever she did not understand. Zero was indeed very smart. She almost understood everything after watching Han Sen do it, which made Han Sen feel more assured. This way, she will not create any trouble staying here. Does it count as keeping a mistress? Han Sen touched his chin and thought to himself. Considering that Zero looked only about 15 years old, not even an adult yet, Han Sen felt his thought was too evil. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The next morning, Han Sen left to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, which was the last important matter he needed to tend to before serving. It was very crowded in the certification bureau. All the service windows had long lines in front of them, but the majority of the people were there for the certification as mutant evolvers and primitive evolvers. Although the mutant evolvers also had the status of aristocrat, their status was significantly lower than sacred blood aristocrats. Men were doing better and better in First God's Sanctuary, and more people were able to kill a super creature. However, those who could max out on sacred Geno points were still quite limited. Seeing how crowded it was, Han Sen joined a shorter line and waited there. The line was moving rather slow, and there was nothing Han Sen could do other than keep waiting. Because some tests must be run, there was no way for him to apply online. Han Sen had to come in person and wait. Brother, you are so young to become an evolver. You must be less than 23. Someone in front of Han Sen, who looked around 30 years old, was quite talkative and started to chat with Han Sen, seeing that the line was not moving. Almost. Han Sen smiled. In fact, he had not even had his 21st birthday yet. You must have maxed out on your primitive geno points already. The guy asked again. My primitive geno points are maxed out, yes. Han Sen nodded. The young people nowadays are so great. Maxing out on primitive geno points at such a young age. Back when we started, there were very few master fighters. Every time we killed a primitive creature, we had to work together, and a few of us would always get hurt. The guy felt nostalgic. Brother, you must have maxed out on mutant geno points. Han Sen quickly asked. The guy straightened up his back and said contentedly, after so many years, I have eventually maxed out. Brother, you should stay there for a few years more. There is a huge difference between maxing out on mutant geno points and primitive geno points. The status of mutant aristocrat could make your life much easier. A lot of people near them started to cast envious glance on the guy. Maxing out on mutant geno points and becoming an evolver around 30 years old was something heavenly for ordinary people. After all, for modern humans, 30 years old was just a beginning, with a bright future ahead. For mutant evolvers, 30 years old was young. There were many patient people who would wait to max out mutant geno points when they were 40 or 50 years old. Since evolvers had a lifespan of 300 years old, it was okay for someone to become a mutant evolver when they were 50 or 60. Of course, there were many young people who could not wait. And many of them would choose to evolve with just primitive geno points maxed out. People had different strategies and plans about life, and there was no right or wrong about it. What is to brag about? Isn't it shameful to evolve on mutant geno points when you're already 30 years old? If I were you, I would not even show face in public for the shame, snorted a young man waiting in line, annoyed at the guy's words. The guy suddenly flushed and exclaimed madly, what's wrong with 30 years old? I am a mutant evolver after all, which is much better than a primitive evolver like you. Who told you I'm a primitive evolver? You think everyone is as dumb as you and evolve so late. Have you ever seen a 20-year-old guy who had already maxed out on mutant geno points? I am a decade faster than you are, said the young man with his nose in the air. The guy suddenly became silent, his face flushed and fists clenched. However, he felt powerless to argue. Other evolvers in line all felt envious about the young man, hearing he had already maxed out on his mutant geno points. A few girls even started to wink at him. A mutant evolver as young as 20 years old had a bright future ahead of him. Successful men like this were very popular among girls. Friend, you can't put it that way. If there were no previous generations that had fought and learned about the creatures in God's sanctuary, if it were not for the meat and beast souls that they brought back, how would we have meat to eat, beast souls to depend on and experience to learn from? And how could you have maxed out on mutant geno points so soon? We are only making these achievements on the shoulders of them. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't disrespect them, Han Sen couldn't help saying. Thanks to the previous generations, humans were able to make today's achievements. The earlier people entered God's sanctuary, the more they had suffered. People in first God's sanctuary these days were already very blessed. Brother, well said, said the guy. The older people all felt touched by Han Sen's words. 2 or 3 decades ago, the environment of first God's sanctuary was much worse than it was at this point. At that time, not to mention sacred blood creatures, people would even need to take tremendous risks when hunting mutant creatures. Circumstances had been much different. As long as one was patient, it would be easy for someone to max out on mutant geno points at 30 to 40 years old. The weak are the weak. Cut the crap. What's the point of acting nice when you are just a primitive evolver? The young man gave Han Sen a stare and said, disdained. No matter strong or weak, you must have basic politeness. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those creatures? Han Sen said quietly. The young man's expression changed. He felt embarrassed and said with his eyes fixed on Han Sen, scums always have all the excuses in the world. If you're capable, we should argue this out with fists. If you can beat me, you can say whatever you want. Otherwise, shut up. Han Sen shrugged and said nothing. He had been through so much that he was no longer interested in such meaningless argument. Not interested in wasting a single minute on this young man, Han Sen would never fight him physically. Seeing that Han Sen had not responded, the young man felt Han Sen must be scared of himself. He made some sarcastic remarks, and Han Sen ignored them. The guy could not stand watching any longer and wanted to argue with the young men. However, Han Sen pulled him aside and said, "Brother, it is almost your turn. Just focus on the business and did not get serious with a kid." "Scums are full of excuses," the young man said sourly. Han Sen did not pay him any mind. People like this young man only dared to be so arrogant in the alliance, was put on the gladiator, he would definitely have some punching coming. If he acted this way in the god's sanctuary, he would probably have died already. The young man seemed to feel uncomfortable under such public attention and did not say anything more. Everyone went back to waiting. After a long while, the guy in front of Han Sen had finished his certification as a mutant evolver, and it was Han Sen's turn. It so happened that the young man in the line next to them had also come to the window. He walked up, raised his voice on, and said to the staff, "I am here to be certified as a mutant evolver." After that, the young man glanced at Han Sen provocatively, as if he were saying, "I am a mutant evolver and what are you?" Han Sen did not even bother to say anything. He simply walked to the window, handed in his identification card and whispered to the staff, "Would you please handle my request to be certified as a sacred blood evolver?" Although Han Sen's voice was low, the young man quickly changed his expression. People around them also looked to Han Sen in surprise. The staff member who had been working long hours also raised his eyes and checked Han Sen out. Seeing Han Sen was so young, the staff member repeated incredulously, "Are you applying to be certified as a sacred blood evolver?" A sacred blood evolver was still quite rare at this point. On a small planet such as Raqqa, 3 to 5 sacred blood evolvers per year would be considered a significant number already. In addition, Han Sen was way too young. He seemed to be around 20 or even younger, so it was hard for anyone to believe he was a sacred blood evolver. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. The staff member quickly retrieved Han Sen's identification card. After scanning it, the AI showed Han Sen's information. The staff member gasped and said, 20 years old, graduate of Blackhawk Military Academy, and a major. As he said that, the young man and others were in doubt looked at Han Sen in a much different way. Blackhawk Military Academy was a top school in the eyes of ordinary people. A graduate of Blackhawk was undoubtedly the elite among the elite, and those who could graduate with the rank of major were so few that they could be called the dragon of a man. People like this were beyond the level of ordinary people, with a wide gap in between. The face of the young man turned purple. He wished he could hide in a hole somewhere. Everyone else looked at Han Sen with admiration, and girls and women even started to wink at Han Sen. A sacred blood aristocrat of such a young age, an elite who graduated from the top school, and on top of that, a good-looking guy with skin so smooth that all women coveted. Even the widows were swallowing. "Major, this way, we need to do a procedural test." The staff member called Han Sen by his rank directly with a lot of respect. Han Sen entered the testing device under everyone's watch. All the items were quite regular. As long as he could reach the minimum of a sacred blood evolver, he could finish the certification. That was of course not difficult for Han Sen at all. He even needed to control his power intentionally to keep his numbers under 30, otherwise it would be too abnormal. After Han Sen finished the test, everyone else was watching him as if he were a star. Many people were filled with admiration, while the young man had left secretly at some point. This is the true elite of the Alliance. A sacred blood aristocrat of 20 years old. So handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish to marry him. I don't mind if I only have one night with him. I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with him for a night. A few days later, in a spaceship, Han Sen was reading materials of ancient languages using his comlink. He should report to Daphne, but the location for reporting was in a remote galaxy called Dongyan. It was already the periphery of the Alliance. If people went beyond Dongyan, there was no Shira, but many undeveloped galaxies. Han Sen did not know what Daphne's mission was to be located so far away. However, Han Sen had smelled trouble. If the warships were serving in some special regions, the traffic would become an obstacle for him to return home. Many people serving special missions would not even return home once during the entire service. Although Han Sen did not care where he served, he would feel terrible about not being able to see his mother and sister for several years. However, there was nothing for him to do at this point. He had to report. Because Galaxy Dongyan was located on the border of the Alliance which was very far away, it would take him a long time to arrive there. Han Sen was sore in his eyes after reading the ancient language for a long time and got up to the holographic hull of the spaceship, ready to move around on the Gladiator platform. It had been a long time since he last logged in Gladiator. Han Sen first checked his friend list, wishing to see Queen there. He had improved significantly in fitness, so maybe he would last longer with her. Unfortunately, Queen's name was grayed out. His only friend online was QHZ. Han Sen used to be very interested in fighting QHZ, but he started to feel bored at this point. The fitness level of QHZ was around 40. Even if he had grown as well, it was hard for him to reach Han Sen's level. Beating QHZ would mean nothing to Han Sen, because they were not similar in strength anymore. In front of the absolute strength, techniques could make very little difference. It was like however good the sniper was, he could not resist an atomic bomb. When Han Sen was ready to close the friend list and request a random match, QHZ sent him an invite. Han Sen hesitated and clicked yes. Some time ago, QHZ did not refuse Han Sen because he was too weak and practiced with him for a long time, so Han Sen felt he should return the favor. Qian Hejun was talking to a middle-aged man at this point. The man was named Lu Bin, a prominent figure in Ares Martial Hall and even the entire martial hall industry. Although Lu Bin was just an evolver, he had great talent in leg skills. Killer kicks invented by him was masterful and had been designated as one of the routine skills in the Alliance military. The reason the leg skills were impressive was that Lu Bin himself was a veteran who had been through a lot of combats against Shura and suffered numerous injuries. The killer kicks was a set of leg skills refined in blood and fire. It was not just great skills, but also experience gained from risking one's life. Because Lu Bin did not have a good background, he only evolved with mutant geno points maxed out. Until he retired, he was only a colonel. However, his honor and glory had earned him great reputation among many veterans who gave him both thumbs up not only for his leg skills, but also for his bravery. After retiring, Lu Bin was hired by Ares Martial Hall as an instructor to teach leg skills, since killer kicks was one of the top leg skills for unevolved persons. However, because most students had never been through life and death situations like Lu Bin, it was very hard for them to understand the essence of killer kicks. Even Qian Hejun, who was very talented and instructed by Lu Bin personally, was not able to grasp what killer kicks truly meant. The skills were meant to kill in a war, so it could only be practiced at life and death moments. Since Qian Hejun had not experienced that, it was not easy for him to have the epiphany. Seeing Han Sen logging in the platform, Qian Hejun, who was a bit depressed that he did not get the skills right, suggested a break to Lu Bin. With Lu Bin's consent, Qian Hejun invited Han Sen to fight. Lu Bin was watching on the stands. Initially he did not really want to teach someone like Qian Hejun. Qian Hejun was so well protected that killer kicks was not the right skills for him. Killer kicks was more designed for a veteran on the battlefield, with many daring moves that put the user's life at stake. It was something only the battlefield could produce. The brave one always wins the fight. On the battlefield, even hesitation of a millisecond could get one killed. Cowardice and hesitation meant death. Therefore, the essence of killer kicks was only one word, which was bravery, the bravery that made one kill enemies fearlessly while putting one's own life at stake. Qian Hejun did not acquire the essence of killer kicks, so he was still using the hyper geno arts that he was used to when fighting Han Sen. Han Sen controlled his strength at the same level as Qian Hejun, but he still felt awkward when fighting the guy. It was not because Han Sen had lowered his power. With Han Sen's ability to control his own body, he could use his strength well no matter which level his strength was. However, fighting Qian Hejun like this made Han Sen feel awkward. Although he had lowered his fitness level, Han Sen still had his judgment. In Han Sen's eyes, Qian Hejun had too many weaknesses, which made Han Sen lose the desire to win. Even if he lowered his strengths, Han Sen could still see too many opportunities to beat his opponent. It was simply too easy to win. Han Sen could not reduce his judgment, so a fight like this made him feel bored. Han Sen did not hesitate to end the fight immediately. Initially, Qian Hejun wanted to relax himself by fighting Han Sen, but his fight against Han Sen was surprisingly depressing. In other words, Han Sen was giving him too much pressure. Although Han Sen had always been strong, he was never able to bring such pressure to the room, which made Qian Hejun feel alarmed. The next moment, however, Han Sen quickly moved his fists around, punching at Qian Hejun as fast as lightning bolts. It turned out Qian Hejun was not even able to dodge the attacks but had to block them. Although Han Sen had reduced his strength, the fists were still carrying endless fierceness, hitting at Qian Hejun. From the first punch to the last, Han Sen directly eliminated Qian Hejun, who was not even able to return one punch in between. Qian Hejun was forced to the corner from the middle of the stage, and then a storm of fists made his body explode, costing his virtual life. Qian Hejun was dumbstruck for a while, unable to believe he had lost the fight like this. When he used to fight Han Sen, he had almost never lost. But after this short period of time, he was beaten easily by Han Sen. Qian Hejun could not accept such result and was ready to invite Han Sen again. However, Lu Bin stopped him and said, "No need to continue. You are not his match." Qian Hejun was not persuaded. As he was about to argue, Lu Bin continued to say, "His fitness was too much greater than yours. Haven't you noticed that he had intentionally suppressed his strength to fight you?" "That is impossible." Qian Hejun suddenly paused. Reflecting on what had happened just now, he felt like what Lu Bin said did make sense. Otherwise, he would not have that kind of pressure. "I'll show you." Lu Bin did not explain any more but sent Han Sen an invite. In fact, after watching the fight between Han Sen and Qian Hejun, Lu Bin felt an urge to fight. He was a veteran who had survived 1,000 deaths, so he had very sharp senses. The only did he see that Han Sen was suppressing his own strength, he also saw that Han Sen was not an ordinary person. All his skills must have been practiced between life and death. For someone like him who had seen so many deaths in his life, he was not even able to tell Han Sen's murderous intent when the two young men were fighting, which was shocking to him. In order to kill someone, you must be determined. With that kind of determination, the murderous intent would be natural. If you tried to hide your intention to kill, your determination must be hindered. And if you did not have the determination, your moves would not be as swift. However, Han Sen's moves weirdly combined the self-contradicting elements perfectly together. Although he was very swift, he did not leak any intention to kill. That kind of ability was impressive. Even Lu Bin, who had been through a million fights, had only seen that kind quality in two persons. One of the two was himself, and the other was a Shira fighter. Who was black-horned. Although the Shira was only a black-horned fighter, that was the worst fight Lu Bin had ever been through. In the end, although Lu Bin was able to survive, he suffered too bad an injury to keep serving, which was why he left his favorite place, the military. Suddenly seeing someone else with the same kind of ability, Lu Bin was reminded of the bloody fight and felt an itch. Invited by a stranger, Han Sen did not think that much. Since he would have chosen random match anyway, he simply accepted the invite. Han Sen entered the Colosseum, looked to the opposite direction, and saw his opponent smiling at him. Han Sen couldn't help feeling nervous, because he also smelled someone like himself. Seeing Lu Bin entered a fight himself, his friends and students were all quite surprised. Many people chose to observe the fight and the stands were soon filled. Although Lu Bin would log in Gladiator from time to time, he seldom fought. Most of the time, he was just instructing his students. It was not because Lu Bin felt he was invincible, but because the simulated fights could not give him enough thrill. That was why Lu Bin was not at all interested in fights like this. In reality, however, he was even less likely to use killer kicks. Therefore, Lu Bin's students rarely saw him in the fight. Many of his old comrades had not seen him using his best skills in a long while. Who was so good that even Lu went up himself? Wang Daqing was surprised to see Lu Bin in the fight himself. No idea, his opponent was using the face blur function, so we can't tell who he is. But I bet he is quite somebody, otherwise Captain Lu Bin would not go up himself, another person said in surprise as well. Haven't seen killer kicks in so long. I wonder if I had the luck to see it today. You know how Lu is. Since he is in a fight, he will do his best. Then we should all thank this soldier on warship. I hope he lasts longer so that we could enjoy the fight better. I will bet $1,000 to say the guy would not last 7 kicks. You give him too much credit. I'll bet you 20,000 for 4 kicks. 1,500. Count me, I will bet 2,000 as well, St. No way you're doing this. Everyone is betting on Lu Bin. There is no way this will work. Lu Bin's friends were all quite excited, and his students were more curious. It was a fresh experience for them to see Lu Bin using killer kicks. Only Qian Hejun was looking at Han Sen with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking. "Friend, which troop were you at?" Before the fight started, Lu Bin did not rush to begin, but smiled and asked. He thought Han Sen should also be a veteran, otherwise it was unlikely he would have this kind of ability. In fact, that was why Lu Bin felt close to Han Sen in the first place. "Military secret," Han Sen said calmly. He was not being arrogant, but it was really a military secret. At least that was what it said on his assignment paper. He also signed a non-disclosure agreement. If Han Sen told anyone about it, he would be sent to a military court. Leaking military secrets could be a misdemeanor or a felony. Han Sen did not want to have any offense in this regard. Hearing Han Sen's words, Lu Bin smiled and said, "Do not show any mercy later." Of course, Han Sen nodded and said, "Then let's begin." Lu Bin suddenly became very calm and made a side kick as sharp as a blade at Han Sen. He was so fast and fierce that it was nerve-wracking. The scarier part was that the kick was so sudden that no one saw it coming. That's what killer kicks looked like. Many students who had been instructed by Lu Bin could not help but doubt whether they had learned the skills correctly after watching Lu Bin do it. They could not reach Lu Bin's level at all. When they made the kicks themselves, it was not as sudden or fierce. "Lu is serious this time. I don't believe the boy could even take this one kick," Wang Daqing said with his eyes wide. He did not realize that Lu Bin would be so serious as if he was treating his opponent as a Shira in the battlefield. Boom. After Wang Daqing said that, a soldier on warship suddenly raised his arm to block Lu Bin's kick. Although he took 2 steps back, he only lost 2 points in health. Quite an opponent. He was able to block Lu Bin's kick in time. I wonder who he is. Lu Bin's comrades all felt unexpected. However, no one could answer this question. Even Qian Hejun did not know a soldier on warship was. Lu Bin suddenly looked exhilarated, as if the blood in his body was brought to a boil. He roared and kicked at Han Sen repeatedly, every kick faster and fiercer than the last. Lu Bin's leg skills were not flamboyant, but every kick he made was life-threatening, with no additional moves. Many moves he made were practical yet unexpected, which was very inspiring. Han Sen was forced back by the kicks and had to take defensive positions with his arms and legs moving. Although he was able to block Lu Bin's attacks, he was at an absolute disadvantage, like a small boat in surging waves, likely to sink anytime. This is the true killer kicks. So fierce. Coach Lu is absolutely amazing. What kicks? 5 kicks in a row. So strong. How did he achieve that leg whipping? The angle was simply impossible. Captain Lu did not forget any of his kung fu. Every move is a killer move. This is the leg skills of a true man. I've decided, I will sign up to learn this after I go back. The audience were all dazed by Lu Bin's moves. They wished they were Lu Bin himself to make those kicks. However, the true evolver masters among them couldn't help frowning. The leg skills of Lu Bin were indeed very impressive to the point that it was shocking. Even if they were competing against Lu Bin themselves, they did not dare to say they could block his life-threatening attacks for sure. However, his opponent was able to block all Lu Bin's attacks, though in an awkward way. Until this very point, Lu Bin was not able to break his defense. The points his opponent lost in health were mostly the automatic defense loss generated by the system, which were merely 1 to 2 points each time. Who is Lu Bin's opponent? He is able to take so many kicks from Lu Bin. Those who knew Lu Bin well started to become dumbstruck. They knew everything about Lu Bin's leg skills, which were the skills to kill enemies in battles. Most of the time, the 2 persons at the fight had to fight with life when Lu Bin used the skills. If the opponent was able to beat Lu Bin, his friends would not be as surprised. However, the fact that the opponent was capable of blocking so many kicks was quite alarming. Han Sen also felt very excited. He did not expect the stranger who sent him an invite was an expert killer with excellent leg skills. Even Han Sen felt it was hard to predict Lu Bin's kicks in the beginning, which was why he was having a hard time defending himself. Gradually, Han Sen felt that it was not because Lu Bin did not have the intention to kill, but because Lu Bin's intention to kill was too strong. If there was one lamp in a room, then it would be easy to tell where the light was from. However, if the room was filled with lamps, there was little point in figuring out the source of the light. Because Lu Bin's intention to kill was off the chart, his opponent could no longer discern his intention, because it was everywhere. Initially, Han Sen was trying to figure out the source of Lu Bin's intention to kill, but he soon gave up. Under such scorching murderous intent, there was no point to figure out anything. Because it would not make a difference. When fighting someone like this, there was only one way to win. May the brave one live. Boom. Han Sen no longer stepped back, but made a kick himself, his leg hitting Lu Bin's and making a loud sound. Lu Bin's leg skills were practical, which meant the skills not that unusual. Having learned Panorama, which was an encyclopedia of all kinds of commonly seen skills, Han Sen felt it was easy to mimic Lu Bin's killer kicks. In fact, many people could easily imitate the skills, but the true difficulty was how to use it well. Depending on one's capability and mentality, the same leg skills were different when used by different people. It was especially true when it came to these kicks that were designed for life and death battles. Small difference could realize in completely different result. Han Sen was someone who knew the intention to kill very well. In fact, it was what he started out with. The only thing he needed to do different was that unlike the past when he needed to hide his inventions, he should fill himself with such intentions in this fight. Boom boom boom. Han Sen and Lu Bin became almost the same person standing opposite each other. Kicking at each other in madness, they were making sounds that gave people goosebumps. Although the audience knew it was a simulated fight, they were still afraid that the two fighters' bones might be broken. This is it. Hiding back is not a soldier's way, Lu Bin yelled in excitement, his legs kicking again as swiftly as wind. Han Sen was also extremely excited. Lu Bin's style was so aggressive that Han Sen also wanted to get it all out under his influence. Killer kicks against killer kicks. Although only two persons were fighting, the audience felt there were two troops present, making them thrilled and terrified at the same time. A few faint-hearted girls could not help yelping, forgetting it was a simulated fight. Kill 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 kill. The long legs went up and down like blades, making sounds like metal. Every exchange made the heart of the audience tremble. It was hard to imagine that it was just a simulated fight. Killer kicks. He is also using killer kicks. Wang Daqing finally realized that and could not help exclaiming. Others suddenly realized Wang Daqing was right. A soldier on warship was also using killer kicks. He was able to use killer kicks in front of Lu Bin and did not seem to fall short. Everyone suddenly had a weird expression on their faces, watching the two going at each other like lunatics. Who is a soldier on warship? Is he also a veteran? Everyone suddenly had such a doubt. They could not imagine what kind of person you must be to use killer kicks as well as Lu Bin. If he was not a veteran, how could he use killer kicks that well? Qian Hejun was dumbfounded. He just understood that Lu Bin was right. A soldier on warship was much stronger than him in fitness. Just now when they were fighting, a soldier on warship did not use all he got at all, but was trying to suppress his strength. How is that possible? How long has it been? How could he have improved his fitness by so much? Qian Hejun looked at Han Sen, feeling complicated. Kill. Lu Bin suddenly roared and jumped up, his leg hitting at Han Sen like an axe. 7 kill. Wang Daqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The majority of killer kicks was common skills, so the focus was on mentality rather than techniques. Only 7 kicks of killer kicks were exceptions, which were called 7 kill by Lu Bin. The 7 kicks were the last moves in killer kicks. One must jump in the air to make 7 consecutive high kicks from above. It was so difficult that it was even rare among leg skills designed for evolvers. It was difficult for anyone to make 7 kicks in one jump. Let alone make all 7 kicks fierce and swift. Even many top evolvers could not master 7 kill. The 7 kicks were almost finished in one moment without any pause. One should manage to kick 7 times in one breath. It was extremely pleasing to look at, like a battle axe splitting the earth. For the viewers, it was even hard to imagine that 7 kicks had been made when the fighter had already landed. It was so smooth that it looked like one hard kick. Boom. Han Sen was unable to block 7 kill and fell back immediately. His health went down significantly, almost reaching the bottom instantaneously. Victory. Wang Daqing was excited, and others started to cheer already. However, the cheers only lasted a second. A soldier on warship was already on the ground suddenly stood up. His health bar was almost empty, with only a hair left. The number was down to 2%. Great leg skills. What's the name of it? Han Sen asked Lu Bin seriously. 7 kill. Lu Bin laughed and said, "This is my very best work. It is impressive that you could block 6 kicks. 7 kill, noted." Han Sen repeated the name of the skill and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Staring at Lu Bin, he said slowly, "Let's do this one more time." "As you wish." Lu Bin could no longer resist the murderous urge. He dashed and jumped up with no hesitation, kicking at Han Sen as if his leg was the battle axe that splitted heaven and earth. Han Sen did not move, his eyes fixed on Lu Bin. When the kick was about to fall on his head, Han Sen suddenly moved. A magnificent step. Using Sparticle, Han Sen made an incredibly fast step. In the meantime, his body was also moving subtly, making him swing like a lotus leaf in the autumn wind. Swoosh! Lu Bin's leg came down and turned into 7 kicks. However, all of them hit the air, while none hit Han Sen, who was swinging. Lu Bin landed, with his eyes fixed on Han Sen incredulously. 7 kill, Han Sen exclaimed, jumping up like Lu Bin did and kicked at his opponent. Lu Bin also roared, his kicks going up from the ground, meeting Han Sen's kicks in the air, making sonic booms. Boom! The strength of the kicks from above was too strong for even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill. After taking 5 takes, Lu Bin could hardly lift his legs. The stubbornness of the veteran made him raise his arms, trying to block the 2 last kicks with his teeth gritted. Boom boom! With 2 loud sounds, Han Sen's last 2 kicks were also blocked by Lu Bin. However, Lu Bin's arms were broken in the process and fell limp. At this point, Han Sen was about to land. Lu Bin, who knew everything about 7 kill, knew it was the perfect moment for a comeback. Han Sen had used up all his force and had not prepared a new move. In addition, he was in the air, so there was no way he could fight back. Disregarding his broken arms, Lu Bin used the other one to kick at Han Sen as hard as possible. Boom! However, before Lu Bin's kick was made, Han Sen, who was in the air, made another kick, hitting right at Lu Bin's chest, making Lu Bin fall back immediately with an incredulous look on his face. The 8th kick, gasped Wang Daqing. The reason 7 kill was called that was because after 7 kicks, one's force would be used up and there would be nothing left to make the 8th kick. However, a soldier on warship kicked the 8th times in the air, which was unbelievable. Not only Wang Daqing, but all those who had seen and learned 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, because there was no way for one to leverage on anything in the air. However, a soldier on warship accomplished that, which was beyond imagination. Han Sen landed and kicked at Lu Bin, who had already lost balance, without pause. Side kick, high kick, crossing kick, leg whipping. Han Sen's leg skills were dazzling, with killer kicks fully integrated in his moves. Lu Bin did not have any chance to fight back until he was eliminated. Although Lu Bin was trying his best to find an opportunity, Han Sen was a master in holding back, so he did not give Lu Bin any chance to make a comeback. The stands were silent. No one could believe that Lu Bin was beaten with killer kicks and that the 8th kick was possible. Who is he? Everyone was staring at a soldier on warship, who gradually faded away and left the gladiator platform. The audience could hardly contain themselves. They were either Lu Bin's friends or his students, so they all knew how hard 7 kill were. Many people could not even accomplish 7 kill, let alone the unbelievable 8th kill. Captain, who is that person? Is he one of your students? Wang Daqing ran to Lu Bin and asked. He could not imagine someone could use 7 kill like that, unless he was taught by Lu Bin himself. I can only even make 7 kicks myself, so how can I possibly teach that kind of student? Lu said and asked, did you record the fight just now? Yes, Wang Daqing nodded and said quickly. It was rare that Lu Bin would participate in a fight himself, so his friends got the video down. Many students of Ares Martial Hall also recorded the fight. Initially, they intended to learn from it and did not expect to be able to record such a mind-shattering fight. Play it, the 8th kick after 7 kill, I wonder myself how he achieved that. Lu Bin said. Everyone was dazed. Even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill, did not understand how a soldier on warship made the 8th kick. The video was played again and again. They found that after the 7th kick, the soldier indeed had used up his force. However, after that, he had leveraged on the air and made another kick, which was unbelievable to watch. Lu Bin himself watched repeatedly, but still failed to understand how the soldier leveraged on the air. Some attention-seeking audience uploaded the video to the Skynet and named it, Killer Kicks, 8 kill against 7 kill, attracting a lot of people who had practiced killer kicks. Initially, they all thought it was some kind of a bluff, because everyone who had practiced 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, which was why 8 kill was out of the question. However, after watching the video of the fight, many people became shocked as someone had really made the 8th kick, beating the inventor of 7 kill, Lu Bin. The video soon became popular, especially in the military. The soldiers and officers who had practiced 7 kill were all in awe. Many had tried to make the 7th kick as well, but they all failed with no exception. 7 kill was the limit, and after finishing that, it was impossible to make the 8th kick. Unless one had already become a surpasser and could ignore the limits of human body, it was simply impossible for one to make the 8th kick no matter how strong one's fitness was. In fact, it was normal to fail at the 8th kick, but abnormal to succeed. The reason that Han Sen could make the 8th kick was not that he was better at 7 kill than Lu Bin. In fact, in terms of 7 kill, Han Sen was still weaker. The reason was simply that Han Sen had studied 7 twists of the Chens, which allowed one to leverage on the air for 7 times if one practiced it well. Han Sen had seen 7 twists used by Chen Zichen and Zhu Ting and was very interested in that martial arts. However, Han Sen did not find anything similar after a lot of research. In the end, he found a way to leverage on the air briefly. However, that cannot be compared to 7 twists at all. Han Sen was only able to accomplish that based on his understanding of 7 twists, which was his limit already. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to learn 7 twists, but the family secret like this was so hard to get his hands on. Plus, Han Sen had never had the opportunity. At the same time, on a warship, a few soldiers in the cookhouse were watching the video of Lu Bin's fight together. A fat soldier saw the 8th kick from a soldier on warship and exclaimed, "That is impossible. How could this be?" After traveling through half of the Alliance in spaceship, Han Sen arrived at Galaxy Dongyan. When he saw Daphne at a space harbor, Han Sen was dazed. Initially, Han Sen believed that since even a soldier of its cookhouse was a major, Daphne should at least be an advanced warship, if not the best in the Alliance. However, the Daphne he saw was more like a small as courtship. Although it looks advanced, it did not look like the main ship shows you call the loop on all lump the shabby no matter what. In addition, Han Sen had never heard that a warship would be docked at a civil harbor. In conclusion, Daphne was a weird spaceship. However, Han Sen did not have any choice but to report to Daphne. The interior space of Daphne was indeed luxurious, equipped with lots of device that Han Sen did not recognize. Only by the war frames assigned to the soldiers on board, Han Sen knew the place was unusual. All ordinary soldiers were equipped with military super-biological war frames made by the renowned Digang. The military line was much better than the civil line. These were on the same level as Silver Killer, and the performance of SKTS not even be compared with them. And these war frames were already the worst on board. The procedures for the report was very complicated. Han Sen went through a lot of tests before he get his clearance. It seemed the security level of displaced was indeed very high. After almost a day, Han Sen eventually went to the cookhouse. New soldier Han Sen is here to report to the cookhouse. Han Sen saluted to the squad leader of the cookhouse. The squad leader was around 30 years old and quite fat. He was almost as wide as he was tall. Han Sen felt that was the perfect expression to describe him. So rare that we have someone new in the cookhouse. The fat squad leader looked Han Sen up and down and smiled. "Have you learned to cook before?" "I have only learned how to deal with the meat of creatures briefly at school, sir," answered Han Sen. "The cookhouse is not like other places, so you could relax a little bit. Since you are new here and have not learned how to cook, just try to make yourself useful," the fat squad leader said as he cooked. Just like that, Han Sen settled down in the cookhouse. In addition to Han Sen, there were 5 people there: fat squad leader Luo Sangson, vice leader Lu Mingliang, dessert cook Xu Zhe, assistant cook Li Jin, and a handyman same as Han Sen named Chu Cheng, who was there 1 year earlier than Han Sen. The entire staff of the cookhouse were easygoing. Because of what they did, they were not as uptight as other soldiers and had less training as well. However, after Han Sen reported, Daphne left the harbor and went directly to the remote galaxies, which made him quite disappointed. Almost all soldiers would be equipped with nutrition solutions that were easy to carry and store. The role of the cookhouse was more like nutritionist in this day and age. Han Sen did not have much to do every day, because most of his job was computerized. If he had the time, Han Sen could even use the teleport device on the warship to enter God's sanctuary. However, since Han Sen just got there were many things he needed to learn, so he had not the time yet. After a few days of learning, Han Sen had already learned the main responsibility of Daphne. Daphne was an exploration ship. Its main job was to look for habitable planets in remote galaxies and the rulings of other species. The universe was almost infinite. The space occupied by xianxia and humans were just part of the world known to people. There remained to be many unexplored galaxies. In addition, there were various species in the universe. Although at this point, humans and xianxia were the two most prominent species, before them, there used to be other glorious civilizations. The mission of Daphne this time was to look for a remnant of crystallizer civilization. Before humans even entered the interstellar era, the crystallizers had built an empire in the universe. They used to be the master of a dozen galaxies, but they eventually became extinct for some reasons no one knew. People could only feel how great they were from the relics they left behind. When humans entered the interstellar age, crystallizers had already become a legend. Unlike humans and xianxia, crystallizers were a different life form. Their whole bodies were made up of crystals, looking like giant diamonds without any limbs. However, crystallizers all had strong mental power. The superpowers often depicted in human movies, such as moving something with one's mind, that were simply a piece of cake for crystallizers. Of course, this was only the conclusion humans had arrived at after consulting the information left behind by crystallizers. Because no one had ever seen a living and breathing crystallizer, no one was certain if that kind of mental power was real. In addition to the legend about the mental power, crystallizers had a lot of treasures. For example, in their record, strong crystallizers could even control a planet and change its orbit to turn it into their warship. Of course, these were just legends. However, one thing was for sure. The memory crystal technology Humor was using currently was largely generated from the study of crystallizer science. The Alliance had spared no effort in developing crystallizer ruins. Their research results were always highly confidential. For commoners, they had merely heard of the name of crystallizer. Because interstellar travel took large amounts of time, soldiers could enter God's sanctuary freely if there was no specific mission, as long as they returned on time. Especially the cookhouse, except for some special days, they actually had a quite flexible schedule and more time to enter God's sanctuary than other soldiers. Han Sen had just come back, so he should not leave immediately, given there was a lot of things that he was not familiar with. What are you looking at? After a couple of days, Han Sen had become friends with the soldiers of the cookhouse. When he was taking a break, he saw the fat squad leader holding his comlink watching a video and felt curious. What else other than the video of 8 kill? Our fatty has a grand vision. He would love to become a fatty who could fly, Vice Squad leader Lu Mingliang joked. What 8 kill? Han Sen glanced at the video and couldn't help opening his mouth, because the video the fat squad leader was watching was exactly the fight between Lu Bin and himself. FK off. I just want to learn killer kicks, grunted the fat squad leader. Seeing his round body and short legs, Han Sen could not imagine what it would look like if fat squad leader jumped in the air to make 7 kicks. Han Sen had not been to the warship for long, so he had not met the captain yet. Taking the document to the captain's cabin, Han Sen had been wondering who it was. In order to become a captain of such a high-level warship, one had to be at least a general, even though this warship was not that big. This is the nutrition plan for next month, and we need the captain's signature. Han Sen came to the sanctuary's desk and showed her the document. Sure, the captain had told me about it. She's busy right now, so you can just go ahead and put the file there. The secretary checked the document and said to Han Sen. Okay, Han Sen replied, turned around and walked to the captain's cabin with the document in his hand. He knocked on the door, but there was no one answering. Since the secretary told him to put it inside, Han Sen pushed the door open and entered the room. However, after the door was pushed open, Han Sen saw someone leaning against the desk opposite the door smiling at him. Han Sen was suddenly dumbstruck, and then became overjoyed. He shut the door close, threw the document away, dashed to the person, and held her tightly in his arms. Oh my God, I am not dreaming, right? How? Why are you here? Han Sen was so excited that he did not even know what he was talking about. He did not imagine that he would meet Ji Yanran at this place. Ji Yanran, who was wearing white captain suit, was standing right there, gorgeous as always, but more handsome than when she was a student. I'm sorry, I brought you here without your consent, and I could only arrange for you to become a soldier in the cookhouse. However, this is everything I could do. Although I know it's not fair to you, I could not stand another day without you being close to me. I am selfish and wanton, but would you forgive me? Ji Yanran threw her arms around Han Sen's neck and hung herself on him like a koala bear, her tone full of guilt and love. I love that you are selfish and wanton. Han Sen quickly kissed her on the lips and spanked her ass a little. Ji Yanran's face became pink. Embarrassed, she said, don't mess around. There is a surveillance camera here. No way, there is a surveillance camera in the captain's cabin. Han Sen said incredulously. Ji Yanran blinked and said, Daphne is warship that carries out exploration missions. Even as the captain, I do not have the absolute power. In fact, I am only in a supportive role. Those who are really in charge are the experts and scholars on crystallizer civilization. So, you're just a driver of a flying bus. Han Sen said, not letting Ji Yanran go. She did not mind people watching. He did not care because it was more than natural for him to kiss and hug his wife. Ji Yanran curled her lips and said, that's one way to put it. My main mission is to send the scholars and experts to their destination, provide them with staff members and help. When it comes to excavation and fieldwork, it is completely up to the experts. Ji Yanran paused and said apologetically, I know it is not fair for you to be just a cookhouse soldier, but the exploration of crystallizer ruins is crucial to the Alliance and the clearance level is very high. I did everything I could to put you here. What's so important about the crystallizer ruins that the Alliance puts so much effort on them? Han Sen asked curiously. You should have heard that the mental power of crystallizers is so powerful that they could control objects with their mind. Ji Yanran thought about it and said, I've heard something about it. Han Sen asked curiously again, is that all true? Maybe, I don't know for sure. But one thing was certain, crystallizers have many crystal technologies. The most commonly seen is a sort of memory crystal. Humans with strong mental power could put their memory inside the memory crystal and read from it. That is much more advanced than our AI, Ji Yanran explained. That is very impressive. What else is there? Han Sen was very interested. There are many things like that, but most of them require mental power to operate. Human had much weaker mental power compared to crystallizer. Even we get our hands on some memory crystals, we could only read some fragments from it. Even so, we have already been able to improve our memory chips significantly. If we could figure out the majority of the crystallizer civilization, our science and technology would very likely to have another huge leap. Ji Yanran then picked up a crystal the size of a fist and shoved it in Han Sen's hand. Put this on your forehead. See if you could feel anything. This is from the crystallizers. Han Sen took the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was like a purple gemstone of a random shape. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Yes. Ji Yanran smiled and nodded. Han Sen knew that Ji Yanran would never harm himself, so he put the crystal on his forehead, ready to perceive anything. The next second, Han Sen suddenly felt electricity was generated from the crystal and penetrated his scope, making his brain a bit numb, which scared him into taking the crystal away from his forehead. What is that? Han Sen stared at the crystal and asked. Ji Yanran smiled and said, feel it. Is there anything different? What would be different? Han Sen did not know what Ji Yanran meant. In addition to the shock, he did not feel much different, nor was he injured. Ji Yanran took a file from her desk and placed it in front of Han Sen. She turned the pages over quickly and asked Han Sen to look at the contents. After going through the entire file, she closed the file and put it back, asking, what is the sixth word on the third line of page 13? You were so fast, how could I possibly? As Han Sen was about to say how could he possibly remember, he suddenly had the memory of that page in his mind. He remembered clearly that the sixth word of the third line was black. How is that possible? Is it the crystal? Han Sen looked at the purple crystal in surprise. After the evolution, although his memory was enhanced, it was not this good. However, when Han Sen looked at the purple crystal again, it was already full of cracks. Han Sen moved his fingers and the purple crystal was suddenly shattered. The fragments of the crystal fell on the floor. This kind of crystals excavated from crystallizer ruins had a special power that could enhance the functions of human brain. The effect was the best in the beginning, and then it gets weaker and weaker. However, a small part of the enhancement was permanent, which was great for the development of human brain, Ji Yanran explained. Han Sen looked at the shattered crystal on the floor, shocked. When humans were still living on planet Earth only, scientists at that time believed that human brains were only developed 10%, with lots potentials to tap into. However, with the development of science and technology, the theory had been proven absurd. Each part of human brain had its unique function, so there was no underdeveloped area at all. In order to enhance the ability of the brain must further evolve. The evolution human went through in God's sanctuary could make one's brain evolve as well. Therefore, in this day and age, people with higher degree of evolution would have a stronger brain, which made them smarter. However, compared to the evolution of the body, the evolution of the brain was significantly slower. The fact that the crystal from crystallizer civilization could accelerate the evolution of the brain was amazing. At least until this point, human had not been able to manufacture any medicine or device that could directly stimulate the brain to evolve. This technology alone showed how magnificent crystallizer civilization was. What was more puzzling was what made such an ingenious species had disappeared in history. There are many great things like this in crystallizer technologies. However, the crystallizer ruins were too dangerous, so we have not been able to get a lot from it. In addition, there are some objects from their civilization that we do not understand yet. Ji Yanran then told Han Sen more about crystallizers. These must be highly confidential. Is it okay you're telling me? Han Sen asked Ji Yanran. These are indeed confidential, and you do not have the clearance yet. However, you're my boyfriend and I am no selfless captain, just a woman. But don't tell anyone about these, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ji Yanran spit out her little tongue. Didn't you say there is a surveillance camera? Ha, how dare you play me, you are so done. Han Sen suddenly understood that he was played by Ji Yanran, grabbed her, held her down to the desk and spanked her hard. I did not lie to you. There is really a surveillance camera. It's just I turned it off temporarily. I know you would be so promiscuous. Trying to ignore the sensation on her ass, Ji Yanran whispered. All right, I will show you how promiscuous I could be. Han Sen suddenly pulled Ji Yanran's white captain pants down. No, when Han Sen left the captain's cabin, he felt very refreshed and relaxed. The thought of the captain's suit and tender skin of Ji Yanran gave Han Sen an urge to return to captain's cabin and stay there forever. However, that was quite unlikely. Ji Yanran had already told Han Sen some information about Daphne. Although Ji Yanran was the captain, she was too young and inexperienced. If it were not for her family, she would not even be recognized as the captain because she was just a rookie evolver. In addition, Daphne was a special warship. There was a professor that had the same power as Ji Yanran, so she had to obey him at times, since the main mission was to explore and research the ruins. Almost all members of the expert panel had high social status, so they always had a say in the operation of the ship. There were many things that Ji Yanran could not decide on her own. Therefore, as much as Han Sen would like to sleep until he woke up naturally every day with his girlfriend in his arm, it was not realistic. In addition, if others knew Han Sen was Ji Yanran's lover and that he was on the ship because of her, they would probably think even less of Ji Yanran, making it harder for her to stay in the management role. Han Sen knew it was not easy for Ji Yanran to get him on board, so he was unwilling to see her getting in trouble because of him. So, for the moment, he had to keep his relationship with her a secret and perform his duty as a cookhouse soldier with his head down. Fortunately, the two of them were both on Daphne. When there was no one around, they could call each other using the special comlink on board. Occasionally, they could even meet each other in secret, to which Han Sen was looking forward. Feels like a clandestine love affair. Han Sen thought to himself contentedly and started to hum a little song. Boom. Han Sen was still thinking about the romance just now. Because it was on the warship, he let his guard down completely and wasn't paying attention. As he turned around the corner, he bumped into someone immediately. Han Sen had just been through some strenuous exercise, so his legs were still limp. Not paying attention, he stepped backward immediately. Fortunately, Han Sen reacted fast, steadied himself, and did not fall on the floor. Which department do you belong to? Why are you walking around here and humming? It was a man in uniform between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from his badge, he should be a colonel. The fat squad leader was also a colonel, so this guy was likely to be some squad leader as well. However, since Han Sen did not work for him, there was no need for Han Sen to explain anything. Without even looking at the man, Han Sen simply walked over, as if he did not exist. You're lucky that I'm in a great mood, so I will just let you off the hook for the time being. Han Sen continued to walk forward joyfully. What's wrong with you? I was talking to you. Did you not hear me? Which department are you from? The man became mad and quickly grabbed Han Sen. What does it have to do with you? Han Sen frowned and said. Although he was being careless, he was not walking fast. There was no way he would bump into someone directly. The main reason that the guy bumped into him was that the guy did not change his course at all after seeing him. Otherwise, with Han Sen's reflex, there was no way they would bump into each other so hard. That guy was doing it on purpose. You don't even look like a soldier. Stand straight, the man snorted. Whether the cookhouse soldiers look like soldiers, it is up to me instead of the Warframe department. Colonel Wong, please mind your own department's business, the fat squad leader suddenly appeared and said to the guy coldly. Colonel Luo, I can't even point it out when your soldier is bumping into people and humming songs. Is that what you're saying? Wong Hu stared at fat squad leader coldly. Yes, that's our hobby. Bite me. The fat squad leader's reply even surprised Han Sen. Wong Hu's face suddenly turned purple, as he was rendered speechless. Why are you staying here? The fat squad leader said to Han Sen and took him away. Wong Hu bristled. When the fat squad leader and Han Sen walked far, Wong Hu murmured to himself, why did Ji Yanran keep a cookhouse soldier in her office for so long? If it were not for the stupid fatty, I should have fished more information. Great job, Colonel. After returning to the cookhouse, Han Sen gave the fat squad leader a thumbs up. Great my ass, I asked you to send a nutrition plan. What took you so long? The fat squad leader said, upset. After the captain reviewed the plan, she asked me a few questions. Since I'm new here, I know nothing and gave her all the wrong answers, which was why it took so long. She even scolded me a little. After that I bumped into Colonel Wong. You are such a saver to be there on time. Han Sen had thought his excuse out for a while. Do not cross Wong Hu in the future, said the fat squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Although Han Sen was not afraid of Wong Hu, it was a troublesome situation. He was very grateful that the fat squad leader took him away. Ji Yanran had told him that everyone on Daphne had a complicated background, so he should not take anyone lightly. You are one of mine, so I will not let anyone else touch you. If you need to be disciplined, I'll be the one to do so. The fat squad leader hit Han Sen on the back and said, go do your job. Because it was about 3 months until they could reach the planet where the ruins were, Han Sen swapped a few shifts and applied to enter God's sanctuary. This time he teleported to God's sanctuary. He was still in the ice cave. This time, however, there were 7 to 8 people in the ice cave, chatting with each other. Shu Yu was also there. Han Sen, what took you so long? Here, I will introduce everyone to you. Shu Yu introduced Han Sen to the rest of the group with enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the difficult living conditions, everyone knew the benefit of help each other. The majority of the group were very easygoing and easy to talk to. Genius, you are here as well. The young man suddenly exclaimed at Han Sen. You are? Han Sen regarded the young man and found his face did not ring a bell. My name is Lu Feng. I also graduated from Blackhawk, 1 year before you did. But my grades were just average, so it makes sense that you don't know me, Lu. Feng smiled and said, what genius, Lu Feng, Han Sen is your schoolmate. Shu Yu asked in surprise. Lu Feng told the group about Han Sen's needs at Blackhawk. He seemed to have paid a lot of attention to Han Sen and even knew he graduated with the rank of major. The rest of the group looked at Han Sen in surprise. After a long while, Shu Yu lamented, I did not realize that you are a graduate of a top school and even graduated as a major. You should have a much brighter future than this. This place would make it so difficult for you to go any further. Not necessarily. As long as we occupy that spirit shelter, we will have everything, Han Sen smiled and said. There was teleport device in the spirit shelter, so if they could occupy the place, they could turn that into a human shelter. All they needed to do was to withstand the attacks from creatures nearby. Young man, this is much more difficult than that. This is second God's sanctuary, not a military school where kids hang. You can really die here. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s curled his lips, squatting in the corner. He then said, don't think that you are going to conquer everything because you are somebody in a military school. I will give it to you if you hunt any creature back. You don't even need to take the spirit shelter down. Genius, don't pay him any mind. He used to be quite talented and evolved with sacred geno points maxed out but ended up here and was trapped for nearly 20 years. He did not even have many mutant geno points, so he had lost the will to fight, said Shu Yu. Han Sen looked to the middle-aged man, surprised. A sacred evolver 20 years ago, that was much harder to achieve than a sacred evolver today, and he must be truly something. Even that kind of person became this way, which made Han Sen feel sad. The middle-aged man kept silent, squatting in the corner, taking one puff after another from the cigarette in his hand. With so many people here, why don't we go hunting? Han Sen asked. We are waiting for Uncle Qing. I told you last time, he was the strongest among us. If we go together with him, it will be safer. Uncle Qing looks after the young. I will introduce you later. You can hunt with us today. Right, how come I never saw the girl from the other day? Did she give up? I'm not so sure. Han Sen knew he was talking about Zero. After Han Sen boarded Daphne, he could no longer use his private comlink to contact anyone, so Han Sen had told Zero to enter God's sanctuary in 2 months to meet him. Han Sen did not expect to be able to enter God's sanctuary so soon, and he had no way to tell her to come. So he will have to wait until the agreed time. I will walk around myself to get familiar with the environment first. Han Sen walked outside directly, not planning to hunt together with the rest of the group. If he made no efforts, he would not be shared the gains. If he made efforts, it would be very suspicious for someone who just evolved to have his fitness. Therefore, Han Sen decided to hunt on his own, not following the rest of the group. Haven't I told you already? You are not familiar with this place, and it's too dangerous outside. Even if you want to hunt yourself, you should follow us for a few times and go along later. Otherwise, it is truly too dangerous, said Shu Yu. Yes, genius. This place is very dangerous, Lu Feng also said. Han Sen knew they meant well, but he had his own concerns and did not want to waste time on meaningless stuff. I have already looked it up on the Skynet and learned something about this place. I will just take a walk and be back in a minute. There will be no dangers, Han Sen explained casually. When Shu Yu was about to say something, the middle-aged man sneered. He is looking forward to being killed. Why are you stopping him? For someone so arrogant, it serves him right to be killed. Han Sen did not pay him any mind, waved to the rest of the group and walked out of the ice cave. The weather was no good this day as well. A snowstorm welcomed Han Sen as he walked out of the cave. Han Sen walked toward the spirit shelter in the storm. With his ability, it should be easy for him to beat mutant creatures and aristocrat spirits. Even if he could not occupy the spirit shelter for now, it would be nice to experience the creatures and spirits in Second God's Sanctuary. When Han Sen was far from the ice cave, he summoned Meowth to run to the mountain. Before long, he suddenly heard a beast roar. A white creature with ice-like armor covering its back was growling at Han Sen and Meowth. Is this the ice-armored beast Shu Yu was talking about? Han Sen gazed at the creature, which looked a lot like what Shu Yu had described. As Han Sen was thinking, the ice-armored beast rushed toward Han Sen, growling. Its speed was even faster than the sacred blood beast creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Han Sen stepped back, while Meowth had already thrown itself at the ice-armored beast. Boom boom, the two beasts started to fight in ice and snow. Meowth only had a slight advantage, and it would take a while for Meowth to beat its opponent. Han Sen frowned secretly. The ice-armored beast was just a primitive creature, but it already had the same strength as Meowth, which was a sacred blood beast from First God's Sanctuary. Indeed, Second God's Sanctuary was not the same thing as the first. Wherever covered by the ice armor on the ice-armored beast, Meowth's claws and teeth could not penetrate. Meowth could only choose the places covered by white fur to attack, making the ice-armored beast all bloody and miserable. Meowth itself also suffered some scratches, which were not serious. Han Sen had a brief understanding about the ability of the ice-armored beast and was ready to kill it himself. However, the ice-armored beast suddenly roared, and all its injuries started to heal quickly. In the meantime, the ice armor also spread to cover all its body. It turned into a crystal statue, even its claws became transparent. Although it looked the same, the ice-armored beast had a completely different aura. It suddenly turned from an average beast to a super boss. Berserk. Han Sen was both surprised and overjoyed. Unlike First God's Sanctuary, some creatures could enter a berserk state in Second God's Sanctuary. The state was like the hyper-geno arts that could change the structure of body cells. In the berserk state, the structure of creatures' body cells would change significantly, enhancing the creature's strengths and ability to fight. Of course, if one were able to hunt a creature at the berserk state, the beast soul gained would also be at the berserk state, which would be much stronger than an average beast of the same level. Han Sen did not expect that the first creature he met in Second God's Sanctuary was a creature that could switch to berserk state. Obviously, the berserk state of the ice-armored beast strengthened its defense significantly. After its whole body was covered with ice armor, even the claws of Meowth could only leave a few shallow marks. The ice-armored beast suddenly became fearless, ignoring Meowth's attacks, going crazy and trying to devour the pet. Han Sen took Meowth back, because it was no longer the match of the berserk ice-armored beast. In addition, Han Sen wanted to try for himself how strong the berserk beast was. After losing its target Meowth, the ice-armored beast fixed its eyes on Han Sen. With a growl, it quickly ran toward Han Sen on all four hooves. When it was 50 feet from Han Sen, it suddenly jumped at him. "Careful, Han Sen," a yelp came from somewhere close. A woman wearing Arctic suit started to run to Han Sen while exclaiming. Han Sen turned to look at the woman and was suddenly dazed, unable to believe his eyes. It turned out that Young Manly was here as well. After she evolved, she was also randomly sent to this place. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Just run." Young Manly saw that Han Sen turned to look at herself at such a critical moment and became shocked and anxious. If her shout did not save him, but harmed him, then it would be the worst thing ever. Watching the berserk ice-armored beast almost at his face, with its claws reflecting cold light, Han Sen was still staring at Young Manly, which made her scared and mad. However, she could not even make it in time if she wanted to save him. At this point, Young Manly regretted that she came out directly after hearing Han Sen was here as well. If she did not do that, Han Sen might be able to dodge these attacks. However, he was now doomed. She came much earlier than Han Sen did and knew how strong ice-armored beasts were. In addition, this one was a berserk beast. Even a sacred evolver could not take one blow from a berserk ice-armored beast before having his neck snapped. Watching the ice-armored beast making the attack, Young Manly almost wanted to close her eyes. However, the next second, she stared her eyes wide. Han Sen was staring at her blankly but punched at the incoming berserk beast without even looking at it. The punch ended right in the beast's face. Boom! The berserk ice-armored beast that looked very fierce was blown away like it was a puppet, crushing a huge chunk of iceberg and then sliding on the ice for a dozen feet, plowing deeply in the snow. Blood was everywhere, and the beast stopped moving. Young Manly froze up, staring at Han Sen as if she was looking at the ghost. She did not move for a long while in the storm. Killing a berserk ice-armored beast with one blow. Young Manly could not believe that this person was Han Sen who had just become an evolver. Berserk ice-armored beast killed. Beast soul of berserk ice-armored beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen smiled. A beast soul gained from the first creature he killed in Second God's Sanctuary. This was definitely a good sign. Young Manly, I did not expect you would be here as well. Is there a special squad here? Han Sen did not mind the body of the beast and asked Young Manly. Young Manly had just come to herself, looking at Han Sen and the body of the beast, and said, "Before you come, I am the only special squad member. When I just heard you are here, I did not believe it. It turns out you are really in this shithole as well. You know where this is? What is the closest human shelter?" Han Sen asked. That was what he really wanted to know. "I don't know. I don't even know where in Second God's Sanctuary we are. At least so far, no one was able to walk out of here to find other people." Young Manly shook her head and said. "This place is all right. If there are not a lot of people, no one could steal creatures from us." Han Sen shrugged and walked to the body of the berserk ice-armored beast. "But first you need to." Young Manly was trying to say that you first need to kill the creature, but thinking of Han Sen's punch, she swallowed the rest of her sentence back. Han Sen summoned the golden growler, put the body of the ice-armored beast on its back and then rode on it himself. He waved to Young Manly and asked, "Is there any place nearby that we could hide from the storm? Let's take a break and eat some meat." Young Manly hesitated, but jumped on the golden growler's back, guiding Han Sen to a cave nearby. Han Sen dissected the ice-armored beast's body with the cursed wolf dagger, took out the tools to make fire and started to barbecue some meat with a beast soul arrow as the skewer. He used a pot for making soup as well. Did he really just evolve? Young Manly was still thinking of the punch Han Sen used to kill the berserk ice-armored beast. As a sacred evolver, she could not achieve that at all. Even she punched the beast 100 times, there was no way she could kill a berserk ice-armored beast, let alone one punch. For in an ordinary ice-armored beast, maybe she could kill it. However, she could never break the armor of a berserk beast. In comparison, Han Sen's punch directly broke the armor together with this goal of the ice-armored beast, which did not look like the strength that belonged to an evolver who had just evolved. Have you heard of the name Han Jingji? Han Sen looked at Young Manly and asked casually. Hearing the name, Young Manly's expression suddenly changed. Although she quickly came back to normal, Han Sen still noticed it. Which Han Jingji? Young Manly frowned and asked. Instructor Han Jingji of Blue Blood Special Force, the Qigong Master, Han Sen replied. You know about Han Jingji? Young Manly's expression changed again. She was surprised that Han Sen knew the name Han Jingji. So, she knows about Han Jingji as well. Han Sen thought and said quietly, my great-grandfather is also named Han Jingji. What? Instructor Han is your great-grandfather? That is impossible, Young Manly exclaimed. What's with the reaction? I only said my great-grandfather's name is Han Jingji, but I did not say he is that instructor of Blue Blood Special Force. Han Sen smiled at Young Manly. Young Manly suddenly became silent, watching Han Sen while biting her lips. If Han Sen was really the descendant of Han Jingji, it was not strange that he had that kind of power. However, in Young Manly's eyes, it was simply impossible, given that Han Jingji did not have any children to begin with. It was just that the fact that Han Sen knew Han Jingji's name and his amazing power made Young Manly confused. Initially, Young Manly thought Han Sen was just an ordinary guy with some talent and luck, but she did not think that anymore. Which family are you from? After a long silence, Young Manly could not resist asking. Which do you think? Han Sen looked at Young Manly, smiling. Young Manly suddenly shut her mouth. Silence fell again. Han Sen handed a meat skewer to Young Manly, but Young Manly did not reach out her hand. She bit her lip and said, I did not make any contribution, so this is not mine. Han Sen smiled, put the arrow in her hand and said, you used to be my subordinate, and I expect you to keep following me. I can't guarantee anything else but food. Young Manly looked at the skewer, wanting to give it back to Han Sen in a dignified way, but her hand did not move. She was looking down on Han Sen in the first place. After Qin Zan left, she gave the position of the head of the special squad to Han Sen instead of Young, which made Young Manly even more upset about Han Sen. Although later on, Young Manly realized Han Sen's abilities, as an arrogant lady, she was not willing to bow her head to him. If it was before, Young Manly would have thrown the meat back to Han Sen's face on hearing his words, because there was no way that Young Manly would willingly take orders from Han Sen. However, after a long time spent in Second God's Sanctuary, Young Manly had suffered a lot and came to understand how hard it was to hunt anything in this place. If she kept going like this, Young Manly could see no hope, and maybe one day, she would give up on herself. Although Young Manly did not want to be ordered around by Han Sen's performance made her understand very well how large the gap was between the two of them, which also made her see hope. Young Manly stared at the meat in her hand for a long while and suddenly took a bite. While she was gobbling on the meat, her eyes became wet. Han Sen smiled at Young Manly without speaking. When she finished, he handed her another piece of meat. Young Manly did not even look, took the meat and started to eat. After eating 4 pieces meat and drinking a bowl of soup, she then stopped, gritted her teeth, and asked Han Sen, tell me, what do you want? Don't act as if I am going to rape you. I just want you to become my subordinate and do some things for me. Han Sen looked at Young Manly, not knowing what to say. The look on the woman's face was like some heroine who was going to sacrifice herself for her country. What can I do? Young Manly paused. Such an arrogant person like her had lost all her confidence under the harsh reality. There are many things you can do. For example, you could manage the spirit shelter after I conquer it, collect some protection fee, sell some meat, and recruit a couple of people. Han Sen pointed at the spirit shelter on the big mountain. Young Manly could not help saying coldly, you are ahead of yourself. Don't expect to conquer the spirit shelter just because you could kill a berserk beast. There are at least a dozen mutant creatures and an aristocrat spirit inside the shelter. Do you have any idea what kind of beings they are? Any mutant creature has a fitness level of at least 50, and the stronger ones among them would be 70 or 80. A dozen mutant creatures, coupled with a highly intelligent aristocrat spirit with an equally strong physique. Even if you have already maxed out on ordinary geno points and primitive geno points, there is no way that you will conquer that spirit shelter. Is that right? Han Sen did not argue with her but said lightly. However, anyone would be able to tell his contempt from his expression, which was what troubled Young Manly the most. A bit worked up, she said, I admit that you are strong, much stronger than I am. However, the comparison of the power is right there. You could not conquer that spirit shelter alone. The best thing to do is to use your ability to kill as many primitive creatures as possible to sell them to others. This way, you could make money and strengthen everyone's ability at the same time. When all of us have maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points, we can work together to conquer that spirit shelter, which is the only way to go. You are right, and thinking in the right direction. However, I don't have so much time to waste. That's why I want to conquer that spirit shelter in 1 month, Han Sen said calmly. 1 month. Young Manly stared at Han Sen, as if he was a lunatic. Yes, 1 month, Han Sen nodded and repeated. In fact, he was already being quite conservative. With his current strength, he could totally attack the spirit shelter on his own. Because he had a fitness level of 80-something, no mutant creature could be stronger than him. However, there were a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter. In case there was a berserk mutant creature, it would be quite complicated. In addition, Han Sen had never fought a spirit before, so he did not want to take much risk. Currently, he could scrape by. However, after a month, when Zero was here, it would be a piece of cake to conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. However, for Young Manly, it was unbelievable. In her eyes, Han Sen's words were simply naive, which should not come from a rational adult. Young Manly kept silent. She started to regret the choice she made. Following someone who bragged like this made her feel unsafe. Han Sen did not say anything more. He had never tried to persuade Young Manly. Anyway, nor did he plan to take Young Manly together with him to conquer the spirit shelter, which would expose his real abilities. Han Sen only planned to ask Young Manly to take care of the shelter after he took it down. After all, he knew her very well and sort of trusted her. In addition, there was no one for him to rely on at this point. Take the remaining meat and go back first. Han Sen ate some barbecued meat, but because the ice-armored beast was too big in size, the meat he ate did not even bring him a single primitive Geno points, so he simply decided to stop eating. Han Sen wanted to kill some smaller creatures, which would give him more thrill of the increase of Geno points. Other creatures might be a stretch, but primitive creatures were very easy to kill for Han Sen. Me, bring this back alone. Young Manly looked at Han Sen incredulously. Initially, she thought Han Sen would ask something in return for giving her such benefit. Otherwise, should I ask you to join me to conquer the spirit shelter? Han Sen looked at her with a smile. Young Manly became flushed, squeezing her fists tight without saying a word. Although Han Sen did not say it, she found that she had become a burden, a useless burden. Moreover, it was in front of someone she used to despise, which made Young Manly so ashamed that she wished she could disappear in a hole. Wait for me to come back. Han Sen naturally did not understand what she was thinking. In his view, Young Manly was someone trustworthy in the shelter, so he simply wanted to get her assistance. He did not have any other thoughts. Han Sen had long forgotten about those things in the past, because Young Manly did not really do anything to him. To the contrary, she even taught him archery. Han Sen packed his stuff and waved goodbye to Young Manly, walking out of the cave and disappearing in the storm. Watching Han Sen leave, Young Manly's expression became complicated. She did not realize until this very moment that each time she saw Han Sen, he was changing. At this point, she could only look up to him. At one time, she used to tell Han Sen to come to Second God's Sanctuary earlier, because this was the true stage. However, she just realized that she was nothing in front of Han Sen despite the fact that she had entered Second God's Sanctuary a lot earlier than he did. All she could be was his subordinate. Han Sen marched toward the big snow mountain where the spirit shelter was located. It would be the best if he could take it down himself. If he was not lucky, he could at least do some hunting and wait for Zero to come. Although the path to the mountain looked straightforward, it actually took a lot of time to reach. When Han Sen had rode on the Golden Growler for more than half a day, he had not reached the mountain yet. In front of him, there was suddenly a huge ice cliff more than 1,000 feet wide in front of him. Looking down the cliff, Han Sen couldn't see the bottom of it. The deeper it got, the narrower it was. Gradually, it became a black line that looked like the entrance to hell. When Han Sen was about to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him over in the air, he suddenly heard a weird noise from deep down the cliff. Crack, crack, the noise was consistent and rapid, as if someone was chiseling the ice repeatedly. Han Sen looked down the cliff, and the noise became more and more clear. Before long, Han Sen saw what was making the noise. On the ice wall of the cliff, a huge furry white spider quickly climbed up the ice cliff, waving its sickle-like claws. It seemed that it had noticed Han Sen and thought of him as its prey. You could have survived, yet you have to commit suicide here. Let me get rid of you first. Han Sen backed off a little, waiting for the huge spider to climb out from the cliff. Momentarily, the spider had already climbed up. Its body was like a snowball, and its 8 legs were very sharp with white barbs, looking quite scary. Han Sen looked at it carefully and thought it looked like a king crab. He wondered if its meat was as delicious as the crab. Not knowing how strong the spider was, Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and commanded it to charge the spider. Although it seemed impressive, the white spider should be just a primitive creature. After a few blows, the Golden Rock Worm King cut the white spider into pieces. Primitive creature Snow Spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points. Han Sen was pleased. Although the snow spider was huge as a spider, it was just slightly larger than a basketball. Although its legs were long, Han Sen did not think there was much meat in them, so it was very easy to eat. Looking at the cuts made by the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen saw jelly-like transparent meat and couldn't help swallowing. Based on his years of experience, this was the best kind of meat, tasty and sweet. As Han Sen was about to collect the body of the spider, he quickly felt something was wrong, because the crackling sounds did not disappear, but became more rapid. Han Sen looked up and saw that waves of snow spiders were coming out of the ice cliff like an avalanche. Han Sen was not afraid of these snow spiders at all. No matter how many they were, they could only make his meal better. However, when Han Sen was about to take action, he suddenly saw a white leg as thick as a utility pole dotted with foot-long barbs reaching above, followed by a few spider legs equally huge. Han Sen almost jumped on the back of Golden Rock Worm King without thinking, rising in the air on the back of his pet. Looking down, he saw a giant snow spider coming out of the ice cliff. It was so big in size that it could probably swallow a man with one bite. Han Sen did not know whether the huge spider was a mutant creature or a sacred blood creature. He would not be afraid of a mutant creature, but a sacred blood creature might pose a challenge. When Han Sen was observing the giant snow spider, it suddenly opened its mouth. A white rope as thick as a baby's arm flew at Han Sen and the Golden Rock Worm King. Damn it, run! Han Sen wanted to order the Golden Rock Worm King to fly higher, but it was too late already. The white robe had already caught one of the Golden Rock Worm King's claws. The Golden Rock Worm King quickly tried to cut the rope with its other claws. However, its sharp claws turned out to be glued together by the white rope. The snow spider tugged on the white robe hard. Although it was quickly flapping its 4 wings, the Golden Rock Worm King could not resist the strength of the spider and was pulled down toward the spider by the white robe. Sacred blood creature. Han Sen was shocked. He did not have the ability to kill a sacred blood creature yet. It was unnecessary to risk his life. Seeing that he was about to be dragged toward the spider together with the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen no longer dared to hesitate and summoned the desert bird and cursed wolf dagger. The desert bird flapped its wings and turned into a red and golden fire bird, hovering over Han Sen's head, giving the cursed wolf dagger and Golden Rock Worm King a golden red glow. With the effect of the aura from the desert bird, the Golden Rock Worm King's wings became stronger. Flapping its wings hard, it was trying to get rid of the spider's tugging. However, strength like that was obviously not enough. The Golden Rock Worm King was still dragged toward the mouth of the spider, only at a lower speed. Han Sen was standing on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and quickly shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, his entire body was filled with incredible strength all of a sudden, his muscles shaking and heart pounding. Cut! Han Sen slashed the cursed wolf dagger at the white rope. He felt that the dagger was stuck in something stiff and sticky, but he could not let go at this point. So, he had to make the slash even harder. The white robe was deformed significantly and broke eventually. The broken rope bounced back to the mouth of the giant snow spider. Han Sen quickly took back the Golden Rock Worm King that had just regained its freedom, landed on the snow, and quickly ran away. Sacred blood creatures should have a fitness index at least above 80. Many sacred blood creatures even had a fitness level above 100. This giant snow spider clearly had surpassed 80. Han Sen did not want to take the risks himself. Even if he wanted to kill it, he should wait for 0 to come. Seeing Han Sen was running away, the giant snow spider opened its mouth again, and another white shadow came at Han Sen. Han Sen was nimble enough to dodge the white rope and quickly ran forward. Snow spiders chased after him like an avalanche. The giant snow spider was especially fast, coming forward 100 feet with each move. Han Sen could not outrun it with all he got. In addition, the giant snow spider was constantly spitting spider silk at him, which Han Sen had to dodge as well. When stuck, he would be in trouble. Gradually, the primitive snow spiders could no longer catch up with them. Only the giant snow spider was still chasing after Han Sen. Didn't they say there were only an aristocrat spirit and a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter? How come there is a sacred blood spider? Han Sen felt quite upset. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The aristocrat spirit could not control a sacred blood creature, so it was only natural that the giant snow spider was running wild. Han Sen could not get rid of the giant snow spider. After running for a while, there was no way to go anymore. Cliffs were everywhere. Han Sen wanted to summon the golden rock worm king to carry him over, but he suddenly heard a shrill bird song from under the cliff. With sounds of flapping, a giant black feathered bird as dark as ink flew up from the cliff, its wings 100 feet across. St. God, you don't need to play with me like this. Can we be friends or not? Birds were the type of creatures that Han Sen feared the most. Back in the days, he was almost killed by a silver bird and had to escape by jumping into a river. Running into a huge bird again, Han Sen felt ominous. Indeed, the black bird immediately threw itself at Han Sen after coming up. Its speed was like a black tornado, fast and fierce and scary. Even if he were thinking with his butts, Han Sen would know this was a sacred blood creature, given the bird dared to snatch food from the giant snow spider. Judging by the speed of the black birds, Han Sen knew it must be something extraordinary. Lamenting his bad luck, Han Sen had no way to go with the giant snow spider chasing him in the back and the black bird blocking the road in the front. If he were to summon the golden rock worm king to carry him into the air at this point, he would be feeding himself to the blackbird. No matter how fast the golden rock worm king was, there was no way it could be faster than this sacred blood creature. Han Sen decided not to escape. After shapeshifting into the fairy queen, his golden pupils started to sparkle, taking in every move of the giant snow spider and blackbird. The moment when the blackbird dashed down, Han Sen quickly moved away from its claws. As the spider silk was thrown at Han Sen, he managed to dodge it as well. Han Sen did not go back but moved forward at the giant snow spider. The 8 sickle-like spider legs quickly crisscrossed, trying to split Han Sen who was under the spider's belly apart. Han Sen was calm, his heart pounding and legs unleashing unbelievable strength, moving up and down the 8 spider legs, dodging all the attacks. The black bird tweeted and clawed at Han Sen again. With the spider and bird hunting Han Sen together, he had no way to escape. Han Sen did not want to run away anyway. When he used all he got, his fitness index was also more than 80. Even if the 2 sacred blood creatures were both equipped with physique more than 100, they did not have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, the situation was too risky, so Han Sen did not dare to summon the desert bird, afraid that it might be killed by the 2 sacred blood creatures. Otherwise, his fitness level should be even higher. Even so, under the siege of 2 sacred blood creatures, Han Sen moved left and right, but did not seem to be too awkward. He managed to dodge all the attacks from the 2 sacred blood creatures without getting hurt. If young Manly was there to witness that, she would probably stare her eyes out. Among evolvers, maybe only those who had a fitness index above 100 could achieve that. Although Han Sen did not have the physique as strong as the creatures, he was a human equipped with intelligence and techniques. As long as the difference was not too huge, it was not hard for him to face these creatures. Han Sen had used Sparticle to its extreme. More importantly, the kiting skills he learned from Queen turned him into a Go player, leading the 2 stronger sacred blood creatures into his traps. Ever since he had learned kiting skills from Queen, Han Sen had been studying it in depth. Although his skills were not as good as Queen, he had achieved something and become more and more skilled at it. Every step, every turn, and every pause were made with a strong sense of purpose. Although it might be too early to tell, the benefits were becoming more and more obvious. The spider silk did not touch Han Sen, but caught the claws of the blackbird. Flapping desperately with its wings, the blackbird did not manage to hit Han Sen, but hit the giant snow spider which was led there by Han Sen instead. There had been more and more coincidences like this. The two sacred blood creatures did not manage to hurt Han Sen, but injured each other quite a lot. Gradually, the two sacred blood creatures became mad at each other and ignored Han Sen. As they were fighting themselves, Han Sen took the opportunity to run away, watching the two creatures fighting from afar, while thinking contently, if Queen could see my kiting skills, she would probably compliment me on that. At this point, Han Sen was in no rush to run, but observed the two creatures fighting it out. Their fitness levels were definitely both over 100. With their fierce movements, the ice walls and rocks were smashed as they went, with crackling and booming everywhere. The blackbird was entangled with the spider's silk everywhere and became slower and slower. The giant snow spider was also pierced in several places by the blackbird, its transparent blood flowing non-stop. Go on, go on. You better kill each other so that I can have some free Geno points. Although you two are big in size, I don't mind have some extra meals. As Han Sen was cheering for the two creatures, he thought, the meat won't get bad in such low temperature, right? I can even store it up for a couple of days. Initially, Han Sen thought the black bird would be more fierce, while the spider silk was so tough that the blackbird gradually lost its ability to move around when it was covered in the spider silk. Very soon, it was about to be devoured by the giant snow spider. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should give the blackbird a blow, the blackbird quickly plunged into the ice cliff. Because the snow spider had expended too much spider's silk on the bird, it was dragged along down the cliff. Han Sen was dazed and quickly ran toward the edge of the cliff. It was foggy down the cliff, so Han Sen could not see what was happening there. Nor did he know what had happened to the two sacred blood creatures. He waited for a while but did not hear anything fall. There was no screaming either. The fog was not moving. What is happening? Han Sen could not decide what to do, looking at the cold fog. The two sacred blood creatures should have all been injured seriously, so there was an opportunity for him. However, Han Sen was not sure whether they were alive or dead, nor did he know what was underneath, which was why he did not dare to go down. However, some God-sent fortune would be lost if he did not go. That's it. One needs to be daring to survive. These are two sacred blood creatures, so there is no way I should miss this. In addition, I am quite capable myself. Even if there was still a sacred blood creature remaining, I could at least escape even if I could not kill it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the golden rock worm king, flying down the ice cliff on the back of his pet into the cold fog. Even Han Sen, who had practiced Jideskin, could not help shivering. The fog was chilling and moist, even worse than ice. If he were an average guy, he would probably need to lie down for a couple of days after traveling through the fog. Luckily, Jideskin had special effects when it came to resist the cold. Han Sen sat still on the back of the golden rock worm king with his eyes fixed on the bottom of the cliff. However, the fog was so thick that Han Sen could not see what was underneath. After a while, the thick fog began to disperse. Han Sen could vaguely see something was down there, but he was not sure whether it was the giant snow spider or the blackbird. Han Sen ordered the golden rock worm king to fly down 100 feet more and he was eventually able to tell what was underneath. Han Sen stared his eyes wide. Both the snow spider and blackbird were almost dying, but it was not because their previous opponent. Under the huge ice cliff, there was a pond of iced water, from which emerged a monster that looked like a squid with lots of tentacles. Both the snow spider and blackbird were caught by the tentacles. Although they were struggling, because of their previous injuries or the fact that they were weaker than the monster, they were not able to get rid of the tentacles. Instead, the tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Very soon, the creatures were about to be killed. Fortunately, the monster did not seem to have any other means to attack other than tightening its tentacles. It could not strangle the two sacred blood creatures immediately. However, it was still just a matter of time. Han Sen was dumbstruck by the fact that there were 3 sacred blood creatures, each scarier than the last. It seemed that this area of ice and snow was far more dangerous than Han Sen had thought. Initially, Han Sen thought if he could take down the aristocrat spirit shelter, he could do whatever he wanted to this area. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Han Sen stared at the black bird and the giant snow spider that were about to be strangled to death. If he gave them a blow at the right moment, he might be able to get himself a sacred blood beast soul. However, before Han Sen found the perfect opportunity, there was a beast roar from the other end of the ice valley followed by loud hoofbeat. Is there another sacred blood creature? Han Sen was shocked. Very soon, Han Sen found he made a mistake. There were no sacred blood creatures, but arrays of ice-armored beasts running his way like trained soldiers. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The ice-armored beasts threw themselves at the monster with tentacles, biting the tentacles. The monster swept its tentacles across and got rid of a few ice-armored beasts, but more came up to attack it. After the ice-armored beasts, Han Sen saw giant polar bears, unicorn wolves, and wendigos. Each creature looked very strong and fierce. At the end of the force was a red-striped white tiger on the back of which sat an elegant woman in glamorous priest robe. The woman had purple eyes and hair, holding a short staff that seemed to be made of crystal, her eyes fixed on the monster, black bird, and snow spider. The priest lady pointed her staff at the monster. The polar bears, wolves, and wendigos roared loudly and threw themselves at the monster. By nature, creatures of lower levels had fear toward creatures of higher level than them, so they would not dare to fight a more advanced creature. However, those polar bears, ice-armored beasts, and wendigos that seemed like mutant creatures had no fear toward the sacred blood monster of tentacles. Under the command of the priest lady, they took death calmly and fought the monster together. Spirit. Han Sen was hiding behind an ice wall, watching the priest lady in surprise. The spirit had almost transparent skin. Her eyes were like cats and her ears were pointy. There was no way she would be mistaken for human. Han Sen only knew there was an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter on the mountain, which should be her. The creatures also looked similar to what Han Sen had heard. However, Han Sen had no idea what she wanted to do. Judging by the number of the creatures, she should have used all the force of her shelter. Although there were a lot of creatures on her side, they were not the monster's match. The ice-armored beasts could not even break the skin of the monster. The attacks from the mutant creatures only left some shadow marks on the tentacles, which did not seem too effective. To the contrary, once the monster swept its tentacles across, a few ice-armored beasts would be blown away and injured seriously if they were not killed already. As Han Sen was wondering why the aristocrat spirit did this, she suddenly raised her crystal staff. The crystal staff issued ripples which gradually wrapped her body. Momentarily, all of the runes on her robe were brought to life and started to glow, surrounding her with light. As the light gradually became dim, Han Sen saw what she looked like and stared his eyes wide. At this point, the aristocrat spirit was covered in a suit of crystal armor imprinted with red patterns. The armor looked mysterious and glamorous, making her look even more divine. The crystal staff had now turned into a crystal spear with red stripes. The aristocrat spirit held the spear backward on the side of her body, her eyes fixed on the monster of tentacles. Kill! The aristocrat spirit shouted coldly. Her mount, the red-striped white tiger, quickly ran toward the monster of tentacles and reached it immediately. Holding onto the two sacred blood creatures and under the siege of so many mutant creatures, the monster of tentacles could not focus, although it was not injured. It failed to see that the red-striped white tiger had already come at its head. Riding on the tiger in the air, the aristocrat's spirit gazed at the monster's head coldly. The moment when the tiger brushed by the monster, the spear in the spirit's hand eventually moved. Like a cold lightning bolt, the crystal spear was stabbed into a squinted eye of the monster. With a growl, the monster suddenly waved a dozen huge tentacles madly, whipping the two sacred blood creatures and the mutant creatures away. However, the aristocrat spirit stayed still. Her tiger leveraged on the monster and charged the monster again. Boom! This time, nothing was distracting the monster, so it noticed the tiger in time. A tentacle suddenly blew the red-striped white tiger away. The moment the tiger was hit, the glamorous aristocrat spirit moved her long legs covered in armor. She stepped on the back of the tiger and sent her curvaceous figure in the air. Seizing the red-striped crystal spear, she stabbed at the other eye of the monster. Roar! The other eye of the monster was stabbed as well, so it issued another painful scream. This time, instead of using its tentacles, it quickly shrank into the ice water pond, carrying the aristocrat spirit with it, making a huge splash. Han Sen was dumbfounded. The aristocrat spirit was even stronger than he thought. She should have a fitness level around 80, which made her a top aristocrat spirit. More importantly, the aristocrat spirit was extremely skilled at martial arts. When she was fighting, she had top-notch footwork and spear skills, comparable to any human evolver. Shortly, the pond became calm. With another splash, the aristocrat spirit emerged from the cold pond, dripping all over. Her purple hair was soaked, stuck to the crystal armor, making her look attractive in a different way. Han Sen saw very clearly that the aristocrat spirit had only hurt the weakness of the monster, which is its eyes. The monster was only forced back into the pond. She did not have the ability to kill it. The snow spider and the black bird, which were severely injured, tried to escape in the chaos. However, the creatures from the spirit shelter threw themselves at the two sacred blood creatures, preventing them from leaving. If it were under any other circumstances, either the snow spider or the black bird could easily fight or even kill these creatures. However, they had just been severely injured and almost killed by the monster, which made it hard for them to even breach the siege of the creatures. The aristocrat spirit did not pause at all, attacking the snow spider with the spear in her hands. Han Sen suddenly understood that the aristocrat spirit had the same plan as he did. She wanted to get rid of the monster in order to pick up some easy gains. Go ahead, I wonder who the real winner would be. Han Sen watched the fight from behind the ice wall and chuckled inwardly. Although both the snow spider and blackbird were dying, they were, after all, sacred blood creatures. With her primitive and mutant creatures, the aristocrat's spirit still suffered a great loss trying to kill them. Bodies of ice-armored beasts were lying everywhere. More than half of the ice-armored beasts had been injured or died. Several mutant creatures were also killed and injured. The aristocrat's spirit did not change her expression, as if she did not care about the death of the creatures at all. She was focused on looking for the weaknesses of the two sacred blood creatures. It was easy to tell that the aristocrat spirit's purpose was not to kill these two sacred blood creatures, otherwise she would have done so already. The snow spider and black bird were injured too seriously. Wrapped by the spider silk, the black bird could hardly move. If the aristocrat spirit meant to kill it, she had had the opportunity a long while ago. Obviously, it was not what she wanted. It seemed that she wanted to enslave the two sacred blood creatures, which was why she did not want to kill them. The two sacred blood creatures had been injured really bad. It looked like they were about to die. The snow spider had a weaker physique, so it could barely stand at this point. Bleeding all over, it was about to die at any minute. Squeak. The snow spider suddenly made a weird sound at the aristocrat spirit, taking back all 8 spider legs, and lay on its stomach. Seeing the behavior of the snow spider, the aristocrat's spirit immediately brandished her spear to signal the creatures to stop their attacks on the snow spider and turn to the black bird instead. The aristocrat's spirit walked up to the snow spider and held the spear horizontally. With ripples passing her body, her armor turned into the priest rope again, and the red stripes disappeared from the crystal spear, which then turned to a staff. She held the sparkling crystal staff high and touched the head of the snow spider with the gemstone sitting on top of the staff. The snow spider shivered, wanting to get away from the sparkling staff, but in the end, it only squeaked softly and accepted. Seeing her staff was about to touch the head of the spider, the female spirit could not help smiling. However, at this very moment, she quickly changed her expression. Moving quickly to the right, she was already too late. A figure suddenly flashed past the aristocrat spirit, holding a dagger that looked like a wolf tooth backward and slashing it at her neck. The aristocrat spirit stepped back, her staff falling to the ground. She covered her snow-white neck with both hands, staring at the grinning man with the dagger in his hand. Blood was welling between her fingers. "Thank you so much for your help. I will never forget you. I will go to your place another time to thank you by asking for your service," Han Sen said to the female spirit with a smile. Without any pause, he jumped to the kneeling snow spider and stabbed his dagger into its face. Squeak. The snow spider squeaked painfully, trying to stand up, but it was too late. Han Sen moved the dagger to slice the spider's head open, and blood and brain squirted from the injury. The snow spider fell to the ground. Sacred blood creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen lamented the fact that he did not gain a beast soul when hearing the voice. Seeing that Han Sen killed the sacred blood snow spider, the aristocrat spirit bristled and tried to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, blood jetted out, and she turned into scattering sparkles with no words left. "Rest in peace," Han Sen said quietly, running toward the other sacred blood creature, the black bird. The creatures that followed the aristocrat's spirit scattered and ran away after she was killed. Han Sen did not have time to pay them any mind. Both primitive and mutant creatures were always abundant, which he had plenty of opportunities to kill. However, it was very hard to find a sacred blood creature, so he could not let this chance go. The black bird was no stronger than the snow spider. It did not cost Han Sen any efforts to behead it. Young sacred blood creature evil-blooded condor killed. Beast soul of evil-blooded condor gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen was so thrilled that he almost jumped. A sacred blood creature beast soul. That was his first sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary. A sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary was much stronger than a super beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Without the ability to kill super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary yet, this was already the best beast soul Han Sen could get his hands on at this point. The other creatures had all run away, and Han Sen was in no mood to chase after them. He could not wait to see what type of beast soul his newly gained one was. Han Sen was looking forward to having a shapeshifting beast soul the most, or a beast soul armor would do as well. The former could enhance his ability to fight to a great extent, while the latter could increase his survival rates significantly. They were both great options. Type of beast soul of evil-blooded condor, glyph. Seeing the introduction to the newly gained beast soul, Han Sen was dazed. What kind of beast soul is a beast soul glyph? Because there were too many types of beast souls, all they learned in school was some common types. As human became stronger and stronger in God's sanctuary, more creatures had been killed and more types of beast souls were known. There were many newly discovered beast souls that one had to explore oneself. Of course, if one reported the discovery of a new type of beast soul to the Alliance, some rewards could be claimed after the type was verified. Han Sen did not have any recollection about a beast soul glyph, so he had no idea what it was used for. He tried to summon the beast soul glyph of evil-blooded condor, and the condor suddenly appeared as a black shadow. The shadow then issued a scream before it disappeared in Han Sen's body. Han Sen looked at his body carefully and saw that he had a new tattoo of black condor, which was spreading its wings and ready to attack. The condor looked so fierce and gloomy that he almost felt like it was real and would claw out someone's heart at any minute. The tattoo stretched from the back of Han Sen to his chest, taking up the better half of his upper body, making him look like a badass fighter. Han Sen tried to make a punch but did not feel any enhancement in his strength. Nor did he feel anything odd about his body. The glyph did not have any burden on his body like shapeshifting beast souls either. What is this glyph for? Han Sen frowned slightly, unable to figure it out at the moment. He had to look something up when he was back on the warship Daphne. Checking the bodies of the snow spider and evil-blooded condor, Han Sen was ready to summon the golden growler and take the meat back, in case the monster with tentacles came back. However, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his mind, as if something was broken. Han Sen was dazed and suddenly remembered something. He looked to his mind and saw the cocoon of light that the holy angel turned into had been broken. The cute Lolita walked out with the black crystal in her hand, looking exactly the same, without any change. That was fast. Han Sen was quite surprised, wanting to check on the holy angel. However, she suddenly left the black crystal and flew out of Han Sen's mind on her own, throwing herself at the body of the snow spider. Hey, what are you trying to do? Han Sen quickly stopped her. The holy angel held onto the leg of the snow spider, pleading with her eyes full of terror. Although she could not speak, her vulnerable look made Han Sen soften his attitude. All right, you go ahead. Han Sen thought that the snow spider was so big in size that it would take him several days to gain a sacred geno point, so it was much easier for her to eat it. After all, it was just a sacred blood creature instead of a super creature. He will have plenty of such opportunities in the future. In addition, there was also the body of the evil-blooded condor, which would take him at least 2 or 3 months to eat as well. The Lolita gained Han Sen's permission and became so excited that she immediately opened her mouth and bit at the leg of the snow spider. Han Sen was in no mood to watch her eating and quickly checked her current status. Super Beast Soul Archangel. Pet can further evolve. Seeing such a simple introduction, Han Sen felt completely dumbstruck. Archangel sounded a lot more impressive than Holy Angel, and there was no problem with the Super Beast Soul status, or pet, or the note, can further evolve. However, the problem was that the pet no longer had her transformed state. So, has she now returned to her original state and could no longer be transformed? Must I feed her all over again until the transformation happens? Han Sen was dazed. If that was true, Han Sen would probably cry out loud. It took him so much effort for the pet to transform, while she had now returned to her initial state. Was it all a waste? Han Sen thought about it and felt something was wrong. There was no way for the holy angel to return to her original state, and her name was also changed to Archangel, which was completely different from what it was. Maybe she had turned into a super beast soul of second god's sanctuary. Thinking of that possibility, Han Sen's heart started to race. If that was true, it was to say that he already owned a super beast soul of second god's sanctuary. As long as he made her transform, he would have the ability to kill a super creature in second god's sanctuary. There were many horrendous beings that had fitness levels above 100 among the sacred blood creatures in second god's sanctuary, so there was no telling how strong a super creature could be. Han Sen was not sure himself when he could kill a super creature. The Archangel was undoubtedly a guarantee that he could hunt super creatures one day. Of course, it was not easy to feed her until she transformed. With his experience of raising pets in first god's sanctuary, Han Sen was in no rush. "Little girl, don't let me down." Han Sen turned to look at the Lolita and found her already eating the meat of the condor. The gigantic evil-blooded condor was devoured almost completely, with only a leg left. The snow spider was long gone. "Stop it," Han Sen quickly exclaimed. He was only lost in his thought for a little while, yet the Lolita had already almost finished 2 sacred blood creatures. How efficient. Luckily, Han Sen stopped her in time and saved himself a bird leg, which probably weighed a few hundred pounds. He did not need to worry about food in a long while. The little girl stood next to Han Sen looking upset and dissatisfied, her eyes glancing at the bird leg from time to time, licking her pink lips. "You foodie, this bird leg is mine and you don't get to take another bite." Han Sen squeezed her tender cheeks and sent her back to his mind. At the same time, he summoned the golden growler in its biggest form, putting the bodies of the ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures on its back. Han Sen then took the piles of trophies back to the teleport device. There was so much meat that Han Sen could not finish it himself. The bird leg alone would provide food for him in months. It would be nice if he could sell the meat to Shu Yu and others for some nice stuff in the alliance. Like Yang Manli had said, it would only benefit him if humans got stronger in general. As for the spirit, Han Sen had already learned how strong she was. He estimated that she was more or less as strong as himself. However, Han Sen did not know how many mutant creatures there were in the spirit shelter, so it would be a bit risky for him to go there alone. Spirits were different from creatures in that they were intelligent. Han Sen made a sneak attack to kill the spirit just now, but a real fight would not be that simple. In addition, Han Sen needed to sell the meat at this point and search the information on the beast soul glyph in the alliance, so he was in no hurry to go to the spirit shelter. As Han Sen walked to the ice cave where the teleport device was, he was wondering which beast soul he should feed the black crystal to next. He was not so sure about the function of the black crystal at this point, so he was not able to make up his mind. Since the holy angel became Archangel and returned to its untransformed state, did it mean that a beast soul that was not a pet would simply evolve? Han Sen looked at all the beast souls he owned and finally had his eyes on the blood snail beast soul. It was a super pet armor, but it was no longer that effective in front of a sacred blood creature in second god's sanctuary. Han Sen decided to try the black crystal on it as an experiment. The super beast souls were all surrounding the black crystal, while the Archangel had lost her interest in it. Han Sen could not tell whether it was because the black crystal was no longer useful to her, or that she had not transformed yet. With Han Sen's command, the blood snail quickly moved to the black crystal with joy, swallowing it entirely. Similar to the angel, light started to form a cocoon that wrapped the blood snail up. Han Sen was in no hurry. It was obvious that feeding a beast soul was much faster than feeding a creature. In the case of the angel, it did not take long. For the blood snail, it should take probably a month. Han Sen had significant expectation. If what he thought was real, that would be fantastic. In the ice cave, the berserk ice-armored beast that Yang Manli took back made quite a splash among the old-timers. An evolver who had just entered second god's sanctuary was able to kill a berserk ice-armored beast, which was simply unbelievable. Some people were saying how impressive the young people nowadays were, while others thought it was just good luck. Yang Manli did not explain anything. Even if she said that Han Sen killed the berserk beast with one punch, these people would not believe it. Actually, no one would believe a fresh evolver could kill a berserk ice-armored beast with just one punch. Even a sacred evolver could not achieve that. As people were still talking about Han Sen and the berserk ice-armored beast, they heard loud noises that sounded like an earthquake. Did the creatures find this place and come here to attack us? Many people were shocked, going close to the teleport device, ready to leave God's sanctuary in case of any danger. After a while, the rumbles stopped. They heard a voice shouting, "Manly, give me a hand." Young Manly clearly could tell that it was Han Sen's voice. She quickly walked outside the ice cave. Others were also wondering what was happening, so some of them also followed out. When they came out of the ice cave, all of them stared their eyes wide. They could not believe what they were seeing and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. A golden lion that looked like a small hill was carrying piles of bodies of ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures such as giant snow wolf and ice bear. On top of the bodies stood a young figure. It was Han Sen, who disregarded people's advice and went hunting alone. Han Sen, brother, these are all yours? Shu Yu asked with his voice trembling. This was so hard to believe that he could not register the fact even though he had rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone else had almost the same reaction. Many of them had been here for more than a decade, but none of them had witnessed so many gains. In addition, there were even bodies of mutant creatures. Many of them felt unreal like Shu Yu, feeling they were in a dream. Otherwise, how could there be so many bodies of creatures? And how could there be such a gigantic amount? Young Manly looked at Han Sen with a weird look, feeling complicated inside. She just said that Han Sen couldn't take down the spirit shelter, but he returned with so many bodies of even mutant creatures in such a short amount of time. Maybe he really conquered the spirit shelter. Young Manly looked at Han Sen and did not know what to think. The young man who she used to despise had grown so fast that he had fully exceeded her expectation and even comprehension. You can say that. Han Sen told them about how he encountered the sacred blood snow spider, evil-blooded condor, monster of tentacles, and aristocrat spirit. However, he was telling them the adapted version, in which he only witnessed a fight between the four and grabbed some gains when they were all seriously injured. Look, this is the bird leg of that blackbird bitten off by another creature. Unfortunately, it still ran away, so I only have this leg. Han Sen raised the bird leg that was the leftover of the archangel, as if he was showing off. Everyone looked to Han Sen admiringly, saying that Han Sen was so lucky that he collected so many bodies of ice-armored beasts and mutant creatures and even a sacred blood bird leg. Lady Luck was really looking after him. No one suspected what Han Sen said. Some people had been here for decades, and many of them had seen the snow spider and the blackbird. Some people had even seen the aristocrat's spirit. For someone who just came here to know these details, Han Sen must have seen them with his own eyes, otherwise how could he possibly know? Brother, such luck. Shu Yu looked at the piles of bodies lustfully. What do you plan to do with these? You can't eat all of them make yourself. How about you sell some of them to us? And we can give you a good price. As Shu Yu said it, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Sen. These people had a lot more desire toward the meat of creatures than ordinary guys, especially for those mutant creatures. Many people had been so excited that their eyes turned red, wanting to take a bite right away. Yes, of course they're for sale, Han Sen said assertively. I'll give you 100,000 for an ice-armored beast. 150,000, as Han Sen just gave his answer, many people were starting to shout price already. The scene looked like a bunch of rich people who did not know how to spend their money, waving their checks at Han Sen. I am going to sell these creatures, but only to the insiders. If anyone else wanted to buy them, they have to double the price. Also, I only accept St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions beyond A class, said Han Sen quietly. He did not bring all the meat back just to gain some money. Brother, what do you mean? Everyone was dazed, and Shu Yu asked eventually. I am going to set up a gang. Whoever in the gang could purchase meat with the insider price, and they can also use their points, Han Sen said casually. In the future, he would definitely conquer the spirit shelter. It would take more than just himself to rule the spirit shelter, because he could not stay there all the time. He would rather recruit every master fighter at this place to follow him and guard the spirit shelter for him. This way, in the future, no matter how many people were teleported to this place, they had to follow his order. If we do not join your gang, how much do we need to pay for an ice-armored beast? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s asked Han Sen. An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Han Sen said determinedly. What, an A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level for an ice-armored beast? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The man shouted madly immediately. Many people also accused Han Sen of being shameless. Some even tried to snatch a body on the back of the golden growler. This was just human nature. Many people could go through hardship with you together, but could not share your wealth, let alone watch you become fortunate. Ouch! Han Sen made a sudden move, and the cursed wolf dagger suddenly cut off the hand of someone who had touched the golden growler to snatch a body. The shrill scream made everyone feel dumbstruck. They all stopped moving and looked to Han Sen, and the man with a broken arm was rolling around on the floor. Without my permission, I dare you touch my properties. If your hands touched it, you would lose your hands. If your feet moved, you would lose your feet. If your head came close, you would lose your head, Han Sen said coldly with the cursed wolf dagger. Damn it, he got some nerve to use violence. Let us kill the bastard. You injured our friend. Are you even a human being? Kill this animal, son of a bitch. Han Sen suddenly became the person whom everyone hated, as if he was so guilty that everyone would kill him the first chance they got. Shu Yu and a few others tried to stop the rest of the group, because they were so few. 4 or 5 persons had already thrown themselves at Han Sen, who were all old-timers who had been in this place for more than 2 decades. Of course, they were not trying to avenge the person who had lost his hand, but to take all the bodies for themselves after getting rid of Han Sen. In their eyes, Han Sen was no more than a brat who got lucky. Since he had just entered Second God's Sanctuary, there was no way that he was their match. It would be a piece of cake to kill Han Sen. Those people summoned their beast souls and tried to kill him with each move, ready to take Han Sen's life. These bodies were so attractive, especially to those who had not seen so much mutant meat in decades. On top of that, there was even a sacred blood bird leg. Lust had gone to their heads. Han Sen did not change his expression at all. Smiling coldly, he had thought of this possibility when he brought back the meat and did not feel surprised at all. It was not even necessary to get angry. Young Manli's face became stern. She summoned a bow and arrow, ready to help Han Sen. These people were the ones she despised the most. Because most people could potentially gain some benefits, they became self-righteous in grabbing what belonged to others. These people were nothing different from robbers, and even worse than robbers. At least robbers got the bad name that they deserved, while these people tried to justify their behaviors. However, before Young Manly could even shoot an arrow, Han Sen suddenly moved. Instantaneously, he dashed between the first 5 people who made their attacks. Ouch! 5 screams were made at the same time, so they sounded like it came from the same person. The first 5 people who threw themselves at Han Sen all lost their right hands, which were holding their weapons. Blood jetted out, and the 5 persons were rolling around on the ground with their left hands covering their broken arms, pleading and crying. Everyone was dumbstruck by Han Sen, who had a straight face, and the 5 screaming persons, shocked at what had happened. Those 5 people had been in Second God's Sanctuary for more than a decade. They were all quite experienced. Although it was hard to get some meat in this place, their fitness level must be over 40 after so many years. However, after one move, all of them lost their right hands, which made everyone shocked. Who else want to take my life? The cold gaze of Han Sen swept across everyone's face. Those who were trying to kill Han Sen were snatched some meat, all felt a chill and stepped back involuntarily. Young Manly looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression, as she had not expected that Han Sen would be so aggressive. Uncle Qing is here. Uncle Qing, you must help us. This bastard hurt his own kind. Uncle Qing, we have always helped each other, and he is cruel even to one of us. He's just an animal. A middle-aged man in his 70s or 80s came from the ice cave. For an evolver who had a lifespan of 300 years old, 80 years old was indeed just middle-aged. Seeing the man called Uncle Qing, Young Manly became nervous, put down her bow and arrow and said hastily, Uncle Qing, don't listen to them. They were trying to steal Han Sen's. Before Young Manly even finished her words, Uncle Qing gestured her to stop. Seeing Uncle Qing's behavior, the rest of the group became excited and blamed Han Sen for everything with exaggeration, as if it was a felony for Han Sen not to share his gains with them for free. Their behavior of stealing was also beautified as a move for justice. Young Manly looked upset. Uncle Qing should be the first person who was teleported to this place. He had been here for a few decades and had the most geno points among the group. He was also the only person who had killed a mutant creature. According to Uncle Qing himself, his fitness level was around 60, but Young Manly believed it should be more than that. In addition, Uncle Qing had also practiced strong hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so he was not any average evolver. It was fair to say that Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group. Although Han Sen was strong, he had just entered second God's sanctuary. If Uncle Qing was trying to harm Han Sen might be killed. Uncle Qing, this is not all Han Sen's fault, Shu Yu gritted his teeth and said in Han Sen's favor. However, Uncle Qing gestured him to silence as well, and walked to Han Sen. Young Manli's face became even more grim. She quickly walked to Han Sen, showing her attitude. The rest of the group were celebrating Han Sen's mishap with expectation and greed. As long as Uncle Qing got rid of Han Sen, they should be able to split the meat. Uncle Qing had always been generous, so they should all be able to get some. Seeing Uncle Qing walking straight to Han Sen, many people were shouting inwardly, "Kill him, kill him." Although Han Sen had some extraordinary performance and an impressive dagger, no one believed he could beat Uncle Qing, who was absolutely stronger than him. When Uncle Qing was less than 6 feet from Han Sen, under everyone's watch and expectation, he drew a steel knife that looked ancient. With the surprising, suspicious, puzzled, confused, uneasy, and frightened looks from different people, Uncle Qing wielded the weapon and cut off the heads of the 5 people who were rolling around and screaming. Then, Uncle Qing bowed to Han Sen reverently. "Young Master Han, Ning Qing has come too late. I deserve any punishment from you." Everyone was shocked at the moment. Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group, the only one who had killed a mutant creature, acted as if he was Han Sen's servant. Everyone felt they needed more brainpower to understand that. The Nings of the Starry Group. Han Sen frowned slightly. That was the only Nings he knew of. Uncle Qing said respectively, "Yes, I am the eldest among the 6 sons of the Nings, also the most useless one. My 2 nephews did not know who you were and had acted inappropriately. My father wanted to apologize in person but was afraid that you did not like to be disturbed, so he did not go. However, he told us that no matter which one of us in the family had the luck to meet you, we must treat you as our patron. Whatever you need, we would support you no matter how much it costs." As Uncle Qing said that, the rest of the group were completely shocked. Everyone had heard about Starry Group, which was one of the largest corporations in the alliance. No one had thought that Uncle Qing was one of the Nings. What was even more unexpected was that even the Nings had to treat Han Sen this way. Everyone was wondering what was Han Sen's background. Many people got scared and became pale at this point. They wanted to rob someone whom even the Nings needed to be reverent to. If Han Sen wanted to get his revenge, it would be so easy not only in God's sanctuary, but also in the alliance. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and felt their legs were limp. "You did not know that before, so it was okay. We will talk about the future later," Han Sen commented neutrally. He knew that the reason for Uncle Qing to treat himself like that was not because of who he was, but the potential relationship between him and Han Jingji. Han Sen could not tell whether Uncle Qing meant what he said, so he did not feel happy at all. "In the future, whatever young Master Han needs, please let us know. The Nings will not disappoint you." Uncle Qing did not say anything more but showed his loyalty. Han Sen nodded and turned to Young Manly. "Young Manly, I will give this much meat to you. Organize our gang as soon as possible, but it will not be necessary to recruit some of these people." Han Sen had no doubt in Young Manly's ability. She used to manage a big gang like Steel Armor Gang really well. There were not a lot of people present, so even if they all joined the gang, it would be still a piece of cake for Young Manly. Okay, Young Manly counted all the bodies and felt puzzled. Since the Nings treated him like this, maybe he was really related to Han Jingji. However, thinking about it, Young Manly felt it was unlikely. Everyone knew that Han Jingji did not have a wife or kids. Han Sen did not mind what Young Manly was thinking. After giving everything to her, he teleported back to the Alliance, wanting to figure out what was the use of a beast soul glyph as soon as possible. "Han Sen, when did you come back?" Chu Cheng said hi to Han Sen while heading out the moment Han Sen went back to the dormitory. "I've just come back. Where are you heading?" Han Sen asked casually. "Where else than the drill? It is the end of the month and at this time there is always a drill going on for everyone to join. Whoever gets the first place will be rewarded by Vice Captain Chen. I'm just going to check it out. Your timing is perfect. Let's go together." Chu Cheng dragged Han Sen out. Initially, Han Sen did not want to go. However, since everyone was getting along pretty well in the cookhouse, he did not want to turn Chu Cheng down and followed him to the training hall of the warship. Han Sen had heard about Vice Captain Chen from Ji Yanran. He was a strong surpasser. Initially, the captain of a warship like Daphne must be an advanced surpasser who was also a general. However, because of the special background of Ji Yanran, she became the captain of Daphne. And the vice captain was selected based on the standards of an official captain. Chen Shushan, a strong surpasser. Ji Yanran said he was close to the Jis, but even if she did not say that, Han Sen would know that he was, because if he was not working for the Jis would not let Ji Yanran work on Daphne. In addition to the vice captain, there were two more surpassers on Daphne, Director Lin Haifeng and Quartermaster Zhao Ping. These were the people who worked for Daphne. As for the expert panel, there should also be some surpassers. However, they were beyond Ji Yanran's power. Even in Ji Yanran's team, because of the complicated relationships, it was hard for Ji Yanran to make arrangements from time to time. Many things she did would be potentially challenged. Han Sen and Chu Cheng came to the training hall, which was almost full of soldiers already. It seemed that many people were interested in the drill. Since everyone in the cookhouse was present, Chu Cheng and Han Sen sat next to them. Han Sen took a look at the training hall and found the training field was a closed one. Also, he found the training item familiar. Isn't this the device called Sprint that Professor Yan designed? Han Sen saw the metal walls in the training field and felt surprised that the device was put into use so soon. A soldier was quickly jumping and running on the metal walls, but he did not even make it halfway before he got shocked and fell, rolling out of the device. Who else wants to give it a try? If you can pass this test at level 10, I will reward you with an S-Class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Chen Shushan said with a smile, sitting at the rostrum of the training hall. The reward was a lot, but none of the soldiers moved, looking at each other. Sprint at level 10 with a gravity of 40 added was simply too difficult. Many soldiers had already tried, and many among them were great evolvers. However, none of them was able to make it to even half the way. It was not only because of the gravity, but also because of the failure of the soldiers with a fitness more than 70 that no soldier dared to try again. Han Sen knew Sprint very well naturally. It was not something that could be achieved with strength alone. Strength, reflex, flexibility, and the ability to make judgments about the terrain all had huge bearings on the result. If one step was wrong, there was no way for one to make it no matter how strong one was. Warframe Department, Warship Crew, Coast Guard, and Medical Team had all sent someone to try. Now only the cookhouse has not tried yet. I think we should give them a chance, someone suddenly said. Han Sen thought the voice was familiar, looked to that direction, and found he was Wang Hu, the head of the Warframe Department who he met last time. The fat squad leader became slightly pale. There had been many great soldiers who had tried the device and failed, so Wang Hu was clearly bringing the cookhouse up to set them up. However, there was no way the fat squad leader could argue with that. After hearing Wang Hu's words, Chen Shushan looked at the fat squad leader and said with a smile, "That is right. Luo, you are having a lot of fun just now, so it's time for you to move around. I think you have a great team, so you will definitely do well." "Yes, Captain." The fat squad leader stood up and saluted, cursing Wang Hu inwardly. Although everyone in the cookhouse was an evolver with high ranks, they were not the best fighters, because that's not what they did. They were only there to see other people train but did not expect to be set up by Wang Hu. Although the fat squad leader wanted to go himself, the rule regulated that no team leads shall participate. In addition, with his round figure, he would probably lose even worse if he were to participate. The fat squad leader looked to his team members and received pleading looks, meaning they were not confident at all. "Fatty, isn't there a new recruit in your cookhouse? Let him make an appearance. It doesn't matter what the result is. We just want to meet him." As the fat squad leader was hesitating whom to pick, Wang Hu spoke again. After that day, Wang Hu looked through Han Sen's profile. He did not see anything special about Han Sen. The greatest strength about the sky was probably the fact that he graduated with the rank of Major. However, that rank was nothing special on Daphne. Many soldiers had that rank and they were all more experienced than this new recruit, since a new recruit was unlikely to be assigned to this post. A mission like this required veterans. For Han Sen, who had just graduated from the military school, it was abnormal for him to be assigned to this place. Wang Hu looked into Han Sen's background a bit further and found he graduated from the same school as Ji Yanran. The two must have known each other. Naturally, Han Sen was counted as Ji Yanran's fervent by Wang Hu. He wondered how strong a fighter Han Sen was. Wang Hu had always thought he should take every chance to know his enemy better. The fat squad leader frowned and wanted to say something. However, Han Sen said calmly, "It's okay. I can try, I want to anyway." Okay. The fat squad leader did not stop Han Sen. After all, this was not a real drill. Since no one had succeeded, it was simply normal for Han Sen to fail as well. And worst case he would get shocked, which was nothing to a soldier. Han Sen got up, shot a glance at Wang Hu, and entered the training field. Although Daphne only had one Warframe department, it was an advanced department comprised of 15 Warframe soldiers, who were all carefully selected veterans. Basically, except for the cookhouse, every other department was elite units. For example, the warship crew had a lot of groups such as the repair group and others. Han Sen entered the training field, and the gravity trainer was turned up. He suddenly felt a lot more burden. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Han Sen. Although they all knew this new recruit would fail, it was fun to predict when he would fail. In addition to Wang Hu, some other people were also observing Han Sen with scrutiny. Ji Yanran did not manage to hide the fact that she was the one who got Han Sen on the warship from Chen Shushan. The fact that Chen Shushan was helping Wang Hu get Han Sen up the stage was because he was also wondering what Han Sen could do to make Ji Yanran spend so much effort. Han Sen took a deep breath and walked to the first metal wall. Han Sen had asked Ji Yanran about Wang Hu in private, because as sensitive as he was, he could feel the hostility Wang Hu held against himself. That was abnormal. Han Sen was merely a new recruit and had not offended Wang Hu ever. He had not even met Wang Hu before. Han Sen did not feel that the hostility simply came from the bump. What Ji Yanran told Han Sen corroborated Han Sen's assumption. Wang Hu was connected to the expert panel. Although he was the head of the Warframe department, he was elected because of the suggestion of the expert panel. Wang Hu himself had selected all the soldiers in his department. It was fair to say that the Warframe department worked for the expert panel. There were many scholars and experts pissed at Ji Yanran, which was a known fact. After all, Ji Yanran had just become an evolver. Although she came from a prominent family, that did not help the fieldwork, which was why the expert panel did not like her very much. In addition, the old captain whom Ji Yanran had replaced was very close to the expert panel, so that had also added to the prejudice the expert panel held against Ji Yanran. Because of Ji Yanran's family, no one dared to say anything. However, if Ji Yanran herself made some serious mistakes, it would be natural for her to be removed from Daphne. Initially, Han Sen did not want any drama, and only want to finish his tasks while improving himself. However, since he was here because of Ji Yanran, many people would know that. If he acted poorly, Ji Yanran would be humiliated. It was not an option for his girlfriend to be humiliated. Not just that, he needed to make her proud. Otherwise, he would not call himself her boyfriend. Han Sen knew very well what Wang Hu was trying to do, but he did not care. You want to watch, I'll let you watch. Han Sen made the first step on the metal wall, dashing on the white zone which was only 1 foot wide. Han Sen was very fast, unlike the previous soldiers who were trying to control their speed so that they had more time to observe and decide how to go ahead. Han Sen did the opposite thing. He was fast from the beginning, going forward on the randomly laid metal walls. A newbie is just a newbie. Going like this, he would fall in seconds. Many people were thinking in their head. Watching Han Sen going as fast as this, Wang Hu could not help but feel surprised, wondering if Han Sen was a true idiot or trying to fall as fast as possible. Even Chen Shushan frowned slightly. If this was all he could do, it would be a waste of Ji Yanran's energy. Chen Shushan was quite disappointed. Just a dozen seconds later, almost every soldier widened their eyes. Han Sen was jumping up and down on the carefully placed metal walls, fast and steady. He managed to fulfill many actions that looked extremely scary flawlessly with a sense of rhythm. As he stepped on the leaning or reversed metal walls, he was so smooth that people almost forgot that it was sprint at level 10. When the difficulty and speed reached a certain level, it was credible to watch someone go like this. Going through one challenge after another at such high speed made people's blood boil. Everyone wished they were in the moment with Han Sen. Very well done, Han Sen. The fat squad leader was so happy that he could not close his mouth. With such performance, even if Han Sen could not follow through, the cookhouse had already been honored. No one would dare to call the cookhouse a troop of the dinner table again. Wang Hu's eyes became cold and he chuckled inwardly. This guy is indeed something. However, He is just too naive to show everything at this moment. Go ahead and tell us who you are, so that in the future we could get rid of you much easier. As a surpasser, Chen Shushan could see even more than Wang Hu. Han Sen's performance was surprising to him as well, not just because of his physique. Physique was just a part of what it took to go through sprint. What was more important was the ability to see the big picture, make judgments, and act in emergency. Han Sen's performance in all aspects was beyond Chen Shushan's expectation. Han Sen had not made a single mistake from the beginning to the end. He was simply acting like the tutorial the AI simulated. This new recruit is great. Being someone close to the G's, Chen Shushan was happy to see Han Sen's performance and smiled. Quartermaster Zhao Ping also nodded and said, "Great indeed." Director Lin Haifeng said, "What a great newbie. It is such a shame that he was sent to the cookhouse. With his talent, it is just a waste." Momentarily, Han Sen had already gone through half of sprint without even lowering his speed. He kept running forward as if he could not stop himself. All the soldiers had become extremely excited. With the fat squad leader leading them, they started to clapping to cheer him up. As they were clapping, Han Sen's moves felt even more arithmetic. Each of the step was on the beat, which was great to watch. This is no drill, but a performance." Chu Cheng was so excited that he shouted. Many soldiers felt the same as Chu Cheng. Before Han Sen, all the soldiers seemed to be at training, but when it was Han Sen's turn, it was like an acrobatic performance and even better. When Han Sen finished sprint on the last metal wall, the clapping became applause. Many soldiers even stood up. Even Chen Shushan, Lin Haifeng and Zhao Ping stood up to applaud for Han Sen. Soldiers were straightforward like this. Seeing someone capable, soldiers would not hold back their emotions or their compliments. "Amazing. Very nicely done. You deserve the reward. Here is the S-Class St. Hall license." Chen Shushan walked to Han Sen and gave him the license. "Thank you, Captain." Han Sen took the license and saluted. "No need. You deserve it." Chen Shushan patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled. "You have very nice moves. Have you practiced this before?" "Sir, the system called Sprint is one of the products. Developed by Professor Yan from Blackhawk Military Academy. I am his student and one of the testers of the system," Han Sen said truthfully. "That is why, so you came from a famous teacher. Then tell us about the system," Chen Shushan said with approval. Chen Shushan himself was the student of a famous professor, so he liked someone with Han Sen's background. Moreover, Han Sen was someone discovered by Ji Yanran. However, if Han Sen himself was not that good, Chen Shushan would not do him any favor. Han Sen's performance was beyond Chen Shushan's expectation, which made him feel a lot better about Han Sen. Therefore, Chen Shushan cared less about the fact that Ji Yanran used her power to get Han Sen on board. Han Sen introduced this system Sprint to the soldiers as he was told to. He was someone who had used the system since it was developed, so he knew every detail about the system. After his introduction, the soldiers had a more profound understanding about the system and was less fearful of the challenge. After Han Sen's explanation, several soldiers felt excited to try again. Chen Shushan asked them to feel free to try and indeed saw great progresses. In the first 5 people who had tried, one almost went through. Han Sen's reaction, which was quite decent, made Chen Shushan feel even better about him. He nodded and said, "Indeed, he graduated from a good school." Wang Hu gazed at Han Sen, who was content among the crowds with a cold look, curled his lips and said contentedly, "Dumbass, show off as much as you could. The more you show, the faster you will die." Wang thought he had seen through Han Sen's strength, so he felt quite content. In the eyes of Wang Hu, who had passed 80 in his fitness, Han Sen, whose fitness should be only around 40 or 50, was nothing. Because of the good education he had received and good habits, Wang Hu was still observing Han Sen carefully, trying to find his weaknesses. Although Han Sen had not glanced at Wang Hu, it was easy for him to predict what Wang Hu was thinking. However, Han Sen did not care at all. Maybe in Wang Hu's eyes, this was all Han Sen got. However, for Han Sen, this was just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was far beyond Wang Hu's imagination. If Wang Hu was really trying to do something to Han Sen, then Han Sen would feel really excited. At that time, Wang Hu's expression must be very interesting to watch. Fitness over 100, this is quite troublesome. It seems that I need to speed up gaining Geno points. I should at least fill up ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points first. By that time, I would definitely be over 100 in fitness. Han Sen was thinking to himself, I need to conquer the spirit shelter as soon as possible. With my own shelter, I could gather more people to hunt. If I could gain the allegiance from the aristocrat spirit, that would be even better. I wonder if King Spirit is really what it says. Han Sen did not purchase any hyper-geno art on the evolver level before he reported to Daphne, because he had no idea he would end up in such remote areas and lose the access to the Saint Hall. Although on Daphne there were also hyper-geno arts provided to soldiers for free, Han Sen was not interested in the ordinary stuff. This S-Class Saint Hall license was different from an ordinary license in that he was able to use it on Daphne to trade for the hyper-geno arts and geno solutions stored on the warship. Han Sen did not hesitate and chose hyper-geno art. When he was picking, he had a slight trouble. Because Daphne was not the Saint Hall, only 3 to 4 types of S-Class hyper-geno arts were stored on board, so Han Sen had not too many options. Normally speaking, hyper-geno arts on the evolver level were all focused on changing the structure of one's body cells. Alloy fist, alloy leg, alloy body, and other hyper-geno arts were all in this category. Some focused on enhancing a certain body part, while others enhanced the whole body. It was easier to practice hyper-geno arts that were focused on a certain body part. However, aside from that body part, other parts of the body would be weaker. Although it was balanced to strengthen the entire body, it took longer to practice. Many hyper-geno arts would take 3 to 5 years to practice, or even longer. Moreover, the body of the evolvers could not stand the long-term change of body cells. When using the hyper-geno arts, evolvers must make a pause once in a while in case their whole body turned to metal. The better one's fitness, the longer one could stand the change. Han Sen had learned about the limitations quite well. There were 4 types of S-Class hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers stored on Daphne. Han Sen was considering 3 of the 4, because one of them was simply focused on the back. Jade Fist, Metal Kick, and Micro Crystal all had their own features, which made Han Sen hesitate. Jade Fist was a hyper-geno art that focused on one's fists. It could turn the muscle and bones of the fist into jade so tough that it could destroy anything. One would be able to break a steel metal sheet with bare hands after practicing Jade Fist, so it was an amazing hyper-geno art. In addition, it was rather fast for one to practice this geno art. It would probably take 1 to 2 months for one to get somewhere and put it into use. Metal Kick was focused on the legs of the user. It could turn the 2 legs into heavy metal. When used well, the legs could function as 2 weapons to kick everything into pieces. However, it took much longer for one to practice Metal Kick. If one were to make the legs entirely metal, it would take one at least 6 months. As for the third option, Micro Crystal, it was a hyper-geno art that could change the entire body. It could turn human body cells into micro crystal. When practiced well, the user's entire body would be turned into crystal. No weapon could injure the user, not even laser guns. In fact, most modern weapons would be useless in front of someone who practiced micro crystal. Of course, was very difficult to practice micro crystal. Without 3 to 5 years, one could not even get started with the hyper-geno art. Normally speaking, it took 1 to 2 decades to achieve anything. The reason that Daphne was carrying microcrystal and many crew members were practicing it was that microcrystal also gave its users some resistance against the destructive weapons in crystallizer rulings. That was why it was specially selected to be placed on Daphne. Many people who had been studying crystallizer ruins would practice microcrystal. However, because it took too long to practice it, only a few people had made some achievements with the hyper-geno art. Although there were not a lot of people who could go far with microcrystal, many experts and scholars in the expert panel were better at microcrystal, since they had practiced 2 or 3 decades or even longer. From a practical perspective, Jade Fist was definitely the obvious choice, because it could be put into use in 1 to 2 months. However, after some thoughts, Han Sen used his license on microcrystal. The exploitation of a single crystallizer ruins often took years or even decades. Han Sen did not know if he would spend his entire service excavating crystallizer ruins, so it would not hurt to practice microcrystal. After all, it was something the Alliance prepared for missions related to crystallizer ruins, and he might not be able to get this hyper-geno art elsewhere. In addition, Han Sen had always tried to practice something that could change the structure of his body cells of all parts, which was why he always had a thing for microcrystal. As for other hyper-geno arts, he believed he could always trade for them later. Since he had many asked class licenses, he could always trade with someone in God's sanctuary, which was troublesome but feasible. After Han Sen chose microcrystal, Wang Hu got the news very soon. But he only snorted contentedly. What's the use of microcrystal at this point? He will not get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. There is no way he could use it. Wang Hu felt Han Sen's choice was too stupid. People who made choice like this were often perfectionists or obsessive. Although the future seemed to be bright, the practical value was so little that it was basically useless. Microcrystal was far less useful than Jade Fist. Han Sen had no idea of what Wang Hu was thinking. After he got his hands on the microcrystal, he started to study it and saw the tutorial for 3 times. After having a brief idea about what it was, Han Sen drank a bottle of Geno solutions designed for microcrystal and started to practice it. Feeling his body cells motivated under the effect of microcrystal, Han Sen felt quite surprised. It was clearly stated in the tutorial that if he could feel something in the beginning, it meant the Hyper Geno art was fit for him. However, even so, without 1 to 2 years, he would not see any effects. It was a Hyper Geno art that took a long time to practice. If the progress was too great, the body would not be able to undertake the sudden change of the body cells, which would lead his health to collapse. Han Sen watched every single detail according to the tutorial and ran the Hyper Geno art through his body entirely. When he was ready to do it for the second time, something suddenly happened. Jadeskin that Han Sen had always been practicing suddenly became active at this point and joined microcrystal. More precisely, it swallowed microcrystal, making microcrystal a part of the coolness it was creating. When Han Sen started to practice Jadeskin, he was too old in age. Since the foundation was not laid when he was a boy and he had practiced the Hyper Geno art for a short time, Han Sen was not able to make a big progress with it. Without the help of Geno solutions, until this day, he still was not able to make the first breakthrough with Jadeskin. Han Sen was stuck in a bottleneck and failed to make the breakthrough. However, when he drank the Geno solutions to practice microcrystal, Jadeskin was activated unexpectedly and was pushed to the first breakthrough. Han Sen only had one feeling at this point. Cold, piercing and thrilling cold. The cold did not come from the outside but seemed to come from within. It was as if every single inch of his body was giving off the coldness, making Han Sen feel like he was going to turn into an ice statue. He wanted to stop activation of Jadeskin, otherwise, wondered if he would be frozen to death. However, Jadeskin was like a wild horse that did not follow his control at all. The cold got worse and worse, making Han Sen become unconscious. I can't sleep. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I will not wake up ever. Han Sen knew very well what would happen to someone who fell asleep in the snow, so he was striving to be lucid. However, it did not help a lot. At this point, he could not even move his fingers. His entire body was incredibly cold and even the temperature in the room fell. The thermostats did not seem to sense the drop in the room temperature, so it was not working. Damn it, how come the thermostats is broken at this point? Is God trying to kill me? Han Sen wanted to smash the damned machine but unfortunately, he could not even move. Suddenly, an idea crossed Han Sen's mind, which made him widen his eyes. No way, there is no such a coincidence. The reason the thermostats did not change only meant the room temperature did not actually drop. The cold I am feeling is very likely just a hallucination rather than a reality. Thinking of that, Han Sen quickly gritted his teeth and told himself, I'm not cold, everything is fake, it's just my hallucination, damn it, it's really cold. Han Sen felt like the psychological suggestion did not really work, because he was actually frozen to death. It felt like his heart was frozen and blood had stopped flowing and became ice. The coldness went to his heart. Gradually, the cold left him, and Han Sen started to feel warm. It was like sunshine in winter, making his trembling body feel better. Although it was not hot, it made him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned. However, Han Sen did not feel happy about it. He became even more worried. He knew that the cold did not go away. The warmth meant he was not far from death. As soon he was fooled by the heat and fell asleep, he would never wake up. When he was discovered by others, he would be a dead body. He tried his best not to fall asleep, but he felt more and more fuzzy. In the end, he could not help but fall asleep. Han Sen did not know how long he had been sleeping. When he woke up again, he felt so comfortable as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. What? I did not die. Han Sen raised his hands incredulously and pinched his cheeks. Feeling the pain, he yelped. Indeed, I did not die. This is not a dream. Han Sen was overjoyed. Before he fell asleep, he thought he was doomed. However, nothing had really happened. It was as if he had just gone to bed. However, Han Sen felt his body was somewhat different. Although he could not tell what was different, the feeling could not be mistaken. Han Sen could not wait to run Jadeskin in his body, trying to figure out what had happened. The moment he started, he saw his 2 hands had become transparent like ice or jade. These hands reminded Han Sen of Shui Longyan's hands the only time he met Shui Longyan. However, Han Sen's hands were even more fine than Shui Longyan's. It was hard to believe they were human hands. First breakthrough, I made the first breakthrough in Jadeskin. Han Sen practiced Jadeskin in excitement, turning his entire body into jade. Jadeskin, this is what Jadeskin truly meant, I made it. Han Sen could not resist his excitement. Watching his translucent body, he almost laughed out loud. After insisting on practicing Jadeskin for so long, Han Sen eventually made the first breakthrough, which laid the most important foundation. Although Han Sen was still a bit too old to start, the fact that he had made the first breakthrough with the Hyper-Geno art made his progress fall into the normal range. Feeling endless power inside his body, Han Sen squeezed his fists. Although the muscles and bones looked translucent, they were as flexible as beef tendons. He did not feel hard to move around but felt his senses were heightened. Han Sen stopped the running of Jadeskin and turned his body back to normal. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw his skin became more tender and smooth. However, there was not much of a difference between now and then. His eyes were more watery like gemstones, which made him look quite charming. If I continue this way, I will be more and more like a gigolo. Feeling upset, Han Sen hoped he could look more masculine. However, that was no big deal. There was no need to care about the appearance. Han Sen ran microcrystal again, wanting to make sure that he was still able to practice this Hyper-Geno art. Very soon, Han Sen opened his mouth wide. After practicing microcrystal, he found that microcrystal was just a small part of Jadeskin. When he used microcrystal, Han Sen felt his body was toughened because the body cells were crystallized, making him look like a statue carved out of crystal. Microcrystal, I achieved it. Although Han Sen felt incredulous, the fact was the fact. He indeed succeeded in practicing microcrystal. How Han Sen looked was exactly what was described in the microcrystal tutorial. The Hyper-Geno art that took others 2 to 3 decades to practice was easily achieved by Han Sen. Even Han Sen himself could not believe that was happening. Shortly, Han Sen found that it was not really a fact worth celebrating. The effect of microcrystal was far worse than Jadeskin after he made the first breakthrough. The only good thing about microcrystal was that now he had an excuse to cover the fact that he had been practicing Jadeskin. After finishing his task on the warship, Han Sen had some free time again to enter God's sanctuary. Yang Manli had finished recruiting. 80 to 90% of the people living in that area joined Goddess Gang that Han Sen had formed and signed formal contracts. Although Han Sen needed to provide some meat at low costs, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. When he was ready to conquer the spirit shelter, all these people needed to play a part. Yang Manli told Han Sen that the recruitment did not go well initially. Because Uncle Ching was the first to join the gang, everyone else followed. Han Sen nodded and did not speak. The Nings were expressing kindness to him, but Han Sen did not dare to treat them as friends. He still knew too little about things in the past, so he could not decide whether the Nings were friends or enemies. Now that Goddess Gang is formed, what's your next move? Yang Manli asked Han Sen. She was quite reluctant to call the gang Goddess Gang, because there were less than 10 women in the entire gang, and none of them could be called a goddess. However, Han Sen insisted on the name. Since it was just a name, Yang Manli did not care. She did not know that in Han Sen's eyes, the gang members recruited at this point were all just the help. The goddess gang he was going to formulate was a group of spirit beauties. Wherever he appeared in the future, 3,000 spirit beauties would clear the way for him, which would be a dream coming true. Of course, the condition was that his super body king spirit could make spirits give their allegiance to him. Otherwise, his dream would just be a dream. Not to mention a group, he would not even be able to get a few spirits working for him. Let them gobble up the meat first, and then we will train them and select the best of them to form the backbone of Goddess Gang. Then, we'll go conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen was waiting for Zero to come and take her to smash the spirit shelter, so he would spend the time to train these people. These people did not really take much training, because those who had entered Second God's Sanctuary were either veterans who had gone through the military service or current soldiers who were still serving. With some light training, they could cooperate pretty well. Han Sen asked Young Manly to pick a team which he will lead to hunt, so that he could check out if there were any talented people among them. Young Master, if you want to hunt, I know exactly the place that suits the team, suggested Uncle Qing when he heard Han Sen was going to do that. Han Sen heeded his advice and asked him to lead the way. The team marched toward the glaciers Uncle Qing was talking about. Although it was an area of glaciers, avalanche or accidents rarely happened. Han Sen did not worry about that. All they had run into on the way was a few ice-armored beasts, so Han Sen did not bother to move. Riding on the back of the golden growler, Han Sen was reading as he ate the jerked bird leg of the evil-blooded condor while watching the team hunt. Han Sen looked through the database on Daphne for information about beast soul glyphs and indeed found something. No one had ever discovered beast soul glyphs in First God's Sanctuary, but the beast soul type started to come up in Second God's Sanctuary and above. In addition, only mutant or sacred blood creatures would produce beast soul glyphs. The functions of beast soul glyphs were very complicated. Each one had its own unique function. In conclusion, a beast soul glyph would give its user a certain ability. For example, there was a kind of bear glyph that could enhance one's strength, and there was a wind beast glyph that would increase the user's speed. Since no one had hunted an evil-blooded condor before, Han Sen was not sure what kind of ability he would get. He had been observing for days and did not discover anything different when using the beast soul. So, what is the function of the evil-blooded condor glyph? Han Sen could not figure it out and had to put it aside. At this point, Han Sen finally understood how great it was to be a gang leader. Watching his subordinates killing creatures bravely, Han Sen knew that he would eventually gain the better half of their labor. There were not a lot of members in the gang at the moment. In the future, if the goddess gang had thousands or tens of thousands of members, he would be able to receive a significant amount of income from his cut of everyday hunting. It was equally beneficial to the gang members. Compared to hunting alone, it was much easier to hunt in a gang. At the same time, the income was equally good or even better. Their safety was also enhanced. Of course, because it was a tough area, and most places were unknown to man, it was still dangerous to hunt even in the group. Without a master fighter in the gang, everyone would die once they encountered strong mutant creatures or sacred blood creatures. They were not used to hunting blatantly like this for fear that there might be a group of creatures attacking them. Following Han Sen, however, they could quit sneaking around. Although they felt anxious, they felt much better than before. Young Master, let's stay in this area. If we move further, there might be mutant creatures. Uncle Qing stopped and said to Han Sen. Let's continue. Mutant creatures or even better. Han Sen commanded the team to go forward, because he was not that interested in hunting primitive creatures. Although they were following Han Sen's order, many people started to feel worried, looking left and right for fear that there might really be mutant creatures. The only person able to fight a mutant creature in this place was Uncle Qing. If others encountered mutant creatures, they were likely to become a meal of the creatures. Although Young Manly wanted to talk Han Sen out of it, she knew it would not serve any purpose, because Han Sen would not listen to her at all. Young Manly ended up saying nothing. Uncle Qing did not argue either, continuing to lead the way. It was as if as long as Han Sen gave his words, Uncle Qing would do anything for Han Sen. Han Sen continued to read his ancient language textbook. As long as he had time, Han Sen would still learn the ancient language, hoping to understand Dongshuan Sutra as soon as possible. However, Dongshuan Sutra was so archaic that Han Sen was only able to understand a small part of it at this point, and that was not even the important part. All of a sudden, they heard loud hoof-beat and beast roar. A giant elephant with white fur rushed toward them from afar, leaving one huge footprint after another. All the glaciers seemed to be shaking. Snowflakes were flowing everywhere. White mammoth, someone suddenly exclaimed. The entire group scattered like a mob. Han Sen saw most people were running and only Young Manly, Uncle Qing, and a few gang members stayed next to him, summoning beast souls and ready to fight. It was easy to tell that the gang members were all frightened, their hands on their weapons shaking. All other people were running fast, about which Han Sen was not surprised. These people had lost their confidence a long while ago, so it was natural that they reacted this way facing danger. Han Sen had considered them no good in his heart. In the future, he would not waste his time cultivating these people. To the contrary, Shu Yu and other young people did not escape and remained on Han Sen's side although they were frightened. Han Sen thought they could be further cultivated to become leaders, commanding the future forces in Goddess Gang. Although they were all quite young and probably had worse physique than the older people who had run away, these were no big deal. Han Sen could easily use large amounts of meat to give them better geno point counts. There was always a way to enhance one's physique and martial arts skills. However, one's character was not something could be cultivated. In Han Sen's eyes, Shu Yu and other young people were all valuable assets. Clear, Han Sen yelled, commanding the gang members to step back. He rolled on the back of the golden growler and charged the white mammoth. All the young gang members looked at Han Sen in surprise. As a mutant creature, the white mammoth was a top one. Even someone like Uncle Qing did not dare to face a white mammoth head-on, but Han Sen simply threw himself at the creature. Watching Han Sen with a grim face, Uncle Qing murmured to himself in a low voice, "Is he really the descendant of Instructor Han?" Young Manly drew her bow string and aimed her arrow at an eye of the white mammoth, ready to support Han Sen when necessary. However, the bow and arrow she was using at the moment were still sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary, which almost did not work at all on a mutant creature in Second God's Sanctuary like the white mammoth. The golden growler was going fast. In terms of size, the golden growler was no smaller than the white mammoth. As the golden growler ran, its body was quickly growing. The moment it was about to clash with the white mammoth, the golden growler was already as large as a hill, even bigger than the mammoth. Compared to the golden growler, the white mammoth suddenly looked mini, like a baby elephant in front of an adult elephant. Boom! The two beasts clashed together. Although the golden growler was bigger than the white mammoth, it was not at any disadvantage, but stepped back as well as the white mammoth. Roar! The golden growler growled reluctantly. It was the absolute king in First God's Sanctuary. No creature could fight it at all. However, it was forced back by a white mammoth, which made the lion very mad. The white mammoth also roared and ran toward the golden growler. Boom! The two huge animals were fighting it out again, making all sorts of horrendous noises. The surrounding glaciers were broken into pieces and there was snow everywhere. Boom boom boom! The golden growler and the white mammoth became extremely mad at each other, so neither of them intended to step back. They ran into each other hard like two oxen fighting for a cow. The gang members were dumbstruck. They had seen many mounts before, but had never seen a mount that was able to fight the creature. It was simply beyond imagination. Normal mount would not attack at all. However, this giant golden lion mount was somewhat different. The people that had run away saw what was happening and slowed down, looking at the golden growler. Throwing itself at the white mammoth incredulously. That is a mutant creature. What's the deal of the mount? It's so strong that it could fight the white mammoth. Is that a mutant mount? Even if it is still just a mount and should not be able to fight a creature like this. Everyone had complicated emotions as they watched the golden growler. Indeed, like they were thinking, if it were any other mount, even a mutant mount from Second God's Sanctuary, it would not be able to fight white mammoth like this. A mount is a mount. Once the creature became a beast soul mount, no matter how fierce it was initially, it would become tame. It was like a lion turning into a herbivore. Except for its strong physique, it no longer had the instinct to kill. However, the golden growler was different. Although it was just a beast soul mount, it still kept part of its nature. In addition, he had great physique, which was why it could still defend itself with its instinct lost. It could not be compared to other mounts. Han Sen sighed inwardly. After all, the golden growler was just a super creature from First God's Sanctuary. Although it was special, because it was limited to its level, it was not as strong as the white mammoth. Watching the golden growler falling farther behind under the impact from the white mammoth and growling helplessly, Han Sen could not help becoming silent. He was reminded of the large golden growler's fierceness. Between the heaven and earth, no one could stand one blow from its paw. This beast soul golden growler was indeed too sullen. If the black crystal could really turn the beast souls of First God's Sanctuary into the beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary, I would definitely choose the golden growler to evolve next. Han Sen thought. He did not want to see a great king being a loser. Although he was thinking that, Han Sen decided to make a move. The moment the golden growler clashed with the white mammoth again, Han Sen jumped up from the head of the golden growler and dashed at the white mammoth like a meteor. The physique of the white mammoth was even better than that of Golden Growler. However, it still had to step back when the Golden Growler threw itself at him. At this very moment, Han Sen had already reached the mammoth. Holding the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen sent himself into the wheel-sized eye of the mammoth. Roar! The white mammoth lifted its front legs. Blood ran into rivers flowing from its eyes. The beast screamed loud. The next moment, the stomach of the white mammoth was suddenly slashed open. A bloody figure came out of it. Boom! The white mammoth quickly fell, splashing ice and snow everywhere. Without looking at the body of the white mammoth, the bloody figure walked to the rest of the team when cleaning the dagger casually. Almost no one was able to forget this moment. The gigantic dead creature and the bloody figure were written into their memory internally. After killing the white mammoth, Han Sen had established his prestige in Goddess Gang. People had officially recognized him as the leader. Many young people even saw him as an idol. The Goddess Gang had become more and more organized. Han Sen was very generous to the members that worked hard, awarding them with lots of meat. Han Sen asked Young Manly to specifically cultivate the young men like Shu Yu who dared to risk their lives. Han Sen's arrival brought a revolution to the place. Although they still did not dare to hunt in remote areas or approach the spirit shelter, with Han Sen leading the team, they were able to kill lots of ordinary and primitive creatures at once in the mountains nearby. This gave some hope to the evolvers in this place. They no longer needed to hold their breath and count the days. Many people who had not entered God's sanctuary in a long time and lost hope returned to the place after hearing the news, wanting to see if the legend was real. It turned out they were ecstatic. The world of ice and snow was no longer silent like before. People were active everywhere. Although it could not be compared to large human shelters, the situation was not that desperate. More and more people had their hold back and joined Goddess Gang. More and more people told each other about the news, making those who had lost hope in her God's sanctuary again. Therefore, Goddess Gang became stronger and stronger. With lots of meat to trade, the rich had also started to appear. Trade became more and more frequent and there had been a lot of transactions. Because Han Sen rarely showed up, few people knew what he looked like. Most people only knew the name Han Sen. More people thought of Han Sen as a legend, a living legend. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary for a few months revived a place on his own and inspired lots of desperate people, which could only exist in a legend. Obviously, more people recognized Young Manly, the right-hand woman. Many people assumed that Young Manly was the goddess in Goddess Gang, and thought she was Han Sen's lady, the mistress of Goddess Gang. Of course, Young Manly had also heard such assumption. In the beginning, she was shy and angry. However, it was impossible for her to clarify every time. After a while, she was tired of correcting others. Brother, it really is you. I finally found the organization. On this day, when Han Sen just teleported into God's sanctuary from the Alliance, someone suddenly ran at him and hugged his thigh full of tears. Zhu Ting. As Han Sen saw who it was, he could not help feeling dazed. He had no idea that he would run into Zhu Ting here. How dare you show your face? You really think I will not kill you, don't you? Han Sen's face became stern. Brother, it is meaningless to live in such a spot. Can I follow you? If I can't, I would rather die. Just kill me. Zhu Ting would not let go of Han Sen's leg. Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought to himself, this guy is quite unlucky to be assigned here. He must have gone through many hardships. It looks like he's going mad. When did you arrive here? How come I never saw you? Han Sen brought Zhu Ting to a quiet place and asked. After I ran away, I came to Second God's Sanctuary directly. God knows I would be sent to this damned place. Every time I tried to kill a primitive creature, I would be risking my life. After such a long time, I have not even maxed out on ordinary Geno points. This is no way to live. 2 months ago, I went out to hunt and was almost killed by a mutant creature. I ran so far away that I only came back the day before yesterday. Since hearing about Brother Yu, I have always been waiting for you near the teleport device, Zhu Ting complained tearfully. Naturally, Han Sen would not take Zhu Ting's words too seriously. This guy was quite sly and full of ideas. He could also use poison well. Shameless and murderous, Zhu Ting was definitely a dangerous person. However, Han Sen did not want to kill Zhu Ting yet. Although this guy was dangerous, Han Sen did not think of him as a risk. In addition, Zhu Ting knew a lot of things that Han Sen was dying to know about, such as things about Han Jingji. Zhu Ting was a bastard son of the Chens. It seemed that the Chens also knew about what happened in the past. Han Sen wondered what role they had played. Han Sen suspected that someone of the Chens was also a member of Unit 7 of Secret Service. So, you want to follow me. But why should I agree to that? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting with half a smile. No matter what Zhu Ting wanted, Han Sen would like to collect something from him first. Brother, no matter what, I should be much more useful than those ordinary people, right? Zhu Ting blinked and answered. And much more dangerous, Han Sen replied quietly. Zhu Ting said with a wry smile, young master, big brother, you are the descendant of Instructor Han. How do I dare to harm you? If I really did something to harm you, even my father would beat me to death. The Chens is quite well informed. However, I don't remember any relationship between the Hans and the Chens. Han Sen was not moved at all. Everyone claimed to be a friend of Han Jingji. He could not tell who was telling the truth, so he decided to ignore all of them. Didn't Instructor Han mention that my ancestor was also a member of the Secret Service, a colleague of his? Zhu Ting quickly said, I don't know. Han Sen did not want to comment. He thought to himself, indeed, the Chens was also a part of the mission. It's useless for you to say anything. Give me something solid. If you want to follow me, you must pay up front first, Han Sen said. Zhu Ting said with a sad face, after I came to this damned place, I have gained nothing and lost almost all the beast souls I brought from First God's sanctuary. Now I am so poor that all I have is money. Do you want money? Name a number, and I'll pay you no matter how much. Don't you still have 7 twists? Han Sen said abruptly. Han Sen had always coveted 7 twists from the Chens. Although he could fly with beast soul wings, the speed would be determined by the strength of the beast soul instead of his strength. Therefore, Han Sen was very interested in this technique that could send him in the air using what he got. However, 7 twists was the family secret of the Chens. No outsiders could be taught. With such an opportunity, Han Sen wanted to test if Zhu Ting could teach him 7 twists. Although 7 twists is the family secret of the Chens, there is a way for you to learn. However, since it runs in the family, there is a rule that the secret could not be leaked. If you want to learn, you will have to become a student of my family, said Zhu Ting. Although Zhu Ting did not say no, there was no way that Han Sen would agree to become a student of the Chens, which meant he could not learn the hyper-geno art. So, there is no way around that. Han Sen turned around and was ready to leave. Stop, listen to me. Even if I was willing to ignore the rules and teach you 7 twists, all I knew was the first 3 twists anyway. Without the special Geno solutions, there was no way you could succeed in practicing it either. Zhu Ting saw Han Sen was still leaving and said quickly, brother, hear me out. When I was chased around by the mutant creature a while back, I found a great place which you would definitely be interested in. How about I show you the place? If you think it is interesting, just let me join Goddess Gang. If you think the place is no good, I will no longer bother you. What kind of a good place? Han Sen asked. A nest. Zhu Ting lowered his voice and said to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at him surprised. The fact that Zhu Ting found a nest meant he had found a sacred blood beast soul. What a lucky guy. Take me there first, Han Sen thought about it and said. He was not worried that Zhu Ting might have any tricks up his sleeve. Even if there was a sacred blood creature, Han Sen could protect himself. However, in the case that there was a sacred blood creature or even a super creature in the nest, it would be terribly difficult for him to break the egg. Zhu Ting took Han Sen out of the ice cave and entered the mountains. Han Sen felt they were going too slow and summoned the golden growler, asking Zhu Ting to sit with him. Brother, what a nice ride. Do you want to sell this mount? I could accept any price, Zhu Ting said admiringly, looking at the golden growler. I will not sell this one, but if you want to purchase a beast soul, I do have one. Han Sen suddenly had an idea. The berserk ice-armored beast soul that he gained the last time was useless to him. If Zhu Ting was willing to pay a high price, Han Sen would like to sell it to him. What beast soul? A mutant one or a sacred blood one? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in excitement. He had been suffering too much. It was so difficult to get a beast soul in such a place, and he had lost all the beast souls he brought here. Without a nice beast soul, Zhu Ting felt insecure. A primitive beast soul of ice-armored beast, replied Han Sen. Zhu Ting was slightly disappointed, but he still said, well, that is nice as well. It is beast soul armor, relatively strong among primitive beast souls. 1 million, what do you think? 1 million for a primitive beast soul was a lot, even though the beast soul was from second god's sanctuary. It was only because beast souls were very rare in this place. In a large human shelter, primitive beast souls would be worth about 1/10 the price. It is a berserk one, Han Sen added. Zhu Ting suddenly widened his eyes and said, brother, you got a berserk ice-armored beast soul. Among primitive creatures, only one in several dozen could become berserk. And it was even harder to gain the beast soul, which was why a berserk beast soul was much more expensive than the beast soul on the same level. Of course, a berserk beast soul was also much better than others. In the case of this beast soul armor, a normal beast soul could only cover 30% to 40% of the body, while a berserk one could cover more than 95% of the body. The defense was also enhanced in the berserk one, even comparable to a weak mutant armor, which made the value of a berserk beast soul much higher. What do you think? Han Sen summoned the berserk ice-armored beast soul, and his whole body was suddenly covered in a thick layer of ice. However, armor like this was not that useful to Han Sen. It was not even as strong as Han Sen's body, especially after he had practiced microcrystal. If the armor was a top mutant beast soul or a sacred blood one, Han Sen would probably keep it. Unfortunately, he had not gained one yet. Brother, name your price. Zhu Ting felt excited. I won't force you to teach me 7 twists since you are not allowed to. But your family must have an S-class footwork designed for evolvers. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting and said. Zhu Ting suddenly became hesitant and said, well, forget about it, I don't really need a beast soul. Han Sen knew what he meant. A berserk beast soul of ice-armored beast was worth $10 million tops after taking into consideration of the scarcity of the beast souls. However, that was too little to trade for an S-class secret footwork. No one would make such a trade. Relax, I'm not trying to trade the berserk beast soul for your footwork. I will pay you an S-class Saint Hall license of evolver level for the footwork. The berserk beast soul could be considered your service fee, Han Sen said with a smile. The Chens had phenomenal footwork hyper-geno arts, which were hard to purchase even in Saint Hall. Since 7 twists was out of the question, Han Sen did not mind learning something else. If that is the case, I could think of something. Zhu Ting looked at the berserk beast soul armor Han Sen was wearing, gritted his teeth and said, the Chens have an evolver footwork treading cloud. If you're interested, I could give up my dignity and get it for you. Tell me about it, what kind of footwork is treading cloud? Han Sen squinted and asked. Zhu Ting demonstrated what it was like, which made Han Sen's eyes light up. Treading cloud was a footwork that emphasized leg skills. After it was practiced successfully, the body cells of one's legs could be enhanced. Treading cloud meant it was so easy to reach the sky after practicing this footwork. Although it was an exaggeration, it showed that the footwork emphasized explosive leg strength. To Han Sen's satisfaction, after practicing treading cloud, although he would not be able to leverage on the air 7 times, he would be able to leverage on the air once. Unlike what Han Sen had invented, this was a perfect leverage. Last time, when Han Sen leveraged in the air, he was only able to make one extra kick, which was because the leverage was not perfect. After practicing treading cloud, he would be able to leverage on the air perfectly and make another 7 kicks. Han Sen was very satisfied with treading cloud, which was a secret hyper-geno art that he could not even learn at Saint Hall. It was worth it to pay an S-class Saint Hall license and a berserk beast soul. Just like that, Han Sen and Zhu Ting agreed on the time of the trade. Zhu Ting could teach Han Sen the footwork himself, but he had to obtain the special Geno solutions from the Chens. Zhu Ting took Han Sen to find the nest. With the speed of the golden growler, it took them more than half a day to spot layering mountains formulating a life lotus, which was the entrance to the nest. Luckily, there was no creatures nearby. They climbed over the mountains and went down the entrance until they reached the green gold wall. The green gold wall was still intact. No one had entered. Although Zhu Ting found the place, he did not dare to enter. Zhu Ting was smart in that he knew what was within his ability and what was beyond, which was not something everyone knew. After all, men are animals of emotions, so it was hard for them to keep rational all the time. Wait outside, I'll go check it out, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting and broke the green gold wall to enter. The omniscient green light made the large nest a scary space. Oddly shaped cells were everywhere, all intact. There was no way to tell which one had nurtured a creature. Han Sen slowly approached the cells, but because there were too many cells, they were all crammed together. There was no way to go through other than climbing over the cells. Han Sen did not dare to jump onto a cell. Staring at a 20 feet tall oval cell, he slowly walked ahead, feeling uncomfortable as if something was about to get wrong. Roar! When Han Sen was about 30 feet from the cell, it suddenly exploded. A black creature with 2 silver horns and bat wings that looked like a gargoyle suddenly rushed out from the broken cell. Han Sen only glanced at it before he started to run as fast as his legs could carry him. Although he had not fought the creature yet, judging by its speed, Han Sen was sure that the gargoyle was a sacred blood creature with a physique over 100. Han Sen was glad that it was the first thing that caught his eyes. If Han Sen ran into this creature when he had gone deep already, it would be much harder for him to run away. Han Sen only ran a few steps when the gargoyle caught up with him. Its arm as strong as a marble column quickly swung at Han Sen's back. On its claw, each of the nails was more than half a foot long, as sharp as a tungsten dagger. Even a body made of Z-steel would be broken by such nails. Without turning back, Han Sen moved his body like a snake away from the blow of the gargoyle, as if he had eyes on his back. Then Han Sen continued to run in a twisted route. Flapping its wings, the gargoyle was behind Han Sen immediately. However, its blow was useless again. Han Sen was as slippery as an eel, slipping through the gargoyle's arms again and again. Han Sen looked to the direction of the entrance and saw that Zhu Ting had left, faster than a rabbit. Having failed several times, the gargoyle quickly howled as Han Sen was about to run to the narrow path. The silver horns of the gargoyle suddenly glowed and the silver color started to bleed toward the gargoyle's black body. All of a sudden, the gargoyle became a silver statue, which looked strangely glamorous. "Damn it, a berserk sacred blood creature!" Han Sen exclaimed. The silver gargoyle almost instantaneously appeared behind Han Sen, clawing at Han Sen's head. The speed of the silver gargoyle was so fast that Han Sen had no time to dodge the blow. Although he was trying to use kiting skills as much as possible, in front of the absolute speed, all his efforts were useless. Han Sen gritted his teeth and used Jideskin. Reaching a hand at the thick arm of the berserk beast, Han Sen was not trying to beat the creature with his force. As the two arms clashed, Han Sen entangled the thick arm of the silver gargoyle like a snake and slid onto its body. Perfectly combining Ghost Hound and Diversion, Han Sen also used the flexibility he gained from practicing Jideskin to reach this effect. The silver gargoyle tried to catch Han Sen, who was hanging on its back, while Han Sen had slid down to the gargoyle's crotch and hitting the part hard. Boom! Han Sen's jade-like fist hit the gargoyle's crotch hard, making it scream madly. The gargoyle quickly used both hands to claw at Han Sen. Han Sen turned his body around on the gargoyle's thigh and moved back to its back. Grabbing the gargoyle's wings, Han Sen quickly chopped his hand at its neck. Moving around on the gargoyle's body, the gargoyle tried to catch Han Sen in madness but kept failing. However, the physique of the berserk silver gargoyle was so strong that even after Han Sen used Jideskin, he could only make its silver body swell a little. Han Sen did not dare to use the cursed wolf dagger, because it was not strong enough to break this body and because holding the dagger would affect Han Sen's movements. Han Sen even tried to claw at the gargoyle's eyes, but it was equally useless. Its eyes were as tough as its body, made of silver metal. Han Sen felt the time, which was less than a minute, was as long as hours. It was not an easy thing to fight the gargoyle this way. Han Sen had used his physical and mental power to his limit. Every slight movement was carefully calculated. Both his physical and mental strength was depleted. Even so, Han Sen was still facing worse risks. The berserk gargoyle became faster and faster. A few times, its nails had scratched Han Sen, making him bleed immediately. Han Sen was not shaken at all. He continued to slither on the gargoyle's body like a snake, but his moving range was smaller and smaller. Eventually, the berserk gargoyle pushed Han Sen so hard that he had nowhere to go. The gargoyle quickly clawed at Han Sen was right on its body. As the sharp silver nails were about to stab into Han Sen's body, Han Sen quickly pushed the gargoyle's head and jumped in the air, avoiding its claw. The silver gargoyle had used up its energy with this move. After Han Sen dodged the blow, its claw did not stop and continued to hit its own face. The 5 nails as sharp as silver daggers stabbed into silver face, and silver blood suddenly jetted out. Han Sen took the opportunity to run out of the nest. He could still vaguely hear the roaring of the raging silver gargoyle. The physique of the silver gargoyle was so good that Han Sen could not kill it at the moment. However, Since he had already learned that there was a sacred blood creature in this place, he could always come back when he had enough Geno points. "Brother, you are here. Are you okay?" Zhu Ting was waiting at the entrance, looking down from time to time. "Luckily, I ran out, but I could not kill that thing," Han Sen said and started to walk away. "How about me joining Goddess Gang?" Zhu Ting came up to Han Sen and asked. "If you want to, I'll permit it," Han Sen said casually. He would keep Zhu Ting around for the moment because he was still thinking about 7 twists of the Chens. After leaving the nest, Han Sen went back to the Alliance and urged Zhu Ting to get the Geno solutions as soon as possible. It was almost time for Zero to return to the God's Sanctuary, so Han Sen thought it was time to conquer the Spirit Shelter. However, he would like for everyone of Goddess Gang to join the war against the Spirit Shelter. Otherwise, if he went himself, the gang members would not appreciate the gains they did not fight for that much. Of course, Han Sen was going to make sure he will get the Spirit Stone in the shelter. He did not care about anything else that much. After Han Sen returned to Daphne, he finished his own task and looked at his future schedule. In 2 days, he would join the cooking team to prepare food. Soldiers could only have food for 5 days out of a month. Normally, they would just take nutrition solutions. However, the expert panel was different. They ate every day, so the existence of the cookhouse was mainly meant for the expert panel. After resting for 2 days, reading and training, it was Han Sen's turn to work. Han Sen finally understood that the work of the cookhouse was difficult sometimes. Those experts and scholars were very picky about what they ate. According to the rules, each of them shall have 3 dishes and 1 soup per meal, and there must be meat. In addition, several professors in the expert panel could even order their own food, which was a privilege that even Ji Yanran and Chen Shushan did not enjoy. Because of the emphasis the Alliance had placed on crystallizer ruins, these experts and professors enjoyed very high status. Among them, several professors were indeed quite knowledgeable about crystallizer civilization. Han Sen was not a great cook, so all he could do was to prepare the raw materials and transfer the food to the plates. "You must be the new cookhouse recruit Han Sen. I heard you passed sprint at level 10, a young researcher of the expert panel asked Han Sen while he was getting his food. "It was because I have seen it before. It's no big deal," Han Sen said casually. "You graduated from Blackhawk?" the young researcher asked. "Yes," Han Sen slightly frowned and replied. He glanced at the young researcher who was about 30 years old and quite good-looking. His lips were thin, which gave him a feminine look. "Not bad. When I was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk ranked about 100. I wonder how it's doing now," the young researcher said quietly. Han Sen felt the guy's tone was a bit off, squinted and said, "I'm not sure. I did not have many opportunities to see people from Alliance Central Military Academy. I was in an archery tournament against that school though." "Oh, did you come out of it okay?" the young researcher said contentedly. Speaking of tournaments, Alliance Central Military Academy was always the top-notch school. Almost in every single item, the school would get at least top 3, while Blackhawk was not that impressive among the famous academies. The two could not even be compared. Naturally, the young researcher felt Blackhawk would lose tragically. It was okay. Alliance Central Military Academy was quite impressive, so it took me some effort to get rid of them and gain the championship, Han Sen said casually. He did not want to be nice to people like this. "Ha ha, if you want to brag, there is still a limit." "In what kind of tournament? Can Blackhawk beat Alliance Central Military Academy? Is it a bragging contest?" The reply of the researcher made everyone in the expert panel laugh. These researchers mainly came from Alliance Central Military Academy, because there were not many academies that had the major of crystallizer ruins research. Most of the professors that focused on crystallizer culture taught at Alliance Central Military Academy, so the experts and professors in the expert panel were also mostly affiliated to Alliance Central Military Academy. As the graduates of the best military school in the Alliance, they were of course arrogant. Several researchers from the expert panel had also tried sprint, but none of them passed level 10. They all felt quite content when hearing a cookhouse soldier passed level 10, because they knew Han Sen was familiar with the system. There was no way Han Sen was as strong as them. This researcher named Tang Xin was very pissed about this, which was why he provoked Han Sen. "I'm so sorry. I have no idea Alliance Central Military Academy is such a big deal. Unfortunately, I have already graduated and could no longer participate in the games. Otherwise, I would be easier on them and make them look better," Han Sen shrugged and said with a smile. As Han Sen said that, many researchers looked to him. Even several professors couldn't help glancing at him. Okay, so you say you beat Alliance Central Military Academy. So, tell me, where and when did you do that? Tang Xin snorted and said, because he did not believe Han Sen at all. I don't remember which game, since it's such a trivial matter for me. You could go search my name, and you will probably see it. Han Sen knocked the spatula on the edge of the plate. If you don't have anything else to say, please give way to others. They have to eat as well. Tang Xin was a bit upset. He had always been very proud of the fact that he graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy. Han Sen's treating his alma mater lightly irritated him. However, on this warship he could not do anything out of the line. Tang Xin gritted his teeth and walked to Professor Li Mingtang, pleading, Professor, could you look it up for me to see if he was telling the truth? On Daphne, ordinary people did not have the access to the Skynet. All they had was an internal database, which was why Tang Xin asked Professor Li Mingtang to look it up for him. Li Mingtang thought about it and said, we are all co-workers, so there's no need to get to the bottom of this. We can just laugh it out. Tang Xin did not want to let it go and said, Professor, as a graduate from Alliance Central Military Academy, I could not stand vicious words against my alma mater. I must clear it up. After he said that, Tang Xin stared at Han Sen fiercely, obviously upset. Researcher Tang Xin, that is not right. You have your alma mater, but don't we all have ours? You slandered Han Sen's alma mater first. The fat squad leader could no longer watch this and said, I was just stating a fact, not trying to slander anything. Tang Xin sneered, if we ask Professor Li Mingtang to look it up, we will naturally know who is stating the fact and who is slandering. The fat squad leader simply said, look it up. I believe that Han Sen would not lie. Professor, please look it up for us, so we could clear Han Sen's name. Since the fat squad leader said that, Li Mingtang had to connect to the Skynet, looking for the military school contests that Han Sen had participated in. Shortly, many entries appeared. All the researchers and cookhouse soldiers looked to the screen. Before long, his face became stern. At that time, almost every media reported the archery tournament between the Emperor and the monster. It was fair to say that the match was a historic one. The game ended Jing Jiwu in Alliance Central Military Academy's rule in the league. The nickname of Han Sen, Emperor, was broadcasted in the league by all kinds of media. Any report would reflect how the game went down and how Han Sen performed. The media almost described Han Sen as a godsent archer. Although it was exaggerated, there was no doubt that Han Sen did lead Blackhawk to beat Alliance Central Military Academy, which was the ruler at the time. As Han Sen had said, in that game, Blackhawk was the winner. The researchers suddenly changed their attitude about Han Sen. A cookhouse soldier, even one on Daphne, should not be too good a fighter. Otherwise, he would not end up as a cookhouse soldier. However, no one had expected for Han Sen, the new recruit, to have such a successful past. Being able to be called the strongest person in the entire league was an honor that none of the researchers who graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy had enjoyed, including Tang Xin. After all, when they were at school, they were not the strongest person on campus. Han Sen, I did not realize you were so good when you were at school. The fat squad leader was so happy that he patted Han Sen on the shoulder with his meaty hand. Some researchers had always looked down on ordinary soldiers, and Tang Xin was the worst of them. The fat squad leader was very happy to see his face slapped by Han Sen. I was not that good. It's just the opponent was too weak. Han Sen was not a pushover. Since Tang Xin had tried to bully him, he would punch back as well. Tang Xin's face became purple, the corner of his mouth twitching without making a single sound. He quit lunch and left immediately. Well done, Han Sen. That Tang Xin is such a snob, mean and picky, as if he was better than all of us. The guy annoyed the hell out of me. I did not realize how great you were at the military school. When Han Sen returned to the kitchen, the vice squad leader also complimented him. All right, stop that. The fat squad leader closed the door of the kitchen and said to Han Sen solemnly, Han Sen, be careful in the future. That Tang Xin is a petty person. You are probably already on his enemy list. I am a cookhouse soldier, and he is a researcher in the expert panel. What could he possibly do to me? Han Sen said with a smile. There is nothing he could do to you on the warship, but it is hard to say when we arrived at the crystallizer ruin. There are many weird stuff inside the ruin. We don't really know how they work. If he set you up, then it will be very hard for you to protect yourself. After arriving at the ruin, remember not to walk around alone. Just stay on the warship so that he could do nothing to you, the fat squad leader warned Han Sen. Others also gave Han Sen some advice. Since Han Sen did not want to worry them, he nodded. But then again, since you were so great in military school and got the rank of major, how come you came here to be a cookhouse soldier? Li Mingliang couldn't help asking. In fact, my dream is to be a soldier on the warship, even as a cookhouse soldier, which is why I'm here. Han Sen was telling the truth. However, he did not tell the whole truth. He wanted to be a soldier on the warship of Ji Yanran, that is. When Han Sen entered God's sanctuary again, he eventually saw the pretty face of Zero. It seems it's time to conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen found Yang Manly to summon everyone in Goddess again. Everyone, I decided to set out to conquer the spirit shelter tomorrow and use that shelter as the base of Goddess Gang. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time. I do not want to force you, so I will let you go with no strings attached. Han Sen's gaze swept across people's faces. Captain, is it too early for us to conquer the spirit shelter? There is an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter and many mutant creatures. We do not have quite the strength yet to do that. How about we develop our strength a bit further and do that when we have all maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points? In that case, we would have a much better chance. Yes, Captain, we should focus on cultivation now. We have no idea how many mutant creatures there are in the spirit shelter. Is it too big a challenge for us to go now? We have enough strength to kill primitive creatures in batches. How about we spend more time doing that? And when Han Sen glanced at the mob he was leading and said coldly, "Today I am gathering you to tell you my decision. So, all you need to do is to execute it or quit. I do not need your advice. However, there is one thing I must state clearly right now. If you quit at this point, Goddess Gang will never welcome you back, not now, and definitely not when we have conquered the spirit shelter. It's your own choice to stay or go." Han Sen's words brought silence to the scene. Very soon, someone stood out, gritted his teeth and told Han Sen, "Sorry, Captain, we do not have enough resources to take down the spirit shelter. I can't risk it with my life. Bring me his contract." Han Sen did not answer but asked Yang Manly to bring the guy's contract and voided it. With someone being the first, many more stood out to break off their contract and leave the Goddess Gang. Not many people believed that Han Sen could really conquer the spirit shelter. There were so many mutant creatures in the spirit shelter, and an aristocrat spirit who was basically immortal. Those were all huge troubles. Before destroying their spirit stones, the spirits were almost immortal in their own shelters. In addition, no one had any idea how many mutant creatures and primitive creatures there were. Goddess Gang had a total of 200 people, and many of them were still lacking in their primitive Geno point count. They could not even fight primitive creatures one-on-one. Spirit Shelter was simply too big a goal. Goddess Gang, which had 200 people, lost the better half of its members soon. Only about 36 of people remained. Han Sen was fully prepared in advance. However, he still did not expect to lose so many members. At first glance, most people who stayed were young people like Shu Yu. Only a few of them were older. To Han Sen's surprise, the middle-aged person who used to throw sarcastic comments at him was still in the team and did not choose to leave. Han Sen still remembered that his name was Zheng Guoxiang. He came to Second God's Sanctuary 20 years ago as a sacred evolver. However, he did not expect to end up in such shitty place. For 2 decades, he did nothing. When Han Sen established Goddess Gang, he joined the gang but did not show too much impressive performance. "Brother, are we still going to conquer the spirit shelter?" Zhu Ting did not leave either. He glanced at the remaining people and whispered to Han Sen, "Of course, I said that we are going to set out tomorrow. That will not change. Go back and prepare. Gather here tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Han Sen asked everyone to go. The reason he would like to wait until tomorrow and did not leave immediately was that he wanted to test the rest of these people. Maybe they were excited and motivated at this point. However, after considering for an entire night, if they still dared to go, then it would mean they were truly rough diamonds. There was no way these people knew that Han Sen did not care how many people followed. As long as he and Zero were there, they could take down the spirit shelter themselves. The reason he was bringing people over was to select potential talents. After all, there must be someone to operate the shelter after they took it down. Are you really taking these people to conquer the spirit shelter? After everyone was gone, Young Manly asked Han Sen seriously. What now? You also don't believe I could take down the spirit shelter? Han Sen looked at Young Manly with a smile. Judging from pure strength, it is tough indeed. Young Manly was not a woman who would be misled by others, and her answer was honest. So, will you go or not? Han Sen continued to ask. Yes. Young Manly gave him an assertive answer. Then go back and prepare. We'll leave tomorrow morning, Han Sen smiled and said. The next morning, they were missing several people. In the end, including Young Manly, Uncle Qing, and Zhu Ting, they were 20 people in total. Let's go. Han Sen did not waste his words and commanded everyone to march toward the big mountain where the spirit shelter was located. When the group of people left, many people were watching them. They all felt that Han Sen must be crazy. How is it different from committing suicide taking such a small number of people to conquer the spirit shelter? Although Uncle Qing, who was the strongest fighter on Han Sen's team, he was only good against one mutant creature no matter how strong he was. Even if Han Sen was able to cope with one or two mutant creatures, what could the rest of them do? Most of them were young people who had not been to Second God's Sanctuary for long. Also, most of them were just mutant evolvers. Only one or two were sacred blood evolvers. There were even 3 young people who were primitive evolvers. No one would believe that 20 people like these could conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. Everybody believed they were mad. Watching the young men following Han Sen, many people even showed pity. Of course, more people were delighted to witness their departure. They even thought, coming from a prominent family with the respect from Starry Group, Han Sen became arrogant. He deserves to die in the spirit shelter. It's a pity though that we are going to lose a good man like Uncle Qing and those young people. People of worst characters even wished for Han Sen to die there and for Young Manly and Zero to return safely, so that they would have a chance at the ladies. The 20 people marched toward the spirit shelter in heavy snow and soon disappeared on the vast snow field. Many people thought it was very likely that they were gone forever. Even many of the young people in the group felt pessimistic about the fight. However, because of their passion, they wanted to roll the dice, and maybe there was a future for them. However, even so, they felt worried. After all, it was an aristocrat spirit shelter. They had never been to a squire shelter or a knight shelter before. It was their first expedition, and their target was an aristocrat shelter. It was absolutely normal that they were nervous. The closer they got to the snow mountain, the more nervous they became. Even Uncle Qing put on a solemn look. Uncle Qing knew for sure that Han Sen was not a stupid man. However, in his eyes, they did not have enough to take down the spirit shelter. If Han Sen did not have any backup, they would be taking a huge risk. It would be hard for them to escape death. However, because of the blind trust in the name Han Jingji, Uncle Qing did not want to quit. Are you cold? In the fluttering snowflakes, Han Sen held Zero's hands and warmed them up with his breath. No. Zero shook her head quietly. Han Sen then remembered that Zero had even better physique than he did. There was no way she would fear such weather. This is the spirit shelter. Are we really going up? Zhu Ting looked at the big mountain ahead of them and asked again. Certainly. Han Sen urged the golden growler to step on the big mountain first. The rest of them looked at each other and then all followed Han Sen uphill. Many of them were walking stiffly with no expression on their face, staring at the spirit shelter that looked like an old castle. The spirit shelter was quiet. Except for the sound of snow falling, there was absolutely no sound. The shelter looked like a lifeless castle with no residents. Uncle Qing, Zhu Ting, and Young Manly could not help frowning. This was obviously quite abnormal. Creatures in the spirit should have noticed them a long while ago. However, there was no noise at all. The gates of the shelter were open, but no creatures came out of it, which was simply odd. Wait a second. Han Sen commanded the group to stop, summoned the Golden Rock Worm King, and commanded it to fly into the gates of the shelter. Very soon, the Golden Rock Worm King returned. The message brought back to Han Sen was that there was nothing in the spirit shelter, not a single creature. Nothing. Han Sen frowned slightly. The situation was clearly out of his expectation. The group marched toward the architecture and looked around vigilantly. However, they found nothing. It was as if the entire spirit shelter was empty. Having reached the destination smoothly, Han Sen pushed open the gates and walked into the hall that looked like a palace. Indeed, There was a spirit stone with an alluring glow set between the eyebrows of a huge statue of deity. Spirit stone. Shuyu and other young men became excited. As long as the spirit stone was destroyed, the spirit would be dead no matter where it was. However, before they even walked to the spirit stone, a figure suddenly appeared from the side of the room. It was an elegant woman dressed like a priest, holding an ice staff in her hand. It was the same aristocrat spirit that Han Sen had seen. "Attention!" yelled Uncle Qing and summoned his beast souls. Actually, even without Uncle Qing's wearing, everyone had already summoned their beast souls and looked around vigilantly. The spirit looked at the group of people, smiled coldly, and raised the staff in her hand. Light suddenly covered her body, turning her into an aristocrat fighter in ice armor with red patterns. The staff turned into an ice spear. Roar! Almost immediately, all sorts of creatures came to the empty castle. Hundreds and thousands of ice-armored beasts and other creatures besieged the hall, throwing themselves at the intruders. "Go deeper and destroy the spirit stone," Uncle Qing exclaimed and charged the statue of deity. However, before he made a move, a dozen creatures suddenly appeared from behind the statue, each of them a mutant creature. There were huge snow wolf and bears, as well as dark bats and all sorts of birds. Those mutant creatures completely blocked the path toward the statue. Also, they were led by the aristocrat spirit. Even Uncle Qing was shocked and stopped, finding it impossible to destroy the spirit stone directly. Groups of creatures had flooded into the hall from outside. Although they were all primitive creatures, they were so huge in number that even if the group of people wanted to kill their way out, it would take them a long time. In addition, they were in the spirit shelter and the gates had been closed. There was no way for them to go back even if they wanted to. "Human, you will regret that you stole my pet." The cold face of the spirits was emotionless. She pointed at Han Sen with her ice spear. After that sentence, the ice-armored beasts flooded into the hall and threw themselves at the group of people with no fear for death. However, the mutant creatures did not seem to be attacking. All they were doing was to protect the statue of deity. Clearly, they were trying to weaken the group using endless primitive creatures first. The spirit herself walked to Han Sen with her ice spear in hand, wanting to kill Han Sen with her own hands to get her revenge. Everyone else looked pale. They were trapped in this place. They could not run away or destroy the spirit stone. It seemed that they were in a dead end, and there was no hope of survival. "Let's rush out. Maybe there is still a chance," Zhu Ting said loudly. "You guard the door, and I will go for the spirit stone," Han Sen said and walked to the spirit. Everyone else lost their calm. With a dozen mutant creatures guarding the statue of deity, they could not approach it with all the people available, let alone Han Sen himself. However, Han Sen had already gone toward the statue of deity. Other people had to block the door to the hall first, fighting the endless ice-armored beasts. However, there were so many creatures out there that there was no way they could hold up for a long time. Even if the creatures were willing to be killed by them, their hands would still get tired. Han Sen did not seem to be worried about the situation at all. He walked to the spirit and said, "You're very smart, I could even call you sly. You have successfully lured us into the trap you have set up." The spirit curled her lips and looked content. She said coldly, "The moment you decided to go against me, your death has been certain. Unfortunately, there is one thing you did wrong," Han Sen continued to say as he walked. "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the spirit asked with her brows knitted. "You should not let me come this far. Your favorite trap is your biggest mistake." Han Sen quickly rushed to the huge statue of deity with the spirit stone like a tornado. The spirit sneered and swept her ice spear at Han Sen, trying to stop him. However, Han Sen did not lower his speed at all. He used great strength with his legs yet put his upper body horizontal. Running forward but almost lying on the ground, Han Sen dodged the attack from the spirit in a weird pose and continued toward the statue at a high speed. The mutant creatures roared loud and threw themselves at Han Sen like demons from hell. Zheng Guoxiang watched Han Sen going in the middle of the mutant creatures with a complicated expression. 20 years ago, he was as brave as Han Sen. At that day and age when it was still difficult to hunt a sacred blood creature, he used his diligence, talent, and special privileges coming from his family to max out his sacred geno points and evolved as a sacred blood evolver in First God's Sanctuary. However, after he entered Second God's Sanctuary, when he was about to realize all his dreams, he found out what a terrible place he ended up at. There was no strong teammates or available beast souls. He needed to risk his life even when trying to kill a primitive creature. At the same time, he must avoid the spirit shelter and large groups of creatures at all times. In the beginning, Zheng Guoxiang still fought with some hope. Shortly, he discovered that it was almost impossible to max out on ordinary Geno points in this place, let alone primitive Geno points. It did not mean that Zheng Guoxiang was not strong enough to kill an ordinary creature. He was capable of that, but there were only so many types of ordinary creatures. As he ate many of a type, that type no longer provided ordinary Geno points for him. If he wanted to look for other ordinary creatures, he needed to go beyond the spirit shelter, which was something he could not achieve. It was the same case for primitive creatures, which made Zheng Guoxiang feel desperate. There was no way he could continue to increase the ordinary and mutant Geno points. And he was not able to kill a mutant creature. Zheng Guoxiang gave up hope completely. As he lost hope, he spent his days on nothing for 20 years. When Han Sen appeared, Zheng Guoxiang felt like he had seen himself 20 years ago, so confident, proud, and arrogant. Subconsciously, Zheng Guoxiang tried to say no to Han Sen, like he did to his younger self. However, after Han Sen created one miracle after another, Zheng Guoxiang suddenly realized that he wished Han Sen's success strongly in his heart, because he saw Han Sen as his younger self. He did not really want to lose or continue to be a loser. He wanted to see someone succeed. That was why Zheng Guoxiang joined Goddess Gang. When a lot of people told him to leave, he still followed Han Sen to the spirit shelter. He only wanted to give Han Sen a chance. Maybe he wanted to give himself a chance. Maybe there was miracle in this world. And maybe he could start over again. He was 40 years old. Maybe he was no longer young, but he was not old either. Zheng Guoxiang wanted to stand up again, to feel the urge to pursue something with all he got, and to go after his own dream. I am not old yet, Zheng Guoxiang told himself. Watching Han Sen throwing himself at the mutant creatures, Zheng Guoxiang felt he had gone back to the hot-blooded era, when he was still fearless. At that moment, Zheng Guoxiang deeply felt that his blood had not gone cold yet. His heart was still warm. He still wanted to go to the top of all mountains like a man. Kill! Zheng Guoxiang roared and wielded his broadsword at an incoming ice-armored beast, beheading the beast immediately. With the roar from Zheng Guoxiang, Han Sen also charged the mutant creatures. A red and golden fire bird spread its beautiful wings in the hall and brought a pretty aura to everyone's beast souls. People found that the abilities of their beast souls were significantly enhanced, which made it much easier for them to cope with the creatures. Beast soul aura. Is it a sacred blood beast soul aura? Zhu Ting looked to Han Sen in the middle of the mutant creatures in surprise. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not have time to answer him. He threw a sharp gaze at the mutant creatures in aristocrat spirit. Every single object and living creature in the hall was imprinted in his mind. Using his brain power, Han Sen was quickly calculating every single possibility. Shapeshifting into Fairy Queen made his eyesight sharper and made his enemies look slower, giving him enough time to think. Han Sen made a step and turned his entire body into jade. If someone could see his body under his armor, they would certainly appreciate how gorgeous and dedicated it looked. Crack! When Han Sen brushed by a snow wolf, a foot-long cut was made on the shoulder of the snow wolf. Blood jetted out, but the jade-like palm was not even colored by the blood. Han Sen's performance just began. Under the attack of a dozen mutant creatures and the aristocrat spirit, Han Sen was not in a hurry. He looked so calm that it seemed that nothing could affect him. However, if Han Sen's moves were to be observed closely, each and every one of his moves had a strong sense of purpose. No extra movements were made. His entire body was like a highly efficient machine, generating all the power he got. The aristocrat spirit wielded the ice spear, trying to kill Han Sen. A dozen mutant creatures tried to circle him, but Han Sen found a slim chance of survival in a seemingly impossible way, breaking through the block of the mutant creatures and rushing toward the gigantic statue of deity. At this point, Uncle Qing and others were dumbstruck. They could hardly believe that Han Sen was still human. A dozen mutant creatures could not stop his footsteps at all. The aristocrat spirit was both astonished and mad. Unexpectedly, she could not even catch up with Han Sen and had to watch him beating one mutant creature after another. In just a dozen seconds, Han Sen broke the blockage of the mutant creatures and jumped on the shoulder of the statue. The aristocrat spirit could not even catch up with Han Sen, staring blankly at him. Han Sen stood on the shoulder of the statue and took out the spirit stone from the deity's forehead. It all happened so fast that the aristocrat spirit and the gang members had no time to react. When Han Sen got his hands on the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strange force from his palm, making the spirit stone light up. Ice aristocrat, Snow Charmer, gives you her absolute loyalty and hopes to be your servant. The elegant female spirit suddenly bowed her head and kneeled in front of Han Sen. Han Sen placed the spirit stone on top of the head of the spirit. The stone suddenly became even more bright, whose light almost blinded everyone. When the lights disappeared, both the stone and Snow Charmer were gone. The spirit swore fealty. The rest people watched it happen, astonished. After a long while, they realized what had happened and looked incredulous. God knows how difficult it was to make a spirit swear allegiance. It was not something that could be achieved by violence. It basically all depended on luck. In Han Sen's mind, a spirit stone that looked like a piece of ice decorated with lots of mysterious patterns was floating. In the middle, two strange words, Snow Charmer, were imprinted. Although Han Sen did not know the language, he somehow knew what it meant. Han Sen summoned the spirit, and the stone suddenly flew out of his mind, turning into her figure. Snow Charmer, kill those mutant creatures. Han Sen thought. Snow Charmer immediately raised her ice spear and moved toward the mutant creatures. Initially, the creatures inside the spirit shelter were following Snow Charmer's command, fearless and regulated. However, when they lost her control, they suddenly became a mob. They lost their cooperation between each other immediately. Although they were still great in number, they no longer had the threat they just did. Snow Charmer wielded her spear and entered the group of mutant creatures. Her fitness was better than normal mutant creatures initially. With her great intelligence and spear skills, she killed her way into the mutant creatures and slaughtered a snow wolf very soon. Snow Charmer killed a mutant creature, Snow-Toothed Wolf. Beast soul of Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Do you want to withdraw the beast soul? A voice sounded in Han Sen's mind as Snow Charmer killed the Snow-Toothed Wolf. Withdraw. Han Sen did not feel surprised by that. He had studied how to use a spirit before. According to other people's experience, after he gained the fealty of a spirit, he could withdraw the beast souls that the spirit gained from killing creatures anytime. Equally, he could transfer his beast souls to the spirit. Spirits were loyal subordinates. However, after giving their allegiance to humans, spirits would become integrated with their spirit stones. They would thus lose the ability to come back from death infinitely. If they were killed after they became servants, they would die for real. When the spirits were killed, the beast souls they carried would also disappear. Therefore, one must be careful when giving beast souls to a spirit. Although there were many limitations, the intelligence, skills, and ability to make judgment of spirits made them much better than ordinary beast souls. Especially, spirits had the ability to use beast souls, which meant they could be used like human partners, while beast souls were more like tools. Withdrawal successful. Beast soul Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Very soon, a voice sounded in Han Sen's mind and a new beast soul appeared. Han Sen had no time to check his newly gained beast soul and continued to hunt mutant creatures with Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer had great spear skills. She even injured the sacred blood monster of tentacles before. Although many mutant creatures helped her at the time, she still needed impeccable spear skills to achieve that. The spear was wielded like a tornado. The lean body of Snow Charmer gave off incredible strength. A snow bear was hunted soon. Snow Charmer killed mutant creature Snow Polar Bear. No beast soul gained. The creatures outside the hall became a mess. They either ran away or defended themselves only, no longer fierce as before. The gang members chased the creatures in the excitement, looking back at Snow Charmer, who looked like Athena admiringly from time to time. She was an aristocrat spirit, and so elegant and gorgeous. She was even a great fighter. Which man could see her and say they don't envy Han Sen? Later on, Han Sen no longer needed to move a finger. Snow Charmer took care of the mutant creatures that did not have time to run away with her dazzling spear skills. She was so fierce that it was incredible to watch. Han Sen was full of joy. An aristocrat spirit was so strong already, so if he gained a royal spirit, it would be even better. Since a royal spirit would correspond with a sacred blood creature, Han Sen suspected that there was another type of spirit that would correspond with super creatures. No matter what, Han Sen was more than satisfied that he gained Snow Charmer. At least, it proved that his super body king spirit did work. Whether or not others could gain the loyalty of a spirit depended on luck, and the chance was quite low. However, as long as Han Sen had the spirit stone, he could gain the allegiance of a spirit for sure, which was more than incredible. Han Sen had already been envisioning the future when he will take a troop formed of all kinds of spirits and rule Second God's sanctuary. Whoever standing in his way would be killed. No one would ever dare to challenge him. The battle only lasted a little over an hour. Lots of creatures ran out of the spirit shelter and many were killed by the humans. Snow Charmer alone killed 4 mutant creatures. Han Sen himself killed 2. However, he did not gain other beast souls other than the wolf. More than 100 primitive creatures were killed. Bodies of creatures were everywhere inside the shelter. Every human was excited. We conquered the aristocrat spirit shelter. Shu Yu and other young people still thought it was hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. We made it. Many people hugged each other, shouting and jumping up and down. Many among the people who followed Han Sen here almost had a death wish. When they were trapped, they became almost desperate. However, who knows that they would have such an ending? Most of the people were only slightly injured. None was killed. They took down an aristocrat spirit shelter just like that, which must be a miracle. The person who created a miracle was undoubtedly the man who broke the blockage of a dozen mutant creatures in a spirit and took the spirit stone. Brother, will you sell me this spirit? You can ask for any price. Zhu Ting regarded Snow Charmer with his mouth watering. No way. Han Sen turned Zhu Ting down. Of course, Han Sen would keep a spirit like Snow Charmer for himself. Although a spirit was no human, and there was no way she could warm his bed, he would feel happy every time she served him a drink or something. In addition, Snow Charmer was a great help to Han Sen at this point. Zhu Ting did not want to let it go and insisted, how about I give up the S-Class St. Hall license and you trade her for Treading Cloud? No, Han Sen turned him down without even thinking. He had lots of S-Class St. Hall licenses, while needed a spirit like Snow Charmer terribly. The broadsword in Zheng Guoxiang's hand was still dripping blood. He looked to Han Sen with a complex look, not sure what he was feeling. For 20 years, he had never been as relaxed as this moment. Yang Manli's eyes were focused on Snow Charmer. She envied Han Sen so much. The guy had very good luck as always. It was the first spirit shelter he conquered, and he already gained the fealty of the spirit. Uncle Qing was squinting. No one knew what he was thinking. However, his look was also quite complicated. Han Sen and the rest took down the aristocrat spirit shelter. Is it true? Of course it's true. Someone had already been there. People of Goddess Gang had already stationed there and carved the words, Goddess Gang, on the gate. Damn it, 20 people took down the aristocrat shelter. That is so fake. How did they achieve that? No idea. However, there must be many people regretting to death. Would you mean, regretting what? So many people used to be the members of Goddess Gang. In the end, when Han Sen said they were going to conquer the spirit shelter, most people quit. Now that the spirit was taken down, each current member could have a room to themselves and live there for free forever. In addition, they were also given large amount of meat. Do you think those who had left would regret? They must feel so bad. However, Han Sen would still recruit people. Goddess Gang only had 20 people at this point, so that it must be hard for them to keep the entire shelter. They will definitely be recruiting. Han Sen said that he will admit no one that had left already. It doesn't matter who talks to him. The way he's doing things, many people will be offended. He does not need to be afraid of offending anyone. People of Starry Group had to be respectful to him. He said he would conquer the spirit shelter, and he just did. With such a background and ability, he needs to fear no one. I'll bet all those who had left are regretting to death now. If they want to go to the shelter, they must pay a big protection fee. If they want a room, they must pay very high rent. All of the things they could have enjoyed for free. Ha ha, no one could predict the future. It was too risky to attack an aristocrat shelter anyway. How is there any risk? What kind of people is Han Sen? He took 20 people to attack the spirit shelter and no one was dead. The most they suffered was some slight injuries. What kind of risk is there? This Han Sen is such a genius. How did he do it? Fresh Evolver who just came months ago easily took down the aristocrat shelter with 20 people with him. It is so incredible. Otherwise, why did someone like Uncle Qing obey all his order? He was no ordinary guy. The news that Han Sen conquered the spirit shelter was soon spread. Many people went to the shelter. However, if they wanted to be protected in the shelter or rent a room, they must pay a high price, which was the income of Goddess Gang. Of course, most of the money would fall into Han Sen's pocket, otherwise he would not be so interested in conquering the shelter in the first place. After the gates of the shelter were shut, even a mutant creature could hardly enter. Of course, it was much safer to live in the shelter than to live outside. In addition, there was space inside the shelter for trade purposes. There was also a teleport device in each room. Merchants and rich people would easily pay the price. Han Sen did some calculation. The place was so sparsely populated, and he had only seen 300 to 400 people. However, even so, it was easy for him to make several million from collecting rents and protection fee. If he were to do some business, he would be able to earn even more money. However, Han Sen was not interested in that and did not want to waste too much time, so he asked Yang Manli to take care of everything. The gains were great this time. 6 mutant creatures and more than 100 primitive creatures. Han Sen did not sell any of them but shared everything with people who had followed him. After all, they risked their lives which deserved to be rewarded. Han Sen saved a mutant creature for himself. Together with the evil-blooded condor, he had enough food for 2 to 3 months. Because it took less effort than he thought it would, Han Sen did not put Zero into action at all. In addition, he was in no hurry to expose Zero's true strength. After all, she looked too young. The fact she was in Second God's Sanctuary already was quite a surprise for everyone. It was no good for her to show too much strength. It would be safer to be conservative. After Han Sen took care of everything in the shelter, he traveled beyond the shelter, wanting to find out if there were any humans on the other side of the mountain. However, after climbing over several mountains and marching hundreds of miles, all he saw was glaciers and snow field, with no human in sight. Han Sen saw a giant serpentine at least 300 feet long slithering on glaciers from afar and immediately turned back. He had seen a lot of creatures on the way and did not dare to go anywhere strange with his current strength. Even if he ran into some strong sacred blood creatures, Han Sen did not have confidence in winning the fight, not to mention super creatures. Meat of evil-blooded condor eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. After eating evil-blooded condor for days, Han Sen eventually gained 1 sacred Geno point. However, it was so slow that Han Sen simply threw the rest to the Archangel since he was no longer willing to eat the same thing. A huge benefit of having his own gang was that Han Sen did not need to fight himself to gain different types of ordinary and primitive creatures. Han Sen picked some smaller ordinary and primitive creatures to eat, gaining several ordinary or primitive Geno points every day, which gave him a much faster progress than the bird leg. I will first fill up my ordinary and primitive Geno points. The progress I make in my fitness is quite great. Han Sen did not go out for adventures at the time being. He went to God's Sanctuary to eat ordinary and primitive meat to gain some Geno points every day and read his books on Daphne the rest of the time. When Daphne finally arrived at the destination, Han Sen had already gained 84 ordinary Geno points, 35 primitive Geno points, and 1 sacred Geno point. His basic fitness was already 80 plus. With all kinds of assistance, he could achieve 90 plus for a short amount of time. At this time, Daphne had already arrived at the crystallizer ruin. Initially, Han Sen thought the so-called crystallizer ruin should be an ancient city or base. However, when he saw a real crystallizer ruin, he understood how naive he had been. Watching the gigantic planet that looked like a brilliant diamond, Han Sen felt more shocked than he could describe. This planet, more than 10 times the size of planet Roka, was the crystallizer ruin they were going to explore. All kinds of crystallizer architectures were spread around on the planet. Different from human architects, colorful crystallizer architectures were connected to each other, covering almost the entire planet. Only one glance made people gasp. As Han Sen was astonished by the glamour and grandeur of the crystallizer ruin, he suddenly sensed heat from his chest. Feeling shocked, Han Sen quickly reached inside his clothes and grabbed the 9-life cat pendant. Suddenly, he felt like he had grabbed a boiled egg. The 9-life cat was giving off incredible heat. The closer he got to the crystallizer ruin, the hotter the pendant became. When Han Sen entered the atmosphere of the planet, the pendant was almost scorching. Han Sen did not know what was wrong with the 9-life cat or why it would suddenly react so strangely. However, undoubtedly, the change was definitely related to the crystallizer ruin. However, Han Sen did not know what the connection between the 9-life cat and the crystallizer ruin was. Daphne landed on the crystallizer ruin and made a comprehensive scan and analysis of the planet. Same to other crystallizer ruins, only the surface of the planet could be scanned by human equipment. The inner space of the crystallizer architectures was unknown to people. The analysis of air and water showed the planet was normal, habitable according to human standards. Other crystallizer ruins were mostly the same, so nothing was special about this one. After some preparation, the expert panel, warframe department, explosion department, and marines took their equipment and left the warship, beginning their exploration. When the work began, everyone was banned from entering God's sanctuary again. Since the cookhouse did not need to go to the field, Han Sen felt quite bored every day. However, since most people on the warship had already landed on the planet, he and Ji Yanran could see each other secretly quite often. Chen Shushan went to the field together with the expert panel, while Ji Yanran was responsible for staying on Daphne. She actually had nothing to do other than receiving reports sent by Chen Shushan and the expert panel. Such a huge planet, we have only these people. How long would it take for us to finish the work if we look into one architecture after another? I don't think we could finish it in a century. Han Sen felt quite upset when watching the field recordings in Ji Yanran's office. If this went on forever, he would probably stay here for his entire service. Ji Yanran smiled and said, "Who would be so dumb to discover one after another? That way, with these people, it would take us 500 to 1,000 years to finish 1% of the work." Ji Yanran paused and then continued, "Crystallizers had different ranks. Their architectures follow a certain rule. As long as we find one entrance, we could access their treasure. All we are looking for is their crystals." "It sounds easy enough," Han Sen said. "It is not easy at all. Since the device could not scan the internal structure of the architectures, we must rely on the experts specialized in crystallizer civilization to find the right entrance." "Can't we just blast it away?" Han Sen asked. "The crystal material of their architectures is very unique. Not only is it tough, but it will also expand once blasted. At that time, the internal space would be completely blocked, which would make the excavation work even harder." Ji Yanran drank some water and continued, "This is not the real problem though. Since the experts and professors are here, the entrance could always be located sooner or later. However, if the crystallizer ruin is still working, that will truly be challenging." As Han Sen was about to ask what kind of challenge there could be, he suddenly heard an explosion. Looking at the live recordings of the field, Han Sen saw a red crystal the size of a fist floating next to a crystal wall. The crystal blinked with red light twice and something weird happened. The red crystal quickly expanded and changed its form, turning into the same vehicle as the multifunction excavator that was doing the fieldwork. It quickly rushed toward the original excavator. Bang bang. It only took 2 blows for the crystal excavator to smash. The one it imitated, the crystal vehicle headed toward the excavation team. The soldiers in Warframe department quickly turned on their war frames and charged the crystal excavator. Because they did not want to damage the architectures, they refrained from using massive weapons, with only laser guns and swords in their hands. Luckily, the red crystal only imitated a multifunction excavator, so it was soon shot down into pieces, turning into a pool of red liquid that then evaporated. "It seems that we are out of luck. This crystallizer ruin is still operating. I'm afraid this task would not be completed that easily," Ji Yanran said with a wry smile. "What is that?" Han Sen was shocked. "It is a defense crystal of crystallizers. The Alliance calls it a simulating crystal. Once scanned by it, it could imitate the shape of anything including mechanics and creatures. However, its texture will still be the same red crystal, so the simulation was not complete," explained Ji Yanran. "What an amazing civilization," Han Sen complimented. "Very amazing and very dangerous. There are many deadly crystallizer technologies that we don't even know about. We found it, we found the entrance," a surprised voice suddenly came from the live recordings. Han Sen and Ji Yanran quickly looked at the footage and saw Chen Shushan and several professors standing in front of an excavated architecture, looking inside, full of surprise. "It seems everything is going smooth. I hope we could locate the treasure soon." Ji Yanran felt slightly relieved. However, in the next moment, the holographic image suddenly broke off. Ji Yanran quickly contacted Chen Shushan and the rest using comlink, but there was no answer. "Something's wrong." Ji Yanran suddenly became pale and summoned all the officers on the warship. The communications team was trying to reach people in the field. However, they were completely out of touch as if they had disappeared. There were not a lot of people stationing on Daphne to begin with, so even the cookhouse was summoned. Including the medical team, the repair team and the cookhouse, there were only less than 40 people. No communications were available, and people could see some equipment left on the surface through radar. All the humans were gone, and nothing could be seen inside. "Captain, shall we go back and call for reinforcement?" An officer hesitated and asked. "We must figure out what's happening first," Ji Yanran said with her brows knitted. Several top experts and scholars specialized in crystallizer civilization were in the field. If they were gone for no reasons, Ji Yanran would be facing harsh sanction if she returned without figuring out why. She might even be sent to the military court. In addition, many officers and soldiers including Chen Shushan were also on the planet, so Ji Yanran should not go back before taking a look. However, people who were staying on the warship were mostly non-combatants including officers in charge of ship operation, medicine, and cooking. There were very few people that could be deployed. Ji Yanran reviewed all the talents she got on hand and gritted her teeth. "I ask for 5 soldiers who is good at warframe operation to follow me to the field, figuring out what is happening. I'm rather good at warframe. Let me follow you," Han Sen said quickly. Naturally, he could not stay on the ship while letting Ji Yanran risk her life. In addition, he wanted to figure out why the 9-life cat pendant would react to the crystallizer ruin. "Captain, let the guards follow you." The leader of the guards, Li Lu, stood up and saluted. The guards were all the combatants that remained on Daphne. "Captain, let me lead the team," the only surpasser on the warship Zhao Ping said. "Quartermaster, you should stay on Daphne. This is our base. If anything goes wrong on the ship, it would be meaningless even if we bring back everyone. At that point, we would all be faced with death. In addition, I am only going to investigate and will not go deep." Ji Yanran looked to the guards, thought about it and said, "Li, you pick 4 soldiers good at warframe to come with me, and you shall come as well. The rest of the team stay on the ship." "Yes, Captain." Li Lu named 4 soldiers and asked them to report to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran told everyone to prepare their own warframe and looked at Han Sen. She hesitated and said, "You go prepare as well." "Yes, Captain," Han Sen answered and went to take his warframe. The 7 of them quickly left the warship and got on a field truck to go to the excavation site. Because it was not far from the warship, it only took them half an hour to get to the destination. Looking out of the field truck, all sorts of equipment were intact. Nothing was damaged, and there was no evidence of a fight. The only thing broken was the multifunction excavator. Seeing no blood, everyone felt relieved. At least those people were not under attack. The field truck could no longer go deeper into the site. Ji Yanran asked 2 soldiers to stay on the truck, while she took Li Lu, Han Sen, and 2 other guards to drive their war frames down the truck, going toward the entrance. "Maintain the order, transferring scanned data, communications good." All sorts of information kept flashing on the war frames, some sent from the truck, some from Daphne. Their war frames were also transmitting data back. Although everyone had been highly vigilant, nothing really happened. They reached the entrance the professors found with no trouble. It was a black crystal gate more than 100 feet tall, decorated with lots of complicated patterns. There were dots and circles and lines, as well as some triangular shapes. There were no obvious rules to how they were put together. It looked sort of like the guts of a mechanical clock, quite mysterious. At this point, the black crystal gate was already prized open. A one-man warframe could easily pass, but larger mechanics could not enter. "Captain, shall we go inside to take a look?" Li Lu asked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran did not answer Li Lu and felt astonished at the black gate. She quickly said to Han Sen using a private channel, "Han Sen, I will take people down and have a look. You stay here." "Why?" Han Sen knew she must have noticed something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. "This is the ruin of some crystallizer royalties, and it's still running. It is too dangerous down there. Since you know nothing about crystallizers, you might trigger some dangerous traps. Just stay here," Ji Yanran said. "I will follow you," Han Sen said. "This is an order," Ji Yanran said seriously. "Your order is not valid on me," Han Sen said softly. Ji Yanran was trying to say something else when she suddenly heard screams from the field truck. All of them quickly looked to the truck and saw the 2 soldiers stationing in the truck had gone out, rushing to them in war frames. "What has happened? What has happened? Please report, please report." Li Lu tried to ask what had happened through the comlink but found all he could hear was noise of current. Han Sen quickly checked his comlink and found his warframe had lost all communications to Daphne. The system was down. Ji Yanran had noticed that as well and told the rest of her team, maintain the order. We will go have a look. The team quickly approached the war frames of the two soldiers. Before Ji Yanran asked what had happened, they already knew the answer. Behind the two soldiers, lots of fist-sized red crystal were floating in the air like red light bulbs. With a glance, one could not tell how many there were, but there were at least hundreds or 1,000 of them. Simulating crystal, how come there are so many? Everyone was shocked. No wonder the two soldiers started to run. Whoever saw so many simulating crystals would do the same. Previously, Han Sen had already witnessed how powerful a simulating crystal was. As long as it scanned something, it could turn into the exact same thing. If hundreds or thousands of simulating crystals scanned the war frames or field trucks, they would be killed instantaneously facing all those vehicles. In addition, more simulating crystals were coming this way, growing in numbers. There was no telling how many there were. At the retreat into the ruin, Ji Yanran had understood where the expert panel had gone, and she had to repeat their option. Boom boom boom. The closest simulating crystals had already caught up with the two soldiers. With a flash of red light, the crystals flashed at their war frames like a camera and quickly turned into red crystal war frames of the same style. They landed quickly and continued to chase the two soldiers. More and more simulating crystals became war frames and joined them. Li Lu could not help drawing laser guns to attack the red crystal war frames to save his two comrades. No, it was too late for Ji Yanran to stop him. Li Lu's shot made a huge hole in one of the red crystal war frames. However, instantaneously, all the red crystal war frames drew their laser guns and shot in their direction. Boom boom. The war frames of the two soldiers closest to the crystals exploded immediately, turning into burning crap iron, while the red crystal war frames were still shooting this way. Retreat into the ruin. Han Sen operated his warframe to go into the black crystal gate. Retreat to the ruin. Immediately, Ji Yanran followed Han Sen and commanded in a clear voice. Li Lu, whose eyes were bloodshot, gritted his teeth and ordered the other two soldiers to retreat into the ruin while covering them by going last. Boom. As Ji Yanran and Han Sen just entered the black crystal gate, they heard a loud noise. The warframe of Li Lu had already exploded. Seeing the warframe of Li Lu was shot down, the two soldiers shot at the red crystal war frames madly using laser guns. Come inside, quickly, Ji Yanran exclaimed at the two soldiers, but it was too late. Although the two soldiers shot down a few red crystal war frames, they were taken out by more simulating crystals. Go, Han Sen exclaimed and used his warframe arm to push Ji Yanran's. Although those people were not his friends yet, Han Sen felt upset seeing fellow humans die. However, now was not the time to be sad. He could not watch Ji Yanran die like those soldiers. Ji Yanran came back to herself, gritted her teeth, and operated the warframe to go inside the ruin. They had to get rid of the simulating crystals as soon as possible. Otherwise, she and Han Sen would die as well. Behind the black crystal gate, there was a crystal path. Ji Yanran led Han Sen to go forward but did not dare to go too fast. Very soon, the red crystal war frames started to catch up with them. Don't worry so much, run quickly. Han Sen knew that Ji Yanran was worried about the traps in the ruin, but if they did not go quickly, they would soon lose their lives. The expert panel should have already entered the ruin. If there were any traps, they should have triggered those already. Being yelled at Han Sen, Ji Yanran suddenly understood that and operated her warframe at full speed to go forward. After they ran for several miles, they entered a huge architecture like a shelter. Many paths were interconnected. Where are we going? Ji Yanran took a look, but paths looked identical to each other. She had no idea where they were supposed to go. In addition, the paths were so narrow that the war frames could not pass. Follow me. Han Sen gritted his teeth, came out of the warframe, and turned it into a briefcase. He ran ahead with the warframe in his hand. Ji Yanran copied Han Sen's moves and followed him. As Han Sen just entered the path, he quickly summoned the snow-toothed wolf. A snow wolf suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen. It was a beast soul mount, but Han Sen did not mean to ride on it, only commanding it to go forward. Han Sen planned to use the snow-toothed wolf as a scout. He knew very little about crystallizer ruins. However, since Ji Yanran did not have any idea, he must make a decision, even if he did not know whether his decision was right or not. Hesitation would only bring them into bigger crisis. The snow-toothed wolf was running forward, and Han Sen and Ji Yanran were following with warframe cases in their hands. However, The paths were so complicated that they lost the direction although there were no dangers. It sounds quiet now, let's stop. When reaching something like a bridge, Han Sen looked down and stopped, looking at the weird crystal statues. Ji Yanran listened carefully and indeed heard no sound. She felt relieved and looked to the crystal statues about 50 feet tall each. The statues were made of crystals of different colors. The shapes of them looked rather odd. They were nothing like humans or animals. Those are the deities that crystallizers worshipped. Most crystallizer ruins had statues like these, explained Ji Yanran as she looked around. Han Sen did not seem to be listening but fixed his eyes on one statue. Come out, otherwise I would not be polite. Han Sen squeezed the warframe case in his hand and yelled coldly at the statue. Ji Yanran looked to the statue, feeling puzzled. She did not see anything, but very soon, someone walked from behind the statue. Tang Shen, how are you here? Where is everyone else? Ji Yanran saw who it was and asked with her brows knitted. I don't know. We scattered. Why are you here as well? Tang Shen walked to the two of them as he said. Stop, otherwise I will shoot. Han Sen quickly drew his mini laser gun from his waist, pointed it at Tang Shen and said coldly. Why should I stop? Tang Shen did not pay Han Sen any mind and continued to approach them. Boom. Without any hesitation, Han Sen shot at Tang Shen's head, taking half of his skull away. Han Sen, what did you do? Ji Yanran was startled, not sure why Han Sen did it. However, Ji Yanran knew Han Sen must have a reason. Although Tang Shen had offended Han Sen before, Ji Yanran knew he was not someone who would commit murder because of a small grudge. Without Han Sen explaining, she saw what was wrong. With half of his goal grown, Tang Shen did not fall immediately but turned around. On Tang Shen's back, a pink crystal the size of a duck egg was set in his muscles. Red crystal hair was growing from the crystal, driven into his entire back like veins, blinking red light as if he got new heart. It looked both weird and sickening. Parasite crystal. Ji Yanran was astonished, quickly drew her gun and aimed at the crystal like Han Sen, ready to shot. Before Ji Yanran shot Tang Shen, a slim hair grew from the crystal and wrapped Tang Shen up entirely like a mummy. Boom boom boom. Ji Yanran and Han Sen shot at the mummy like Tang Shen repeatedly, but to no avail. The laser guns only broke a part of the crystal hair, which quickly grew again. Laser weapons are useless. Use beast souls. They suddenly heard a voice say. Han Sen and Ji Yanran turned back and saw Professor Li Mingtang and several young researchers coming from a path nearby. It was Li Mingtang who said that. Before Han Sen summoned his beast souls, someone came from behind Li Mingtang. He held a beast soul sword and slashed at Tang Shen in the crystal repeatedly, breaking the crystal. A cookhouse soldier does not belong here. Wang Hu took back his beast soul sword, stared at Han Sen coldly and said. A cookhouse soldier is also soldier, Han Sen said calmly. If you want to throw your life away, suit yourself, Wang Hu said contemptuously and ignored Han Sen. He walked to Ji Yanran and said, Captain, why are you down here? You should not be here. Professor, what did you find? Ji Yanran ignored Wang Hu and asked Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang said, we found the entrance to the ruin and discovered that this is the ruin of crystallizer royalties. However, there were suddenly a huge number of stimulating crystals. Having lost the connection to Daphne, we had to retreat into the ruin. Later on, we were attacked by parasite crystals. Many people were affected. We wandered off in the mess. Where are Chen Shushan and Lin Haifeng? Ji Yanran asked. Li Mingtang shook his head and said, there were so many soldiers and researchers affected by parasite crystals. It was all a huge mess and I did not notice them. Ji Yanran frowned slightly. What Li Mingtang said was similar to what she had expected to happen. People scattered in the ruin, so it would be hard for her to find everybody. Professor, do you know the way out? Ji Yanran looked at the surroundings and no longer knew the directions. This architecture of crystallizers looked like a metropolitan built with crystal. It was not easy to find a way out at all. In addition, because of the special characteristics of these crystals, they could not even blast away the architecture using bombs, which will only lead to their death. The researchers looked at each other, obviously having no idea how to go out. In fact, we don't need to be worried at all. Our mission was to find new things. All we need to do is to continue forward. Maybe we will find the treasure very soon, said Wang Hu. Li Mingtang also said, Captain, since you are already here, and there are a lot of stimulating crystals outside, we could not leave anytime soon. It makes sense for us to take Wang Hu's advice and look around first. If we could locate the treasure, we would be able to finish the task and have some clues as to how we should leave this place. Having studied the crystallizer's civilization diligently, Ji Yanran knew what Li Mingtang said was correct. However, it was the ruin of a crystallizer royalty. They were only several people without even a surpasser among them, so it was still quite dangerous for them to walk around. However, she did not have other options than to agree to their suggestions and go deeper. Of course, the researchers did not march blindly. Based on their understanding of crystallizer civilization, they could make judgments about which architecture was designed for what. Based on general rules of crystallizer civilization, they could calculate where the treasure was. Although the result was not exactly precise, they had the rough direction correct. Han Sen, stay close to me. Do not go far, Ji Yanran told Han Sen in a low voice. Han Sen nodded. Of course he would stay close to his girlfriend, otherwise he would not be able to save her if she was in danger. Wang Hu heard Ji Yanran and said to Han Sen sarcastically, "Captain, you took a cookhouse soldier down here. Are you trying to protect him, or should he protect you? Wang, please focus on your own job. This is not your concern," Ji Yanran said to Wang Hu coldly. Wang Hu snorted and said nothing. Li Mingtang quickly tried to mediate. "We are in danger now, so we should all work together to find the treasure. The more people we have, the more powerful we are." In addition, Han Sen was also a graduate of a famous military academy. The other researchers also said something to relieve the tension. The group of people continued to go forward. Shortly, another black crystal gate was standing in front of them, also decorated with those complicated patterns. Seeing the black crystal gate and the patterns, Li Mingtang was overjoyed. He quickly walked to the gate and examined the patterns inch by inch. Fantastic! This place is indeed the ruin of a crystallizer king. Li Mingtang watched for a while and turned back excitedly. "Professor, what do the patterns mean?" Although Ji Yanran had done her study, it was impossible for her to understand those patterns. Li Mingtang explained in excitement, "I could only figure out a small part of it. This crystallizer king came from Dia Galaxy. Dia Galaxy, the mother galaxy where crystallizers originated." Ji Yanran looked surprised. "Indeed, it is the birthplace of crystallizer civilization, the lost galaxy." Li Mingtang looked exhilarated. Han Sen felt quite confused. He did not understand most part of it. All he knew was that the crystallizer king seemed to be of high rank and possess lots of treasure. Other researchers also looked hyped, as if they had found a gold mine. Han Sen did not understand anything about crystallizer civilization and Dia Galaxy. However, the 9-life cat dependent on his neck was getting hotter and hotter. It seemed that he was approaching something that was affecting it. Under Li Mingtang's command, the researchers took out their tools and started to prise the black crystal gate. They were very skilled at it. It took them less than half an hour to prise it open. Light suddenly penetrated the gap. Ouch! A researcher that was shone upon by the light screamed and rolled around on the floor. The places on his body exposed to the light became scorched, from his face to his waist. The black mark went deep inside his flesh. Everyone became astonished. They quickly pulled the guy away from the light. Han Sen was also dumbstruck. It only took a little while for the injured places on the researcher to be infected. Someone quickly took out the first aid kit to treat the wound, but it was useless. The researcher passed away very soon. However, Li Mingtang stared at the light and said excitedly, "This is the wandering light of crystals because there were a large number of crystals inside. This might be a historic discovery in the history of crystallizer research. Prepare fast, whoever had succeeded in practicing micro-crystal should follow me inside to look for the treasure. Other people stay here. Professor, you could not go inside." Ji Yanran stopped Li Mingtang. "Why not?" Li Mingtang was dazed. "It is too dangerous inside. In addition, a huge discovery like this had to be made under the surveillance of AI according to Alliance laws," said Ji Yanran. Li Mingtang quickly said, "As long as one has succeeded in practicing microcrystal, one could resist the wandering light of crystal. The risk is minimum. As for the surveillance of AI, this is a special situation, so when we go back, I will write a full report and shoulder the responsibility. Wang and Lu, you two quickly prepare yourselves. We will go inside immediately." "Sorry, Professor, we must stick to the rules. The ruin is right here and will not go anywhere. When we go out and gain connections to Daphne, we will come back for it." Ji Yanran still stood in front of Li Mingtang, not letting him pass. "Captain, this is a special situation. Why do you have to be like this? Li Mingtang frowned slightly, his face grim. Professor, I told you long ago that if we didn't get rid of this woman, she would ruin it all for us. Wang Hu and other researchers stood around Han Sen and Ji Yanran with a murderous look on their faces. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.